Chapter 261. A bill? Qi Ling knew about the bill. Both Yun Zhao and Xiao Zhang from the Research Institute had told him that he would be responsible for his own living arrangements after leaving. But Qi Ling had no concept of points. Upon hearing that Commander Xia earned tens of thousands of points per mission, he thought that a pound of mutated animal meat only cost a few dozen points, which seemed quite cheap. So, on the way back to base with Team Zero, Xia Tu told him on the phone that he could move out the day Team Zero returned. Qi Ling agreed without hesitation. He finally had his own home in the wasteland era. Xia Tu placed the bill on the metal table and calmly said, "The house construction cost, out of consideration for me, the logistics department gave you a discount. Including furniture, it's a total of 6,000 points. Knowing you're penniless, I advanced the points for you." Qi Ling, Didn't Xiao Zhang say that Commander Xia's house was specially built for him by the base for free? Commander Yun's house was also provided free of charge by the base. I heard it's an entire building. He's a unique, intelligent mutant, after all. As a special talent, why should he have to pay for housing? Why should he have to pay? Also, there's the recent food expense. Xia Tu spread the bills out on the table. Meat prices at the base go up in winter, so buying meat at the shopping mall isn't cost effective. That's why I specifically hired 3 search teams to hunt mutant animals outside. Xia Tu pointed to the bills. The wholesale price is 30 points per pound of meat, plus the 20 pounds of meat you brought today, so you owe me a total of 10,800 points. And the barrier construction cost earlier, I give you a discount and say 1,000 points, making it a total of 11,800 points. Qi Ling scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. Did the officer pay for all of this? I thought it was from the operations department. Yun Zhao gave him a sympathetic look. Seeing that he still didn't understand what an astronomical figure this was, Yun Zhao kindly explained, ordinary residents of the base only earn 300 to 400 points a month, while high-ranking sentries earn slightly more, 1,500 a month. Qi Ling, Yun Zhao, missions in the contaminated zone, even 4-star missions only reward 10,000 points. For a team like ours, Squad 0, of 6, completing a mission means the 6 of us have to split those 10,000 points equally. Qi Ling, Yun Zhao added, your contaminated zone, number 28, is a 4-star standard. This included the resource rewards and the points earned from killing the gatekeepers. Yun Zhao didn't mention that these rewards weren't always available. After all, these rewards weren't always available. Even Team Zero couldn't guarantee they kill the gatekeeper every time, let alone him. They couldn't just offer him empty promises. Qi Ling stood there, stunned, his mouth agape, speechless for a long time. He came from the contaminated zone, so he knew how dangerous it was inside. So many people had died trapped in contaminated zone 28, and the reward was only 10,000 points, and it had to be split equally. Less than 2,000 points per person. And he only been out for half a month, yet he already owed Commander Xia over 10,000 points. Qi Ling felt dizzy, and it took him a while to find his voice. He stammered, Commander Xia, don't worry. I won't renege on my debt, I definitely pay you back. Team Zero rescued him, helped him find his family, and vouched for him. Now, Commander Xia is providing him with so many points to live on. Qi Ling, having received higher education, couldn't bring himself to take advantage of him. He felt immense pressure. Xia Tu slightly curled the corners of his lips, and said unhurriedly, no rush. Now that you join the operations department, you have ways to earn money in the future. You can pay it off slowly. Qi Ling, however, looked desperate. The key was that he needed to eat meat every day, and his debt would only keep piling up. How could he possibly pay it off? When can I go on a mission? Qi Ling asked, forcing a smile. Xia Tu glanced at him. Every contaminated area is extremely dangerous. You haven't been trained and don't meet the requirements for missions. Hearing this, Qi Ling asked urgently, then what kind of training is needed? He couldn't just sit around living off his savings. What if his debt snowballed and he bankrupted his commander? Seeing that he had taken the bait, Xia Tu replied calmly, I arranged the training courses. Qi Ling hesitated for a moment, seemingly thinking of something, and asked again, Xiao Zhang said that Commander Xia can earn tens of thousands of points at a time. Can I do that too? Then can I pay it all off at once? Xia Tu looked at him with a half smile, you want to compete with me? Qi Ling shook his head violently, I wouldn't dare. He couldn't compete. Yun Zhao, seeing him fall deeper and deeper into Xia Tu's trap, silently lowered his head and remained silent. The little bluebird and the fire phoenix, finding the conversation boring, flew around the metal house, curiously flying up to the second floor to explore. Xie2 glanced at the time, stood up. We have other things to do. Keep the bill yourself. I'll let you know when the training courses are arranged. The two emerged from the metal shed, each carrying a phoenix. It was just 7 o'clock, but it was already completely dark outside. The wind was strong on the mountain. Yuan Zhao instinctively pulled her scarf up to shield herself from the biting wind. She hadn't even gotten her seasonings yet. Be careful, the ground is slippery. Xie2 reached out and pulled her along, letting go only when they reached the warehouse door. As he opened the door, he casually remarked, I bought a lot of groceries. Shall we go back after dinner? Yuan Zhao paused, looking up at him. A lamp illuminated the training area nearby. The dim light cast a long, imposing shadow on Xie2, highlighting his tall, composed figure. The man was opening the door with his back to her, not turning to look at her. He wanted her to stay for dinner. His intentions were obvious. I bought pork ribs and potatoes. The genetically modified sweet potatoes at the agricultural market are ripe too. Have you ever had roasted sweet potatoes? They taste pretty good. Xie2 opened the door and turned to look at her. A barely perceptible smile flickered in his deep eyes. Yuan Zhao couldn't resist the temptation and nodded slightly. You bought sweet potatoes too? Where did you buy them? She hadn't seen any for sale at the farmer's market today. Xie2, the first batch just ripened. They haven't been sold yet. I saw them when I went to buy seeds and picked some up. Try them later and see if they're good. If they are, take some home. Yuan Zhao softly replied, okay. She visited the Agricultural Institute another day to see what good food they had. The little bluebird seemed to particularly enjoy watching Xie2 cook, and seemed quite pleased to hear this. The fire phoenix was even more excited, chirping away, seemingly talking to the little bluebird. With Xie2's help, Yuan Zhao quickly found the seasoning she needed. Salt, cooking wine, sugar, 5 spice powder, 13 spice powder, chili powder, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce. Xie2 found several large bags, sorted the seasonings, packed them into the car, and helped her. It was getting late. The two walked along the path into the valley. The ground was covered in snow, and the path was slippery in the dark. Xie2 led her slowly. Just as they reached the courtyard, the communicator on Yuan Zhao's wrist vibrated. She looked down and saw a message from Jiang Mu. They found the person who sold the diary. Chapter 262. It's cold standing outside. Come in and change your shoes. Xie2 had obviously noticed her communicator vibrating, but pretended nothing was wrong and invited her in. Her social circle was simple. People in Qingshan town didn't have communication devices and wouldn't send her messages. The team members were still at training camp. Training hadn't ended yet, so it wouldn't be them. Was it by you? Yuan Zhao snapped out of her reverie, nodded, and walked into his house. The temperature was too low. She was wearing thick gloves and couldn't possibly reply to messages outside. The courtyard was deep, bathed in moonlight. The moment the door closed, the beauty of nature was shut out. The light in the entryway came on. Xie2 bent down, took out brand new disposable slippers, placed them beside her feet, and then turned on the air conditioner. It was snowing outside, and her down jacket and hat were covered in tiny ice crystals. Xie2 returned, naturally reaching out to brush the snowflakes off her clothes, saying, It's cold in the mountains. I go out and cook. You stay inside and rest, don't catch a cold. Yuan Zhao's fair face was hidden by her scarf, only her bright eyes visible. She was silent for a moment, then finally nodded, okay. She seemed to be getting more and more used to being taken care of by him. Every time he did something, whether intentionally or unintentionally, she felt somewhat powerless to resist. This wasn't good. But she seemed to enjoy it quite a bit. Yuan Zhao felt like a frog soaking in water. Watching the water around her rise, gradually boiling, yet unwilling to jump out of her intoxicating comfort zone. Xie2 brushed the snowflakes off her scarf, poured her a cup of hot water, and then turned to walk outside. Outside, it was pitch black, with wind and snow swirling around. Yuan Zhao stood there, her gaze following his retreating figure until the door closed again. Only then did she look away and begin to survey her surroundings. There were subtle changes in the furnishings. It felt much more lived in. The air conditioner, now running, was clearly newly installed. The sentinel was incredibly robust. In this freezing weather, he was only wearing a trench coat, yet he installed an air conditioner at home? The steaming ceramic mug on the table also seemed new, probably from the warehouse. There were 2 new wooden cabinets, placed at either end of the sofa. Through the glass cabinet doors, she could see various snacks inside. Yuan Zhao saw her favorite strawberry milk, and her expression turned strange. Was this premeditated? The fire phoenix was overjoyed, circling around her. It seemed to be welcoming the little bluebird to its home. I take you upstairs to play. The little bluebird proudly raised its head, unable to resist its curiosity, and flapped its wings to fly up the spiral staircase to the second floor. The fire phoenix immediately followed. Yun Zhao's gaze followed the two little creatures until they disappeared at the top of the stairs. Upstairs seemed to be Xie2's bedroom. She hadn't been there yet. It seemed inappropriate to go up and visit without the owner's permission. She'd better stay downstairs. Yun Zhao's gaze shifted, landing on the metal door opposite. She remembered what had happened in the small dark room. She felt inexplicably uneasy. If only she hadn't come. Was it too late to leave now? But his cooking was really delicious. She was really craving it. Yun Zhao's mind wandered, and finally she remembered the important matter she had almost forgotten. She quickly turned on her communicator and sent a message to Jiang Mu. Have you found the contaminated area? Jiang Mu replied quickly. He was simply too lazy to type it all out. Is it convenient to take a call? Yun Zhao paused. An S-rank sentinel's senses are exceptionally sharp. She wasn't sure if Xie2 would hear them in this soundproof house. Yun Zhao looked down and replied, it might not be convenient. Jiang Mu didn't even ask why. Okay, contaminated area 111. We talk about the rest another day. I'm too lazy to type. 111? Yun Zhao wasn't very familiar with maps, and didn't know where contaminated area 111 was. She wanted to ask, but didn't want to, especially since Jiang Mu had said he didn't want to type. Okay, I recovered. Let's go to the counseling room tomorrow for some counseling, and we can talk in person. This has been dragging on for so long. Thinking of the mischievous white dawn beast, Yun Zhao felt a little embarrassed. Jiang Mu, okay. Yun Zhao put down the communicator. The air conditioner had turned up, and she felt a bit hot, so she finally took off her scarf. Dinner was brought inside. 3 dishes and a soup. Braised pork ribs with potatoes, stir-fried vegetables with sliced meat, roasted sweet potatoes, and radish soup. By the time she finished dinner, it was past 10 o'clock at night. Yun Zhao was a little full, and sat on the sofa, not wanting to move. The roasted sweet potatoes were delicious, especially sweet and fragrant, but they were too filling, causing her to miss out on several pieces of pork ribs. Her mind started wandering again. How could someone's cooking be so good? Aunt Zhao clearly followed his recipe, but the taste wasn't even half as good as his. If Aunt Zhao's cooking were even slightly better, she wouldn't have been so easily tempted. Thinking that Xie2 had to get up early for training camp tomorrow, Yun Zhao propped herself up and stood up. I have to go back. Xie2 was packing sweet potatoes for her when he heard her voice. He paused, then lowered his head and said, Are you going to help me build a mental barrier first? This was the first time he had offered to do so. It seemed different from his previous passive acceptance. Yun Zhao readily agreed, okay. Her warm hand touched his forehead. Xie2 leaned down to cooperate. This time, he didn't close his eyes. A fleeting, unspoken emotion crossed his deep gaze. The barrier was built too quickly. So quickly that he hadn't even had time to feel the warmth from her fingertips again. Yun Zhao withdrew her hand. All done. Xie2 straightened up, his throat slightly tight, and silently continued packing the sweet potatoes. This winter seemed anything but cold. After taking Yun Zhao home, Xie2 returned home late at night. He went upstairs to the second floor. The upstairs layout was very spacious. There were 3 rooms in total. The bedroom and walk-in closet were combined, and the room opposite had been converted into a gym. Xie2 pushed open the door to the walk-in closet. He didn't have many clothes, only occupying one wall of a closet, which was now a mess thanks to the 2 phoenixes. In the corner of the closet, dozens of unopened boxes were neatly stacked to the ceiling. On the opposite shelf, several pairs of delicate children's shoes were displayed. Each pair of shoes was covered with a dust cover, wrinkled by the 2 phoenixes. The culprits were smugly above him. The Azure Phoenix saw the princess dress. It said it was hers, and I wasn't allowed to touch it. You can touch it, why can't I? Xie2 tidied things up again, saying slowly, Because you're stupid. The Fire Phoenix bristled. I'm running away from home. Xie2 ignored it. Running away from home was just going to her place anyway. What difference did it make? He took his change of clothes and went into the bathroom. After thinking for a moment, I sent her a message on my communicator. I just got home, good night. Chapter 263. Yun Zhao only saw the goodnight message when she woke up in the morning. At that time, Fire Phoenix was already in her room, playing alone in the living room. She looked at it quietly for a moment, then replied, Sorry, I didn't see it last night. Are you at the training camp? After replying, Yun Zhao sent a message to Jiang Mu, arranging to meet at the counseling room in the inner city that afternoon. Mental counseling was something she had to do sooner or later. It was rare for the playful white Dawn beast to come to Dawn Base, so it was good for it to play comfortably. Besides, her teammates were all busy, everyone was working, and she had been lying around at home for so long that she was getting bored. She needed to find something to do. Jiang Mu quickly replied, okay. Xia too, yes, I'm a bit busy this morning. I go with you to buy meat this afternoon. He still remembered what he promised yesterday. Yun Zhao thought about it. Fire Phoenix was with her, and she couldn't hide the counseling room appointment from him, so she decided to tell him first. Tomorrow, I arranged to give Jiang Mu mental counseling this afternoon. Those several hundred pounds of meat would probably keep the Annies busy for several days. It would be best to divide it into 2 batches. After sending the message, she waited for a long time without receiving a reply. He said he was busy. Yun Zhao didn't think much of it, and prepared to change her clothes before going out. The hat and scarf she wore yesterday were soaked by the snow, but luckily her down jacket had a hood, so she made do. Yun Zhao dressed neatly, and called the 2 phoenixes to go out. She went next door first. The meat and seasoning she brought back last night were piled up in the empty room 1204. That room was given to the search team for use. It only contained a few freezers, with enough space for everyone to make sausages. The aunties were busy at the moment. Some were chopping meat, some were washing, and everyone was chatting as they worked, creating a lively atmosphere. Yun Zhao didn't disturb them. She handed the recipes for the 2 types of sausages, including the ingredient ratios, to Yao Qian, who was literate, and quickly took her leave. The weather was beautiful today. The snow had stopped, and the sun was peeking out. The thick snow shimmered dazzlingly in the sunlight, almost blinding. The little bluebird perched on her hat, hopping and looking around, seemingly dissatisfied with the down jacket's hood for not being windproof enough. You should buy 2 more hats, the fire phoenix chimed in, flapping its wings. That's right, buy hats. Little bluebird, buy green ones. Fire phoenix, buy green ones. The little bluebird gave it a disdainful look, and the fire phoenix obediently shut up. Yun Zhao replied, okay, I go look at green hats when I'm done. The little bluebird was satisfied. Yun Zhao, with the 2 phoenixes, boarded a bus heading to the inner city. She got off at the Central Square station, where she unexpectedly encountered Commander Shen again. He emerged from the square, seemingly having just finished shoveling snow, a small shovel still in his hand. Several sentries from the guard team followed behind, carrying buckets and cloths. Yun Zhao intended to walk away as before. But Commander Shen noticed her, his face immediately lighting up with a kind smile, as he walked towards her, with slightly clumsy steps. Wearing thick winter clothes, his round body swayed slightly with each step. He looked like an endearingly chubby penguin. Gai Jun, are you feeling better? His breath instantly turned into a puff of white mist. Yun Zhao replied truthfully, I recovered. Thank you for the gift last time. Commander Shen had already reached Yun Zhao, slightly out of breath. He waved his hand, the shovel in his hand wobbling slightly. It's just a small token of my appreciation. I'm glad you're alright. Despite being the base commander, he was very approachable, inquiring about her well-being with concern. Where are you headed? Yun Zhao, to the operations department. She wanted to look up information about contaminated Zone 111. Xia Tu's computer should be able to do that, but Yun Zhao didn't know how. Since her teammates were all busy, and she had nothing better to do, she decided to go to the operations department and inquire about purchasing weapons. That's good. Come visit the inner city more often, get to know more people. Base Commander Shen's gaze fell on the little bluebird, then he saw the fire phoenix flying nearby and chuckled. So this is what a phoenix looks like when it's shrunk. Yun Zhao didn't know how to respond, so she simply nodded. Base Commander Shen was a descendant of the red-crowned crane, and possibly a guide himself. It wasn't surprising that he could see spiritual entities. But, would his spiritual form also be a red-crowned crane? Then, Base Commander Shen launched into a long-winded chatter about the base's daily affairs, from recent supplies to the annual party preparations, speaking with great enthusiasm. The 2 walked and chatted, with Base Commander Shen doing most of the talking and Yun Zhao offering her opinions. The sentries of the guard team followed at a respectful distance. They were almost at the operations department building. The talkative Base Commander Shen finally stopped, seemingly still wanting to continue. I have to go back to the office building to handle some official business. If you have time, come and visit more often. Yun Zhao could only agree, okay, goodbye, Base Commander Shen. Base Commander Shen turned left and entered the office building. The sentries of the guard team quickly followed. Yuan Zhao watched for a while, thinking that if Baiyu hadn't found any clues, perhaps they could start with the base commander. The red-crowned crane seemed to share the same fate as her. The same unknown ability. And she was very likely also a dark guide. Yuan Zhao desperately wanted to know her final fate. Yuan Zhao entered the operations department building without hindrance. She used her fingerprint to unlock the door, found the familiar clerk, and said she wanted to consult some information with the intelligence team. The intelligence team's office area is in the command center downstairs, the clerk politely said. I'm sorry, I don't have permission to go down. That was the core area of the entire base. Places inaccessible to those of insufficient rank. Even among the entire combat team sentries, only a handful could freely enter and exit the command center. But as combat team members, they all had access to information about the contaminated zone. They could use the computers upstairs. The clerk had already dialed the phone downstairs and, after receiving a reply, said, Minister Duan is there, you can go directly there. Okay, thank you. Yuan Zhao nodded her thanks. Contaminated Zone 111 was where the diary was located. The members of the operations department would often request data from the intelligence and calculation teams. Rather than secretly tinkering, it was better to examine things openly. Fire Phoenix flew ahead, leading the way with practiced ease. Yuan Zhao entered the elevator, heading deeper underground. Meanwhile, in the operations command center, the atmosphere was unusually serious. Data detected by signal towers in various locations was being displayed in real time on a huge screen. The screen showed that the area of the shadow constantly fluctuated, like rolling waves, relentlessly advancing. The contaminated zones in various locations were unusually active this winter. New contaminated zones were constantly being created. Minister Duan stood ramrod straight in front of the large screen, her expression slightly serious, looking up as she observed the various data. Her gaze fell on contaminated zone number 6. Within a year, contaminated zone number 6 had spread twice. This time, the speed of spread was even more ferocious. It was extending wildly in a southwest direction. Chapter 264. Minister Duan remained calm and composed, saying, compile the data from number 6 and give it to me. Yes. The atmosphere in the command center was unusually tense and busy. The vast space, with its public office areas on both sides and rows of offices with open doors, was almost entirely filled with people. The clatter of keyboards echoed incessantly. Yuan Zhao opened the metal door and entered, and this was the scene that greeted her. A huge display screen, its surface shrouded in shadow, was extremely conspicuous. Various data on it were changing in real time. Minister Duan turned around at the sound, his expression composed, and said gently, Are you feeling better? Yuan Zhao replied politely, Yes, thank you for your concern, Minister. Her gaze frequently drifted towards the large screen. Countless red and green dots flashed on the screen. To ensure safe operations, all sentry posts were built around the signal monitoring tower. In the upper north corner, the surrounding shadows shifted, almost completely enveloping the two small green dots in the center. Those are sentry posts 31 and 36, Minister Duan explained, pointing to the screen. The location of the signal monitoring towers is crucial. They must be far from contaminated areas to ensure signal coverage across most of the area. So what appears to be a very close distance on the screen is actually hundreds of kilometers apart, yet nothing has happened. Yuan Zhao nodded, looking up at the massive database. He couldn't quite describe the feeling in his heart. The contaminated areas that humanity has eliminated so far are just the tip of the iceberg. Many more unknown dangers lurk like beasts in the darkness, lurking in every corner of the earth, constantly threatening the defenses that humanity has painstakingly built. She had specifically searched for contaminated Zone 6, and 111. However, the data on the screen was enormous. The map area changed depending on the crisis situation. Hundreds of red and green dots, various curves, and shadows constantly shifted. Without a professional, it was difficult to discern the precise location of those small dots at a glance. Minister Duan's eyes flickered, and he spoke again, diverting her attention. Let's go, I take you to the intelligence team, Yuan Zhao said, not forgetting the important matter, following Minister Duan out of the central hall and into the right-hand corridor. The public office area was for real-time data statistics. To the right was a long corridor leading to the intelligence team's archives and core office area. Directly opposite, in the left-hand corridor, was the calculation team, responsible for most of the data calculation and analysis work. Minister Duan led her around. Upon learning that she had come to request information, he instructed a team leader to help organize the data. The 13 teams from the operations department frequently requested information from them to stay abreast of the latest developments in various locations. The S-rank guides were eager to learn more about the contaminated area. They couldn't be happier. You won't need to make a special trip in the future. Just make a phone call or log into the system to check, Minister Duan said meaningfully, glancing at the flitting fire phoenix. If you don't understand anything, you can ask Xie Tu directly. He's your captain and has a responsibility to teach you. Yuan Zhao, standing by the computer, learning how to operate the system, pursed her lips and replied, "The captain is very busy. He had to train new recruits, create training plans for the team members, and oversee her and Qi Ling's training. Not to mention the numerous meetings, large and small, within the base, and issues like armored vehicle modifications, all of which required his personal involvement and supervision." Compared to Jiang Mu, another S-rank sentinel who idled away his time lounging around other bases, Xie Tu was practically a workaholic. "Besides, I came here for another matter," Yun Zhao said. "Our town search team's weapons are too outdated. I'd like to buy some guns." Minister Duan smiled. "Oh, is that what it is? What kind do you want?" Minister Duan paused, realizing she wasn't very knowledgeable about weapons. He added, "The search teams outside generally use various types of rifles, because rifle ammunition is cheaper. As for other highly lethal weapons, 1 or 2 will suffice. I have someone prepare them, and send them over to you later." Yuan Zhao quickly thanked him. The lives of the people in Qingshan town had finally started to improve, gradually becoming more stable. She didn't want any more casualties on the search team. They chatted for a while longer. Minister Duan seemed to have other matters to attend to. After gesturing for her to look around freely, he called the intelligence team leader upstairs for a meeting. The head of the intelligence team was a middle-aged man who appeared honest and unassuming. His surname was Hua. Team leader Hua greeted Yuan Zhao and left with Minister Duan. Several people remained in the team's office. Under the guidance of a staff member, Yuan Zhao sat down at the computer and entered Contaminated Zone 111 into her search query. Retrieving the data for Contaminated Zone 111 went extremely smoothly. She printed out the data, said goodbye, and left. After Yuan Zhao left, the staff member came to the computer and glanced at the search history. She had been looking for data on 4-star contaminated zones. There were more than a dozen scattered records. The intelligence team member sent a message to Minister Duan. "Minister, Guide Yun hasn't checked the data on Zone 6. The spread of Zone 6 is somewhat strange. The intelligence team naturally knows that Guide Yun comes from a remote town outside the Zone 6 contaminated area. Her family all died there. Minister Duan is afraid that the powerful and precious Guide Yun might choose to investigate the Zone 6 contaminated area on her own in order to seek revenge." When Yuan Zhao came out, it was almost 11 o'clock. The two phoenixes played around inside for a while, and then flew back. The little bluebird emphasized, "Buy hats." The fire phoenix, "Buy hats." Yuan Zhao saw that it was still early and nodded, "Okay, let's go buy green hats. There's a difference between cyan and green. One is a warm color, and the other is a cool color." But the little bluebird didn't understand. The cyan bluebird especially liked its host wearing clothes of the same color as itself. Yuan Zhao obeyed and went to the shopping center to buy 2 hats. A green woolen hat and a blue beanie, both resembling the color of the little bluebird's feathers. The little creature was satisfied, burrowing into the 2 hats to examine them closely, seemingly reluctant to part with them. The fire phoenix chirped incessantly, harassing the main body through the mental connection. "Why aren't you wearing red? She always wears the same color as the azure phoenix. I don't care. You have to wear red too." Unfortunately, no one paid it any attention. Yuan Zhao put on the green hat, letting it droop slightly, partially obscuring her forehead. The overly bright color made her skin appear very fair. It looked quite nice. Yuan Zhao was also very satisfied. She bought some food and carried it to the counseling room. It was nearing noon. Yuan Zhao thought about the counseling session she would be doing in the afternoon. Feeling a bit lazy and not wanting to run around, she decided to find Bai Yu to have lunch with and discuss the investigation's progress. The counseling room was quite far. There were no bus stops there. The sentries and guides usually traveled by car or on foot. Yuan Zhao could drive, but without a car, she could only slowly walk with the 2 phoenixes. Fortunately, it hadn't snowed today. The snow on the ground was being cleared, and the occasional sound of laughter and conversation from the passing streets added a touch of life to the otherwise quiet street. Yuan Zhao walked forward with her head down when she suddenly heard a car horn behind her. She instinctively turned around. She saw a small military vehicle that looked somewhat familiar. Chapter 265. The military vehicle stopped beside her. The window rolled down. Sia2's sharply defined face came into view. His eyes were deep, his high-bridged nose framed by slightly pursed lips, carrying his usual serious air. "Get in, I take you there." Yuan Zhao was slightly taken aback. Then, after a moment, she picked up her things and climbed into the passenger seat. After settling in and closing the door, Yuan Zhao asked softly, "Why are you here?" Sia2 casually rested one hand on the steering wheel. Lunch break, just happened to be free. Wasn't he supposed to be meeting Jiang Mu in the afternoon? Knowing she wasn't going home for lunch and had gone to the counseling room early, he drove out to check. "What time is your counseling session with Jiang Mu this afternoon?" Sia2 asked, trying to keep his tone calm. Yuan Zhao replied, "We're meeting at 2 o'clock. I plan to go find by you now, have lunch together, and rest a bit. The timing is perfect." So she was going to see by you. 2 o'clock? He needs to go to the Biological Research Institute at 2 o'clock to get Qiling's data report, and then arrange a training plan for her. He also needs to return to the training camp in the afternoon. He's very busy, and can't be with her all the time. Sia2 had already noticed her new hat. It was a very eye-catching color, and she looked great in it. The little bluebird was standing on the hat. Seemingly afraid of damaging it, it kept stepping on it, intently studying the little knot of the woolen hat. The fire phoenix flew over, stepping on Sia2's shoulder, constantly clamoring, "You should buy one too, a red one. Red is its color." The fire phoenix tilted its head, and thought for a moment, "Green is fine too. That's the color of the azure phoenix." "A green hat?" Sia2 started the car, pretending to be casual, and said, "Jiang Mu is a jerk. He's not in a hurry at all. He got through those years without you. Why would he need to do dredging every time there's a contaminated area?" Number 235 was automatically ignored by him. After all, Jiang Mu had requested a mental channeling session before entering. Having only completed one contaminated zone, the erosion of his mental domain was negligible. How pretentious. Yuan Zhao proactively explained for Jiang Mu, saying, it was the white jade beast that was being cute and wanted a mental channeling session. Jiang Mu couldn't do anything about it. Putting herself in his shoes, if the little bluebird were upset, she would definitely be anxious to find help too. Besides, because of her illness, it had been delayed for so long. Now that she's recovered, of course, the mental channeling should be done as soon as possible. Sia2 was speechless. The fire phoenix was making a fuss again. "I want one too. I want the azure phoenix to come to my house to play." The house it referred to was naturally Sia2's mental domain. But performing a deep mental channeling session for him seemed to have become an extremely troublesome matter. The effects of a high compatibility level, once a mental connection was established, would trigger a bonding fever. Sia2 didn't know what to do. Yuan Zhao couldn't hear Hua Feng's words, but she was pondering his meaning, her expression somewhat strange. "Why did you just say the same thing as Fu Heng?" "Fu Heng?" "Yes, she messaged me a few days ago, saying she wanted to do a joint mission with us next time." Speaking of this, Yuan Zhao tentatively asked, "Captain, when will our next mission be selected?" Sia2 turned to look at her. "After the winter training camp ends. That would be after the new year." Yuan Zhao had glanced at the documents while printing them earlier. Contaminated Zone 111 was located in the south, a 4-star level. It seemed not far from the Dawn base. She wondered if it would be selected. Or, was there any way to get Zone 111 selected? She felt uneasy if she didn't go in and check. It was only a few minutes' drive. They had arrived at the entrance to the traffic control room. The unassuming gray building was located in a quiet, secluded part of the inner city. Sia2 got out of the car and opened the door for her, saying in a low voice, "I won't go in. Remember to eat on time, and go back to rest early after you're done." It wasn't convenient for him to go with the two girls having dinner together. It was a good thing that she had her own social life. Yuan Zhao replied, "Okay, I message you when I'm done." He had made a special trip at noon just to drive her for a few minutes. Fire Phoenix was too clingy. He seemed a little clingy too. Sia2 paused, his gaze falling on her face, and finally said, "The hat is very pretty." Hearing this, Yuan Zhao subconsciously touched the green hat on her head. The little bluebird was incredibly proud. Proudly raising its head, "I chose it." As Sia2 left, he also took Fire Phoenix with him. This afternoon, little bluebird was going to provide counseling for Jiang Mu, and Fire Phoenix was guarding the room. She definitely caused him a ruckus when she returned. But he couldn't bring himself to suggest deeper counseling. That was her job. Sia2 could only think this way. In the end, Fire Phoenix's yelling and tantrums were useless. She was forcibly taken away. Bai Yu learned that Yun Zhao had come to see her. She quickly ran out of the counseling room to meet her. Quick, quick, let's go inside and talk. Bai Yu pulled her inside. This was Yun Zhao's second time here. The spacious hall, devoid of unnecessary decorations, was playing calming white noise. Compared to the desolation she'd seen last time, now the hall was almost entirely filled with sentries waiting in line. It was very quiet inside. No one spoke or talked, everyone waited quietly, or sat resting in the waiting area with their eyes closed. During winter, troops and sentry posts stationed in various locations are gradually returning, putting immense pressure on the guidance rooms. The guide's mental stamina is limited. A-level guides can only guide 4 or 5 sentries a day at most. My recent leave has been cancelled, Bai Yu whispered to her. I'm so busy, I don't have time at all. I don't get home until very late every day. She had just finished guiding an A-level sentry, and needed at least an hour of rest before continuing. Just then Yun Zhao arrived. Bai Yu pulled Yun Zhao to her guidance room. It was a traditional Chinese courtyard, with separate rooms, and the gentle sound of waves lapping against the shore. Each guide had their own private rest room, fully furnished, with a refrigerator and a separate tea room. Are you feeling better? Bai Yu asked with concern. She was the third person to ask that question today. Yun Zhao placed the food she had bought on the table and patiently replied, It's ready, so I arranged for Jiang Mu to come here this afternoon to do some guidance. She knew the guidance room would be very busy before the Lunar New Year, but she hadn't expected so many sentries to still be waiting outside. She wondered if there would be a room available for her in the afternoon. Bai Yu was excited upon hearing this. Guiding S ranks? Can I watch from the sidelines? Don't worry, I won't make a sound or disturb you. I just want to observe. These were 2 S ranks. The guidance process would definitely be different from what guides usually did. Yun Zhao thought for a moment and agreed. However, Yun Zhao paused and said, I might not be very professional. If you see anything wrong, be sure to tell me. Bai Yu readily agreed. She called her housekeeper to deliver food, and the 2 girls chatted while waiting for their meal. Bai Yu looked distressed and began to talk about her investigation progress. I haven't had any time lately. I go home with my dad almost every day. Yun Zhao calmly took out the data for contaminated zone 111. I found it here. Chapter 266. Jiang Mu arrived leisurely at 1:55 p.m., right on time. His team members seemed aware of the large number of people in the evacuation room and hadn't followed him. The waiting area was indeed packed. The waiting sentries maintained absolute silence, each listening to white noise to reduce the mental strain from the mental realm. Jiang Mu had barely stepped into the evacuation room lobby when his communicator vibrated. Xie, when are you going back? Jiang Mu raised an eyebrow. What? Am I bothering you? Xie, yeah. Jiang Mu clicked his tongue lightly and took the child for mental counseling first. The white beast was happily wagging its tail in the mental realm. It was howling, expressing its joy at seeing Yun Zhao. The surrounding soldiers watched as the unfamiliar sentry, without any guidance, casually barged in. His aura seemed languid, but it was actually unfathomable. His identity was obvious, given the pressure he exerted on even an A-level sentry. The soldiers on duty exchanged a glance, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. An S-level officer was here today to manage traffic. Should they notify Minister Bai? Jiang Mu naturally noticed someone watching him, but didn't care. Listening to the sound of the waves, he strolled along the covered walkway, finding the architectural style of Dawn Garden quite nice, and casually took some photos to send back to his base. He was too lazy to type, so he only sent pictures. But the meaning he wanted to convey was very clear. The traffic management room under construction at Dawn Base could be modeled after the Chinese-style courtyard at Dawn Base. Minister Bai replied instantly, Get back here. You don't need the traffic management room, so why are you worrying about it, Jiang Mu? You're really angry. Minister, did you submit your year-end report? Jiang Mu pretended not to see it, leisurely exiting the chat window. After asking for directions, he entered the courtyard. It was exactly 2 o'clock. He pushed open the door to the evacuation station. The 2 girls sitting inside both looked at him. Bai Yu immediately looked down at the time. You're so punctual. What would happen if you arrived a minute early? Bai Yu couldn't help but ask. How could he be so precise? Jiang Mu raised an eyelid and lazily replied, I leave a minute early. Bai Yu, The white-haired beast saw the little bluebird on the windowsill, expressing its joy and eagerness to come out and play. However, this wasn't the right place. Outside were guides and sentries. Its massive size would cause a disturbance if it came out. Jiang Mu casually found a seat, patiently comforting the child while surveying his surroundings. The evacuation room was cozy. Large floor-to-ceiling windows reflected the snowy scenery outside. Soft cushions adorned the sofa, and a comfortable rug covered the floor, its thick plush texture soft to the touch. In the corner by the window, several potted plants sat, their leaves unfurling, radiating vibrant green. Against the backdrop of the winter snow, their lush greenery brought a touch of life to the room. However, the black iron chain extending from the wall was rather jarring and disruptive, ruining the cozy atmosphere and looking out of place. Jiangmu paused, pointing to the chain, thicker than his wrist, his tone somewhat subtle. "Are you going to use this to chain me up?" Baiyu looked at Yun Zhao, seemingly seeking her opinion. "Should we restrict the S-rank sentinel's movements?" Yun Zhao paused for 2 seconds. "No need, the chains should be useless against you." The chains were to prevent the sentinel from going berserk and harming the guide during evacuation. But he's an S-rank. The chains wouldn't stop him. Jiangmu finally felt relieved. "Should we do the evacuation first?" He wanted to mention the diary, but Baiyu was there. The next moment, Yun Zhao, in front of Baiyu, handed him the documents on the table. "The evacuation room is busy. To make a long story short, I already checked. Section 111 is located in the old-time Shandong Rizhao City, also known as Sun City. The first rays of sunrise illuminate the city. In the Dark Ages, there was no sun, yet this city was called Sun City. The name Rizhao seemed ironic. It was as if constantly reminding humanity that they had lost the sunlight they once took for granted. That area is near the Yellow Sea, within the monitoring range of the Dawn base," Yun Zhao continued. "It's currently spreading, rated 4 stars, orange priority." Jiangmu reached for the data. "I was planning to tell you this in person, but you already investigated. Will you choose this for the next mission?" Yun Zhao was silent for a moment. "It's not certain yet." She didn't know how to bring this up with Xie. He's so smart, he might notice something. After all, Jiangmu had mentioned mental traction in front of him, and the diary had passed to his hands when it was delivered. Yun Zhao couldn't ask Jiangmu to keep it a secret. That would be too obvious. Jiangmu remained non-committal. That person only found the diary on the edge of Unit 111. It might not be related to this contaminated area. The contaminated area continued to spread. Across the vast river of time, perhaps 100 years ago, it was a completely different scene. It's possible the diary was simply lost by its owner while passing through. Perhaps, Yun Zhao said, thinking that Baiyu would be busy with work in the afternoon, and they couldn't occupy the evacuation room for too long. Yun Zhao ended the topic. "Let's focus on evacuation first. We talk about the rest later." Sentinel Training Camp. The afternoon was combat training. Quite a few A-level sentinels awakened this year. The somewhat immature boys stood tall in the snow, each brimming with youthful vigor, their eyes brimming with undisguised ambition and sharpness. 10 minutes later, the scene took a dramatic turn. The boys were all covered in dust and dirt, disheveled and exhausted, each knocked to the ground by the instructors, unable to even get up. The snow was littered with people lying haphazardly. The lion belonging to Song Liang's family crouched down, its paws pinning several people beneath it. The sentinels struggled desperately, but couldn't break free. The spiritual beings paced anxiously nearby, finally revealing their ferocity and roaring at the lion. The lion turned and roared back. The little ones huddled together in fear. "You're all A-level sentinels. Talent is important, but without rigorous training, you're just all show and no substance," the instructor shouted. "Get up. Show your true drive and ruthlessness." The B-level sentinel sat in rows along the edge, watching the spectacle. Many familiar faces were among them. He Xiang, Cheng Dongshu, Li Gua, Su Pingqing, Gu Bo, and others were also there. Xie, the chief instructor, stood under a large tree outside the training ground. He crossed his arms, his expression calm, his deep eyes seemingly holding a sharp, all-seeing insight. The boys struggled to their feet. Xie's face remained expressionless as he absent-mindedly glanced at the time. 2:40 p.m. He wondered how things were progressing in the counseling room. Was she already counseling Jiangmu? Would she be checking on him in his mental realm? Did the little bluebird seem to prefer the white dawn beast? Xie frowned slightly. The head instructor frowned. He's definitely not satisfied with our performance. The boys in the arena rekindled their fighting spirit, focusing intently on the combat lesson. Chapter 267. The Process of Emotional Guidance. Baiyu quietly observed from a corner. Actually, she didn't quite understand. She only heard Yun Zhao say begin, and the little bluebird disappeared from the spot. Before conducting the guidance, Yun Zhao didn't offer any emotional reassurance to the sentinel. The two didn't touch each other at all. Completely different from the work instructions written in the guide manual. Across from them, Jiang Mu leaned lazily against the sofa, his eyes closed. His mental state didn't seem calm, he frowned from time to time, his expression both helpless and conflicted. Bai Yu was completely bewildered. This was the first time she had seen a sentinel show such an expression during emotional guidance. Helpless? Conflicted? Isn't it pain, tension, and restlessness? Yun Zhao even had time to talk to her. Is this how you do it too? Yun Zhao blinked and asked. Bai Yu, no, that's not it. Yun Zhao truthfully replied, I tried the soothing methods Minister Bai mentioned before, but they didn't seem to work very well. As a result, she inexplicably ended up in Fu Heng's mental realm. The water unicorn, disoriented, destroyed the cliff, almost causing her to fall into the sea. She felt it was better to stick to her own methods, letting the little bluebird do as it pleased. It seemed quite efficient. Bai Yu, The guides, when performing mental guidance, needed to concentrate fully, slowly clearing away the dark matter bit by bit. Unlike her, who completely entrusted everything to the mental entity. She even had the mood to talk and chat with people. Bai Yu was starting to question her existence. Jiang Mu also seemed a bit strange. What was he struggling with? Outside the courtyard, Minister Bai rushed over upon receiving the message, only to find a group of guides resting outside Bai Yu's courtyard. Everyone was curious about the two S-rank mental guidance sessions. They craned their necks, straining to peer inside, their eyes gleaming with curiosity and eagerness. This is S-rank to S-rank mental guidance. I really want to go in and see. Let's not. If we interfere with that S-rank sentinel and cause a mental uproar, none of us here can stop him. We should have called Captain Xie. In case something goes wrong, at least someone can intervene. Not only them, but the sentinels on duty outside the courtyard also frequently extended their senses, trying to probe the activity inside. The sentinels were also very curious, wanting to experience mental guidance from an S-rank guide. Minister Bai frowned slightly, coughed lightly, and instantly silenced the surrounding guides. Everyone quickly stood respectfully at attention, looking at Minister Bai. Minister, I just finished a session of guidance, and it's time for a break, the young guide with a ponytail couldn't help but say. Minister Bai nodded slightly, and said gently, I bought afternoon tea. This place won't be finished anytime soon. There are still many sentries waiting. Everyone, go back to your courtyards and rest up. Minister Bai thought that an S-rank's mental domain was very vast, and the guidance session might take a long time. He couldn't delay the work. The guides agreed and returned to their respective courtyards, planning to come back later when they were finished. The crowd watching outside the courtyard quickly dispersed. Minister Bai looked at the quiet courtyard, worried that going in might disturb Yun Zhao and Jiang Mu, so he waited outside. Qingwan, accompanied by the white jade beast, was causing chaos throughout Jiang Mu's mental domain. The two enormous creatures chased each other, their massive wings flapping, creating a gust of wind that howled and swept through everything in the mental realm. The once orderly mental landscape was tossed about, the light and shadow representing Jiang Mu's past memories becoming precarious. The white phoenix excitedly chased after the azure phoenix, the force of its tail directly leveling the structures below, turning them into specks of light that vanished. The ground was riddled with craters. The two spiritual entities were having a great time, soaring through the air and almost forgetting the time. Yun Zhao urged them on through the mental connection. The azure phoenix, having had its fill of play, finally folded its wings, proudly raised its head, and said to the white phoenix, I come back to play with you next time. The white phoenix responded with a woo-woo, rolling around on the ground with joy. The slight discomfort in its body disappeared. It begged its main body to let it go out and play again. Outside, Jiang Mu slowly opened his eyes, sat up straight, and rubbed his temples helplessly. I think I might need some psychological treatment. Bai Yu? ? Yun Zhao hesitated for a moment, then said, this doesn't include compensation for emotional distress. She sensed it. The she-beast was clearly the main culprit. This couldn't be entirely blamed on her. After the azure phoenix emerged, it gradually condensed into a small bluebird. It lay indifferently on its favorite green hat, preening its ruffled feathers, not even glancing at Jiang Mu. As if it hadn't been the one causing the trouble. Also, Fu Heng gave me 10,000 last time. Besides her 4 teammates, she gave me 6,000 herself. Yun Zhao thought for a moment, and still suggested a price increase. Jiang Mu was speechless. You could raise the price afterward? Yun Zhao, I forgot. Jiang Mu, you charged Xie Tu for his guidance too? Yun Zhao, that's different, he's my captain. Xie Tu often buys her things, gives her things, drives her around all day, and occasionally cooks for her. She's never paid him once. Jiangmu felt a headache coming on. The child hadn't had enough fun, and was now wanting to go out and play again. These buildings outside couldn't withstand the strain. Jiangmu sighed and stood up. Alright, I transfer the points to your account. I'm leaving now. What else could he do? Of course, he'd take the child outside the base to play, and maybe invite Qingzi and the others to go hunting mutated animals for some entertainment. Yun Zhao nodded. Okay. The guidance room was too busy. There were still many sentries waiting to be guided outside. They couldn't sit here discussing the 111 contaminated zone. Jiangmu said goodbye to the two girls and got up to leave. Baiyu stared at his retreating figure, still not understanding what had happened. He should feel relieved after the counseling session. Why was Jiangmu holding his forehead, looking like he had a headache? Baiyu was completely baffled, and was about to ask Yun Zhao when her father walked in. Minister Bai had run into Jiangmu outside, but since he wasn't from their base, he didn't want to ask too much directly. He greeted him, and then came in. How was it? Did the counseling go smoothly? Minister Bai asked with concern, carrying 2 afternoon tea sets. Yun Zhao, quite smoothly. She felt fine. Little Bluebird had done the work. Minister Bai handed her one of the pastries. It's gotten a little cold from waiting too long. Take the fruit tea to the break room to heat it up before drinking. Yun Zhao took it. Thank you, Minister Bai. Baiyu stood up and ran to the break room with the things. Minister Bai sat down on the sofa and said gently, the sentries in line are almost here. Interested in taking a look? Yun Zhao couldn't help but ask, are there still many people outside? Minister Bai replied, yes, we get about 100 appointments every day, and we're working overtime again today. Without the appointment system, the line would probably be even longer. We'd be too busy even working through the night. The Special Abilities Department must ensure that every guide has enough rest time. Unless it's an emergency, such as a mental breakdown or being on the verge of mutation, all sentries must make an appointment 1 day in advance. Minister Bai hesitated for a moment before speaking gently. Recently, with sentries returning to the city from various locations, the logistics center has been quite busy. So, I mustered the courage to ask if you had time to come and help out for a few days? Chapter 268. As for the compensation, don't worry, the Special Abilities Department will provide a salary that will satisfy you. Since Minister Bai personally extended the invitation, he naturally wouldn't shortchange her on salary. Guides are scarce, and high-level guides are even scarcer. Sea-level guides, for example, have very limited mental energy, managing to guide 2 sentinels with a compatibility score higher than 60 each day. 1 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. That's the limit. B-level guides are slightly better, managing 3 or 4 people a day, with a maximum of 1 or 2 more if working overtime. Any more than that would strain their mental energy. As for A-level guides, there are only a handful in the entire base. Despite the high intensity, continuous work, hundreds of people still line up to book appointments every day. Furthermore, the guide's guidance process is slow. An A-level guide, guiding a sentinel of the same level with a compatibility score higher than 60, will take at least 2 hours. Afterwards, they need to rest for at least 1 or 2 hours to recover their mental energy. Efficiency cannot be guaranteed. The sentries who recently returned to base will have a batch deployed to various outposts for rotation before the new year. They need psychological counseling as soon as possible. The Special Abilities Department faces immense pressure at this time of year. Minister Bai specifically inquired about the soldiers on duty before entering. Jiangmu went in at 2 p.m. and came out just an hour later. Yun Zhao counseled an S rank so quickly. With her help, the pressure on the counseling room would definitely be alleviated. Yun Zhao, she doesn't actually lack points for compensation right now. If possible, she wouldn't mind helping to share some of the pressure. However, she felt it necessary to clarify things with Minister Bai. Yun Zhao pointed to the little bluebird above her head and said truthfully, Minister Bai, you may not know, but this little guy has very little patience. The little bluebird was still preening its feathers. Hearing its host mention it, it suddenly raised its head and glanced sideways at Minister Bai. It treats the sentinels, well, a bit rudely. Yun Zhao was afraid the little bluebird would be unhappy, so she phrased it tactfully. Minister Bai smiled gently. I heard some rumors before, but it's alright. Compared to matters of life and death, being scolded a bit is harmless. The Azure Phoenix had a bad temper and seemed to dislike the sentinels. It would scold anyone it saw. This was well known among the high-ranking sentinels. Seeing that Minister Bai didn't understand her meaning, Yun Zhao hardened her heart. I can help, but I won't provide any emotional compensation, nor will I cover any after-sales service. What if a bunch of sentinels complained and demanded a refund of her intervention fee? She wouldn't agree. Minister Bai, still unaware of the seriousness of the situation, relaxed upon hearing her agree to help. It's alright, I handle everything. I personally talked to Minister Duan in Xie too. At that moment, Baiyu emerged from the break room and noticed the sentry she had booked standing at the door. She sighed deeply, walked in, and said, I have to get to work. Minister Bai nodded, stood up, and said to Yun Zhao, go back and prepare today. I send a car to pick you up tomorrow morning. Yun Zhao picked up the documents on the table and the afternoon tea pastries Minister Bai had given her. Okay. She just hoped Minister Bai wouldn't regret it later. Afternoon. A new booking number inexplicably appeared on the Special Abilities Department's online booking system. Below it was a line of small print. Inner City, Room 31, Consultation Guide, S-Rank Guide, no compatibility test required, A-Rank Sentinels can book an appointment. Instantly, all the senior Sentinels were in an uproar. This news was like a bombshell dropped into a calm lake. It caused an immediate uproar. S-Rank Guides are extremely low profile, and have never provided mental counseling to any Sentinels in the base except for Team Zero. Suddenly, they're offering consultations in the counseling room. Does this mean they can also receive S-Rank counseling? And without even needing to check compatibility. The senior Sentinels who received the message stared at the appointment numbers that had appeared out of nowhere. Realizing what was happening, they frantically tapped the appointment button on their screens, hoping to get a number. This is an S-Rank guide. We can't even see one normally. To be able to book one this time is like a windfall. There are only 8 numbers a day. Is it even possible to get an appointment? Are you stupid? If not tomorrow, can't we book the day after? Sentinels, who had already received counseling, could only watch enviously as their comrades scrambled for appointment numbers. In an instant, senior sentries throughout the base were scrambling for tomorrow's evacuation slots. That kid from Group 2 actually got one. Damn, it's only been a few minutes, and it's already full for the whole week. Everyone looked at the instantly filled appointment list, feeling both frustrated and resentful. Many were still unwilling to give up, refreshing the page repeatedly, hoping someone would cancel their appointment at the last minute so they could snag one. The sentries who managed to grab tomorrow's appointments couldn't hide their smugness, walking with an air of superiority. Yun Zhao had just returned home and was also checking the Special Abilities Department's appointment system. Evacuation room number 31 had only been open for a few minutes, and the long appointment list was already full. The little bluebird flew indifferently on its perch, playing. With the fire phoenix gone, it had no one to bully and was bored, so it played by itself. Yun Zhao looked at the long list of appointments but didn't care. Anyway, in a few days, a bunch of people would rush to cancel. Remembering that Minister Bai had said he would communicate with Minister Duan in Xie 2, Yun Zhao pondered for a moment and then proactively sent a message to Xie 2. Captain, I'd be helping out in the evacuation room for a while. A reply came almost instantly. Minister Bai just spoke to me on the phone. And that wasn't all. The senior sentries serving as instructors at the training camp had almost all received the news and were scrambling to make appointments. He-sun from the 2nd Operations Team had secured an appointment for tomorrow and was showing off to his teammates. None of the malicious ones in the Zero team warned them. The little bluebird wasn't going to give them a friendly look. They were in for a beating. Xie 2, his face taut, patiently replied, the guidance room is in a remote location, there's no bus stop. I drive you there tomorrow morning. Yun Zhao, no need, Minister Bai said he sent a car to pick me up. She lives in the outer city, so she has to take a bus to the inner city first, then walk an hour to the guidance room. She have to get up before dawn that day. It's really tough in this cold weather, so Yun Zhao didn't refuse. Xie 2, I already told Minister Bai, he doesn't need to send anyone, it's too conspicuous. Yun Zhao, won't it be conspicuous if you drive me? Aren't you going to the training camp tomorrow morning? Xie 2, yes, I pick you up after training in the morning, the timing is perfect. The guidance room is open from 8 a.m. The winter training camp requires assembly at 6 a.m., just in time for the first training session. As the camp commander and head instructor, he only needs to control the general direction of the training, and can leave at any time. Yun Zhao had no choice but to reply, alright then, but I might not have time for training lately. Xie 2, I already put together the training plan. Take a look at it whenever you have time each day. We talk about the rest when we're less busy. She had just recovered and was already helping out at the counseling room, so Xie 2 didn't want to add to her burden. Everyone had been very busy this winter. Chapter 269. The next day, just after 7 o'clock, Xie was already waiting outside the number 128 residential area on East 3rd Street. 7:15. Yuan Zhao appeared at the door, carrying a few steamed buns and 2 eggs prepared by Aunt Zhao. First day of official consultations. Knowing that her spiritual form might beat up the sentinels, Yuan Zhao was honestly a little nervous. She hadn't slept well last night, spending a long time talking to the little bluebird, teaching it to be patient and gentle with the sentinels. She didn't know how much the little guy had taken in. What if she offended all the sentinels at the base? What then? If she got beaten up with a sack over her head, the suspects would probably line up outside the base. The little bluebird sensed her thoughts. Then beat up all the suspects. Yuan Zhao, is that the point? The point is getting beaten up with a sack over your head. A bunch of useless trash, would they dare? Yuan Zhao was at a loss. Xie saw her, and got out of the car to meet her. The stone steps were icy in winter, making them extremely slippery. A fall would definitely result in injury. It hadn't snowed yesterday, but she was still wearing the green hat, but had changed into a long white down jacket, and was carrying a small shoulder bag. She was still wearing a scarf, only revealing her bright, almond-shaped eyes. Xie helped her up, his eyes darkening slightly. The stairs are too dangerous. Tomorrow, let's go out through the back. The terrain inside the base was uneven, and the road was right behind the residential area. It would only be a slightly longer route. Yuan Zhao nodded, holding up a steaming bun and an egg. Do you want some? Xie couldn't bear to refuse. Yes, eat in the car. It was snowing lightly again today, and the temperature was below -20°C. Yuan Zhao got into the car and opened the bag. Aunt Zhao knew I was going to work today, so she steamed buns in the kitchen before dawn. She was used to a leisurely life, sleeping until she naturally woke up every day. She almost couldn't get out of bed this morning. Luckily, Aunt Zhao had the foresight to wake her in advance and pack her breakfast for the road. Yuan Zhao took out the buns. Here for you. Xie was driving. Hearing this, he naturally leaned over, gesturing for her to bring the buns to her mouth. Yuan Zhao fed him, saying, It's a little hot. Do you want an egg? Yes. Then I peel one for you. Xie smiled, finding the buns in his mouth exceptionally sweet. He subconsciously wanted to slow down, wanting to drive slowly. But he was afraid of making her late on her first day of practice, so he continued driving at his usual speed. Yuan Zhao diligently peeled eggs, first splitting the first egg in half, and feeding it to Xie before peeling her own. She was carrying a small shoulder bag today. It was filled with her favorite snacks. She'd be spending the whole day in the guidance room, and it would be boring when there was nothing to do, so bringing extra food would help pass the time. 7:50 a.m. The car arrived at the guidance room entrance. Through the open Chinese-style doors, she could vaguely see people already waiting in the lobby. Xie, whose lips had been curled up the whole way, now pursed them into a straight line. He got out of the car and helped her with her things. Go in, he said. I bring you lunch. There was no canteen in the guidance room. The guides lived comfortably, and didn't like communal meals, nor did they like spending their rest time inside. Usually, their families would bring them meals, or they would go home for lunch. Yuan Zhao lived in the outer city, and going back would be too much trouble. She couldn't possibly trouble Aunt Zhao to go all that way to bring her food. Yuan Zhao was already planning to mooch off by Yu, but unexpectedly, Xie offered to bring her food. That inexplicable emotion began to surge within her again. No need for that trouble, I just eat it by Yu's. You must be tired from running back and forth, Yuan Zhao said, head down. Xie just smiled, picked up her small handbag, and walked inside. Not tired. I also need to go back to the inner city for lunch, it's just a quick thing. He then urged her to hurry inside. Almost all the sentries waiting in line in the lobby recognized Xie. Seeing him accompany Guide Yunin, their expressions were quite interesting. He-sun from Team 2 had taken leave specifically to come and provide guidance. Turning to a familiar face beside him, he said, the captain has to take care of transportation? His captain hadn't even asked, only urging him to finish his work and get back quickly. If he dared to suggest having someone take him, the captain would definitely retort, don't you have legs of your own? The sentry beside him rolled his eyes, have some self-awareness. Don't you know what you're capable of compared to a guide? If their team had an S-level guide, they could ride him to work every day, let alone provide transportation. Xie escorted the man into courtyard number 31, gave him a few more detailed instructions, and then turned to leave. Due to a shortage of staff, the inner city's guidance rooms had only opened 30 appointment slots. The guidance room number 31, that Yuan Zhao used was prepared overnight by Minister Bai's men. Everything was brand new, and the layout was identical to the other guidance rooms. It also included a rest room and a tea room. The lounge also had bright floor-to-ceiling windows, facing the bamboo grove behind, offering a particularly beautiful view. Yuan Zhao placed his small handbag in the lounge, took off his hat, combed his hair in front of the mirror, and prepared to start working. Fire Phoenix stayed behind. As soon as it appeared, it moved closer to the little bluebird. The little bluebird tilted its head and glanced at it, flapping its wings a couple of times, seemingly somewhat disgusted. Fire Phoenix, however, ignored it, wanting to rub its head against the little bluebird, but then hesitant, letting out a few low chirps, the sound of which surprisingly carried a hint of ingratiation. "Don't disturb our work," Yuan Zhao said to Fire Phoenix. 8:15. Yuan Zhao had just finished getting ready, when the first scheduled sentry arrived outside the courtyard. He looked very young, probably in his early 20s. "Hello, Guide Yuan. I'm Chen Xiang from Reinforcement Team 1. We met before outside Contaminated Zone 88. The sentry introduced himself somewhat reservedly as he entered. He was lucky. She actually snagged the first reservation spot. Yuan Zhao nodded slightly. "Hello, please have a seat." She was indeed quite lucky. Usually, the first little bluebird was patient and would listen to her. The successor was less certain. However, the sentry said they met before, but she had no recollection of it. Chen Xiang clearly noticed this too, and awkwardly touched his nose. I was the one who made you instant noodles at the temporary camp." He'd been in the reinforcement unit for less than 2 years, always working in logistics. Back then, Zone 88 had collapsed, and the main force had gone to the front lines to kill the mutants. Captain Xia had first taken the guy to the temporary camp, giving him a box of instant noodles and instructing him to boil water and make them. Yuan Zhao remembered. "It's you." Knowing it was someone she barely knew, Yuan Zhao's tense mood relaxed. She smiled and said, "So we met before. Do you need some emotional support now?" Taking advantage of the little bluebird's good mood. Chapter 270. "Oh, okay." Chen Xiang sat down somewhat nervously. The instability in his mental state made him appear listless. In the eyes of many guides and ordinary people, sentinels with abnormally sensitive nerves were not normal people, most were mentally ill. Guides were extremely cautious when providing mental guidance to them. They were afraid that even the slightest unintentional action would trigger a mental breakdown. Ultimately, most people felt more fear than respect for sentinels. Chen Xiang sat down properly in the chair and picked up the chains beside him, putting them on himself. The chains rattled and clattered. Yuan Zhao didn't stop him. She was also curious and quietly watched Chen Xiang skillfully put the chains on his limbs. The movements were fluid and seamless, clearly not the first time he had done this. The little bluebird slightly raised its proud head, its eyes showing the same curious expression as its main body. Noticing the nervous sentry secretly watching it, the little bluebird immediately became displeased, its eyes turning extremely disgusted. "Fool, don't peek." Chen Xiang seemed to understand, and awkwardly turned his head away. The Fire Phoenix suddenly became somewhat agitated, darting and circling wildly in the air. Its fiery red feathers, vibrant in color, occasionally punctuated by sporadic bursts of flame from its body. The Fire Phoenix emitted low cries as it flew, expressing its displeasure. It disliked the bluebird guiding other female sentries. Yuan Zhao noticed the Fire Phoenix's unusual behavior and soothed it. "This is work. Why don't you go out and play for a while?" If it burned down her guidance room, she wouldn't be able to resist having the little bluebird beat it up. "Why work? You don't have to work. I hand over his points card to you tomorrow." Unfortunately, Yuan Zhao couldn't hear the Fire Phoenix's words. The little bluebird never helped translate. Chen Xiang on the other end was already prepared. After being rejected by the Azure Phoenix, he dared not look any further, but unsure where to look, he could only keep his head down, staring at the carpet on the floor. As for the spirit entities flying around overhead, it was clearly Team Leader Xia's Fire Phoenix. Team Leader Xia actually left the Fire Phoenix in the evacuation room. Was it to prevent the sentinels from harming the guides? But he seemed to be looked down upon by 2 S-rank spirit entities. Never mind, let's pretend we didn't see it. By the way, can spirit entities be this far from their physical bodies? Chen Xiang's mind wandered, when suddenly he felt a powerful mental pressure strike. His body stiffened abruptly. Without any warning, without any emotional reassurance, and without any connection being established, the Azure Phoenix's figure instantly became transparent. Countless wisps of emerald green fluorescence surged forth, forcefully and domineeringly invading his mental realm. A light snow was still falling outside. Minister Bai's figure appeared in the courtyard. After returning home last night, Minister Bai had asked his daughter about the process of guiding the two S-rank guides. According to Bai Yu's description, Yun Zhao appeared very relaxed and at ease during the guidance. She completely ignored the sentinels, and even had time to chat. Minister Bai initially marveled at the powerful mental strength of the S-rank guides, but the more he thought about it, the more something seemed amiss. What kind of guide conducts mental guidance entirely based on the autonomous actions of the mental entity? Mental entities have self-awareness, and are inherently playful. What if they started playing around during the guidance process? Not only would it fail to soothe or regulate emotions, but it might even plunge the Sentinel's mental world into greater chaos. Minister Bai, somewhat worried, came to check on things. It was too cold outside. Minister Bai stood there for a while, then, feeling unwell, was about to return to the main hall to wait, when he heard a commotion in the courtyard. Minister Bai turned his head. An A-level sentry, pale-faced, emerged from the evacuation room. Minister Bai glanced at the time, 8:52 a.m. This sentry had only gone in at 8:20 a.m. So fast? Jin Xiang clearly also saw Minister Bai standing outside the courtyard. His head was throbbing, and he greeted him hoarsely. Minister Bai, what brings you here? He felt he might need a while to recover. I came to check on you. Minister Bai looked the sentry up and down. His condition was clearly off. He asked gently, how was the evacuation? Jin Xiang hesitated for a second, then forced a slightly strained smile. Very good. His consciousness had never been so clear, his senses exceptionally sharp, and the dark matter in his mental realm had been completely cleared away. This was a completely different experience from any previous counseling sessions. There was no emotional soothing, no slow, gradual cleansing. It was all very simple and brutal. Jin Xiang thought about it, and concluded that Qingwan's rough treatment of him was probably due to the glance he stolen at it before the counseling session. It was a very individualistic spirit. It didn't like being stared at. Ultimately, it was his fault, nothing to do with Qingwan, and certainly nothing to do with Guide Yun. Are you really alright? The minister was doubtful. He didn't look like he was in good spirits at all. Jin Xiang shook his head vigorously. Really alright. Minister Bai, I be going now. Despite this, Jin Xiang was still eager to return and boast to his comrades. After all, he was a sentinel who had been guided by an S-rank guide. His mental state was exceptionally stable, and all his volatile emotions had subsided. He was terrifyingly strong now. Minister Bai nodded slightly and smiled. Go ahead. Seeing that he couldn't get any information after everyone left, Minister Bai planned to go in and check on the situation. However, before he even stepped into the courtyard, the small screen at the entrance of the guidance room lit up again, jumping from treatment to pending intervention. It skipped the rest period. With her powerful S-rank mental strength, guiding an A-rank sentinel was clearly a piece of cake for her. Thinking of Yun Zhao's first day helping out, Minister Bai had asked for her opinion yesterday, opening 8 appointment slots daily. At her speed, she could finish by the afternoon. Her efficiency was exceptionally high. Minister Bai couldn't disturb her work, so he had to give up, sighing as he left. Inside the guidance room, the air conditioner was set to 28 degrees Celsius, and white noise resembling a campfire was playing in the background. Yun Zhao had only just learned that each evacuation room had its own small speaker, allowing the sentries to choose different, stable white noises according to their preferences. Looking at the snowy scenery outside, she felt the sound of a campfire was very fitting. She preferred it to the sound of water. Yun Zhao got up and went to the tea room. The tea room was fully stocked, with various teas and even alcohol. She glanced around casually and pulled out the instant milk tea she had brought from home from her small handbag. She liked this. The fire phoenix had become withdrawn, silently leaning against the French windows. The spirits were simple-minded and didn't hide their feelings. It was expressing its discontent in its own way. Yun Zhao couldn't understand the fire phoenix's words, so she ignored it, waited for the milk tea to be made, then took the cup back to the evacuation room and sat down in the rocking chair by the window. She also casually opened a bag of potato chips. She praised the little bluebird. You did a really good job just now. There will be more sentries coming in later, so you should treat them gently just like you did. Chapter 271. Heesun sat listlessly in the waiting area of the lobby. He was third in line. At the usual pace of the guides, it would typically be his turn in the afternoon. But as a sentry from the operations department, his information network was better than others. Back when Yun Zhao joined the operations department, their second team had received the news and specifically inquired with Minister Duan. The S-rank guide was very strong. Her guidance process would definitely be quick. Sure enough. Only half an hour later, The first person to go in had already come out. Now, there were many people waiting outside. The first rule of the guidance room: maintain absolute silence. To avoid disturbing some sentries in serious condition, no one dared to ask questions. They simply looked on, with envy, as they watched him leave. Chen Xiang's temple still throbbed, but receiving so many envious glances, he couldn't help but straighten his back, hiding all his discomfort, and swaggered out of the guidance room. He Sun secretly rejoiced. Thankfully, he had arrived early, otherwise he would definitely have missed it. 40 minutes later. The second sentinel emerged from evacuation room 31, his face pale. The large screen above the waiting area instantly switched the information bar for room 31 from under treatment to awaiting intervention. The sentinels in slightly better spirits were immediately jolted by the change in information. The S-rank guides not only evacuated people extremely quickly, but they didn't even need to rest. The sentinels who hadn't been able to get an appointment looked at Yi Sun and the others with burning envy, their eyes once again filled with envy. When the second sentinel came out, like Chen Xiang, his expression changed abruptly as soon as he stepped into the hall. He became extremely alert, displaying a smug expression, and walked around the hall before leaving. No one knew. At this moment, his mental realm presented a scene of devastation, ravaged and ravaged. Yi Sun was completely unaware. Seeing this, he was filled with anticipation for the upcoming guidance session. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he stood up and floated off to guidance room number 31. Half an hour later, Yi Sun emerged from inside, staggering as if drunk. His head felt as if it had been struck hard with a hammer, his temples throbbed, as if needles were pricking them. Yi Sun could no longer laugh. He had never seen such a volatile guide spirit. Like an intruder, it had forcibly broken through his mental barrier and barged in, giving him no warning whatsoever. It had brazenly wreaked havoc in his mental realm, forcing his snow leopard to its deepest recesses, where it would be beaten the moment it peeked out. Even more outrageous was that Xia Dui's spirit form, Fire Phoenix, was squatting in the guidance room. From the moment he entered, the Fire Phoenix glared at him menacingly, its gaze fixed on him like that of an enemy. It was as if he dared to stretch a leg or raise a hand, the Fire Phoenix would unleash flames directly into his face. Yi Sun not only had to endure the Azure Phoenix's Category 18 typhoon-like onslaught, relentlessly beating his spiritual body, but also had to be wary of the Fire Phoenix, who would occasionally unleash a burst of flames upon him. It was incredibly hot inside, the air conditioning blasting. He sat on the chain chair, his limbs bound, as if undergoing severe torture. Every second felt like an eternity. This wasn't some kind of mental therapy. Even the tortures of the old days weren't this agonizing. What was worse was that Gaiden completely abandoned him, offering no prior reassurance or engaging in any meaningful conversation. As if in a hurry. A simple, curt "please sit down." She'd been snacking the whole time he was giving her advice. Yi Sun rubbed his temples and walked out. Which unit were those two bastards from? Not only did they not warn the people behind them, but they also pretended to be enjoying themselves. He'd go get some men to fight them right now, outside. Minister Bai hadn't left, coming over every now and then to check on things. After all, it was Yun Zhao's first day seeing patients, and Minister Bai was worried she might not understand something or be unable to handle any problems. Yi Sun came out and bumped into him again. "How is it?" Minister Bai asked with a smile. Yi Sun's expression stiffened for 2 seconds before he replied, "Excellent. All the dark matter has vanished. I'm incredibly strong now." He could single-handedly take down those two. "Really?" The one who just left said the same thing. Minister Bai, seeing the overwhelming praise from the sentinels, finally felt relieved. "Guide Yun's first day of practice, I was worried she wouldn't be able to handle it, but seeing your feedback puts my mind at ease." He could now focus on his work in the afternoon. Yi Sun forced a smile and chuckled dryly. He couldn't be the only one fooled. Yi Sun parted ways with Minister Bai, composed himself, and, looking extremely relaxed and energetic, stepped into the hall, leaving through the main entrance where the crowd had gathered. Yun Zhao had managed to guide 6 sentinels that morning and finally pressed the button to switch the guidance room to rest mode. Little Bluebird performed exceptionally well today. She was emotionally stable, worked diligently, and purified the mental realms of 6 A-level sentinels. After counseling the 2 more people in the afternoon, her work for the day would be finished. Yun Zhao decided to reward the little Bluebird. "After get off work, let's order a bigger bird pergola. What do you think?" she added. "This time we use a paulownia tree. I have money now, so I can buy you the best. As for the old one at home, it could be used as a resting place for the Fire Phoenix, so it wouldn't have to play on the ground all the time." The little bluebird was indeed very happy to hear this, fluttering its wings and flying to her lap. Buy a bird pergola. A 5-tiered one. The old one only had 3 tiers. Okay, then let's make a 5-tiered one. Yuan Zhao agreed very readily. The fire phoenix, seeing that there were no outsiders around, finally cheered up and flew over to circle around Yuan Zhao. The cook arrived with the meal. The little bluebird was in a good mood and finally agreed to help translate. Yuan Zhao quickly got up and looked outside. The view from the courtyard was poor. She couldn't see anything outside at all. It wasn't until several minutes later that Xie2's figure entered the courtyard and came into her view. He carried a thermos in one hand and an electric cooker in the other, his clothes covered in snowflakes. The snowflakes, like deliberately sprinkled diamonds, dotted his clothes. His eyes held their usual composure and calmness, but when he looked up and saw her, his slightly pursed lips suddenly curved into a beautiful smile. Are you tired? Xie2 stepped forward and pulled her into the house. It's cold outside. Why aren't you wearing a coat? Don't catch a cold. Yuan Zhao was ushered into the house, and he led her to her private lounge. Not tired at all, it was quite relaxing. Little Bluebird was very obedient and treated the sentinels very gently. Yuan Zhao shared her morning's work with him. Guiding them wasn't difficult at all. Little Bluebird handled it herself, and the sentinels seemed quite satisfied. Everyone came in happy. As for what happened afterward, it seems no one complained. There wasn't a single rumor circulating. Everyone was praising her. If everyone said it was good, then she must have done something right. Chapter 272. Xie2 listened attentively, gently placing the insulated food container and electric cooker on the table beside him. Don't rush. The sentinels in the queue aren't in too serious a condition. You can rest a bit. Her mental strength had only recovered a few days ago, and she already guided 6 sentinels this morning. It was too exhausting. She was worried her body couldn't handle it. Yuan Zhao said everyone was happy and satisfied. Xie2 remained non-committal. He had just arrived when he ran into the group from Team 2. He heard a group of people surrounding his son, asking him all sorts of questions. His son put on a carefree expression, trying to convince his teammates, S-rank guides are different from other guides. It feels amazing. After guiding someone, you feel completely refreshed and comfortable. You guys should try it sometime. If Xie2 didn't know Little Bluebird so well, he might have believed his nonsense. That wicked little guy. He was anything but wonderful. Yuan Zhao's so-called gentleness probably meant that the little bluebird hadn't thrown a tantrum and was working diligently. As for the process of calming her down, that wasn't important. It's alright, it didn't take much mental energy. Yuan Zhao glanced at the insulated food container on the table. There are only 8 sentries scheduled today. I want to finish early and go back. It's quite boring staying here. It was very quiet around her, with only white noise. She couldn't do anything else, so she could only sit there. She couldn't lie around leisurely like she did at home. She wanted to go back and lie down. Xie2 couldn't do anything about it. He bent down, opened the insulated food container, and said, going back early is fine. You still need 90 push-ups. Do 10 every day after you get back. They had agreed to pay in installments, but she acted as if it never happened when he didn't mention it. This can't go on forever. We can't always give in to her. She needs to train her physical fitness too. Yuan Zhao, can we not talk about this while we're eating? Xie2 promptly shut up. The lunch was plentiful, a balanced mix of meat and vegetables, plus a bowl of tomato and egg soup. Xie2 also brought an electric cooker, a carton of eggs, several packets of instant noodles, and hot and sour noodles. He put the things in her break room. She could cook something herself if she got hungry in the afternoon. The two sat down at a small round table in front of the French windows. While eating, Yuan Zhao asked, are Rabbit and the others very busy lately? She hadn't seen her teammates for several days. Xie2 barely touched his food, constantly putting food on her plate. They're quite busy. They train the new recruits during the day, and I drill them at night. Yuan Zhao, that's terrible. What about Qi Ling? She asked again. Xie2 looked up at her, unsure of her meaning. He's already started training. We need to understand his abilities in a few days, before he undergoes intensive training. Qi Ling, probably because he knew he was burdened with huge debts, had been eating only 2 meals a day lately, being extremely frugal. Yuan Zhao gave an oh, seemingly unconcerned. She finally asked what she most wanted to know. When will we choose our next mission? She wasn't good at lying, and the topic shift was abrupt. Xie2 seemed to sense something, lowering his head. After the armored vehicles are modified after the new year, we have another meeting to decide. Before that, we have another dinner on the eve of the Lunar New Year, And this time we invite Ling. Yunxiao thought for a moment, then tentatively asked, "Can we choose contaminated zone 111 for our next mission?" Xie was the one who decided on the contaminated zone. She couldn't think of any other way to bypass him and get to contaminated zone 111. Rather than engaging in underhanded tactics that could be discovered at any moment, it was better to just tell him directly. Xie paused in his chopsticks, his eyes flickering, but he didn't answer directly. "Eat first." Yunxiao found his attitude strange. "Why don't you ask why we're going to contaminated zone 111? Xie was silent for a moment, then slowly put down his chopsticks, looked up, and stared directly into her eyes. "No need to ask. You tell me when you want to." Yunxiao fell silent, lowering her head to eat. It didn't matter if people knew about the investigation into the Red Crown cranes, she was just afraid that some people would connect it to her. Humanity's current understanding of Sentinels and Guides is still in the exploratory stage. The Sentinels and Guides originate from genetic mutations, and their subtle connection to dark matter remains a mystery. She didn't want to bear the name of a dark guide, be at odds with the entire Sentinel community, and be forced to stand against humanity. Apart from her teammates, no one else really understood her abilities. No one would suspect her. The only page of information that could potentially expose her had already been torn out by her. And her teammates seemed to have underdeveloped brains. The only person she really needed to be wary of was her captain. Xie, or perhaps Song Lian as well. Xie was very busy in the afternoon. After finishing his meal, he left with his empty lunchbox. Fire Phoenix remained to play with Little Bluebird. While the two were eating, the two little ones kept causing trouble in the intervention room. Yunxiao only went over to check on them, confirmed that everything was alright, and returned to the rest room for a short nap. Around 2 o'clock, she got up and pressed the button to change the status from rest to pending intervention. The remaining two sentinels, seeing the change in the screen, excitedly stood up and headed to the number 31 channeling room. The S-rank guides consultations had only been going on for a morning, but the news had already spread throughout the Sentinel Circle. According to the Sentinels, who had received channeling that morning, not a trace of dark matter had disappeared from the mental realms of those who had received it. Furthermore, the channeling process was incredibly pleasant. This made the two Sentinels who were scheduled for the afternoon even more eager, arriving early to wait. The little Bluebird's channeling process was quick. The repetitive and monotonous work gradually made the little guy impatient. By the afternoon, its attitude had turned hostile, cursing and forcefully invading, instantly transforming into a colossal creature that dominated the Sentinels' mental realms. "Ah, those annoying Sentinels, dark matter everywhere, a bunch of useless trash, can't even handle this little bit of garbage. Idiot, moron. The little guy's vocabulary was astonishing. If Yunxiao hadn't promised to buy it a new bird perch, it might have been even more agitated. The channeling was completed. Two sentries emerged half an hour apart, one after the other, pale-faced, and leaning against the wall in the same posture. Is this what they call a wonderful experience? The mental landscape was practically shattered. Were all those people from this morning crazy? Yunxiao, finally able to leave work, sent a message to Minister Bai in high spirits. Busy before the new year, she wasn't part of the Special Abilities Department, she was just helping out. Once she finished her work, she could leave. Yunxiao put on her coat, closed the courtyard gate, and left with the two phoenixes. She thought for a moment, then messaged Xie, saying he didn't need to pick her up, she was going shopping to order a custom birdcage for Little Bluebird. Yunxiao had also wanted to get a haircut. This was something she wanted to do since leaving the base. A few months had passed, and her hair had grown quite long, almost waist-length. But she made a promise with Rabbit that she'd wait until Rabbit and Bai were off work to go together, so she held back for now. Yunxiao asked the sentries at the gate to take her to the shopping center. She went upstairs to the furniture store and ordered a 5-tiered bird stand, specifying that it had to be made of Paulownia wood. After paying the deposit, she bought some fruit, then took the bus home. Chapter 273. When Yunxiao returned, her aunts were still busy next door. She went over to greet them and glanced around. Almost all the meat was cut, the rest reserved for smoking. They were currently preparing the seasonings. They should be able to start making sausages around tomorrow. Yunxiao felt she couldn't be of much help, so she didn't go in and cause trouble. After greeting them, she went home and lay down. After setting up the bird perch, the little bluebird was happy again and flew to play on its perch after returning. The fire phoenix squatted on the ground, guarding it. With just herself and two phoenixes, she was back to her previous home life. Yunxiao lay there for half an hour, feeling bored. She thought about the 90 push-ups Xie owed her for the bet. She got up and did 10 in the living room, then took a picture of Sia2 and sent it to him. She still owed 80. In the photo, she had taken off her coat, lay on the carpet, her hair tie already loose, her dark hair falling freely, and she was holding the communicator high, shooting from below. It was a terrible angle. Yuan Zhao actually thought it looked pretty good. The second-generation communicator had many functions, and the screen was larger than before, making it easier to use. Sia2 saved the photo before replying, Yuan Zhao received the message and went back to lying down. She was really lazy. If she could, she would like to stay like this forever. Not thinking about anything. Occasionally, she would go on missions with her teammates, basking in the sun during breaks, and doing some training within her capabilities. She would occasionally slack off, spending the rest of her time at home doing what she wanted. Thinking about having to get up early tomorrow. Yuan Zhao got up, washed up, and prepared to go to bed. For the next few days, Yuan Zhao went to the counseling room to help out every day. The number of available appointments was fixed at 8, and she usually finished around 3 p.m. Sia2 was responsible for driving her to and from get off work, and quickly figured out her schedule. He would arrive at her apartment building promptly at 7 a.m. and wait for her outside the reception area at 2:50 p.m. The two even managed to buy a mutated wild boar and bring it home. But today, Yuan Zhao came out of the complex with a strange expression, and as soon as she got in the car, she asked, "Where's your points card?" Sia2 curled his lips and pretended to feel his pocket. "I think I lost it." Fire Phoenix had sneaked out this morning. He had already guessed who it would give his points card to. Sure enough, Yuan Zhao took his card out of her bag. "Hey, Fire Phoenix brought it this morning." She opened her bedroom door this morning. She saw Fire Phoenix, as usual, in her living room. But unlike before, today it was carrying a points card in its mouth, flying over and eagerly handing it to her. By a bird stand for Qingwan. Yuan Zhao froze instantly, realizing what had happened. It had actually taken out Sia2's points card. The little bluebird watched the spectacle. "Freebies, take it," Yuan Zhao dared not. The reward points for this mission were so generous. Sia2's card already had over 1,000,000 points. Such a huge sum of money, and he hadn't even bothered to keep the card safe, letting the Fire Phoenix just hand it out like that. What if it got lost? Keep it safe yourself, don't lose it. Yuan Zhao carefully handed the points card to him. The Fire Phoenix beside him panicked. What's is mine? What's mine is Qingwan's. With the card, you don't have to work, he has so much money. The naive little Phoenix, trying her best to prevent Yuan Zhao from taking the little bluebird to the clinic, used every trick in the book. The little bluebird tilted its head, staring at the Fire Phoenix. Sia2, in the driver's seat, darkened slightly. Some words remained unspoken. He reached for the card and stuffed it back into his pocket. "Why did you take it back?" "I went through so much trouble to steal it, you scoundrel," the Fire Phoenix bristled. Yuan Zhao understood and soothed the Fire Phoenix. "Don't do this next time. This is the captain's entire fortune. What if you lose it and someone with malicious intent finds it? He's so busy every day. If he hadn't noticed the card was missing and hadn't reported it lost at the service hall in time, the consequences of someone stealing his points would be unimaginable." Sia2, while driving, said meaningfully, "Yes, his entire fortune." Unfortunately, she wouldn't accept it. The car quickly stopped at the entrance of the traffic control room. As usual, Yuan Zhao got out of the car, waved to him, and walked inside. Sia2 sat in the car, watching her go in before driving away. He needed to hurry to the inner city for a meeting and finish everything before 11 a.m. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to bring her lunch on time. Sia2 Yuan was busier than Yuan Zhao had imagined. These days, he had to leave home at 5:10 a.m. every morning. First, he had to assign the day's training content to Qi Ling, then drive to the Sentry training camp. After checking the previous day's training progress for each group and supervising the first training session, he would rush over to pick her up for work. Afterward, he had to return to the inner city to handle various miscellaneous matters and check vehicle modifications. Then he would buy groceries, cook, and have lunch with her. The afternoon was even more hectic. He had to rush over before 3 p.m. to take her back, then continue to the Sentry training camp to conduct special training for the team members after the new recruits' training ended. He was busy until late at night almost every day. Yuan Zhao only knew he had been very busy recently, but seeing him arrive on time every day, she assumed he had finished everything. After all, as the head instructor, he didn't need to constantly supervise the recruits' training. He only needed to oversee the training progress of each group. She had also subtly suggested that he didn't need to pick her up in the afternoon. She could ask the guards to take her to the bus stop. Sietu refused. Seeing her every day had long become an indispensable and heartwarming moment in his busy life. Hearing her share the details of her work, even with the long journey and tight schedule, was something he enjoyed immensely. Yuan Zhao was already familiar with the various operations in the control room. After opening the door and entering, she skillfully selected a white noise she liked. Then she turned on the air conditioner and went to the tea room to make herself a cup of milk tea. Finally, she logged into the reservation system using the communicator to check the reservation status of the sentries, as well as some reviews and comments from yesterday. The reservation platform was filled with positive reviews. The sentinel showered her and Qingwan with compliments, using a variety of evocative phrases. Yuan Zhao felt relieved. She had initially worried that the little bluebird would turn her into a terrifying legend among the sentinels. It seemed she had been overthinking it. Perhaps the sentinels simply enjoyed this kind of praise. After all, the little bluebird was highly skilled at purifying dark matter, leaving no residue. At most, she would suffer a little during the channeling process. Yuan Zhao pressed the button and began her new day's work. With her help, the channeling room had indeed become much easier these past 2 days. Thanks to the word-of-mouth recommendations from sentinels who had performed channeling, everyone now wanted to book her channeling room, even if it meant waiting several days. This greatly reduced the pressure on the other guides. However, the little bluebird was constantly flailing about in a fit of rage. From the moment a sentinel stepped into the channeling room, it would mutter curses incessantly, to the point that the sentinel dared not even look up. Afternoon. Yuan Zhao had just finished his work, and was about to pack up to leave, when he heard a commotion outside. A soldier on duty rushed over, his voice preceding his arrival. Guide Yuan. Outpost 36 has been attacked by mutants. 2 sentries have been corrupted, and are on the verge of mutation. They've been urgently sent back to base. Minister Bai is on his way. He asked me to inform you to go check on them. The soldier spoke urgently, his words rapid. Yuan Zhao's expression hardened upon hearing this. Outpost 36? It seems Song Liang's brother-in-law is there. Chapter 274. The base itself was as peaceful as a secluded paradise. Those living within the base knew only of the dangers outside, unaware of what had transpired there this winter. Dawn Base was nestled deep in the mountains, surrounded by no contaminated zones for hundreds of miles. Only mutated species were drawn there. Every day, dozens of patrol teams braved the snow and wind to venture out from the base and hunt down the surrounding mutated species. A large number of troops were stationed in the back mountains to protect the base's food supplies. Unseen by the people, the sentries kept all dangers at bay, allowing those inside the base to safely endure the winter. But the outside world was not so fortunate. Every winter, contaminated zones, mutated species, and mutant animals became unusually active, and sentry posts everywhere were on high alert. Attacks occurred frequently. Each location was guarded by 3 high-level sentry teams, equipped with ample ammunition and powerful heavy weapons. Under normal circumstances, mutants cannot penetrate the fire coverage atop the high walls of the outpost. The signal monitoring tower, approximately 100 meters high inside, is a formidable fortress, integrating protection, communication with the outside world, and fire support. The sentries at outpost number 36 have been compromised, and are highly likely to face a large-scale attack by mutants. Yuan Zhao had no time to think. He quickly put on his coat, and followed the messenger to the Biological Research Institute. Biological Research Institute. Several military vehicles screeched to a halt at the entrance. Several sentries got out and jogged to open the doors. 2 metal bins were urgently carried out, placed on stretchers, and pushed inside. Dean Fu arrived with a large group of people. The metal chamber was completely sealed, with only a small ventilation hole, obscuring the view inside. However, the sound of massive impacts could be heard. The metal chamber was already somewhat deformed. The person trapped inside was ramming against the walls with immense force, occasionally letting out a roar. The excessive influx of dark matter, if a sentinel becomes severely contaminated and the inhibitors fail, will descend into a state of chaos, dominated by their disordered mental energy and savagery. Ultimately, they will mutate into a monster. Seeing the dire situation, Dean Fu hurriedly said, "Quick! Get him to the isolation room." The corridor was filled with the sound of hurried footsteps. The sentinels carried the stretcher and jogged towards the isolation room. 5 senior sentinels followed closely behind, covered in dust and grime. Their combat uniforms were torn, some stained with blood, clearly indicating they had just survived a fierce battle. Their faces were filled with worry and anxiety as they jogged behind the stretcher. The isolation room was located underground. This room held numerous aberrant beings. The walls were made of a special material capable of withstanding powerful impacts. The metal chamber was quickly placed on the central isolation platform. Various monitoring instruments were deployed around it, red indicator lights flashing incessantly, displaying abnormal data. The monitoring personnel's expressions changed slightly. Contamination concentration 68%. Aberration is occurring. The impacts grew increasingly violent. A series of roars, sounding completely inhuman. Senior sentries stood guard at the door, weapons at their sides. Their eyes held both worry and vigilance against danger. The 5 men behind him turned pale, their emotions flaring, and they shouted excitedly, "Where's the guide?" Once the mutation begins, muscles grow abnormally, bones gradually twist, and eventually, slowly and painfully, the spirit is covered by dark matter, devouring the entire spiritual realm. This mutation is irreversible. At that point, the spirit experiences death, and the person is completely transformed into a mutant. A tall sentinel, as if his spine had been removed, slowly squatted down, clutching his head with his hands, muttering, "Xinju is going to be a father in a few months. Hang in there. Captain! I'm going to find the guide." The team members didn't want to wait there, and watch their teammate turn into a monster. Yun Zhao appeared at that moment. She bumped into a sentinel who was about to leave, but fortunately, he reacted quickly, breaking and sidestepping. Dean Fu turned his head and saw her, as if seeing a savior, and hurriedly waved to her. "Guide Yun, the situation is urgent, save him first. The longer the delay, the more dangerous it becomes. If the bones mutate, even if the person is saved, he will be crippled." Yun Zhao nodded slightly upon hearing this. The soldier on duty drove her to the entrance of the biology department and pulled her along, jogging inside. Her stamina was terrible. She was already out of breath just from running this short distance. Yun Zhao didn't have time to ask about the situation and walked to the 2 metal tanks. Dean Fu was preparing to evacuate everyone, maintaining absolute silence, so the guides could clear the dark matter. But then he saw Yun Zhao adjust her breathing and slightly raise her hand. Strands of bluish-green fluorescence flashed, swirling around her, then quickly entered the 2 metal tanks through the breathing holes. The moment the mental energy probed in, it immediately detected chaotic and disordered negative emotions, surging and sweeping over her. A dark abyss on the verge of madness. She could sense the violent, berserk energy emanating from the sentinels, relentlessly tearing at their remaining sanity. Yun Zhao had never witnessed such a chaotic torrent of emotions since she began performing therapy. The little bluebird on her shoulders suddenly became agitated. "That smell is awful, such an awful smell. Garbage, all garbage, ugh, I'm filthy." The sounds of impact were gradually diminishing. Everyone watched intently, no one daring to make a sound that might disturb her treatment. The surrounding sentinels had heard of the power of S-rank guides, but had never witnessed it firsthand. In the past, encountering such a situation would require at least 2 A-rank guides for treatment and cleansing. Yet she was simultaneously therapying 2 mutated sentinels. It was truly eye-opening. Dean Fu stared intently at the data on the instruments. As the dark matter within the 2 sentinels decreased, the level of contamination was slowly declining. The bluish-green fluorescence around her grew increasingly intense, forming a flowing light shield, gathering into countless fluorescent particles, continuously penetrating the interior. Yun Zhao couldn't see inside the metal chamber, but she could sense that the sentinel's long-lost consciousness was gradually returning under her guidance. It was a strange feeling. Mental guidance seemed particularly effective in awakening sentinel's consciousness. Outside the base, Xia Tu, having received the news, informed Song Liang. Upon hearing the devastating news, Song Liang immediately drove to the Biological Research Institute, arriving almost simultaneously with Xia Tu. His brother-in-law, Xia Xinjue, was one of the 2 sentinels involved in the incident. Knowing that Yun Zhao had already gone inside, Song Liang's anxiety subsided slightly. With Yun Zhao there was a good chance of survival. It all depended on the degree of mutation. In Song Liang's view, as long as they could survive, even if they were crippled, it was better than being separated from their loved ones forever. His little niece was not yet born. She couldn't be without a father. Only by living could there be hope. The 2 entered the research institute together. Passing through a series of security gates, they entered an underground passage and headed straight for the isolation room. Chapter 275. The sentinels, already mutated, had dark matter almost seeping into their very bones. It was proving difficult to clear. There were 2 sentinels, but she only had 1 little bluebird. Moreover, Yun Zhao was blind and had to do it herself, relying entirely on her mental threads to detect and clear it bit by bit. When Xie and Song Liang entered, they saw her standing between two metal pods, surrounded by fluorescent light, her entire body glowing. The surrounding staff and sentinels were as silent as wooden figures, not daring to disturb her. The metal pods were completely silent. The bluish-green fluorescent light reflected a chilling shadow on the cold metal walls, making the surrounding silence even more eerie. Xie gaze involuntarily fell on her. She stood there quietly, her head slightly tilted back, her eyes closed, her brows slightly furrowed, diligently clearing the dark matter. Xie immediately noticed that she seemed to have been hastily summoned. She hadn't had time to put on her hat and scarf, and her down jacket zipper wasn't zipped up properly. Seeing this, Song Liang patiently waited with his captain for the treatment to finish. Another half-hour passed. Yun Zhao finally withdrew his spiritual energy, and all the fluorescent light vanished. He should be all right. The sentries were surprised by how quickly it had gone, their faces lighting up with joy as they gathered around to thank him. They quickly ran to the metal pod to check on their teammates. Song Liang greeted Yun Zhao first, then went to check on his brother-in-law. The metal pod door opened. The previously dark and cramped space became bright, no longer filled with that chilling, oppressive atmosphere. The person inside had already fallen unconscious. The mutation is irreversible. A comprehensive examination is needed to understand the specific physical condition. Song Liang finally felt a huge weight lifted from his heart upon seeing her. At least outwardly, she appeared normal. With a pollution concentration of 68%, the mutation had only recently occurred. Fortunately, Yun Zhao was strong enough to clean it up quickly. The 5 sentries in the squad shared the same thought. They came over again to thank her. "Guide Yun, thank you so much this time. Words cannot express our gratitude. Please don't hesitate to ask for our help in the future." Yun Zhao, having worked all day, was somewhat tired and nodded perfunctorily. She hadn't heard a word they were saying. Her work was finished. The rest was none of her business. She needed to go back and rest. Xie seemed to sense her thoughts, greeted Song Liang, and led her away. The two walked down the quiet corridor. Xie deliberately slowed his pace to walk beside her, turning his head to ask, "Did you forget your hat and scarf in the evacuation room?" Yun Zhao, "Yeah, I was in too much of a rush earlier, I didn't have time." Xie, "Shall we go get them now?" Yun Zhao thought for a moment, then shook her head. "No need, too lazy to go. I have to go again tomorrow anyway." It wasn't as cold in the afternoon as in the morning. She could drive back, it only took a few minutes, and she didn't want the hassle. "But I have to go to the operations department. I bought a batch of weapons, and Minister Duan said he prepared them for me. I need to take them back." She received the message around noon. Yun Zhao had originally planned to go get them after she finished her work. Xie knew she bought them for the low-ranking sentries in Qishan town, and nodded. "Let's go then." Neither of them mentioned the matter of sentry post number 36. Since Yun Zhao started seeing patients, she finally understood the true value of the saying, "Don't discuss get off work after work." She had absolutely no interest in understanding the whole process. Unexpected events happen every day outside. Before this cannibalistic world ends, anyone's sacrifice is possible. The two arrived at the operations department's armory. Xie was assigned the manual labor, helping to move the weapons and ammunition. She knew nothing about weapons. After learning target shooting, she had never fired a single shot. The diamond bird rifle given to her was more like an ornament. Xie opened the crates and helped with the inventory and inspection. Fortunately, she knew to ask Minister Duan for help. The minister personally instructed that the people who prepared this batch of weapons had put in a lot of effort. All the firearms had been assembled and tested, ready to use right out of the box. Yun Zhao didn't want to cause trouble. She watched him carefully inspect the weapons, then close the crates again and load them onto the military vehicle. The base's small military vehicle was an 8-seater. Although not as large as their armored vehicles, the seats were removable, and the space was large enough to fit everything they had bought. The logistics personnel nearby were also helping to move things, wanting to peek but not daring to. S-rank sentinels are seen as legendary figures, guardians of humanity's hope. Xie, having long held sway at the base, possessed a sharp, commanding presence and an air of authority. His word was law. No one had ever seen Captain Xie doing manual labor. They were all quite surprised. Xie worked calmly, moving the boxes, signing off on everything after confirming everything was in order, and then gesturing for her to get in the car. Yun Zhao climbed into the passenger seat and asked, "Shouldn't I be the one signing?" "It doesn't matter who signs." Xie paused. "It's just a confirmation of acceptance. Once this stuff leaves this room, any problems discovered are not covered." "Is that even possible?" Yuan Zhao said suddenly, "What if we get a faulty weapon? Wouldn't we just have to accept our bad luck?" Xie smiled, "Not necessarily. They wouldn't dare. If they dared to give her something problematic, little Bluebird would probably burn down the armory with his useless spirit." Yuan Zhao felt relieved. Luckily, she had the foresight to go directly to Minister Duan. The car slowly drove towards the outer city. The two chatted in the car. As usual, Yuan Zhao began to share what she had done that day. She also talked about things in town, such as the progress of the aunties making sausages, the children's winter vacation, and the 2 plots of land planted on the back hill. She seemed to have gotten used to their current way of interacting. From initially only discussing business, they now talked about everything, even exchanging goodnight messages at night. Xie listened attentively, and whenever she almost stopped talking, he would promptly interrupt to continue the conversation. The car drove directly into the residential area. Xie got out and helped carry all the weapon cases into the home of the Chung Dongshu brothers on the first floor before leaving to continue his work. Days passed by like this. The sentries guarded the base's security outside, while Yuan Zhao went to the evacuation room to help out every day. She initially only received 8 sentries a day, but later approached Minister Bai and volunteered to increase the number of appointments to 12. There was no other way. Because so many sentries booked her, everyone gave her rave reviews, and there was a long waiting list. If she continued to evacuate only 8 people a day, she probably wouldn't be able to finish by the Lunar New Year. Before she knew it, it was the day before Lunar New Year's Eve. Xie had posted a notice in the group chat a few days earlier. 0 Team's Lunar New Year's Eve dinner. The main reason was that Song Liang and Duan, she would be spending time with their families during the Lunar New Year, and Yuan Zhao would probably be having a reunion dinner with the people in town. 0 Team's reunion dinner was thus scheduled for Lunar New Year's Eve. Meat is hard to buy during the Lunar New Year. Xie ordered dozens of kilograms of meat a few days in advance, brought it back to the training ground, and informed Qi Ling. He would officially join 0 Team's celebratory dinner. Qi Ling hadn't been doing well lately. Commander Xie had arranged specialized training for him on the rules of the contaminated zone, physical fitness tests, firearms lessons. The dense schedule was extremely taxing on his stamina. He felt hungry every day, never feeling full. Now, before eating meat each day, Qi Ling weighs it first. Then, wearing special protective gloves, he records the points he consumes in a ledger. Looking at the ever-increasing debt, Qi Ling was filled with anxiety. The more he ate, the more he owed, but if he didn't eat, he would become delirious from hunger and completely unable to train properly. Chapter 276. It was the day before the Lunar New Year. The base was filled with a festive atmosphere. Yuan Zhao woke up in the morning and saw red lanterns hanging on the street below, strings of them like burning flames, creating a particularly joyous scene. This year marks the 20th anniversary of the end of the Dark Ages. Humanity has rediscovered its long-lost traditional culture. Judging from this, Dawn Base plans a grand celebration this year, leading humanity gradually out of the shadows. She stood by the window for a while, then opened the door to go to the bathroom to wash up. This winter, staying at the base, she gradually added many things to her home. The empty room opposite had been transformed into a playground for the little Bluebird. A newly customized bird perch stood by the window. The floor was covered with a thick plush carpet, and several colorful little toys were scattered around. 2 phoenixes were playing inside. The little Bluebird was quite domineering, not letting the phoenixes touch its perch at all. The phoenixes weren't bothered, and just played with their red balls on the carpet. Yuan Zhao bought 4 colorful balls, dividing them beforehand. Red for the fire phoenix, and blue for the little Bluebird. The fire phoenix played with its own. The 2 phoenixes each played separately, seemingly quite harmoniously. Relieved, Yuan Zhao turned and went into the bathroom to wash up, changed her clothes, and took the 2 phoenixes next door for breakfast. The hallway was lively. Laughter and conversation filled the air. The aunties chatted while drying sausages next door. The sentries ran back and forth, carrying smoked bacon inside to dry, occasionally interrupting the aunties' chatter, only to be teased a few times, then scratching their heads and grinning sheepishly in response. The children were excitedly peering out from the doorway, and upon hearing it open, they sweetly called out, "Sister Yuan Zhao." School was on holiday until after the New Year, so these children, rarely having time to play, had almost all gathered here. Yuan Zhao responded with a smile. Hearing the commotion, everyone came out to greet her. Especially the town sentries, all carrying brand new rifles. These were the equipment Yuan Zhao had bought a few days ago. Upon receiving their new weapons, they were as excited as children, and that very evening, they ran to the 12th floor and knocked on her door, saying they were borrowing them, and would repay her when they earned points during the summer hunting trip. Yuan Zhao had to help out at the guidance room today, and fearing she would be late, she went into room 1201 for breakfast after greeting everyone. Because there was a gathering in the afternoon, Yuan Zhao finished everything by 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Today, her teammates from Team Zero came to pick her up. The moment Rabbit saw her, her eyes lit up, and she dashed towards her. Sister Yuan Zhao, the captain couldn't come, so he sent us to pick you up. As soon as they met, Rabbit couldn't wait to complain, you have no idea how tiring it is to train new recruits. The captain even sets assessments for each group, and if anyone fails, both the instructor and the trainee get punished. Rabbit had only joined Team Zero last year. Because of her brother, her training and induction assessment were personally overseen by the captain, so she hadn't participated in the Sentinel training camp. Therefore, Rabbit had originally thought being an instructor would be a very prestigious job. Who knew that being an instructor was even more tiring than being a trainee? She had to be extremely attentive, understanding everyone's abilities, and the attack methods of their mental entities. And there was an assessment every 3 days. The captain's assessment standards were extremely high, and every time, a bunch of people were punished. Duanxi got punished yesterday, Rabbit chattered, pulling her along. The captain made him take the new recruits to the Agricultural Research Institute on the back hill to help with fertilizing. He spent the whole morning in the fields, and he came back stinking. Yuan Zhao, with that sentry's sense of smell, could he even stand it if he went to fertilize the field? Wait a minute. He Xiang seems to be in his group, right? Duanxi, with a resentful look in his eyes, said listlessly, yesterday's assessment was mental combat and emergency response capabilities. 2 groups competed, and the losing group was punished, including the instructors. Yuan Zhao fell silent. His group had a sloth. No wonder they couldn't win the combat exercise. Duanxi sighed, the captain's in our group chat, but we don't even dare to slack off and chat. He wanted to create a smaller group, but felt it wouldn't be good to exclude the captain. All they did was train. He really wanted to go on a mission now, kill a gatekeeper to vent his frustration. Yuan Zhao subconsciously replied, no wonder no one's been talking in the group lately. Get in the car first, we chat more at the training ground. Tao Hao called out, opening the driver's side window. The rabbit pulled the person into the car. Yuan Zhao looked around and noticed someone was missing. He asked, where's Song Liang? Tao Hao replied casually, old Song's always busy, he went to help the captain prepare dinner. With so many people, the New Year's Eve feast must be incredibly lavish. The captain can't manage it all by himself. Yuan Zhao couldn't help but sigh, it's better to be good at nothing. Just bring a mouth and sit back and wait to eat. Duanxi strongly agreed, the captain wouldn't dare let any of them into the kitchen. Yuan Zhao, how's his brother-in-law? He's alright, just a muscle problem, but rehabilitation will help him recover. It was Rabbit who answered. Rabbit said, his sister's belly is huge now, but they're keeping it a secret. Duanxi sighed, luckily you intervened, otherwise, if the other guides had slowly cleaned him up, even if he survived, he'd probably be crippled. Yuan Zhao, does Song Liang go to the hospital to take care of you every day? Duanxi shrugged. I don't know, I haven't asked in detail. Yuan Zhao said oh, and then added, I brought you some cured meat and sausages. I put them in the captain's car this morning. You can all take some back later. Her teammates didn't know she had bought meat for the new year. Now, hearing there was cured meat and sausages to eat, they all became excited and thanked her with smiles. Tao Hao, that stuff is good, it keeps well. We can take some with us on missions, make some sausage rice, it'd definitely be delicious. My aunt made some this year too. Duanxi then remembered and said, I bring some for you tomorrow too. Every year, Minister Duan would personally make some cured meat and sausages, not a large quantity, which Duanxi would always use as a snack, lasting until spring at most. While chatting, the car had already arrived at the training ground. It had been snowing a lot lately. The grounds were covered in a thick blanket of snow, a vast expanse of white. When they arrived, they saw Qi Ling sitting on a small stool in front of his little house. He was still wearing a black cloak, concealing his entire body, with only his hands covered by black gloves. He was sitting there, engrossed in writing something. He saw Yuan Zhao and Rabbit get out of the car. Qi Ling clutched his notebook, stood up with a troubled expression, and said, Good morning, officers. Why does that sound so awkward? Tao Hao scratched his head. We're teammates from now on. Let's not call each other officers. Let's just call each other by our names. Qi Ling looked listless and responded instinctively. What's wrong? Rabbit asked curiously, leaning closer. It's the little new year today. You seem a bit unhappy. Qi Ling, assuming they didn't know, complained with a pained expression, I was just doing the math, and I already owe Captain Xia over 10,000 points. Chapter 277. Oh that? We pay it back slowly later. His teammates didn't seem to think much of it, their reply very perfunctory. They all had an endless supply of points, even Yun Zhao, the last to join, already had over 6 figures. 10,000 points was nothing to them. Qi Ling understood their attitude perfectly. Back in the day, he was a wealthy heir. He was always chauffeured around in luxury cars, his clothes were all custom-made, and a single item could cost several months' salary for an average person. Now times had changed, and his former glory had vanished like smoke. His status had reversed. He was now a pauper in the wasteland, worrying about food every day because of his debts. The Zero Team's attitude was just like his inability to empathize with ordinary people back then. Qi Ling suddenly became dejected, uttering that old-fashioned internet saying, "What difference does it make if one more rich person like me in this world? One less poor person." Yun Zhao, who was about to check on the dinner preparations, stopped and instinctively answered him. Qi Ling, Tao Hao, always carefree, casually comforted him, "It's okay, 90% of the people in the base don't have many points. At least in terms of poverty, you have the numbers." Qi Ling, He shouldn't have told them. What's the point of telling a bunch of rich people that you don't have money for food? In the small kitchen at the back, 2 grown men were preparing food for the Lunar New Year's Eve dinner. When Yun Zhao went in, he saw Xia Tu standing at the cutting board cutting cooked sausages. He bent slightly, his arms moving steadily and powerfully, the sharp cleaver in his hand striking the cutting board with a rhythmic thud. The sausages were evenly sliced and neatly arranged on a plate beside him. The sausage slices were all of uniform thickness, with smooth, clean cuts, demonstrating his excellent knife skills. Song Liang watched the fire while cooking. Normally, to save time, everyone would either cook hot pot or just make do with whatever was available. But today was the eve of the Lunar New Year. On New Year's Eve, he, Duanqi, and Tao Hao would all stay home with their families, and Yun Zhao seemed to be celebrating the new year with the people in their town, so today was the Zero Team's reunion dinner. Song Liang came early to help, trying to make the meal as lavish as possible. In the past 2 years, the base's resources had gradually increased, successfully cultivating many vegetables from the old era. Tonight's meal was the most sumptuous in history. "Is there anything I can help with?" Yun Zhao asked. Xia Tu had noticed her as she entered. He stopped chopping vegetables and said gently, "No need. Are you tired after a long day? Go rest in the training room. The food will be ready soon." The fire phoenix flew in after Yun Zhao, then pretended not to see her true form, and flew out to play in the snow with the little bluebird. Yun Zhao glanced at the somewhat messy small kitchen and hesitated before speaking again, "Really not necessary. I could actually help wash some vegetables or something." Song Liang, "No, let's not. Listen to the captain, go and rest. We're all family, don't be shy." Xia Tu turned and placed the sliced sausage in front of her. "Are you hungry? Try it, and see how it tastes." Yun Zhao took the chopsticks he offered and picked up a slice of sausage, putting it in her mouth. It was spicy. The aunties made it according to her recipe, and it tasted pretty good. After swallowing, Yun Zhao said, "It's a bit salty, but it definitely tastes good with rice." Xia Tu raised his right hand and brushed the snowflakes off her hat. It goes well with rice. There's also radish and pork rib soup simmering on the stove. I get you a bowl first, drink some soup to warm yourself up." The kitchen was filled with smoke. Song Liang stood silently by the steaming stove, cooking, trying to remain invisible. A noise came from not far away. The teammates all came over, and from a distance, Tao Hao called out in his loud voice, "Captain! Need any help?" Xia Tu turned to ladle out soup, glancing at them indifferently. "What do you think? Go take all the plates and bowls out of the cupboard and wash them." Xia Tu quickly assigned them tasks. Rabbit, help Song Liang watch the fire, and Duanqi, go chop some scallions, ginger, and garlic. Yun Zhao couldn't help but look up at him. He looked back at her, their eyes met, and his gaze was completely calm, as if he wasn't the one applying double standards. "Oh, okay." The 3, eager to eat as soon as possible, obeyed their captain's orders, and quickly went inside to help. Everyone had a clear division of labor, and the kitchen was bustling with activity. The sounds of chopping vegetables, stir-frying, running water, and laughter mingled together. Only Yun Zhao remained idle. She sat in the warm training room, drinking soup, staring at Qi Ling as they waited for dinner. Today was a private dinner for Team Zero, So Jiang Mu's team and Bai Yu weren't invited. 7 people, and a full 10 dishes. Seeing the lavish dinner, Yuan Zhao kept taking pictures of the table with his communicator, then shared the photos in the group chat. Qi Ling hadn't seen such a sumptuous dinner in a long time, and hesitantly asked, "How much is this?" He needed to find out before starting to eat. If it were split equally, how much would each person have to pay? Xie Tu moved his chair and sat down next to Yuan Zhao. "No need to pay, this is on me." Qi Ling silently picked up his chopsticks. "That's too much trouble. Shall we have some drinks?" Duanxi suggested. So much wine had been brought back from the warehouse, but apart from taking some home, the rest remained untouched. But everyone had to keep working tomorrow until New Year's Eve, and he wasn't sure if the captain would agree. "Let's have some, it's a rare holiday." Tao Hao glanced at the captain. Xie Tu nodded. "Drink up, but don't do it again." Tao Hao jumped up. "I go get it." He quickly returned carrying a case of beer and 2 bottles of red wine. The alcohol content of baijiu, Chinese liquor, is too high. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to get up tomorrow, so he didn't dare drink it. Yuan Zhao's clear eyes were full of curiosity as she tilted her head slightly to look at the case of beer and 2 bottles of red wine. What do the drinks taste like? Are they good? She had never drunk alcohol before. Actually, Qi Ling was the most qualified to answer this. His family used to have all kinds of alcohol. The beer has a malty, fermented aroma, slightly bitter. Qi Ling tried to recall the taste. The red wine has more layers of flavor. You can smell a rich fruity aroma, and the aftertaste is long. Especially in winter, a glass warms you up from head to toe. It's incredibly pleasant. Really? Yuan Zhao was eager to try it. Xie Tu pursed his lips but said, "If you're not going to drink, I get you some juice." Yuan Zhao looked up at him. "It's a holiday today. I just try a little bit." Although she had never drunk alcohol before, she knew that drinking too much would make her drunk. She would just try a little of everything to see what it tasted like. Chapter 278. Xie Tu was extremely disciplined. Never drinking a drop of alcohol, he didn't even know what alcohol tasted like. His teammates egged him on. "A little won't hurt, Captain, don't be so nosy," Duanxi said, striking a cool pose, 1 foot on the stool, opening a beer. Rabbit agreed, "That's right." Sister Yuan Zhao said she only drink a little, she won't get drunk. Tao Hao helped get a glass, pouring half a glass of beer for Yuan Zhao without a word. "Just half a glass, Captain, want some too?" Without waiting for a reply, he took out another glass, filled it to the brim, and placed it in front of Xie Tu. "Qi Ling, do you want some?" Tao Hao asked, holding up the bottle. Qi Ling only had eyes for meat. He was only eating 2 meals a day, breakfast and dinner, and hadn't eaten lunch, so he was starving. "I can't drink." He could only eat meat now. Eating anything else caused excruciating pain all over his body, like being poisoned. "Let's drink." Tao Hao didn't force anyone and poured drinks for everyone except Qi Ling. The group acted first and asked for permission later. Xie Tu didn't say anything more. The sky outside was gradually darkening. Snowflakes were falling heavily halfway up the mountain, and the howling wind made the training equipment groan. Inside, warm yellow light created a cozy little world. It was as warm as spring. Yuan Zhao picked up his glass and sniffed it. A faint malty aroma lingered at his nose. It didn't smell anything special. Duanxi was the first to raise his glass, swirling it under the light, the foam leaving streaks on the glass. "Come on, let's have a drink first. Happy Lunar New Year's Eve." "Happy Lunar New Year's Eve." Yuan Zhao picked up his glass and took a small sip. His tongue was instantly enveloped by a slightly bitter yet sweet taste, along with the stimulating sensation of the bubbles. She frowned slightly. It didn't taste good, a bit bitter. Yuan Zhao looked around and saw her teammates downing their beers in 1 gulp. Xie Tu, sitting next to her, had a calm expression and spoke briefly and coldly to his teammates. His glass was empty. Yuan Zhao thought it was only half a glass, so she simply downed it herself. After finishing their drinks, everyone made wishes over their empty glasses. Eliminate more contaminated areas next year. Return safely. In this cannibalistic world soon, Zero Team is the strongest. Will there be lots of fruit at the base next year? Probably. There are many greenhouses on the back mountain. I want to eat cherries. I wonder what they taste like. Hearing this, Yuan Zhao remembered her favorite strawberry flavor. Fresh strawberries must be delicious. She couldn't help but feel a little excited. The atmosphere gradually became lively. Tao Hao opened 2 more bottles of beer, and then filled everyone's glasses. Seeing this, Yuan Zhao pushed her glass away. "Red wine, please." "Beer isn't good." She try something else? Duan-Shi was studying how to open the red wine bottle cap. After looking for a while, and still not quite figuring it out, he thought he might as well just violently chop it open. I know how to open it, Qi Ling said weakly, holding up his chopsticks. He kept holding his chopsticks, but no one else touched them. Good manners made him too embarrassed to urge them, so he could only swallow and wait. Duan-Shi didn't stand on ceremony with him. Open it, Yuan Zhao can drink, we drink beer. Captain, why aren't you drinking? Tao Hao shouted loudly, we already had our third glass, and the captain hasn't even touched his second. Are you scared? Xie Tu just glanced at him indifferently. His gaze was like a cold, icy star, causing Tao Hao's laughter to catch in his throat. Xie Tu finally turned his head, his face still maintaining its usual composure. Eat and drink at the same time. He picked up his chopsticks and first placed 2 pieces of pork ribs in Yuan Zhao's bowl, while Yuan Zhao was still examining the red wine. Qi Ling had explained a whole bunch of things to her, shaking it, smelling it, and only drinking it at the very end. Yuan Zhao found it too troublesome, and didn't want to drink anymore. Is there so much to it about drinking wine? She couldn't help but ask. Qi Ling, his eyes fixed on the meat, nodded subconsciously. Red wine isn't for drinking, it's for tasting. Rabbit interjected, but we got this wine from the supermarket. It even had a price tag on it when we got it. It's only a few dozen yuan a bottle, and we still have to taste it. Qi Ling, I don't know, I never drunk anything this cheap. Hearing this, Yuan Zhao simply drank it directly. A sudden, astringent sourness assaulted her taste buds, like unripe wild fruit being roughly squeezed for juice, sharp and pungent. A faint taste of alcohol spread, mingling with an indescribable bitterness, spreading wildly in her mouth. The taste was strange. Yuan Zhao didn't like it much, she preferred sweet milk tea. Following the principle of not wasting food, Yuan Zhao finished her drink before starting to eat. The man beside her kept piling food onto her plate. In just a short time, her bowl was almost overflowing. The atmosphere became extremely lively. The sentries drank one glass after another, egging each other on, and started placing various bets at the table. Qi Ling buried her head in her meat, eating almost non-stop. The meal lasted from evening until late at night. Song Liang even went to reheat the dishes twice. As the party ended, everyone reluctantly helped each other away. The rabbit, who had drunk the least, was in charge of driving. Captain, Sister Yuan Zhao, we're leaving now. We come back to clean up tomorrow. Yuan Zhao had already fallen asleep to the side. Hearing someone call her name, she groggily raised her head. Everyone assumed she was drunk. Actually, she was just sleepy. Recently, because she had to report to the counseling room every day, her sleep schedule was regular, going to bed almost promptly at 9 o'clock every night. It was almost midnight now, and she was so sleepy she could barely keep her eyes open. She hadn't eaten much, a pity about all the food on the table. The rabbit, receiving no response, didn't disturb her. She simply closed the door and told the spirits to leave. The little guys weren't afraid of the cold and continued playing in the snow. They played for as long as the commotion inside lasted. Because of the alcohol, they were also somewhat affected. Hearing the greeting, they staggered over, then suddenly disappeared into the snow, returning to their respective mental realms. The little bluebird tilted its head, staring at the fire phoenix. Seeing it fly erratically, crashing headfirst into a tree and disappearing from sight under the falling snowflakes, the little bluebird let out a merciless laugh. Inside the messy house, most of the people were gone, leaving only the 3 of them. Qi Ling, having gotten a free meal, felt particularly satisfied and slowly stood up. Thank you. Captain Xia, I'm going back to rest too. Xie Tu, head down, fiddled with his communicator, giving a faint hum. No one noticed anything amiss. Qi Ling greeted Yuan Zhao again, opened the door, and went back to the metal hut opposite. Yuan Zhao was lost in thought for a while, finally snapping out of it. She stood up and put on her coat. Let's go, I should go back too. Xie Tu stood up at the sound of her voice. He remained quiet for the rest of the time. As always, he was taciturn and aloof. His hand never trembled when he drank or served food to Yuan Zhao. So much so that no one noticed anything amiss. Yuan Zhao noticed a faint blush creeping onto his face, a hint of intoxication in the lamplight, and belatedly realized what was happening. You're drunk? Chapter 279. Xie Tu looked up at her, a hint of unfocused confusion in his eyes. It's nothing. Xie Tu took a few steps, his gait still steady as usual. But his back was straight, like a taut, cold arrow. I'm not drunk, Xie Tu said in a low voice after pacing around a couple of times. Just then, the fire phoenix staggered in, following the little bluebird. It couldn't even fly steadily before crashing headfirst into the door with a bang. Yuan Zhao, he's putting on quite a show. Yuan Zhao was too lazy to even assess his condition. She only needed to observe the fire phoenix. Looking like this, she dared not let him drive her home. The training ground was halfway up the mountain, surrounded by mountain roads, and the snow made the ground very slippery. The path down the mountain was even more difficult. Falling to the bottom would be no laughing matter. But how was she going to get back? Her teammates were used to their captain seeing her off, and hadn't even considered giving her a ride when they left. Come on, it's too late. I take you back to rest. Xie turned to get his coat, accidentally kicking an empty wine bottle on the floor. The bottle made a loud noise, and rolled a considerable distance. I'm not going back. Yuan Zhao glanced at the bottle on the floor, made her choice, and said softly, I sleep at your place. Xie froze, as he reached for his coat, turning to look at her. His eyes were deep, and his throat bobbed involuntarily. Really not going back? Yuan Zhao confirmed no. She valued her life. How tragic would it be if 2 S-rank players died young in a car accident because of the snow? Wouldn't people laugh their heads off if word got out? And the training room was a mess. She couldn't sleep on the floor there. They were only going to his house for the night, just a few hours, and would go into town together in the morning. The warm yellow light in the entryway was turned on. As soon as they entered, the little bluebird flew inside, followed by the stumbling fire phoenix. The fire phoenix was already disoriented, but still followed the little bluebird closely. It flew erratically, sometimes high, sometimes low, wobbling and staggering, the flames within its body seemingly uncontrollable, occasionally scattering sparks. Xie bent down to get her slippers, his action seemingly normal. If she hadn't almost tripped while leading her down the valley, Yuan Zhao might have suspected that the fire phoenix was deliberately acting to keep her there. However, the fire phoenix didn't seem that clever. It didn't dare lie to the little bluebird. Xie had already placed the slippers beside her feet. This time, the slippers weren't the disposable hotel slippers from before, but a pair of fluffy pink slippers. As Yuan Zhao changed her shoes, she asked, Did you get these from the warehouse too? She had a pair exactly the same at home. Only blue. Yes. Xie tried to stay sober, deliberately turning his head away from her, and said hoarsely, The room is on the 2nd floor. It's too late now. You should go upstairs and rest. What about you? Yuan Zhao asked. He's going to the sentry training camp tomorrow, and he'd be up even earlier than her. He's drunk this much after drinking so little. Isn't he going to rest? Xie paused, finally looking up at her, his eyes filled with emotion, and said in a low voice, There's only one bedroom at home. Yuan Zhao nodded, Of course I know. He lives alone and doesn't like people coming to his house, so who would bother having 2 bedrooms? She only had 1 bedroom at home too. But it seemed he wouldn't let her sleep on the sofa, so he'd have to make do with it for the night. Xie's Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily again. Knowing she was staying overnight? Even though the air conditioning wasn't on, he felt incredibly hot, and wanted to go upstairs for a cold shower immediately. For the first time in 26 years, he felt nervous. Xie thought he might really be drunk, otherwise why would he let her sleep here? There's no air conditioning upstairs, I go boil some water. Xie slipped on his slippers, and went inside, his back looking rather hasty, forgetting to turn on the living room light, almost stepping on the red ball that the phoenix had brought home. Yuan Zhao, In this cold weather, the bedroom doesn't even have air conditioning. Doesn't he usually feel cold when he sleeps? Yuan Zhao followed, weighing her options, and said, Actually, I can just go downstairs to the living room. At least there's air conditioning there. Xie, with his back to her, was filling the kettle. No. His speech remained steady, with a hint of domineering. The contrast with the phoenix that kept bumping into the wall was stark. Only a nightlight was on in the entryway downstairs. The living room was dimly lit, an atmosphere conducive to overthinking. Xie tilted his head back slightly, trying to clear his head, and explained, The sofas in the house are all solid wood. Even with blankets on, they're still uncomfortable. I get you a hot water bottle and 2 more blankets. Xie, I buy an air conditioner tomorrow, so it'd be ready next time I come. A slightly tipsy aura permeated his words. Next time? Will there be a next time? Yuan Zhao was certain he was drunk. He can't hold his liquor, yet he still dared to drink. Xie's eyes flickered, his thoughts racing, and he said, Or maybe I should take the one from the living room now and install it upstairs? He thought it was a good idea, rolled up his sleeves, and looked ready to get to work. Yuan Zhao shook her head abruptly. No need. Why would he bother dismantling the air conditioner in the middle of winter? If he really did that, how would she sleep tonight? You can't reason with a drunkard. She could put up with the lack of air conditioning. Sleeping upstairs was fine. Yuan Zhao didn't even ask him where he was sleeping, and hurriedly left. It's too late, I go upstairs to wash up. She reeked of alcohol and needed a shower. Otherwise, she stink in the morning. Yuan Zhao had been to his house several times, but this was the first time she gone upstairs. Compared to the empty, cold downstairs, the second floor finally felt more lived in. The stairs led directly to a small living room. Dark brown solid wood floors, with huge bookshelves on both sides, filled with books and documents. A solid wood table in the center, its surface spotless, held a computer with neatly arranged folders and a water glass beside it. His old communicator was also on it. Across the wall from the bookshelf, there was a low cabinet displaying some items. On one side of the balcony, there was a half-open door, seemingly a quiet corner for relaxation. Yuan Zhao saw a simple recliner. Thinking it was too late, and she needed a shower, she only had a few hours to sleep, so she didn't bother to look around any further. The little bluebird clearly knew where the bedroom was, leading her in with practiced ease. Yuan Zhao pushed open the door and fumbled for the light switch. The room felt more lived in. A large, clean bed dominated the room, perfectly flat and without a single wrinkle. The blankets were folded neatly, like a block of tofu awaiting inspection. A bedside lamp sat on the bedside table, its soft light illuminating a small alarm clock. On the other side of the room was a wardrobe, its doors tightly shut. A clothes rack next to the door held his discarded coat. There were two other small doors. One path led to another room whose purpose was unclear, and another path led to the bathroom. It seemed like he only had one bathroom in his house, until now. Yuan Zhao belatedly realized, did drunk people not realize they were drunk? Perhaps she hadn't been fully conscious either. Otherwise, why would she have suggested sleeping at his house and run into his room? Chapter 280. Yuan Zhao stood at the door for a long time. Finally, unable to resist the drowsiness, she mustered her courage, went over, and pushed open the bathroom door. The bathroom was divided into wet and dry areas. A toothbrush and a mouthwash cup sat on the clean countertop, and a towel hung on the shelf next to the sink. A laundry basket sat on the floor, currently empty. Yuan Zhao looked around for a moment, then gently closed the door behind her, her gaze slowly wandering over the limited space. His life seemed quite simple. There weren't many bottles or jars or complicated decorations. Everything exuded simplicity and neatness. She remembered something. When the two of them came over, neither of them thought to go to the storeroom to get a new toothbrush and towel. What would she use to wash up? Yuan Zhao's gaze fell on the cabinet under the sink. She went over and opened the cabinet, hoping to find some new toiletries. Sure enough, there were some spare toiletries inside. A brand new toothbrush, toothpaste, towel, shower gel, and a box of black underwear? Yuan Zhao. The little bluebird was a bit dazed, her eyes becoming blurry, and her figure suddenly disappeared from the bathroom, returning to her mental realm. Yuan Zhao quickly took out the toothbrush and towel, hurriedly closing the cabinet door again. She had a feeling that something was subtly spiraling out of control. She really shouldn't have come tonight. Alcohol is definitely no good. If she had known Sia2's alcohol tolerance was worse than hers, she shouldn't have let him drink. He's such a good actor. Clearly drunk, yet still trying to maintain his captain's authority in front of everyone. Wait, she seems to be able to drive now. Why did she insist on having him drive her? She could have driven home herself. Yuan Zhao's thoughts were a jumbled mess. The numbing effect of alcohol and the sluggishness of drowsiness caused a jumble of random ideas to surface. Knock knock. A sudden knock came at the bathroom door. Yuan Zhao jumped in surprise. Sia2's voice came from outside. I boiled some water for you. Come out and soak your feet before you sleep. Sia2 said. I made the bed, put the hot water bottle in the blankets, and brought 2 more blankets. If you're still cold, remember to call me. Yuan Zhao responded, then couldn't help but ask, where are you sleeping tonight? The man outside was silent for a moment. The room across the hall. His gym was across the hall. He didn't mind. He could just sleep on the floor. But I might need to take a shower too. There was only one bathroom in the house. His senses were severely impaired by his mental barrier, but that didn't mean he couldn't smell his own body odor. That evening, the 5 of them drank 3 cases of beer. Reeking of alcohol, his mind became even more clouded. Even so, he struggled to stay sober, remembering to boil water for her. Yuan Zhao, recalling what she'd seen in the cupboard, said somewhat flusteredly, then I hurry. Okay. Silence fell outside the door. Fire Phoenix, which had been banging against the walls, had already been forcibly withdrawn from Xie2's mental domain. There was no heating upstairs, and the bathroom was cold. Yun Zhao finished showering as quickly as possible and opened the door. She hadn't changed her clothes. In her haste, she left her coat in the bathroom, so she climbed into Xie2's bed in her undergarments. His room, his bed. A warm hot water bottle was under the covers. Yun Zhao crawled in, curling up close, pressing herself tightly against the hot water bottle. His room was laid out somewhat like a suite. Access to the bathroom required passing through the bedroom. Yun Zhao reached up and pulled the blanket over her face. I'm ready, you can go shower. The muffled voice came from under the covers, but the sentinel's hearing could hear it. Sure enough, Yun Zhao heard the half-opened bedroom door open. The man paused, seemingly hesitating at the doorway for a moment, before stepping back into the bathroom. The door closed, followed by the sound of the bathroom door opening and closing. Yun Zhao didn't have the sentinel's hearing. Huddled under the covers, she couldn't hear anything inside. The bedroom fell silent instantly. It was already 1 in the morning. Yun Zhao waited a while, her willpower constantly tugged by intense drowsiness. Her consciousness became hazy. She didn't know how much time had passed. The sudden sound of the door opening startled her awake. Yun Zhao instinctively rolled over, lying in bed, and turning her head to look at the bathroom. Xie2, dressed only in a white short-sleeved shirt and black trousers, stood there. His hair was wet and hung limply over his forehead, a few strands clinging to his cheeks. His gaze, lingering with the effects of alcohol, was unfocused as he looked at her. It added a touch of languor to his usually cold and aloof face. Why didn't you soak your feet? Xie2 slowly walked towards the bed, noticing the untouched basin. The hot water inside had long since cooled. Yun Zhao forgot. He placed the basin on the other side of the bed. She hadn't even seen it. In just a few moments, Xie2 was already standing by the bed, his breath, still carrying the scent of alcohol, gently brushing against her head. His voice was hoarse and tender with the effects of alcohol. Aren't you cold? Yun Zhao lay on the bed, her slightly disheveled hair scattered on the pillow, making her face appear even smaller and more delicate. Only her head was visible as she replied, No, I'm not cold. You should go to sleep. They'd both probably be late tomorrow. She wasn't sure if Xie2 could get up, but she was certain he couldn't. Xie2 mumbled, but didn't move. Yun Zhao was really sleepy and looked up at him, somewhat puzzled. One was lying down, the other standing. From this angle, the orange light from the bathroom cast a soft halo around his face. His high, straight nose cast a small shadow, and his eyes, tinged with alcohol, appeared exceptionally deep. Those eyes were as dark as ink, seemingly capable of drawing one in. Xie2's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. This caught Yun Zhao's attention. Her gaze somehow began to move downwards, lingering on his collarbone, exposed at the collar of his short-sleeved shirt. The lines were strong and somewhat sexy. The steam from the bathroom still lingered. The atmosphere was suggestive. Xie2 felt another surge of heat spread through his body. He pressed his lips together slightly, trying to suppress the rising blood pressure. This was his bed, his blanket. She was lying in it now. Sleep well, good night. Xie2 walked quickly, turning off the bathroom light and leaving the room. As the door closed, the room fell into darkness. Yun Zhao, nestled in his blanket, belatedly realized what had happened. Was he trying to seduce her? Morning. Qi Ling got up and sat by the attic window, staring blankly at the heavy snowfall outside. He vaguely remembered. Winters in Chongqing weren't this cold before. Even when it snowed, it was just small snowflakes. It never snowed all winter. Qi Ling had long since lost all feeling of temperature, so it didn't affect him much. His gaze occasionally drifted towards the path leading to the valley. It was already 10 in the morning. Captain Xie, usually so aloof and disciplined, had surprisingly not yet left his house. Qi Ling, his face full of gossip, leaned against the windowsill. He had personally witnessed last night that Guide Yun hadn't gone home, but instead went to Captain Xie's house down in the valley. A man and a woman alone together in a room all night. And the crucial point is, neither of them had come out yet. Chapter 281. Yun Zhao didn't get up, as expected. She usually slept very soundly, and alarm clocks were useless to her. At home, Aunt Zhao usually woke her up every day. She forgot to tell Xie2 last night, so when she opened her eyes, it was already 11 a.m. Yun Zhao hurriedly dressed and rushed downstairs. The Fire Phoenix had returned to normal, and was playing with its red ball downstairs. Seeing her, it flew over happily. It tilted its head, looking around. The little bluebird was tired from playing yesterday and doesn't want to come out now, Yuan Zhao told the fire phoenix in her haste to the entrance. The fire phoenix was a little disappointed, but still dutifully told her that he was cooking in the kitchen. Unfortunately, Yuan Zhao couldn't hear it. She thought Xie Tu had gone to the sentry training camp and went to the entrance to put on her shoes. Just as she finished getting ready, the front door opened. A howling wind mixed with snowflakes blew in, making her instinctively pull her scarf up. Xie Tu's tall figure appeared in the doorway, carrying a packed insulated box. His eyes were clear. His cold, resolute face showed that last night's drunkenness was merely a fleeting illusion, leaving no trace on him. I asked Minister Bai for leave, and told him you had something to do today and would be late. Seeing that she was already packed, Xie Tu said, "Let's go, take the food to the counseling room. You could have just woken me up." Yuan Zhao followed him out the door. Xie Tu hummed in agreement, "I wanted you to sleep a little longer." Yuan Zhao wasn't about to let him off the hook. "You were drunk last night. Did you know that?" Xie Tu lowered his eyelids, reaching out to take her hand as they walked through the snow. "Yeah, but nothing strange happened. Getting drunk doesn't mean amnesia. An S-rank sentinel possesses exceptional willpower and self-control. Even after mental turmoil, he could maintain his composure." "But you seemed to be trying to seduce me last night," Yuan Zhao said, dropping a bombshell, adding, "But I didn't let you succeed. Again with next time, again with lingering in the room." The intention was crystal clear. Xie Tu, A rare crack appeared on his face as he turned his head away, trying to hide his inner turmoil. Yuan Zhao, seeing the situation was favorable, changed the subject. "I might get off work a little late today. I call you when I'm almost done." He definitely needed to finish directing the 12 sentinels he had booked. If he went too late, he couldn't leave early like before. "Okay." Xie Tu led her along the path. The snow continued to fall, the ground already covered with a thick layer of snow, each step making a soft crunch sound underfoot. His hands were broad and warm, offering her a steady support. The two walked along the path to the training ground. Last night, everyone was drunk and hadn't had time to clean up the leftovers on the table. The 5 people who came to clean the training room during their lunch break stared wide-eyed at the sight of the two of them appearing together, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. Duanqi froze, the trash bag he was carrying falling from his hand. What was going on? Their captain hadn't shown up at the training camp this morning. They assumed he'd gone to a meeting in the inner city. But he was at home. But why was Yuan Zhao here too? Shouldn't she be seeing patients in the counseling room? And she was still wearing yesterday's clothes. They'd been drinking and eating in the enclosed space. The smell was unbearable. Tao Hao and Duanqi exchanged a glance, both seeing the same burning desire for gossip in each other's eyes. Rabbit asked cautiously, "Sister Yuan Zhao, what are you doing here?" Yuan Zhao thought for a moment, realizing she needed to save Xie Tu's face, and couldn't let them know he was a heavy drinker and couldn't drive her. So she chose to tell the truth. "I didn't go home last night." Rabbit, shock. Everyone gasped. The captain only has one bed at home. Everyone was an adult, so getting into the car was incredibly fast. The captain actually took Yuan Zhao home while she was drunk and forced himself on her. What a beast. Xie Tu knew exactly what they were thinking and kicked them. "Get the crap out of your heads. I deal with you when we get back." He didn't have time to take her to the counseling room now. As for explaining, Xie Tu's eyes flickered. Why should he explain? Qi Ling didn't dare utter a sound. He wanted to share the gossip with others, but he didn't have the guts to offend his creditor. After greeting her teammates, Yuan Zhao got into the car amidst a group of gossipy and sympathetic glances. The communicator instantly vibrated a series of times. "Tao Hao, did the captain bully you? Don't be afraid, we back you up." Rabbit, "Sister Yuan Zhao, did you use protection? Girls are easily taken advantage of. You must remember to protect yourself." Duanqi, tell me all your grievances and humiliations. I'm going to tell my aunt right now. Song Liang, you two are together? Actually, the captain is cold on the outside but warm on the inside, good at being stubborn, a bit of a closet pervert. Although he has a lot of flaws, he's very pure and will definitely always treat you well. You two should live a good life together from now on. Yuan Zhao, Her teammates are all quite adorable. Yuan Zhao sat in the passenger seat, head down, replying to each message to show she wasn't being bullied. She smiled as she replied. This drew frequent glances from Xie Tu. When replying to Rabbit, Yuan Zhao paused, asking, "What are the measures? What measures do we need to take?" She grew up in a remote town, an orphan. Zhao Yin would never teach her these things. The other people in town would never discuss this with her. Xie Tu, Fortunately, Xie was used to her occasional surprising remarks. His hand on the steering wheel didn't even tremble. The measures are. How should he explain that? Yun Xiao, what are they? Xie pursed his lips, unwilling to continue. I look for some basic information later, you can take a look yourself. He roughly guessed what those brainstem-deficient guys had sent her. Xie was already planning tonight's training session. Yesterday's dinner was cancelled, so we have to make up for it double today. Your training needs to get back on track. Starting tomorrow, I set aside some time to bring some equipment and train with you in the therapy room, Xie said. Yun Xiao, I'm still 20 push-ups short. You already defaulted on this installment plan, you have to pay a penalty. How many push-ups is the penalty? Calculated by the number of days. Yun Xiao, destroy it. Xie's lips curled slightly. Also, we need to find some time to go to the research institute at the special abilities department. Those scientists were already impatient. From looking for Dean Jiang and Minister Duan, they changed to waiting outside the training camp every day to ambush him. Xie made an appointment with them to go in the next couple of days before he could finally leave. Yun Xiao looked up upon hearing this. Is it to test our compatibility? Yes. Xie said, we might also need to check on the Fire Phoenix and the Little Bluebird. The Fire Phoenix now possesses 2 forms, and they haven't had it checked yet since returning. Yun Xiao muttered to herself, the Little Bluebird might not cooperate. Get the Little Bluebird to obediently sit there for all sorts of checks? Absolutely impossible. Yun Xiao didn't even dare to imagine the chaos that would ensue. Chapter 282. Because she arrived so late, she was worried about keeping the sentries waiting. Yun Xiao only ate a couple of bites of food before starting her guidance work. She felt very bad about being late today. Minister Bai hadn't set specific working hours for her, although she was only there to help. She was receiving a generous reward, so she felt obligated to fulfill her responsibilities. Seeing this, Xie could only put the food in the electric cooker so she could reheat it if she got hungry in the afternoon. The first sentry to arrive today was a dashing female sentry, the captain of the 10th squad of the operations department. Yu Shu had heard her teammates rave about the S-rank guides. Plus, sentries everywhere outside were proclaiming that S-rank mental guidance was different from all other guides. It was supposedly a wonderful experience. Yu Shu was very curious and secretly made an online reservation without telling her teammates. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, Yun Xiao said apologetically. Yu Shu didn't seem to mind, walking over to a chair and sitting down. It's all right, I didn't wait long. The guide's work was time-consuming, and they often needed an hour or 2 of rest to recover their energy. The sentries were already used to this kind of waiting. Yun Xiao nodded. Feeling warmer, she hung up her coat and turned to play white noise music of a flowing stream. Then let's begin. Xie was tidying up Yun Xiao's room in the break room. The door to the guidance room was tightly closed. After finishing, he didn't disturb her work, closed the door, and left, driving to the operations department. Unlike the peaceful atmosphere of the inner and outer city areas, the operations department was always filled with a tense and serious atmosphere. The outside world was not optimistic. The contaminated zone is spreading rapidly, and the mutants are unusually active. Shortly after the attack on Outpost 36, another outpost at Dawn Base was also attacked by mutants. As long as the contaminated zone exists, humanity will never have peace. Xie took the elevator to the command center and retrieved the latest data on contaminated Zone 6 and 111. The spread rate of Zone 6 is astonishing. In just half a winter, it has spread to 100 kilometers, making its contaminated area almost the largest of all contaminated zones. Ignorance is bliss. Qingshan Town had actually established itself in such a massive contaminated zone for decades, only withdrawing when it was almost upon them. What about the mutants inside? Did they not attack the town before the contaminated zone approached? How could their low-level sentries possibly withstand a large-scale attack? And Zone 111. Xie roughly guessed that her desire to go to contaminated Zone 111 was related to the diary Jiang Mu had given her. She seemed particularly concerned about mental attraction. Xie lowered his eyes in deep thought. As he left with the documents, he dialed Jiang Mu's number. Both of them had slept in late that morning and were extremely busy in the afternoon. Yun Xiao only called Xie to ask him to come pick her up after finishing counseling the last sentry at 6:30 p.m. Today was another day of overwhelmingly positive reviews. Yu Shu gave her an extremely high rating on the booking platform. Guide Yun's mental counseling is truly exceptional. Her patience and dedication are exemplary in the field of guides, not only her mental well-being but also her physical health have been improved. Highly recommended for every sentry in need of emotional support. Not experiencing it would be a great regret in life. The entire post was filled with effusive praise. Even Yun Zhao was starting to have doubts. Did all the sentinels at Dawn Base enjoy being treated roughly by Little Bluebird? What kind of masochistic tendencies did they all have? When Xie arrived, Yun Zhao mentioned this to him in the car, somewhat puzzled. Little Bluebird was very unhappy today. It kept throwing a tantrum during the counseling session, but the sentinel seemed quite satisfied. Because it hadn't gone home last night. Little Bluebird hadn't had a chance to play on its perch, and with a heavy afternoon mission, it hadn't stopped working, not even a break. The little guy went berserk, verbally abusing every sentinel from head to toe. It even chased after their mental forms in the mental realm, beating them up. Yun Zhao expected at least a few negative reviews today. But it was all positive, full of praise. Xie was silent for 2 seconds, then said, "It's probably because it's really strong. The sentinels value improving their abilities." He actually logged into the reservation platform every day to check the reviews. He could tell at a glance that they were all retaliatory positive reviews. The sentries, eager to take advantage of anyone they could, showered her and Little Bluebird with compliments, attracting even more sentries to book appointments. It was tough on her. Yun Zhao suddenly understood. "I see." The car stopped at the back gate of the residential area. Xie had arranged to meet her at the Special Abilities Research Institute in 2 days. After seeing her into the residential area, he drove to the training camp. As the head instructor, he didn't actually need to be there every day. Going every 3 days to check on the assessments was enough. But Xie was always responsible, and paid close attention to the combat capabilities of each recruit. He checked the various courses arranged by the instructors almost every day. He didn't want any instructor's momentary negligence or irresponsibility to cause these sentries to lose their lives later. Of course. And while he's at it, he'd deal with those brain-dead teammates. Tao Haohao and the others who were previously clamoring to support Yun Zhao will soon face double the training tonight. Until late at night. They're all exhausted, collapsed on the ground, unable to even get up. Xie expression softened slightly, and he leisurely left. Duanqi lay in the snow groaning until he recovered. Seeing that his captain was gone, he angrily sat up and sent a message. "Even if you ruin my body, you never get my heart." Xie replied with a single word, "Get lost." Duanqi immediately cowered. Okay. Since learning that the Little Bluebird could mimic his speech, Xie had never sworn again. He put away his communicator and parked his car at the training ground. It was already 11 p.m. The training ground was pitch black, and the cold wind ruffled the stray hairs on his forehead. He first went inside to check Qi Ling's training progress for the day, assigned tomorrow's lessons, and then downloaded some study materials in the training room. After checking everything was correct, he returned home. Xie gently pushed open the door. The house was quiet and deserted. The warm atmosphere of last night seemed to still linger in the air, but now only silence remained. Xie went upstairs and opened the bedroom door. She had left in a hurry this morning. The blankets were carelessly piled to one side, their shape still faintly resembling her body. On the low cabinet beside the bed, a half-empty glass of water remained. The familiar scent lingered around his nose, like invisible threads, binding his heart tighter and tighter. The house was filled with her scent. This space, which had been filled with her presence last night. Suddenly, he didn't want to clean up, didn't want to destroy this last remaining warmth. Xie stepped into the bathroom to wash up, then paused again upon entering. A toothbrush and a mouthwash cup were now on the sink. On the shelf, a pink towel hung next to his blue towel, the two towels side by side looking surprisingly harmonious and intimate. He must be crazy. Even the two towels seemed like a perfect match. Chapter 283. 2 more days passed. After get off work, Yun Zhao finally went to the Special Abilities Research Institute with Xie. In the car, she said to the Little Bluebird, "Be polite later. When you see those uncles, aunts, grandpas, and grandmas, if they ask you to do something, just cooperate." The Little Bluebird had just finished its work and was impatiently preening its feathers, completely ignoring her. Yun Zhao was at a loss. Xie drove calmly and said, "It's just a routine check. I'll be there when we get there. There won't be any major trouble." "Are you sure?" Yun Zhao looked at him suspiciously. "If things get out of hand, will the Fire Phoenix listen to him or the Little Bluebird?" Xie, If it causes trouble, I can forcibly take it back to my mental domain. I never forced it." The Little Bluebird, hearing that he was actually instructing its main body to deal with it, immediately bristled again. Xie didn't even need the Fire Phoenix to translate, He roughly guessed that it was all insults directed at him. The car entered the parking lot in front of the Research Institute without any hindrance. This was the westernmost part of the Special Abilities Department, and the white building directly opposite was where Yun Zhao had tested her level. Behind it was the large laboratory. The base contained dozens of research institutes of varying sizes. The Special Abilities Department's research institutes mainly conducted research on dark matter, sentinels, and guides. Just as she stepped through the gate, Yun Zhao saw two researchers craning their necks to look out in the third-floor corridor directly opposite her. They saw her almost simultaneously and excitedly shouted into the office inside, "They're here! They're here!" Yun Zhao, Even from a distance, she could feel their excitement. Will we be able to make it back for dinner tonight? Xie, standing beside her, remained calm, reassuring her, let's go inside. They could leave after completing the two tests. With him there, the researchers couldn't stop them from leaving. Hearing the commotion, 6 or 7 researchers emerged from their third-floor office, waving at them from the corridor. Almost all of them were familiar faces from before. Yun Zhao sighed and walked into the building with Xie. As soon as they reached the third-floor stairs, the 6 or 7 researchers chattered like a flock of cheerful magpies. "Guide Yun, we've been waiting for you." Their voices were filled with barely suppressed excitement and anticipation, their eyes glancing at the two phoenixes. My goodness! It's still as beautiful as last time, truly a phoenix with a unique personality. The fire phoenix has indeed shrunk. So dark matter can indeed affect spiritual entities? If that's true, it undoubtedly opens up a completely new research direction for us. A researcher wearing glasses, with a serious expression, pushed up his glasses, his eyes full of excitement and contemplation. From the current phenomena, dark matter seems more like a special key, capable of producing peculiar interactions with spiritual entities. Perhaps it can penetrate deep into the energy core of a spiritual entity, altering its internal energy structure and operating mode, thereby affecting the spiritual entity's form, size, and ability performance. However, the specific principles and mechanisms of this effect are still unknown. Does dark matter directly act on the constituent elements of spiritual power, or does it trigger these changes by affecting the connection between the spiritual entity and its host? The researchers, their eyes gleaming with curiosity, discussed this on the stairwell right in front of the two men. The little bluebird, annoyed by being stared at, grumbled and turned away, disappearing into Yun Zhao's down jacket hood. Its long, bluish-green tail feathers peeked out. Yun Zhao, surrounded by others, offered a polite smile, silently telling it, "Cooperate later." "We have something to do later," Xie interrupted them. "Let's do the compatibility test first." If they continue their endless discussion here, they might really be stuck here tonight. "Oh, okay, this way please." Xie knew this place well. Previously, whenever Xie was at the base, he would come for a checkup every month. The researchers knew his, and Fire Phoenix's conditions inside and out. His condition back then was extremely poor. Fire Phoenix was dazed, and filled with violent emotions. The base was worried that he might undergo an anomaly at any time. Almost every researcher had seen his data. The researchers also wanted to know, how was his current condition under the influence of the S-rank guide? The two entered a testing room. The layout was the same as what Yun Zhao had seen before, a pure white room divided in two by glass, the inner room being the testing area, and the outer room the control room. However, while all the previous testing rooms had been empty, this room contained a table and 2 chairs. To avoid disturbing them, only the bespectacled researcher entered, the others waited at the door. The bespectacled researcher opened the door to the control room, pointed inside, and said, "All right, come in and sit down." The two entered the room and sat facing each other. Yun Zhao couldn't help but ask Xie, "How is the compatibility test conducted?" "It's divided into 3 stages." The bespectacled researcher, seemingly a sentinel with keen hearing, patiently replied after hearing her question: initial mental perception detection, mental energy frequency scanning, and deep mental connection simulation. Preliminary mental perception detection. The guide releases basic mental tendrils, like extending invisible mental tentacles. The sentinel activates its mental defenses, achieving a state where it can receive information while ensuring its own mental safety. The mental tendrils slowly approach the sentinel. This process requires extreme slowness and caution. They probe each other to see if they are on the suitable frequency. They check for any rejection reaction. The main thing is to scan the mental energy frequency bands. The instrument emits gentle mental energy detection waves, simultaneously scanning the mental energy frequency bands of both the sentinel and the guide, the researcher patiently explained. Each sentinel and guide has their own unique mental energy frequency band. similar to a fingerprint. Sentinels and guides with high compatibility will have many overlapping or complementary parts in their frequency bands. For example, one person's mental energy frequency band might be more active in the A and B ranges, while another compatible person might resonate well in the B and C ranges. And there is some overlap between the two ranges. The more overlap in the frequency bands, the higher the compatibility between the two. This was the result of countless experiments conducted by thousands of researchers at the 4 major bases. It proved that the method was highly effective. Yun Zhao nodded. Okay, I understand. Xie remained calm. Both of them already knew the outcome. But they still followed the steps the researchers had instructed them to take. The moment Yun Zhao released her spiritual energy, wisps of bluish-green fluorescence appeared, floating in the pure white room. The scene was dreamlike and beautiful. She looked up at Xie sitting opposite her. Shall I go in? Although she had already entered his body several times, Yun Zhao still politely asked first, trying to get his consent. She suddenly uttered these ambiguous words. This made Xie involuntarily tense up. Chapter 284. Xie showed no resistance to her whatsoever. Her spiritual threads easily entered his body and reached the edge of the barrier. The Fire Phoenix warmly welcomed her arrival at her doorstep. The bespectacled researcher's expression immediately brightened upon seeing this. Not bad. Xie territorial instincts were incredibly strong. Unexpectedly, in front of an S-rank guide, he was as docile as a lamb, showing no resistance whatsoever. Perhaps this was related to their period of adjustment. Damn it! He took so long to arrive, preventing them from getting the initial data. The bespectacled researcher grumbled inwardly as he rapidly typed on the keyboard. The small, pure white room was illuminated by incandescent light. It looked like an interrogation room. The two sat facing each other. Yun Zhao could feel the man opposite her taut muscles, allowing her spiritual threads to do as they please within his body. The spiritual threads detected his emotions. Very complex emotions. Like a silent volcano, seemingly calm, yet magma surges deep within. For a moment, Yun Zhao was at a loss for words. In the peculiar relationship between sentinel and guide, the seemingly weak guide appeared to hold the dominant position. Spiritual threads coursed freely within his body. Wherever they passed, they seemed to ignite clusters of faint flames. Xie was struggling to control himself. Then, without warning, he raised his right hand. His hand was sharply defined, its lines rigid. His arm slowly rose until his elbow rested on the table, his palm slightly curved, perfectly concealing his face. His high, straight nose, slightly pursed thin lips, and deep-set eyes were completely hidden behind his hand. Only a suggestive, veiled outline remained. Embarrassed, indeed. Previously, whenever she used her mental threads to do this, it was always in dimly lit environments, like his small dark room, the small dark room in contaminated Zone 249. Darkness is the best camouflage. They were close, yet couldn't see each other's expressions, perfectly concealing themselves. But now, in such a brightly lit place, not only face to face, but also constantly being stared at by a stranger. Yun Zhao finally understood why he had been unwilling to do the compatibility test before. She also felt a little awkward. Alright, the data has been recorded. Thank you for your cooperation. The researcher's voice came. Yun Zhao breathed a sigh of relief and withdrew her mental threads. Next was testing the frequency band of mental energy fluctuations. They needed to be tested separately, and finally, the overlap rate of their mental energy frequencies would be checked to obtain the compatibility result. 2 more researchers entered, leading the 2 into adjacent rooms. Yun Zhao obediently released her mental energy as instructed by the researchers. Doing something she already knew the outcome of, she felt no inner turmoil. She considered it merely completing a task to avoid bothering the researchers later. She emerged 15 minutes later. Xie had come out a step earlier, standing in the corridor. His tall figure, backlit, seemed to be outlined with a resolute silhouette by a halo of light. Xie turned slightly, his eyes deep and calm, revealing nothing amiss. Let's go to the large laboratory at the back. They leave after completing the tests on the 2 spiritual entities. Yun Zhao hadn't responded yet. The researcher beside her quickly said, "Don't go yet, there's one last thing to do." The last item? Yun Zhao tried to recall what the last item was again. Deep mental connection simulation. The key is that she and Xie couldn't establish a deep connection. Both connections almost went out of control. Yun Zhao subconsciously said, "This can't be done in front of you." Researcher, ? Xie, gradually getting used to her outspokenness, said calmly, "You already received the matching results." Deep mental connection involves personal privacy and is inconvenient. The results weren't out yet. The mental energy frequency bands needed to be compared. The researchers weren't giving up. They finally managed to lure them here, and who knew when the next opportunity would come? They had to get them the most detailed data. But both parties disagreed. The researchers hesitated, seemingly wanting to object, but considering their special status, they were speechless for a moment. An older researcher hesitated for a moment, then said, "Then we should also do a physical examination. We need not only mental energy data, but also a physical report." Yuan Zhao had no objection. A physical exam can reveal her health condition, and she wanted to know if there were any problems. The two stopped and followed them to have their examinations. By the time the series of tests were finished, it was already dark outside. Yuan Zhao and Xie Tu then headed to the large laboratory. The little bluebird hopped impatiently on her head. "Go home, play." Yuan Zhao soothed it. "Almost there, we go back after the final tests." She had just had a vial of blood drawn, and was actually hungry. The little bluebird raised its noble head, glancing sideways at the researchers with their loving faces. Not very willing. The fire phoenix, on the other hand, was very happy. As long as it was with the little bluebird, it felt it could be anywhere. It was that familiar, enormous plaza. Large enough to accommodate two phoenixes. Before they even got close, they heard strange sounds coming from within. Glug, glug. Like water boiling. "Ah! What's it doing here again?" The researcher, who had just opened the door, couldn't help but exclaim. Yuan Zhao looked up. In the center of the enormous plaza lay a spiritual entity, with a round head, and covered in scales. It was on its back, making glug-glug sounds, its long, thin tail swishing back and forth. It was fast asleep in the middle of the plaza. "Isn't that a white she-beast?" Yuan Zhao noticed the researcher's use of the word again, and she whispered to Xie Tu, "Does it come here often?" Xie Tu responded calmly, "Yes, there's nowhere for it to play in the inner city. Ever since the researcher pestered Jiang Mu to do a test, this guy often comes here to sleep." S-rank spiritual entities cannot freely venture out. Firstly, because their size is too large. Their outings would cause unnecessary trouble. Secondly, it had been severely corrupted, its spirit body mostly confused and uncontrollable. But now, because of comprehensive intervention, Jiang Mu doesn't restrain it much, occasionally letting it out to play. Yuan Zhao asked curiously, "How do you know so much detail?" Xie Tu replied, "Jiang Mu told me himself." Jiang Mu's team had nothing to do, spending their days wandering around the base, occasionally heading to the training camp. Xie Tu met with them quite frequently. Yuan Zhao said, "Okay." The little bluebird flew into the arena, perched on the white phoenix's head, and tilted its head to examine it. The massive creature was awakened by their noise. The white phoenix opened its large eyes, initially confused, but upon seeing the little bluebird and the fire phoenix, it instantly became wide awake, appearing very happy, and rolled over. The little bluebird followed its movement, circling around on its head. The researcher looked troubled. "Captain Jiang isn't here. How are we supposed to conduct the tests now? This big guy is really difficult to communicate with. With it here, the instruments can't detect the other two spiritual entities." Chapter 285. The white phoenix beast was playing with the little bluebird and the fire phoenix. No matter how much the researchers pleaded, it wouldn't leave. The two phoenixes, no bigger than a palm, were far too small for the white phoenix beast, giving them no advantage in the game and making it impossible for them to subdue it. The little bluebird and the fire phoenix were being pounced on and sent flying everywhere by the white phoenix beast's fiery enthusiasm. The little bluebird nimbly dodged its lashing tail. "I'm going to beat it up. It's angry." Yuan Zhao glanced at the time. It was already past 7 p.m. She couldn't delay any longer, or she wouldn't be able to leave tonight. She didn't want to make another trip tomorrow either. Yuan Zhao slightly raised her right hand, releasing her spiritual power. A powerful aura rapidly spread across the plaza. The little bluebird's body instantly became transparent. In just a few breaths, a magnificent azure phoenix suddenly soared into the sky, its wingspan exceeding 10 feet. It raised its head and cried out, its feathers shimmering with a bluish-green luster, like a dream. The white-haired beast, seeing this, became even more excited, spreading its pure white wings and joyfully swooping towards the azure phoenix. The fire phoenix frantically circled around. "Me too." Xie Tu ignored it, estimating the destructive power of the three S-rank beasts, and temporarily suppressed its strength. A gale swept across the entire area, making it impossible for those at the entrance to open their eyes. In an instant, chaos erupted throughout the plaza. Yuan Zhao couldn't help but say to the little bluebird, "Be gentle, It just wants to play with you. The researchers, however, were all more excited than ever. Quick, quick, go in and turn on the testing equipment. They had already realized what was happening. Checking all 3 S-rank beasts together would be fine too. A group of researchers braved the gale and rushed into the plaza, their bodies swaying in the wind, like a group of fearless warriors charging into battle. Yun Zhao was speechless at the sheer ferocity of the beast. I had a feeling it wouldn't go too smoothly, Yun Zhao said. Looks like I was too conservative. Who would have thought the White Phoenix beast would actually be here? It's one thing for it to cause trouble in the mental realm, but if it demolished the plaza, with all that equipment inside, she probably couldn't afford to pay for it. Xia seemed to know what she was thinking and chuckled. No need to pay. S-rank mental entities aren't very controllable. The Research Institute knows that. Any damage is normal damage. Yun Zhao, is that so? Yes. Xia proactively explained. The Fire Phoenix burned this place before. Yun Zhao, Seeing that the equipment was already activated, Xia simply stopped suppressing the Fire Phoenix. Flame slowly erupted from its body, suddenly transforming into a raging inferno. The palm-sized Fire Phoenix was enveloped in layers of dazzling flames. As the flames flickered intensely, its body rapidly expanded, its feathers growing and unfurling under the licking of the flames. A dazzling, vibrant gold red, its light so bright it was almost blinding. Until its wings spread wide, seemingly capable of obscuring half the sky, the Fire Phoenix completed its transformation. The researchers were even more excited. It's a different transformation method than the Azure Phoenix. Quick! Quick! Record it! 3 powerful spiritual entities were intensely interacting, the howling wind and deafening cries creating a deafening atmosphere. Yun Zhao was extremely worried they would destroy the place, so he not only stood at the entrance, but also silently took a few steps back. Are you sure I won't have to pay compensation? I already paid 1,000 points for the sheds and stalls at the farmer's market. Yun Zhao confirmed again. Confirmed? Xia turned to look at her. Are you hungry? Should we go back and eat? Yun Zhao was slightly taken aback. You can do that? She thought for a moment. Forget it. If little Bluebird finds I'm not here, he'd be angry. The little guy had been inseparable from her since birth, never separated from her. Xia, on the other hand, was already used to his rebellious son never coming home. Their situations were completely different. After all the commotion, it wasn't until 10 p.m. that everything was finished. Yun Zhao breathed a sigh of relief, eagerly summoned little Bluebird, and got into Xia car to go home. The white jade beast had a great time, and when it got tired, it lay on its back on the now pitched square, fast asleep. Meanwhile, the matching results for the 2 were also in. Seeing 2 almost identical radio wave patterns, the researchers even suspected that the data from the same person had been exported in 2 separate sets. Are you sure there's no mistake? The researcher, his expression enthusiastic, carefully checked the equipment again, confirming that all parameters were accurate. The instrument is operating normally, and there have been no errors in the data acquisition and analysis process. My God! This is the first time I encountered something like this. I reported to the dean. At that moment, Yun Zhao and Xia communicators rang simultaneously. She opened them to see the test results and physical examination results sent by the Research Institute. Yun Zhao first checked the compatibility test, her brow furrowing slightly. I thought it would be 100%. Xia raised his wrist, and after seeing it clearly, he loosened his clenched hands. Researchers are quite rigorous. Even if the actual results are very close, they won't easily give a 100% conclusion. However, the data confirmed his suspicions. 99% match. Yun Zhao said oh, and then opened the medical report. Yun Zhao quickly glanced through it, each indicator coming into view. She didn't understand it, so she skipped to the conclusion. Basic bodily functions were generally normal, and no major health risks were found. However, in the physical fitness assessment section, it stated that muscle strength was slightly insufficient, and endurance was below the average for her age group. The implication was, she was too weak. Yun Zhao felt relieved. It was good that she wasn't sick. Her weak constitution wasn't something that had only developed recently. She had finally made up for all the push-ups she owed a few days ago. Training had begun. Xia would supervise her jogging around the covered walkway in the evacuation room, or doing some indoor physical training. Yun Zhao put down the communicator, remembering something. The new year is just around the corner. Where will you and Au be spending it? Song Liang, Duanqi, and Tao Haohao all have relatives at home. They'd definitely be staying home, having a reunion dinner, and staying up late with their families. The only ones truly alone are Xia and Rabbit. Rabbit has been living alone since her brother passed away. In previous years, Duanqi would invite Rabbit and me to Minister Duan's house for New Year's Eve dinner. Xie paused slightly, a barely perceptible smile flashing in his eyes, then said softly, "There aren't any special plans this year." Yun Zhao's expression was strange. "What do you mean there aren't any special plans this year? They go to Minister Duan's house every year. Where do you plan to go this year? Besides, if you suddenly don't go, Minister Duan will definitely inquire." Although Yun Zhao thought this way, he didn't say it aloud. Instead, he went along with her words, saying, "Then you and Au can come to my house for the New Year's Eve. Our town didn't have many resources before, so we would save the best food for the new year. Then we could visit each other's homes." Chapter 286. Xietu's lips curled into a smile, almost without hesitation. "Okay." Yun Zhao thought for a moment. "Let's bring Qiling too. Make sure he's dressed warmly, so he doesn't frighten the people in our town. Leaving him all alone on the mountain on New Year's Eve doesn't seem right. Letting him go to town and join in the festivities will also increase his sense of belonging to the base." Xietu pondered for a moment. "This needs to be reported first." "Leave it to me. The base hasn't publicized Qiling's situation. Even within the operations department, only a few people know. He's a mutant. That's a fact. To avoid causing panic, he can't go to crowded places. The only time Qiling goes to town now is once a week for routine testing at the Biological Research Institute. Other than that, he hasn't been allowed to go anywhere else in the base. Perhaps he could go and see the lively, bustling town of Xishan." The days that followed were uneventful. December 28th. Yun Zhao went to work at the counseling room on her last day. After the new year, Team Zero would need to prepare for the next mission, and she couldn't manage both. The sentries had discovered a few days earlier that the appointment system for counseling room 31 had closed for that day. Those who hadn't managed to get an appointment were immediately filled with regret, even privately inquiring when she would be back to see patients. A group of tight-lipped sentries outside were also expressing their disappointment. Those who hadn't gotten an appointment had no idea what they had missed. Minister Bai was very grateful for her help these past few days, giving her a generous reward and a New Year's gift. He also gently expressed his hope that she would be willing to help again next time. Yun Zhao reciprocated with sausages and cured meat made in town. On the 29th of the 12th lunar month, the operations department held its annual meeting in the inner city auditorium. Yun Zhao and his teammates from Team Zero attended. Xietu had to see Minister Duan, and would likely come with him later. As soon as Team Zero entered, almost all the sentinels looked over. Most of them were seeing an S-rank guide for the first time and cast curious glances. The outside temperature was below -30 degrees Celsius. Compared to the lightly dressed, physically strong sentinels, the guide was bundled up like a dumpling. Only her eyes were visible. She wore a low ponytail and a bright green hat, standing out among the sentinels dressed in either black or white. Yun Zhao was inwardly relieved that Little Bluebird disliked crowds and had returned to its mental domain early. Otherwise, being stared at by so many people, it would probably have gone berserk. Because everyone present was a sentinel, they remained quiet, and almost no one spoke in the auditorium. Yun Zhao had gotten to know quite a few people during her time working in the counseling room. He-sun, Yushu, and other sentinels were among them. Their reaction to seeing her was strange. They froze slightly at first, then greeted her warmly, but their eyes were filled with conflicting, complex emotions. Seeing their reaction, Tao Haohao whispered to Duanqi, "After we finish training camp, should we go straight to the counseling room?" He was a little worried by their reactions. Since Team Zero got their personal guide, they hadn't been to the counseling room. During each mission, the little bluebirds' glow constantly purified their mental bodies, so they didn't usually need comprehensive counseling. But since this mission, because of Yun Zhao's unstable mental state, they hadn't had any counseling done in her mental realm. "No." Duanqi looked smug. "My peregrine falcon and the little bluebird are close. It'd definitely be gentle with me." Tao Haohao thought seriously, then relaxed. The little bluebird seems to like brown bears too. Meanwhile, Yun Zhao was inviting Rabbit to her place for the new year tomorrow. Xietu had already mentioned it, but Yun Zhao felt it was more formal to invite her herself. Rabbit happily agreed. "Okay, the captain and I will be there on time tomorrow." The captain said, "We're going to Minister Duan's for lunch. We come over in the afternoon." Going to the Duan family for the New Year's reunion every year, it didn't seem right to just skip it this year. After all, Minister Duan had always been very kind to her. Yun Zhao nodded. "Of course, I prepared some New Year's gifts. I give them to Duanqi to take to Minister Duan later." The two girls chatted about other things. "Sister Yun Zhao, I happen to be free this afternoon. Before the new year, I go with you to get a haircut. This had been discussed for a long time. Everyone was so busy, and they couldn't find time to get together. Yun Xiao naturally agreed. Her hair was too long now, almost waist length, and washing it took a long time, which was very inconvenient in winter. She decided to trim it a little shorter, to shoulder length, which would be perfect. During their casual conversation, Minister Duan and Xie Tu entered the auditorium, and the annual meeting officially began. The main focus was on summarizing the year, announcing the progress of contaminated area elimination, sharing case studies, changes in newly added outposts across various locations, and outlining the mission plan for next year. This year's changes were more significant than in previous years. Regarding the problem of a surge in the base's population and the resulting food shortage, Minister Bai finally persuaded Minister Duan. Starting next year, when the operations department sentries carry out missions, they will focus on finding contaminated areas whose timelines are stuck before the apocalypse. The rules for the contaminated area will be recorded, and the obsessions will be uniformly marked. Once the key is obtained, reinforcements will be dispatched to move large quantities of supplies. Before everyone could process this information, Minister Duan then directly announced, the Black Tower and White Tower will be established next year, along with dedicated schools for guides and sentinels, and a forum for communication between sentinels and guides from the 4 major bases will be added. 2 new satellite launch stations will also be built, officially commencing the construction of space stations as humanity's last resort. These 2 new satellite launch bases will be jointly established by Hope Base and Dawn Base and Sunrise Base. After the new year, the first batch of sentinels, upon receiving orders, will go to the area to be responsible for land reclamation and garrisoning. Minister Duan's words caused an uproar. Most sentinels had not heard a word about the high-level decisions. This news revealed a great deal of information. Yun Zhao was slightly taken aback. Based on the decisions of the 4 major bases, she had already guessed that the situation outside this winter was not optimistic. Humanity was making preparations for both possibilities. They tried to preserve the light and seek the truth behind the disaster. But if the contaminated area continued to spread, and humanity's living space shrank further, then the 4 major bases would preserve the last embers of hope, continuing human civilization in space. This year's annual meeting carried a somber tone. At the end, most people remained silent, rising and leaving quietly. Yun Zhao was somewhat affected as well. She followed her teammates out of the hall, her head slightly lowered. Bai Yu arrived. Yun Zhao greeted Xie Tu and the others, and the 3 girls went to the outer city to get haircuts. Only after sporting a beautiful new hairstyle did Yun Zhao's mood improve slightly. This winter had been very happy, one of the best times she had experienced in her 20 years of life. The temporary peace made her forget the terrible things happening outside. She even wanted it to continue like this, a sense of escapism rising within her, a subtle resistance lurking beneath the surface. She wasn't interested in investigating the red-crowned cranes, nor did she want to search for her origins. She wanted to continue until the contaminated zone was completely eliminated. But reality is cruel. What must be faced must be faced. Since returning, Yun Zhao hasn't entered her mental realm even once. She could sense that after eliminating the gatekeeper of contaminated zone 235, her mental realm had changed again. Chapter 287. New Year's Eve. Early in the morning, the townspeople busied themselves with preparations. The old mayor had notified everyone several days prior. This was Qinshan Town's first new year at the base, symbolizing their new life and holding extraordinary significance. Therefore, the entire town celebrated together this year. Except for the elderly and children, everyone else in each household contributed points on a per-person basis to fund the feast. Families without points could contribute grain. The town had always maintained a public granary as a last resort for food supplies. Even during the most difficult time after moving to the base, the old mayor hadn't agreed to distribute grain, but he ordered its distribution for the new year, wanting every household to have a good year. After spring, when the grain from the 2 plots of land behind the mountain ripened, everyone's lives would get better and better. Last night, the sentries from the search team went to the parking lot behind the residential area and set up a stove and a tent that could accommodate more than 100 people for the feast. They were the only ones in the residential area with a car. Normally, the parking lot is almost deserted. But because of his previous experience of having his stall vandalized, he was cautious. Fearing other residents' displeasure, he went to each building to inquire, and then reported the incident to the street office. They didn't want any unpleasantness during the Lunar New Year. Fortunately, the residents of the other buildings were quite understanding, cheerfully saying it was fine, they just liked the lively atmosphere. Being able to see over 100 people eating their reunion dinner together downstairs was an extremely rare sight in this world. In the morning, all the adults in town came out. Every household carried tables, moved ingredients, and announced the number of their bowls and chopsticks to take downstairs. The children, dressed in new clothes and carrying pots and pans, excitedly followed the adults downstairs. People were constantly coming and going in and out of the elevator and stairwell. Zhao Yan got up early and started preparing. Zhao Zhao had said a few days ago that she would be bringing 3 friends over for the new year, and Zhao Yan, worried about not being able to entertain them properly, started preparing last night. First, she cleaned Zhao Zhao's room thoroughly, wiping every corner clean and clearing away the clutter on the coffee table, making the entire living room look brand new. Then Zhao Yan washed the fruit Zhao Zhao had bought and arranged it in fruit and snack bowls. She also made a lot of dumplings and put them in Yun Zhao's refrigerator. After confirming everything was in place, she took the groceries Zhao Zhao had bought downstairs and handed them to the people in charge of cooking today. The main event of the New Year's Eve dinner was in the evening. So Yun Zhao didn't get up too early. The little bluebird stood on the windowsill, curiously tilting its head and staring downstairs. Its playroom window faced the parking lot behind, and the makeshift shed occupied 2/3 of the space. The aunties were all downstairs preparing the ingredients. A large pot of water was boiling, and wisps of smoke rose gently, adding warmth and a touch of homely charm to the cold winter day. Children ran around having a snowball fight, while some of the slightly older children were building snowmen with small shovels. Downstairs, it was bustling with noise and excitement. Yun Zhao checked his communicator. There were messages in the 99+ group chat, and over a dozen private messages, all New Year's greetings. Some were from his teammates, and others from Baiyu, several department heads, and base commander Shen. The Zero Team's group chat was buzzing with activity. Yun Zhao didn't scroll up. He replied to each greeting, then changed into his new clothes, grabbed his satchel, and called Little Bluebird downstairs. His satchel was bulging, filled with red envelopes. The red envelopes were made from red cloth she torn herself from a shop she passed while getting her hair cut yesterday. After returning home, she had Zhao Yan sew them together. Inside were colorful candies, a treat for everyone, children included, everyone who saw them. The candies were also from the warehouse, the kind of bulk hard candies sold by weight at the supermarket. Having too many snacks is a problem. She couldn't finish them all, and many unsealed ones wouldn't keep for long. Yun Zhao had also taken a lot for Baiyu yesterday. Her teammates had also taken a huge pile back, and then looking back, the huge pile of candies in the warehouse seemed to be exactly the same. Thinking about the new year, Yun Zhao decided to take even more, intending to distribute some to each household later. Even if they didn't eat them, they could sell them at the market for points. Yun Zhao took the elevator downstairs. As she stepped out, she looked up and saw a sloth lying motionless in the middle of the stairwell. Ordinary passers-by couldn't see it, and people would occasionally trip over it for no apparent reason. Even so, the sloth didn't move. It was truly only suitable as a roadblock. Yun Zhao was somewhat speechless, and stepped forward to guide the little guy to lie down on the side. "Why isn't your training working?" Yun Zhao asked it. "Where's He Xiang?" Because it was Chinese New Year today, the sentry training camp was also closed for the day. Yun Zhao had heard their voices when the two came up to help Zhao Yan get the ingredients this morning. The sloth's eyes were half closed, as still as a statue. It didn't respond at all. Yun Zhao thought, maybe it would take 10 or 20 minutes for it to react and answer. How does He Xiang usually communicate with it? Never mind, she'd go out and check herself. "You just stay here properly. If you trip someone, I won't forgive you." Yun Zhao gently patted the sloth's head. Although she knew the creature probably wouldn't react, she still habitually gave it a warning. The little bluebird had probably never seen such a dull spirit before. It didn't react at all to her touching another spirit. Outside the building, the New Year's atmosphere was strong. Red lanterns hung everywhere, and the occasional sound of firecrackers and children's laughter filled the distance, filling the entire neighborhood with a festive spirit. Yun Zhao followed the swept path towards the back parking lot. On the way, she encountered townspeople running in and out, carrying several buckets of water. Everyone greeted her warmly when they saw her. "Zhao Hao's here. Happy New Year, Zhao Zhao. It's cold outside. What are you doing out so early? Go back and rest. Come down when it's time to eat." Clearly, the townspeople knew about her work ethic. "I was bored staying at home, so I came down for a walk." Yun Zhao took out several red envelopes from her bag and handed them out one by one. "Happy New Year, everyone." The recipients beamed with joy and thanked her repeatedly. "You've gone to so much trouble. Look at us, we haven't prepared anything," someone said apologetically. "Yun Xiao, it's nothing valuable, just a few candies for good luck." Not wanting to delay their work, Yun Xiao followed the path to the shed at the back. The temporary shed, made of plastic sheeting, provided shelter from the wind and snow. Inside, rows of neat tables and chairs were already set up. At the stove area, several large pots were lined up side by side, the stoves burning, flames licking the bottoms of the pots. The cutting board was piled high with a dazzling array of ingredients. To prepare a New Year's Eve dinner for over 100 people, the aunties had been preparing ingredients since yesterday. A lot of people were gathered around, helping to prepare the food, tend the fire, and lend a hand. The children were building snowmen outside the shed, their hands red from playing. Seeing her, they ran over one by one. "Sister Yunjiao, what does your spirit form look like?" "We want to build it a snowman," Qin Xiaoxiao asked eagerly. The little bluebird tilted its head, thought for a moment, then fluttered its wings and flew onto the snowman. It left a claw mark with each step. Yun Xiao lowered her head and pulled out a handful of red envelopes, handing them to the children one by one. "You can build whatever you want. When you're done, I let it come over and play." Not far away, the snowmen the children had built stood crookedly in a pile. If they really built a grotesque little bluebird, it would probably be angry. It's better to let them do whatever they want. The children who received the red envelopes were very happy, jumping and shouting around Yun Xiao. "Sister Yun Xiao, will you build a snowman with us? We build a mayor grandpa, and then a castle." Chapter 288. Yun Xiao played with the children for a while, building a snowman. Her little face was red from the cold. The old town head, leaning on his cane, came over and pulled her into the shed to warm up by the fire. The shed's cloth tightly sealed off the biting winter wind, and people gradually entered, gathering together to chat. The fire crackled and popped. The aunties busied themselves, chatting and laughing, their voices mingling with playful banter, creating a warm and cozy atmosphere. Yao Qian suddenly asked, "There's a lantern festival on Central Street tonight. Do you want to go? I heard there's also a Sichuan opera performance. I haven't seen it before." One of the aunties turned her head and said, "Mayor, after our New Year's Eve dinner tonight, you should come too." The old mayor thought for a moment and nodded. "Let's go see." "Sichuan opera? Is it the one with painted faces? I saw the promotional posters on the street yesterday, right at the entrance of the farmer's market." "Yes, that's it. I heard from the sentries that they've been selecting people to practice for this New Year's event for months. I heard it's our traditional culture, and with this apocalypse, it almost lost its heritage." "Xiao Dao, are you going?" Yun Xiao, who was asked, silently nodded yes. She had already seen the videos, but still wanted to see with her own eyes what kind of effect the culture they were promoting would have. The scene would surely be even more breathtaking. People gradually entered. He Xiang and Cheng Dongshu finally appeared, and were immediately surrounded by the town sentries, who all wanted them to talk about the training camp. Before noon, the shed was almost full of people, and there was constant noise. Yun Xiao called some people, and went back to bring out some candy and melon seeds. The stove was already cooking. The hot oil was poured into the large iron wok with a sizzling sound, instantly filling the air with a fragrant aroma. More than 100 people gathered together, their laughter and chatter causing the temperature inside the shed to rise steadily. Xie Tu, Rabbit, and Qi Ling arrived around 3 in the afternoon. At that time, many people in town had already gone out shopping. In the preparation area next to the shed, the dozen or so cooks who would be cooking that evening were still busy, while a few people sat idly chatting inside the shed. An unfamiliar car slowly drove into the parking lot, attracting the casual glances of the townspeople. The car stopped across the street, and 3 people got out. 2 men and 1 woman. The man driving was very handsome, with slightly raised brow bones and thick, dark eyebrows that looked like ink strokes, naturally possessing a sharp, heroic air. He stood tall and straight like a lone pine tree on a cliff, his long, narrow eyes beneath his brows as deep and unfathomable as an ancient pool, their darkness concealing a sharp insight into the world, yet also seemingly veiled by a thin layer of frost, making it difficult to discern his emotions. He exuded an innate composure. Many people in the town seemed to recognize him. He had been driving Yun Xiao to and from get off work every day recently, and had been spotted by the townspeople several times. They knew they were looking for Yun Xiao. Sister-in-law He, squatting by the stove tending the fire, greeted them with a smile. "Are you looking for Zhao Zhao? She's upstairs." Compared to their reserved demeanor, when they first arrived at the base, the townspeople seemed much more talkative. Rabbit, carrying New Year's gifts, looked curiously at the huge plastic greenhouse, next to which 3 large new stoves had been built, filled with tables and chairs. She realized what was happening and smiled in response. "Thank you, sister-in-law, we go find her now." The 3 turned into the apartment building. Many small stools were placed in the hallway on the first floor, where several people, men, women, and children, were sitting, chatting and warming themselves by the fire. Children seemed to be playing games, running around laughing and joking. When everyone saw the 3 who suddenly entered, the atmosphere froze, and they all instinctively paused for a moment. "Are you Xiao Ao's colleagues?" Old Lu was the first to react, standing up to greet them warmly. "She's home, come on up." The other people in the town also realized what was going on. Xiao Zhao had said she had friends celebrating the new year with them that evening. Guests are guests. Everyone immediately became very welcoming. "It's so cold outside, come and warm up by the fire. Here's some candy, do you want some? Don't be shy, make yourselves at home." "Are you all Zhao Ao's colleagues? Thank you so much for taking care of her. Our Zhao Zhao is so kind-hearted. She's new to the base and doesn't like talking to us about anything, so it's all thanks to you all. Do you know where Xiao Zhao lives? She lives in 1202, the apartment on the left after you get off the elevator." The townspeople chattered amongst themselves. Rabbit couldn't get a word in edgewise, completely overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of the people of Qishan town. Xie, on the other hand, remained calm, standing there chatting with everyone, occasionally chiming in with a few words. Just as the conversation paused for a moment, the elevator arrived. Xie calmly pressed the elevator door button and said familiarly, "We go up first." The 3 of them carried their things inside. As the elevator doors closed, all sights and noise were blocked outside. Qi Ling finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had kept his head down ever since he got out of the car, completely covered up, wearing a black cloak and hood, and a mask, as if afraid of being recognized as a mutant. Fortunately, everyone was bundled up in the cold winter, and his complete concealment didn't arouse any suspicion. Before coming, Qi Ling thought he was just going to Guide Yun's house for the new year. He was also curious about Guide Yun's home. Xiao Zhang from the Research Institute had told him that the base had given Guide Yun a building. Who would have thought her family would be so many for the new year? "Sister Yun Xiao, it's so lively here." Rabbit had similar thoughts to Qi Ling. She noticed New Year's pictures in the elevator. Bright red Fu characters, colorful streamers, everywhere was festive. Rabbit exclaimed, "The New Year's atmosphere is so strong. I never seen so many people eating a reunion dinner together before." It was overflowing with the radiant glow of family reunion joy and peace. What a festive atmosphere. Yun Zhao heard a knock and ran to open the door. The hinges turned slightly, revealing Xie tall and upright figure. He lowered his head slightly, and upon seeing her, a gentle smile softened his usually cool gaze. He whispered, "Happy New Year." "Happy New Year," Yun Zhao replied instinctively. She looked away, stepped aside to let him pass, and, displaying the proper hospitality, said, "Please come in and sit down." The house had been thoroughly cleaned that morning, and because Qi Ling had been invited, the living room carpet had been removed. A wooden stool with a layer of tin foil sat opposite the sofa. "The banquet starts promptly at 6:30 tonight. I heard there are New Year's activities outside. Many people from our town are going. There's also a lantern festival, and a Sichuan opera performance." Aunt Zhao went with her 2 children. Yun Zhao had stayed home after lunch to wait for them. Qi Ling looked up, his gaze filled with curiosity as he surveyed Yun's house. He cautiously stepped inside, his face showing hesitation at the question, "Can I go too?" A Sichuan opera performance. People from later generations had never seen it, but Qi Ling knew clearly that it was a tradition brought from the number 28 contaminated zone. Rabbit, who also vividly remembered the contaminated zone on the 28th, couldn't contain her excitement any longer. "When are we going?" she asked. The room was warm and cozy, the table piled high with fruits and snacks Yun Zhao had prepared. The faint sounds of children playing in town drifted in from outside, along with the sporadic crackling of firecrackers, filling the air with a warm, festive atmosphere. Xie turned and closed the door before slowly saying, "We go after we eat." Chapter 289. Xie looked around. Her house had many more items than when she last visited. The living room sofa was now upholstered in soft, thick cotton and linen, and several hand-knitted cushions were present. Colorful balls of yarn huddled together, and various small ornaments, resembling cartoon figurines, were displayed on top of the cabinets, likely trinkets she had bought from the sentries in Dongxia town. These subtle changes weren't just material additions, but also reflections of a lifestyle. Xie gaze finally settled on the opposite room. The door was open. The previously empty room had been completely transformed. The little bluebird and the fire phoenix were playing inside. As usual, the fire phoenix had abandoned its true form and arrived early, perched on the old shelf that the little bluebird no longer wanted. Noticing Xie gaze, the little creature pretended not to see her, tilting its head back to catch the colorful ball the little bluebird threw to it. They were having a great time. Xie ignored it, placing the New Year's gifts he was carrying on the table. "What are you planning to do this afternoon?" Yuan Zhao, who was pouring water for them, replied. "He Xiang and the others are roasting sweet potatoes with the children in the back. They're the ones you gave me last time. Do you want to go see them?" Qi Ling's hands tightened, but he didn't say anything. Those people are probably sentries. They definitely recognize him. Xie noticed his reaction and turned to help Yuan Zhao pour water. "The children aren't over there. I saw them playing in the stairwell downstairs when I came over." Yuan Zhao paused, naturally noticing Qi Ling's nervous expression, and understood what Xie meant. She nodded gently and said directly to Qi Ling, "If they see you, they only think you're sick, they won't realize anything else, so don't be nervous." The black slime on Qi Ling's body was completely suppressed. He could communicate normally, there was no black aura emanating from him, and he was wrapped up tightly, moving about like a normal person. No one had ever seen a mutant retaining their sanity. The townspeople wouldn't suspect anything. "Is that so?" Qi Ling's tone still carried a hint of uncertainty. He sat awkwardly, glancing down at his feet every now and then, afraid the black slime might suddenly reappear. Yuan Zhao hummed in agreement, saying softly, "There will be even more people at the New Year's Eve dinner later. Just act like it's the same as before, they won't notice." She paused. "Were there many people during the New Year before?" Qi Ling was silent for a moment. "Even more. People would go out into the streets to celebrate the New Year together." The streets then were a boiling ocean of joy, surging and surging. Some went to temple fairs, some went to the movies, and some drove to the suburbs to set off fireworks and firecrackers. If he really didn't want to go out, he would stay home and watch the Spring Festival Gala with his family. But the year before the apocalypse. On New Year's Eve that year, Qi Ling had a reunion dinner with his family, then went to a bar with a few friends and partied all night. Who could have imagined that it would be his last New Year? Recalling those scenes, the memories seemed to become blurry, like a distant dream. Yuan Zhao didn't say anything more. She was never good at comforting people. Rabbit, however, said, "The captain dared to vouch for you, and Minister Duan agreed, which means everyone is willing to believe in you. Don't keep focusing on your so-called monster label. Relax, don't think so much. Have a lively New Year first, things won't be so easy afterward." Xie remained silent, his back to them, as he tidied the New Year's goods he had brought. He put things in the refrigerator where they belonged, and in the cabinets where they belonged. Those familiar movements. As if he were the master of the place. Yuan Zhao ignored him, thinking for a moment before saying, "I have a deck of cards here, how about we play?" She had bought the deck from Li Gua and the others. Qi Ling had been away from people for too long and might need some time to adjust. Out of consideration for him, she simply stayed indoors that afternoon. "But I don't know how to play." "How do you play this?" Yuan Zhao asked. "Rabbit, me neither." Xie turned to look at Qi Ling. Qi Ling weakly raised his hand. "I know." He was familiar with old-fashioned entertainment, and briefly explained the rules. Yuan Zhao, Rabbit, and Qi Ling started playing Dodiju, a card game, on the coffee table. The King Chameleon appeared out of nowhere, running into the little bluebird's playroom, and joining the two phoenixes in their play. Firecrackers occasionally went off outside the window, bringing with them a noisy commotion. Xie stood by the window for a while watching. His communicator vibrated. He had received a message from Qi Shiqi. Around 6 o'clock, the four of them went downstairs for their New Year's Eve dinner. Winter days are short. The shed was dimly lit, making visibility blurry, but still enough to make out the surroundings. The townspeople were overly hospitable. It was a rare treat for guests, and everyone treated them with the utmost hospitality. Especially Xie. The aunties asked him about his well-being, subtly inquiring about him. "Where do you work? Are you in the same department as Xiao Xiao? How old are you? Can you cook and do housework?" Xie patiently answered each question. 26? 6 years older than Xiao Xiao, that's good. It's good that she can do housework. A man should learn to cook and do housework. There's a saying, something about winning a woman's heart through her stomach. Zhao Yin, who was helping serve the dishes, stopped and listened intently. As for Xietu's family situation, everyone tactfully refrained from asking. They all come to spend the new year with them, so it's obvious there's no one left at home. Why pry into someone's painful past during the new year? The town sentries all knew Sia2's identity, and obediently helped carry water and things, not daring to approach. Qi Ling hid himself under his cloak, silently moving his stool away from Captain Xie. When someone asked him a question, he answered honestly. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, no one recognized him. The long-lost warmth of home cooking brought him a different kind of feeling. Rabbit whispered to Yun Zhao, I didn't expect the captain to be so popular. Yun Zhao, peeling candy, replied, you bet. The aunties were so enthusiastic. They thought the captain would be overwhelmed, but he handled it with ease. The dishes were quickly served one by one. Some drinks were laid out on the table. Zhao Yin, who was serving the dishes, remembered something and mustered up her courage to ask Sia2, do you usually drink? Sia2 paused noticeably, glanced at Yun Zhao, and replied calmly, no, I don't drink at all. Zhao Yin was relieved and turned to continue her work. At the door, He Xiang stood there, loudly calling for those who hadn't come downstairs yet to come out quickly. Dinner's ready. The children rushed in, playing and shouting, each finding their own spot. Laughter echoed in the shed, a strong festive atmosphere. After dinner, the townspeople went to the Lantern Festival in groups. Yun Zhao was eager to see a Sichuan opera performance first. The four of them didn't drive, but walked to Central Street, soaking in the festive atmosphere along the way. The performance area on Central Street was already crowded with people. They finally found a suitable spot to stand, but before the performance even started, the sound of gongs and drums could be heard from backstage. When the familiar opera masks appeared on stage, a burst of excited shouts erupted from below. It felt like stepping into another world. Chapter 290. The Sichuan opera performance was incredibly impressive. Many people lingered at the end, reluctant to leave, waiting for the next performance. Yun Zhao and her group then went to the Lantern Festival. The group moved through the bustling crowd, frequently drawn to the colorful lanterns along the roadside. The lanterns, crafted using traditional techniques, were vibrant and colorful, hanging at varying heights from their frames. The intricately woven bamboo strips created a magnificent silhouette. It was as if they were immersed in a sea of light. The crowd was bustling, filled with laughter and chatter. The little bluebird perched on her head, curiously craning its neck to look around. Yun Zhao had already erected a barrier, shielding Sia2 and the rabbit from the noise coming from all directions. The rabbit was delighted. Sister Yun Zhao, let's go win a lantern, she said, pulling her towards the crowd. Sia2 followed leisurely behind, followed by Qi Ling, who dared not look up. The base's event was intended to involve more ordinary residents. Most lanterns were won through the activity, though they could also be purchased with points. There were simply too many people wanting to win a lantern. Forget participating in the activity, Yun Zhao and her friends couldn't even register. The registration line was so long, according to those in front, the wait would be 1 or 2 hours. In the end, Sia2 used his points to buy a lantern for each of them. Yun Zhao received a lantern depicting a phoenix. The phoenix on the paper was lifelike, its delicate strokes depicting it amidst raging flames. A scene of phoenix rebirth, symbolizing new life. Yun Zhao looked around, but didn't see any lanterns featuring the azure phoenix. The azure phoenix wasn't as famous among the common people as the fire phoenix. Most people, when they think of a phoenix, seem to automatically picture a crimson fire phoenix. Qi Ling's was a red-crowned crane. The most common lantern at the base's Lantern Festival, and also the most popular design among the public. Of course, Rabbit specifically requested a rabbit lantern. Yun Zhao turned to look at Sia2's. He gently held the lantern string, it swaying gracefully in the night sky, just as he looked up. Their eyes met. The surrounding noise seemed to be quietly swallowed up, the dim light seemed to become a hazy backdrop. The warm, flickering light cast dappled shadows, yet it solely reflected Yun Zhao's clear and bright face, like a single star reflected on a tranquil lake. What's yours? Yun Zhao asked. Sia2 held it up for her to see, a dragon and a phoenix symbolizing good fortune. Yun Zhao looked at it carefully for a while, then asked suspiciously, aren't you going to choose a fire phoenix? Sia2, I'm tired of seeing them. Fire phoenix, eh? Unfortunately, hers wasn't available. Perhaps I could suggest that next time there's a similar event, there should be a design featuring a phoenix. The rabbit sidled up, asking curiously, why did people in the old days put dragons and phoenixes together? They're clearly two different species. It's for symbolism, I guess. Qi Ling, clearly touched by the lantern, instinctively replied, dragons and phoenixes are the most representative auspicious beasts in traditional culture, symbolizing good fortune and happiness. Okay, let's go take a look over there. The rabbit didn't hesitate, happily pulling Yin Zhao along as they continued their stroll. The four of them carried their lanterns forward. The flow of people was like a surging tide, wave after wave, yet it didn't appear chaotic at all. Instead, it pulsated with vibrant life. They walked and strolled, finally unable to resist, queuing up to participate in a lantern-riddle game. Through the crowd, Yun Zhao saw the town's children, standing gazing up at a giant lantern, their mouths slightly agape, filled with wonder and anticipation. Before he knew it, it was exactly midnight. The New Year's bells rang. A stranger beside him suddenly shouted to the crowd, "Happy New Year! Happy New Year!" Someone instinctively replied. At first, the surrounding echoes were faint, but more and more people joined in. "Happy New Year!" The voices suddenly rose, converging in layers, surging from all directions. The shouts rose and fell, weaving together a moving melody, echoing under the night sky. Yun Zhao also softly said, "Happy New Year. May the sentinels find a way out of dire situations, and may every mission be safe. May the base's defenses be as solid as an iron fortress, with uninterrupted energy, warmth in the cold winter, freedom from famine, and no more nightmares of darkness. May the spark of science be rekindled, restoring the world to its true form, so that children can play carefree, and laughter fills the streets as it does today. By then, the cold winter will eventually pass, and dawn will surely arrive. May spring bring warmth and flowers, and may smiles always remain." The festivities continued until late at night before the crowds gradually dispersed. After taking Rabbit and Yun Zhao home, Xie Tu drove Qi Ling back to their residence outside the city. Qi Ling, afraid of damaging the car, squatted alone in the back seat. He was deeply moved by what he had seen and heard that evening, his gaze somewhat vacant. Outside the car window, the sentries, on high alert and patrolling everywhere, and the desolate scenery rushing past, all contrasted sharply with the clamor of the crowd just moments before. This made the brief moment of liveliness all the more precious. "It's been many years since I said Happy New Year." Qi Ling spoke up. "Back in our day, our contact lists would be flooded with New Year's greetings. Everyone just went through the motions, sending and forwarding them all in bulk, and several people would even use the same format. That was a kind of heartless social interaction. For the old days, the New Year was just a natural celebration in ordinary life, an excuse for eating, drinking, and having fun. Times were different. Ordinary people in the wasteland era suffered terribly. They were trapped inside the base, some never even leaving it in their entire lives. Xie Tu focused on driving, replying calmly, "World peace and abundance make it easy for spiritual complacency and moral decline to occur." Countless monsters roamed outside, and contaminated areas spread everywhere. People were suffocating under the pressure of survival. The base needed to give them hope, not to live like zombies. This was the initial reason the base was willing to spend resources to organize events. Qi Ling murmured, "I can't believe humanity has endured for 200 years in such a terrible world." Xie Tu nodded slightly, his gaze still fixed straight ahead, and spoke of something else. "This afternoon, Professor Qi sent me a message." Qi Ling froze upon hearing this, his hands unconsciously clenching the hem of his clothes, his knuckles turning white from the force. He lowered his head and muttered, "You don't need to tell me this." He didn't want to hear it. Qi Ling had once fantasized about finding a sliver of comfort in those similar eyes and brows. Qi Shiqi, however, delivered a devastating blow. The cold word experiment, like a poisoned arrow, pierced straight through all his hopes, embedding itself in the softest part of his heart. The two hadn't exchanged a single word. Qi Ling didn't have a communicator. Outsiders could only contact him through intermediaries. But Qi Ling guessed Qi Shiqi wouldn't have anything nice to say. Probably because he had left the research institute, the data collection had changed from daily to weekly, and that research fanatic had probably contacted Captain Xie to urge him to provide more data. After all, the Hope Base had also joined the research on him. Qi Shiqi had all his data reports. "It's not what you think." Xie Tu looked out the window, paused for a moment, and slowly said, "He just asked me to tell you that he wishes you a happy new year." Qi Ling froze, as if rooted to the spot. He murmured, unable to speak for a long time. Chapter 291. After the Spring Festival. On the 10th day of the first lunar month, the Sentinel training camp held its major assessment. Before the exam, Duanqi specifically told Yun Zhao in the group chat. "Duanqi, I estimate that Sloth won't react until after the exam. Yun Zhao, don't have too high hopes. Tao Hao, he might not pass the mental body assessment, but his physical fitness should be fine." The captain was focusing on his physical fitness and combat reaction training the other day. The mental body can't be used as an auxiliary combat tool. Then he can only work hard to improve his own strength. He Xiang is quite hardworking, and his performance in shooting class was also quite good. He's already proficient in using various firearms, and ranked in the upper middle level of his group during training. Even if he doesn't pass the assessment today, his personal strength has improved several times compared to when he first entered the camp. After leaving the training camp, whether hunting or searching for supplies, he have a better chance. Song Liang was utterly baffled. How could he have awakened such a spiritual entity? His spiritual entity was lazy and stubborn, quite unlike him. Duanqi, it's as if our spiritual entities are very similar to the real people. Take your big lion, for example. How is it similar to you, Song Liang? What Duanqi didn't say was that the captain's fire phoenix and Yun Zhao's little bluebird were two extremes. Who would have thought that the previously easily angered fire phoenix was now practically a completely different bird? Yun Zhao silently typed, "Okay, I understand. Wait for the afternoon's assessment results." He Xiang indeed failed. Chung Dongshu, on the other hand, made rapid progress, cooperating perfectly with his spiritual entity, passing 6 of the 8 major tests, ranking in the upper echelons among B-level sentinels. Yun Zhao casually asked the group of sentinels from Donsha town. "Xia 2, 5 out of 8 passed. Tao Hao, they seem to be going back the day after tomorrow. Their 1-month lease on the shanty just expired. This trip wasn't a waste. They experienced the 5-star contaminated zone, learned skills, and sold the supplies they brought to buy food. Once is enough. After coming once, they can find the way to the main base. Once they collected enough supplies, Lu Hong and the others will come again." Training camp ends. Team 0 officially begins preparations for the next mission. January 15th. Jiang Mu finally appears, leading his team members to the operations department building. The 6 of them bump into Xia 2 as they go upstairs. Jiang Mu speaks up, "Let me borrow the system to register for the mission." The systems of the 4 major bases are universal. All combat teams must register online before going on a mission. Firstly, it facilitates the data analysis team in monitoring the surrounding area, organizing data, and identifying any omissions. Secondly, nearby outposts will receive advance notice and be on standby. Most importantly, the teams on missions won't overlap, preventing duplicate entries. Xia 2 nodded, "Please go ahead." He took the documents and turned to leave. Jiang Mu scoffed, "Why so cold? You didn't even ask where our next mission is?" Xia 2, "I can see it since you registered." "Fine." Jiang Mu had nothing to say, then asked, "What about you guys? Have you chosen your next mission?" Xia 2 stopped, "Yes." Orange behind him whispered, "Where is it?" Jiang Mu had already seen the documents in his hand. Sun City, Contaminated Zone 111. Gaiyun really knows how to handle things. He lazily said, "By the way, we also need to start training, and need to borrow your training grounds." Xia 2 didn't refuse. The 2 S-rank teams could use this as a training ground for combat. After the start of spring, the snow gradually thinned, and the sky began to reveal its long-awaited clarity and vastness. Team 0's training moved to the training ground. Yun Zhao's physical training also gradually escalated, from the initial evacuation room to self-training at home, and now finally returning to the spacious training ground. With Jiang Mu's team joining the training ground became extremely lively. 10 advanced sentinels staged thrilling combat drills on the training ground every day. Each of them wore uniform black combat suits, were full of energy, and their eyes flashed with a sharp light, instantly igniting the atmosphere to a boiling point. "If I don't beat you all down today, I'm not Tao Hao. Come on! Who's afraid of who? I bet 1,000 points. Let's see who falls first today." Zhou Tianqi provocatively thumped his chest. "Duanqi, get your points ready. Don't try to renege on your debt if you lose." Jiang Mu moved a chair and sat at the training room door. He waited for half an hour, but the group still hadn't moved. His patience was wearing thin. Who has so much nonsense to say in a fight? That's called momentum. You can't lose momentum. Pre-battle trash talk is a tradition, Tao Hao said. Yun Zhao and Qi Ling were practicing target shooting in the adjacent training area. Her stamina was so poor that she had to train with Qi Ling, who had clearly surpassed her. Qi Ling's handling of the gun was becoming increasingly skilled, hitting the bullseye right away. Xia 2 stood at the edge of the area with her arms crossed. He no longer expected her to touch the target. He only hoped she would be proficient in using the gun and remember that she had one on her waist in a crucial moment. He heard the commotion coming from the adjacent area. Yun Zhao and Qi Ling kept glancing back, unable to concentrate at all. Xie 2. 10 minutes of extra practice for every time you look. Yuan Zhao, Qi Ling, He was a responsible captain, always strict with training requirements. Yuan Zhao had no choice but to obediently complete an hour of target practice. By the time she finished her shooting lesson and rested, the battle over there had reached a fever pitch. Then, all 10 of them were down. Duanqi was pinned down by the white beast, unable to move, only his head sticking out. Holy crap! It's like this? Cheng Zi was in an even worse situation, pinned right under his buttocks, the white beast's tail constantly swishing across his face. Captain, we were wrong, quickly get it up. Jiang Mu showed no intention of taking the children back. He stood up and walked into the arena, slowly saying, "This is a simulated battle, not a game of make-believe." The battle had just begun when the spiritual entity roared and pounced, resulting in the little ones scattering in a chaotic mess. Yuan Zhao stood by and watched for a while, then walked away speechlessly. Until Xie 2 arrived, his eyes stern as he surveyed the team members lying on the ground, including Duanqi and Qingzi's slightly disheveled appearance. Tao Haohao, terrified, dared not utter a sound, using all his strength to move the white beast away and scramble to his feet. Being caught not taking training seriously by the captain meant extra practice was inevitable. Qingzi also struggled to get up, but as soon as she stood still, the white beast's rear end slammed into her face as it turned, leaving her only able to weakly cry for help through the gaps in its constantly swishing tail. Seeing this, Jiang Mu recalled the white jade beast. Let's start again. Don't let them out. Training days passed by in a playful, boisterous manner. The snow gradually stopped, and spring brought life back to everything. The biting wind seemed to have softened overnight, quietly retreating, replaced by a gentle, warm breeze, like a pair of soft, delicate hands slowly lifting the veil of winter's chill. The sentinels received their missions one after another, some trained, others set off. The first batch of sentinels to receive their missions went to the site of the new satellite launch base, arriving early to clear the land and establish a garrison. Meanwhile, Zero Team and Jiang Mu's squad also finalized their departure times. Chapter 292. After the schedule was set, both teams continued their daily training. A few days later, they finally saw the modified armored vehicles. In the afternoon, the sentries were training with Yuan Zhao on the training field, doing reaction drills. Simply put, it was playing command games, starting, chasing, etc., to improve the nervous system's reaction speed and physical coordination. Yuan Zhao felt this game was very unfriendly to her. She was the wolf, and a group of sentries were the sheep. She could only move when Qi Ling gave the command, and she had to stay in place when the command ended. After playing for half an hour, she hadn't caught a single one. Instead, she was panting heavily. The little bluebird was extremely anxious, hopping around on her head, its beak never stopping. "Ah, cunning sentries, they're playing with you. Catch them, and beat them up. Run faster." Yuan Zhao gasped, "I'm already running very fast." She was still wearing a heavy down jacket. Unlike the sentries, who were all dressed in light combat uniforms, slippery as eels, impossible to catch. Her teammates, wanting her to run more, didn't dare go easy on her. She was so engrossed in playing that she didn't even notice when Xie 2 and Jiang Mu left, until the roar of cars came from the training ground entrance. Yuan Zhao looked up and saw two heavy armored off-road vehicles drive into the training ground. The vehicles were brand new, their imposing presence and the dust kicked up by their wheels made them look like two steel behemoths roaring into the field. The familiar yet unfamiliar silhouettes made everyone in the middle of the field freeze for a moment. When they reacted, the sentries shouted exaggeratedly, "Wow! That's so cool! Holy crap! They actually added a convertible top. Old song, come quick! The weapon system on the roof has been replaced with a high rate of fire machine gun." Tao Haohao shouted as he ran towards the vehicle. Their heavy armored off-road vehicles had undergone significant modifications, even just to their exterior. Multi-barrel smoke launchers and anti-personnel mine dispensers were mounted on both sides of the vehicle. The original headlights had been replaced with more advanced xenon spotlights, which, when activated in high-power mode, could instantly pierce through the darkness ahead, like daylight. Xie 2 and Jiang Mu got out of the vehicle. Shou Tianqi, Qingzi, and the others immediately surrounded them, their tone somewhat uncertain. "Captain, both vehicles belong to Team Zero, right? Where's our vehicle?" This winter, the captain hadn't done anything productive, spending his days, like an unemployed bum, taking them around everywhere. They drove their own vehicles every day. But how could their captain, with his personality, possibly become Xie's driver and help bring the Zero Team's car over? Jiang Mu said lazily. You guessed right, I go test the performance. If it's good, I have the department head modify it like theirs. Zhou Tianqi. Xie put in a lot of effort to modify the car, and the captain just takes what's readily available. Jiang Mu turned and kicked him. What kind of nonsense is in your heads? Do you think he's the type to take a loss? Xie too was asking for 10,000 for the modification blueprints, with no room for negotiation. Jiang Mu didn't care, and immediately quoted his department head 20,000. Anyway, he wouldn't pay for it himself. Since everyone else's car was modified, his had to be too. Qingzi. He could imagine how angry the captain would make the department head. The Zero team members on the other end eagerly opened the car doors and went to check. Yuan Zhao had already inspected the entire vehicle, inside and out. Yuan Zhao, though unfamiliar with cars, noticed a significant increase in the vehicle's thickness. A heavy-duty winch was prominently displayed at the rear, its thick, strong steel cable capable of towing several tons. The interior remained largely unchanged. The most striking feature was the roof, now fitted with a canopy, creating a second floor. The surrounding panels were retractable. When raised, it essentially created a second floor, and when lowered, the canopy could be retracted. It was somewhat similar to a modified RV. The height is only 1 meter, so it won't affect the automatic launch system, Xie said. The biggest changes are to the bottom. Foldable floats and a propeller propulsion system have been added, so it won't sink in water. Polluted Zone 111 was a coastal city. None of the Zero team members' spiritual entities were marine creatures, unable to swim freely and explore water depths like naturally aquatic spiritual entities. Xie too had to make more preparations. Qi Ling couldn't help but ask in a low voice, is the second floor where I be staying? Xie too glanced at him. That's all we can do for now. Although Yuan Zhao had suppressed the black aura and slime on his body, he was still like a chemical weapon, and sitting in the car risked damaging the equipment. Qi Ling didn't care. The roof was nice too, with a good view. He was full of anticipation for the mission, just wanting to earn money quickly to pay off his debts. Yuan Zhao, however, was concerned about something else. Will it consume a lot of fuel? There's nothing we can do about it. Song Liang climbed into the cockpit, checking the various dashboards, and poked his head out, saying, fuel consumption is about 3 times what it used to be. We probably need to bring more supplies on future missions. Fortunately, there's now an extra second floor, so the oil drums can be placed there directly. Replenishment can also be done at the checkpoints along the way. As long as sufficient preparations are made before entering the contaminated area, the oil drums can last a long time. Fuel consumption isn't a big issue. In the afternoon, everyone familiarized themselves with the armored off-road vehicle. Zhou Tianqi and his team were also testing various functions in the other vehicle. Yuan Zhao sat in the driver's seat and tried operating it. Her thinking was simple. Anyone might need to drive in an emergency. She didn't usually drive, but she absolutely had to know how to operate it. 3 days remained until departure. Jiang Mu's team had other matters to attend to, and left a little earlier. Before they left, Yuan Zhao gave all their team members one last pep talk. They left very casually, saying they would come back often. Out of curiosity, Yuan Zhao logged into the system to check their mission. Xie Tu's laptop was still at her house. She had now learned how to log into the system and perform some simple searches, and her skills were becoming increasingly proficient. Yuan Zhao entered Jiang Mu's name in the search bar, but no results were found. She paused for a moment, then switched to searching for big-headed fat girl, finally finding a bunch of information. Base, Dawn Base. Rating, S rank. Squad rating, S rank combat team. Current mission, registered contaminated zone 110, mission danger level, 3 stars, mission priority, yellow. Yuan Zhao, Contaminated zone 110, isn't that very close to them? Why did Jiang Mu choose that area? He seems to be investigating the diary as well. Is he not sure if it's in contaminated zone 111? Yuan Zhao felt she shouldn't think that way. She should guess based on Jiang Mu's personality. The current white she beast can't withstand the corrosion. Once it leaves the contaminated zone, it probably whine and come looking for her again. Jiang Mu probably chose the closest contaminated zone because he was too lazy to travel that far again. That seems to make sense. Yuan Zhao then remembered that Fu Ho had said she would keep an eye on their mission registrations and wanted to do joint missions together. She later asked Xie Tu. Xie Tu said afterwards that the possibility was probably slim. S-class teams are the main force in eliminating 4-star contaminated zones. Clashing with 2 teams would be too wasteful of resources and manpower. The joint mission between Zero Team and Jiang Mu's squad was just an accident, Now is not a critical time, and Dawn Base probably won't agree to a joint mission. Yun Zhao thought for a moment, and then entered Fu Chi's name into the system. Chapter 293. The message popped up quickly. Base, Dawn Base. Rating, S rank. Squad rating, S rank combat team. Current mission, registered contaminated zone 112, mission danger level, 3 stars, mission priority, yellow. Yun Zhao, Are we all this close together? 110, 111, 112? Are we linked? Yun Zhao was speechless for a moment, then sent Fu Chi in a message, We're going on a mission the day after tomorrow, see you then. The day before the mission. As usual, the entire Zero team was on leave to rest at home. Yun Zhao slept in again, waking up unwilling to get out of bed. The curtains had been partially drawn open by the little bluebird. Sunlight streamed through the gap in the curtains, falling on her face, bringing a touch of warmth, but also a chill unique to early spring. Yun Zhao rolled over, reaching under the covers to find the remote control on the bedside table, and turned on the air conditioner. Thinking about her mission tomorrow, she closed her eyes, intending to sleep a little longer. After a whole winter of rest, her mindset seemed to have subtly shifted again. No matter what secret she carried, no matter the entanglements of the past and future, only the present moment was truly real. Instead of worrying unnecessarily, she should take it one step at a time. Things will work themselves out. Why create unnecessary trouble? Yun Zhao was about to sleep a little longer when her communicator rang at an inopportune moment. Bye you, ha ha ha. I'm finally on vacation. Wait, I'm coming to find you right away. Yun Zhao was silent for 2 seconds, then replied, Okay. She reluctantly got up to wash up. 20 minutes later. There was a knock on Yun Zhao's door, and Bai Yu entered with an overly familiar air, saying, See how considerate I am? Knowing you're going on a mission tomorrow, I especially took the day off to keep you company. The guides had been very busy throughout the winter. Almost all their leave had been cancelled. Bai Yu had finally had some free time these past few days, taking a 5-day break in one go. She poured herself a cup of hot water, and then brought out the warm milk for Yun Zhao. Here, did you sleep in again? Only 1 bottle of milk for breakfast. Yun Zhao thanked her and took it, slowly saying, Just 1 more day to sleep in. As usual, after attending the pre-battle deployment meeting tomorrow morning, Team Zero would drive directly to the contaminated area. Who knows when he'd be able to sleep in again? He should cherish this last day of leisure at home. The two sat down on the sofa. Bai Yu picked up a cushion and hugged it to her chest. It's alright, I believe you'll be back soon at your pace. That's true, but the situation in the contaminated zone is different every time. Sometimes unexpected troubles arise, and we might not be able to get out immediately, Yun Zhao said softly, sipping her milk. Her gaze drifted to the still desolate branches outside the window, as if trying to see the path back in a few days through those bare branches. Every time someone steps into that gate of hell of the contaminated zone, who can be sure they emerge unscathed? The contaminated zone is always an extremely dangerous place. No one dares to be careless. Okay, I misspoke, but it really is contaminated zone 111? Bai Yu said, suddenly pulling a booklet from her bag. These past few days, while my dad's been in meetings all day, I've been secretly researching at home. I read it several times and think there's nothing wrong, but I'm afraid I missed some clues, so I brought it over for you to see. There were too many documents in the house. She searched for a long time, and only this one contained Lao Bai's handwriting. Yun Zhao's gaze immediately fell on the booklet. As she reached out to take it, her fingertips trembled slightly involuntarily. It was a beautifully bound, thick and heavy booklet. Opening it, she saw densely packed text records. The small characters resembled a colony of ants, yet were arranged neatly and orderly. It was clearly not handwritten, but machine-printed. Don't look at the beginning. It's historical content revised by my elders. The main focus is on the last few pages, which retain Lao Bai's handwriting and some of his words. The pages rustled as they turned. Yun Zhao quickly followed Bai Yu's instructions and turned to the section printed with Lao Bai's handwriting. The Bai family must have carefully preserved the original manuscript. The handwriting in the booklet was clearly a rubbing. The opening few words sketched the gloom of the early Dark Ages. As dawn breaks amidst chaos, stars fade, and worldly order crumbles like a sandcastle. The awakening of the sentinels and guides is like a boulder thrown into a still lake, causing ripples that change everything, making it difficult to discern whether it will bring fortune or misfortune. Furthermore, the words become increasingly obscure, like a riddle. In the land teeming with Darkborn, energy flows erratically like a phantom, hidden from the light. The power of the guides is like a candle flame, sometimes bright, sometimes dim, unable to tame the shadows of the night. In the face of oppressive times, the guides choose their path, a matter of life and death in the game of life and death for all living beings. In some hidden corner, a crucial balance exists, waiting for those who come after to uncover it. Yun Zhao repeatedly stroked this passage. Bai Yu looked at her expectantly, unable to resist asking, "How is it? Did you find any clues?" Yun Zhao read it carefully again and replied, "Old Bai seems quite cultured." This contrasted sharply with the diary of the red-crowned crane. "Bai Yu, eh? So there's no problem?" Bai Yu breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't know why she was so nervous, and only said, "Most people in the base have seen this booklet, and the school also teaches students about that period of history." Her words implied that the awakening of sentinels and guides after the apocalypse was both a blessing and a curse. According to the world's understanding, humanity wasn't wiped out because of the sentinels and guides, but because they awakened superpowers. The sentinels and guides were destined to bear the responsibility of saving humanity. Most of them don't live long. They might one day perish in some corner, or their mental strength would decline, and they could only watch themselves and their spiritual bodies die. For an individual, it's undoubtedly a tragedy. As a guide, Old Bai wrote these words, and later generations have tried to understand their meaning from his perspective. As for the hidden corner mentioned later, it's the key to balance. The hidden corner probably refers to the contaminated area. Eliminating the contaminated area is the key. This is also the direction humanity has been striving for. Yun Zhao remained silent, her head bowed, her long eyelashes trembling. In the blink of an eye, she had turned to the last page. The last page contained only one sentence: "Only light can dispel darkness." Bai Yu also noticed it and said, "It should be a motto." In that era, mottos seemed closely tied to the times. Everyone longed for light to return to the world. Yun Zhao remained silent. What if the darkness here wasn't what people perceived as darkness? Darkness, as a metaphor, has many meanings. Night, humanity, society, mental health, corrupt and decaying systems, etc. Or, a guide to darkness. Then what about light? Does the so-called light really only refer to the sun? Chapter 294. The pre-battle deployment meeting was held as scheduled the following morning. Because it was the first Orange Level 4-star mission of the new year, the base took it very seriously. In the meeting room, a huge tactical map was spread out on the screen, marking the detailed terrain of the mission area, supply distribution, and possible routes of action. The base's leader sat at the lower levels, each with a serious and focused expression. Yun Zhao sat next to Sia-Tu and Rabbit in the first row. She had studied the data on contaminated Zone 111 countless times, and knew it by heart. This contaminated zone was located in Rizhao City, Shandong Province, and had been discovered 50 years ago. According to the data provided by the calculation team, the contaminated area was approximately 5,000 square kilometers, containing 35 towns, almost covering the entire former prefecture-level city, including the port and parts of the sea. And there was the origin of ancient solar culture. There was a long-standing custom of sun worship. According to research, the Tang Valley and the Ten Suns Kingdom, where Shiha worshipped the sun as recorded in the Classic of Mountains and Seas, were located in the Rizhao region. On Mount Tiantai in Taluo Town, Donggang District, relics related to sun worship, such as the Sun God Stone, the Sun God Mausoleum, the Dei Mausoleum, and sundials, still remain. Ancient artifacts unearthed show numerous sun-themed patterns, almost all related to the sun. The latest data provided by the calculation team is not significantly different from previous data. After winter ended, the spread of the contaminated area seems to have stopped. Qi Ling sat alone in another row, staring at the various data on the screen, his bewilderment and unease almost overflowing. Just like Yun Zhao, when he first attended the meeting, he couldn't understand the data at all, and had only a vague understanding of the various deployments made by Minister Duan. The surrounding supervisors chattered amongst themselves. For him, it felt like an invisible pressure. The technical jargon and analyses flew like bullets, and he couldn't catch a single one. Their eyes frequently glanced at him, curious and scrutinizing. He felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, as if pricked by thorns. Fortunately, this torment soon ended. Sia-Tu stood up first. Song Liang and Tao Haohao, go and hand over the supplies to the logistics department. The rest of you, get in the cars. He still had something to discuss with Minister Duan. Roger. The two jogged out of the meeting room to retrieve their weapons and ammunition. Yun Zhao, carrying her small shoulder bag, turned to Qi Ling and said, "Let's go." This kind of meeting was very unfriendly to Qi Ling. He occupied an entire row of seats, sitting there alone, very conspicuous. People looked at him like he was a monkey in a zoo. The staff in the calculation team, intelligence team, and logistics department seemed extremely curious about the mutant, who retained his consciousness and functioned normally. Some couldn't understand why Minister Duan would dare to let this inhuman, ghost-like creature roam freely, and even invite him to join the operations department. Each operations team has a maximum of 7 members. Too many members would mean insufficient mission points. It would also easily expose the target during operations, increasing unnecessary risks. Team 0 was the base's only double S-class team, the sharpest blade carrying out the most difficult and dangerous missions, with extremely rigorous member selection. Minister Duan had actually allowed a mutant to join. This was a ticking time bomb, highly likely to go out of control in the contaminated zone and be subdued by the gatekeepers. Qi Ling obediently followed Yun Zhao out and climbed onto the roof of the armored vehicle. The surrounding panels rose. The 1-meter height was just enough to completely conceal his figure after he sat down. Only then did Qi Ling finally feel a sense of security. The sunroof beside him suddenly opened, revealing the scene inside the vehicle below. "You were wearing a protective suit. You could have sat with us earlier," Yun Zhao said to Qi Ling on the sunroof. During the meeting earlier, Qi Ling had voluntarily sat on the other side. He couldn't get over his mental hurdle. During training, he learned that the dark matter could erode the Sentinel's mental realm, and he was always afraid that the black aura and slime emanating from his body would harm everyone. Qi Ling's eyes held a hint of confusion and struggle. Only when no one else was around did he dare to speak the truth, but I can always feel them stirring inside me, as if they're about to go out of control. "That's just your imagination," Rabbit said, sitting up straight with her sniper rifle. "Sister Yun Zhao is very strong. Don't worry, with her here, the dark matter in your body won't go out of control." Duanxi, sitting in the driver's seat, fondled the modified car. Hearing this, he turned his head and said, "You're worrying too early. If you're going to worry, you should worry about what happens after entering the contaminated area. The gatekeeper can control the dark matter. And Qi Ling happens to be covered in dark matter. It's their first mission, and even the captain isn't sure what will happen to Qi Ling. What if he gets controlled as soon as he enters, and then gets backstabbed by the team at any moment?" "Qi Ling, Rabbit said discontentedly, "Don't scare him." "Duanxi, how am I scaring him by telling the truth?" Rabbit glared at Duanxi. "Can't you say something nice? We haven't even entered the contaminated area yet, and you're already making things unpleasant." Duanxi took a deep breath. "Wang Jiayu, are you trying to start a fight?" "Rabbit, who wants to fight with you? You're just looking for trouble." Yun Zhao was already used to it, and completely ignored their argument, focusing on checking her backpack. Ever since she learned that the gatekeepers could use items around her to confuse her, Yun Zhao always kept her necklace with photos of her uncles at home before going on missions. She didn't bring her diary either. She took out the snacks and combat uniform from her small bag and stuffed them into her backpack. It was only early spring, and the weather was still quite cold. She saved the combat uniform for the front lines. Inside the vehicle, Rabbit and Duanxi were still bickering. Qi Ling felt helpless and wanted to mediate. The argument started because of him, but he seemed unable to get a word in edgewise. Not long after, the arrival of the supply truck from the logistics department finally silenced the two men's argument. Duanxi went down to help, and together with Tao Haohao and Song Liang, they loaded all the ammunition onto the truck. This time, preparations were thorough. The 30 barrels of gasoline issued by the logistics department were neatly stacked on the roof of the truck, leaving Qi Ling with only a small portion of space, almost completely surrounded by the sealed barrels. "There's no other way, just make do for now. We need to bring enough supplies," Song Liang comforted him. Qi Ling didn't mind, he couldn't smell the gasoline anyway. Just like with all the food in the truck, he had absolutely no appetite. Apart from meat, nothing else was palatable. When Xie2 came out, everything was ready. The reinforcements had already assembled. As usual, Xie2 did a final check, and after confirming everything was in order, he got into the passenger seat. "Let's go!" The door to the special mission passage slowly opened. Zero Team's first mission of the new year began in this solemn yet expectant atmosphere. The contaminated Zone 111 is approximately 1,700 kilometers away. Leaving the base, Yun Zhao removed the mental barrier for everyone. Through the observation window, she saw the changes brought about by the entire winter. The snow hadn't completely melted, and many of the withered mutated trees that had barely stood by the roadside were now broken in half, the jagged breaks revealing gaping wounds. The already desolate world appeared even more bleak and desolate in this late winter/early spring. The team had just left the mountain road when a group of level 5 mutants approached them. They howled and sped rapidly towards the vehicle. Rabbit climbed to the second floor, set up her sniper rifle, and began firing in coordination. Chapter 295. Qi Ling couldn't help but straighten up, peering through the partition at the scenery along the way. When he and Team Zero went to the Dawn base, it was nighttime. The 28th contaminated zone wasn't far, so he hadn't really had a proper look at the outside world. In the distance, the former city ruins appeared even more desolate in the early spring gloom. High-rises collapsed, steel bars exposed like grotesque skeletons, covered in rust, the mottled scars left by time and corrosion. That's Chongqing. I've been here before. Qi Ling murmured. Rabbit, engrossed in his hunt, casually remarked, "You've been here before? It looks completely different now, doesn't it? Comparable to before. Back then, it was bustling with people, brightly lit at night, and boats plying the river. As the lights shone on Hongyadong, the layered pavilions were instantly outlined in a dreamlike golden glow, their warm red reflections shimmering in the river like a flowing galaxy. The riverbank was bustling with activity, tourists laughed and chatted, and the enticing aromas of various delicious snacks filled the air. Qi Ling's gaze remained fixed on the ruins, but he could no longer speak. The journey from Dawn Base to the eastern coastal city was roughly northward. The car sped along. The devastated scenes along the way assaulted Qi Ling's vision. He seemed to be beginning to truly understand this world. The stability of the large base was the result of 200 years of unwavering dedication by its inhabitants. Those people were like the Major General and his comrades. Striving to resist the monsters, they led their soldiers in a desperate defense of the sanctuary. Qi Ling thought of Major General Qin again, that burly officer with thunderous laughter. His mood suddenly dipped. Ultimately, only Chongqing, the sole remaining arc of the arc, had held out into the wasteland era in the southwest. But soon, Qi Ling had no time to be down. Lunchtime arrived. The people in the vehicle began to take out their food. Xia tossed him 2 cans of cooked meat through the sunroof, saying calmly, "1 can, 100 points. You now owe me a total of 19,860. Qi Ling, Along the way, the sky was filled with distinctly defined gray fog. These were the contaminated areas that had spread and were now receding. The armored off-road vehicle, carrying reinforcements, bypassed the danger zones and arrived at the eastern coastal region 8 days later. From a distance, they saw a temporary encampment ahead. The vigilant sentries, each dressed in a crisp black combat uniform, raised their hands in greeting from a distance upon seeing them approaching. That's the Dawn Base's sign. Xia, sitting in the passenger seat, could see it more clearly. It seems Fu Heng's team has already gone in. Yun Zhao nodded. No wonder. No wonder Fu Heng hadn't replied to her messages. Dawn Base is close by. If things go smoothly, they could arrive that day. She was probably busy preparing for the mission then. Yun Zhao subconsciously asked, what about Jiang Mu and the others? They left 3 days early, saying they had other things to do, but what could they possibly have? They even bought their equipment and supplies at Dawn Base. It's impossible they had to go back to Dawn Base first before heading to Contaminated Zone 110. They're on different routes. Could it be they already gone in? The other 2 teams are both on 3-star Contaminated Zones. By the time Jiang Mu and Fu Heng come out, Zero Team will probably still be in Contaminated Zone 111. Why were they all going in so early? Yun Zhao suddenly had a bad feeling. Xia expression remained calm. If you don't know, you can ask them when you get off the bus. Okay. Yun Zhao didn't think anything was wrong and packed her things to get off the bus. To guard against a sudden spread of the contaminated area, temporary camps are usually located further away. The reinforcements stopped here, probably to be close to the Dawn Base camp, so they could support each other, which would be good for them. After getting off the bus, Yun Zhao pulled Rabbit along to find an empty tent and changed into her combat uniform. As soon as she put on the clothes, she noticed something was wrong. The combat uniform, which had been somewhat loose, now clung tightly to her body, outlining every curve of her figure. Yun Zhao couldn't help but be stunned. Had she gained weight again this winter? Xia cooking was really good. During training, he prepared a variety of dishes every day. Yun Zhao was eating with a group of sentries with enormous appetites every day. Seeing them scrambling for food inevitably whetted her appetite, and she would unconsciously eat more than she should. But she hadn't been slacking off in her training lately. Logically, with such a high level of activity, she shouldn't have gained so much weight. Rabbit glanced at Yun Zhao, noticed, and said with a grin, I told you, Sister Yun Zhao, you used to be too thin. This is just right. Her tone carried the excitement of the captain finally fattening her up. Yuan Zhao, A sudden sense of crisis washed over her. If she kept eating like this, would she even be able to fit into her combat uniform next time? Outside, Tao Haohao and the others were helping set up camp, while Qi Ling obediently stayed on the roof of the vehicle. Xie Tu walked over and spoke with the adjutant accompanying him from Dawn Base. He learned that Fu Mu's team had been inside for 6 days. Xie Tu's brow furrowed slightly. 6 days was neither short nor long for an expedition venturing into unknown territory. He estimated they would emerge in another day or two. Have you contacted Dawn Base? Xie Tu's voice was steady. The adjutant nodded. They arrived 3 days ago, and are stationed about 60 kilometers from here. Jiang Mu's team entered that same day. Something about this mission seemed off. While there was a risk of merging here, it had remained within the normal monitoring range, and eliminating just one contaminated zone would resolve the threat. The map was so large, with hundreds of contaminated zones, yet 3 S-class teams were so close together. Xie Tu didn't ask any further questions. He suddenly understood what those two were planning. No sentinel wasn't curious about the 5-star contaminated zone. Fu Mu, driven by a competitive spirit, was eager to infiltrate the 5-star contaminated zone. At that time, as long as Team Zero didn't emerge from contaminated Zone 111 in time, she could use the pretense of being nearby to rush in and try the joint mission. After all, judging from the observation data, there was a high possibility of error regarding contaminated zones. They might even run into a 5-star contaminated zone. As for Jiang Mu, Xie Tu didn't even want to talk to him. He was just too lazy to run. He planned to stay and provide mental support to the White Beast after leaving the contaminated zone. He went in early only because he was afraid Team Zero would leave the contaminated zone before him and return to base without waiting for him. Xie Tu exchanged a few more pleasantries with his adjutant, then turned back and happened to run into Yun Zhao, who had changed her clothes and was carrying her small handbag and rabbit as she came out of the tent. Xie Tu said softly, "I'm going to get some food. We rest here tonight and go in tomorrow morning." He really hit a nerve. Yun Zhao originally wanted to say she didn't want to eat, but after hesitating for a long time, she couldn't bear to part with all the delicious food. "Okay, you cook less, I eat less," Yun Zhao said. Xie Tu? Chapter 296. Yun Zhao and Duan Qi brought a lot of cured meat and sausages with them on this trip. That evening, Xie Tu made a claypot rice dish with cured meats. Not far away, beside a makeshift fire, Xie Tu skillfully sliced the cured meat and sausages, evenly spreading them on top of the half-cooked rice, then drizzled a spoonful of special sauce, covered the pot, and simmered it over a low flame. In no time, the aroma of the claypot rice filled the entire camp. Who could resist? Yun Zhao certainly couldn't resist, and finished her portion completely. After eating, Yun Zhao comforted herself, reminding herself that this was her last dinner in the contaminated zone, and eating more would give her the strength to face the dangers within. The little bluebird let out a soft hum. It was simply unbearable to watch. There was nothing they could do but flap their wings and fly towards the armored vehicle. Xie Tu looked up and saw the little bluebird fly to the roof of the vehicle, burying its head inside, leaving only its magnificent blue-green tail feathers fluttering in the air. His idiot son copied it, the two phoenixes performing a head-first somersault. Qi Ling sat on the roof, munching on a piece of cooked cured meat. He couldn't see the spirit entity, and was completely unaware of the long phoenix tail feathers sweeping around his feet. Seeing his teammates finish checking the ammunition boxes, Xie Tu stood up and said, "Get some rest, everyone. We go in first thing tomorrow morning." The temporary camp was still 40 kilometers away from contaminated Zone 111. 8 o'clock in the morning. The entire Zero team was ready to go. To prevent them from getting separated immediately upon entering, Xie Tu put a bracelet on Qi Ling. The elastic cord of the bracelet was about 3 meters long and wouldn't hinder his movements. Reinforcements dispatched 2 vehicles to escort him to the edge of the contaminated zone. The sky ahead? Layer upon layer of swirling gray fog advanced, obscuring the sun, like a tangible haze, seemingly sentient, its wisps winding their way towards the ground. Probing, eroding everything around it. The closer one got, the stronger the oppressive feeling became. Yun Zhao sat in the car, slightly raising his hand. A greenish-blue glow flickered, floating like stars around him. An invisible barrier formed, blocking all approaching gray fog. The glow then surged towards the roof, enveloping Qi Ling, who was atop it. The sunroof was open. Inside the car, everyone's faces were grave as they silently checked their weapons and equipment. The clanging of metal was exceptionally clear in the silent space, adding an inexplicable tension and a chilling atmosphere. The sentries released all their senses, constantly monitoring Qi Ling's movements. Qi Ling gripped the platform with both hands, his eyes fixed on the approaching gray fog outside the window, his hands unconsciously clenching the hem of his clothes. He was very nervous. Everyone was saying that the gatekeeper might be able to control him. He was afraid that once inside, he would lose his mind and become a cannibalistic mutant. The distance was getting closer and closer. The armored vehicle didn't slow down at all, plunging headlong into the gray fog. The eerie gray fog seemed to have a life of its own, rapidly surrounding the black armored vehicle, but was blocked outside the barrier. The people inside the vehicle held hands. Their vision was completely blocked. Looking out through the glass, everything was shrouded in fog. Nothing could be seen clearly. In an instant, the fog receded rapidly like a tide, and a bright light appeared, so dazzling that they had to close their eyes. The armored vehicle broke through the encirclement and entered contaminated Zone 111. What's that smell? It stinks. Duan Shi, standing at the observation window, was ready to release the peregrine falcon when the stench nearly made him faint. A nauseating, putrid stench filled the air, like the smell of rotting corpses, mixed with the chilling gray fog, making one want to flee. Song Liang, who was driving, could see even more clearly. He slammed on the brakes and cursed, "Damn it! Forget about the stench, look outside." Yun Zhao quickly turned and rushed to the observation window. The car stopped on the street. Outside, a strange, desolate street. The road was wide, but blocked by cars parked haphazardly, their bodies covered in scratches and dents, doors open, bloodstains everywhere inside. Blood splattered everywhere on the ground and walls. And in the distance, thick smoke billowed from many places. It stained half the sky. What is that thing? A mutant? It was Tao Haohao's voice. Everyone had already noticed several people crouching beside the overturned, wrecked car ahead, chewing and making eating noises. Seemingly drawn by the sound of the armored vehicle braking, the crouching figures all looked up, abruptly dropping the bloodied, mangled limbs they were holding, and shakily stood up. They seemed to have an accurate sense of the presence of living people. Upon hearing a sound, they abruptly turned their heads, opening their mouths full of yellow teeth and rotting flesh, letting out a chilling roar. Xie Tu calmly observed the monsters. Their speed varied, some moved quickly, others slowly, some even dragging their mutilated limbs, their bodies twisted, their movements sluggish yet strangely persistent. Their speed and reaction time were even slower than those of a level 1 mutant. What is this thing? Rabbit picked up her sniper rifle, the muzzle sticking out of the observation window. Whatever, let's take it down first. Rabbit aimed, and with a bang, the bullet struck one of the monsters right between the eyebrows. The monster instantly collapsed, killed in one shot. Rabbit blinked. So weak. Her words trailed off. Following that gunshot, even more monsters began to surge out from all directions, densely packed like a tidal wave. The thick stench in the air made everyone's stomachs churn. The armored vehicle was blocked in the middle of the road, with wrecked cars blocking both sides. The Zero Team members, however, remained calm. They all raised their guns and joined the fight against the monsters. The armored vehicle's chassis was very high, preventing the monsters from climbing up for the time being, and the modified vehicle carried new heavy weapons. They could handle these weak monsters. The peregrine falcon had already taken flight. The entire Zero Team was completely bewildered. Assessing the terrain and formulating a strategy was their top priority. Yun Zhao stepped aside and looked up at the open skylight. Shimmering light swirled around them, the barrier remaining perfectly still. There had been no movement from above since they entered. But the bracelet was still there, and Xie Tu hadn't reacted, meaning Qi Ling had also entered safely, and was safely on the second floor. Yun Zhao asked Xie Tu, why isn't he saying anything? Xie Tu glanced at the skylight. He's reconstructing his worldview. On the second floor of the armored vehicle's roof, Qi Ling huddled in a corner, his body trembling slightly from shock. He stared at his trembling hands, slowly raising them to his eyes, and removed the specially made black gloves he always wore. The slender fingers before him no longer glowed with blackness, the nails were rounded and tinged with a slight pink, each fingerprint clearly discernible, so real it almost suffocated him. Qi Ling slowly raised his hand again, gently touching his face, feeling the pulse throbbing beneath his skin. The realism of it all almost brought tears to his eyes. Gunfire continued below, but the roaring monsters charging forward couldn't get close to the armored vehicle. Qi Ling's lips trembled as he finally found his voice. I know what those monsters are. Chapter 297. It's zombies. Qi Ling tried to calm his excitement and told the Zero Team members, the monsters down there are called zombies. The kind of monsters you often see in the post-apocalyptic novels we read back in the day. Zombies? Song Liang reached out and activated the automatic firing mechanism on the vehicle, indicating, "Never heard of them." The sentries were always training and on missions. They didn't have time to read novels. Yuan Zhao had read a few, picked up by his uncles at the edge of the contaminated zone, but they were almost all romance novels featuring domineering CEOs. What are zombies? Rabbit, while sniping at the approaching monsters, still had the leisure to ask, why are there these things in the contaminated zone? Qi Ling immediately gave them a lesson. In those novel settings, they're mostly humans who died and were resurrected after being infected by a virus or mysterious radiation. They lost their reason, left only with the most primal appetite. A craving for living things, especially human flesh. This kind of virus usually spreads rapidly, causing social order to collapse, plunging human civilization into an unprecedented crisis, ushering in the apocalypse. Tao Haohao set up his cannon and fired a shot into the monster horde, instantly sending flesh flying and killing a large number of them. Tao Haohao didn't quite understand. These slow-moving, clumsy-looking things can bring down the entire human civilization. Duanqi was also skeptical. These things are disgusting to look at. They don't even have the attack power of a level 1 mutant. An ordinary person could kill them with an iron rod, right? 10 minutes passed. The captain seemed to be studying the information in the contaminated area, and Yun Zhao was experimenting with mental power on zombies. With only 4 people's firepower, the monsters still couldn't break through their firepower defenses. Zombies appear to be nothing more than flesh and blood. The 22nd century boasts a plethora of high-tech weaponry. A zombie that can't even withstand a bullet, how could it possibly stop a missile? Qi Ling, that's how it's written in novels. Everyone's reading apocalyptic novels. Who cares about that logic anymore? Qi Ling carefully recalled the plots of apocalyptic novels he had studied in depth. A single zombie is indeed easy to deal with, but their numbers are enormous, and they are unrestrained by pain and fear, allowing them to attack humans endlessly. More importantly, this virus or radiation is extremely contagious. The virus breaks out without warning, instantly inundating streets and alleys. Ordinary people are powerless. A single bite, and they immediately mutate and join their ranks, multiplying exponentially. And in some novels, zombies even evolve superpowers, or something. Yun Zhao withdrew her hand and asked, then why are these things in the contaminated zone? She hesitated for a long time, but ultimately didn't try to let her mental threads enter the zombie's body. Mainly, these things were just too disgusting. Covered in black, foul-smelling blood and reeking of death, some zombies were mangled beyond recognition, their bellies ripped open, intestines spilling out in a bloody mess. She had never seen such ugly, such bloody monsters. The little bluebird cursed and swore, refusing to let its spiritual threads enter the creature's body. I don't want to be dirty. Keep these ugly monsters away from me. Ah, ugly monsters, hideous and trashy things. Yun Zhao had no choice but to temporarily abandon the experiment. Xia Tu was still studying the map. The peregrine falcon had returned and confirmed that the terrain hadn't changed. This was Rizhao City, Shandong Province. He pulled out a pen and traced the routes to all the ammunition supply points. As for Yun Zhao's question about why there were zombies in the contaminated zone, Xia Tu said, "It's probably an apocalypse imagined by the gatekeeper. It hopes the real apocalypse will look like this, not endless darkness and despair." As Duanqi said, zombies are monsters that ordinary people can handle. While the mutants, although initially also made of flesh and blood, their strength lies in the dark matter within them. When the dark apocalypse arrived, scientists concluded from the very beginning, the planet entered the dark age precisely because of this dark matter. It permeated the entire surface and interior of the planet, blocking sunlight and rapidly eroding the planet's electrical system and all energy sources. Initially, people tried launching rockets into space to investigate. After all, there were space stations and countless satellites outside the planet. But without exception, all attempts failed. Not to mention rockets, even airplanes, once launched, would be corroded and crashed within minutes by the dark matter. People were completely trapped on the ground. Not only that, the dark matter also possesses extremely strong destructive power. Once organisms mutate, they evolve in different directions. These mutated species, covered in corrosive black slime and possessing astonishing speed and combat power, are beyond the capabilities of ordinary people. Not to mention the existence of terrifying and bizarre contaminated zones. Ordinary people can only flee in despair, utterly powerless to fight back. The gatekeeper hopes for this kind of apocalypse? Yun Zhao repeated, looking down, could this be a clue? Yes. Xia Tu stood up and walked to the front seat. The most urgent thing is to get out of here. We can't use up all our ammunition. Let's find a safe place and check if the weapon supply points in the city still exist. The terrain hadn't changed. The armory was probably still there, but it was uncertain whether the ammunition inside had been taken. We needed to figure out the resources in the contaminated area before we could plan our next move. Find living people and get the key. Besides, he wanted Qi Ling to test whether it was possible to leave the contaminated area without the key. Xie Tu ordered, Duanqi, have the Peregrine Falcon lead the way. Song Liang, just ram the wrecked car in front. Roger. Song Liang put away his gun and immediately started the armored vehicle. Tao Haohao and Rabbit climbed to the second floor to help clear the road. Gunfire continued. Waves of zombies fell on the street, but many monsters still roared and charged forward. Twisted, rotting faces and mangled limbs dragged across the ground, leaving trails of thick, foul-smelling blood. The stench in the air grew increasingly intense, almost suffocating. Damn, it stinks. My sense of smell is killing me. Tao Haohao couldn't help but yell. Qi Ling also pulled out his sidearm, assisting in shooting down the zombies by the roadside. Yes. It stank. It was a suffocating stench that even a normal sense of smell could detect. He could smell it too. He could finally smell it. Qi Ling's training paid off at this moment. He was full of energy, and his marksmanship was quite accurate. He pulled the trigger, and the bullet, as if it had eyes, pierced straight through the zombie's skull, instantly felling the roaring, charging monsters, brains and pus splattering everywhere, adding a few more gruesome strokes to the already filthy ground. On the second floor, the three of them helped clear the zombies approaching the car. Tao Haohao praised, not bad. Looks like you put in the effort to train hard. Much more accurate than Yun Zhao's absurdly bad marksmanship. Qi Ling visibly brightened, nodding emphatically, the captain checks my homework every day. No matter how late Xie Tu came home, he would assign him training tasks. Qi Ling always completed them diligently. Really? The captain he? Tao Haohao's voice trailed off after seeing Qi Ling's face clearly. His eyes widened, pointing at Qi Ling in disbelief. You. Chapter 298. Nothing was more shocking than Qi Ling returning to normal. The Qi Ling before them. A handsome young man with fair skin and clear, bright eyes. He wore a black cloak and a hood, with a few wisps of hair peeking out from his forehead, adding to his untamed and carefree air. Yun Zhao didn't quite understand why everyone was so shocked. Isn't he normal? He's a mutant. In the contaminated zone before, they had seen mutants who looked normal. What was there to be so surprised about? Tao Haohao scratched his head. I just didn't react in time. They trained together regularly, and were already used to Qi Ling's mutant appearance. Although he deliberately covered himself up completely, his bluish-black neck was often exposed during occasional movements, and wisps of black energy would occasionally emanate from his body. Seeing a normal face suddenly, they were naturally startled. Qi Ling was a little embarrassed by their comments, and was about to speak. Damn it! Tao Haohao, what are you doing? Fire! Duanqi yelled at the car roof, firing his gun. The commotion was too loud. More and more monsters were attracted. They roared, baring their fangs and claws, surging in from all directions, their rotting bodies shoving each other, forming a nauseating zombie horde. Tao Haohao, hearing this, dared not chatter any longer. He raised his cannon to provide fire support, blasting away the cars blocking the road. Suddenly, a window on the fourth floor of a building on the right side of the street shattered, and two zombies broke through the glass, roaring as they fell from the building. The road was blocked, and the armored vehicle couldn't go too fast, having no time to avoid them. Fortunately, Rabbit reacted quickly, shooting the two zombies in the head as they fell. But due to the momentum of their descent, the two blood-soaked zombies still crashed onto the windshield. A bloody hand slammed onto the glass, leaving a gruesome handprint. Thick, dark blood slowly trickled down the glass, blurring the driver's vision. Damn! That's disgusting. Song Liang couldn't help but mutter. Seeing the bloodstains on the glass, he desperately wanted to rush out and wipe it clean. Not because he was a germaphobe, but because their car was a newly modified one. In fact, Song Liang actually did just that. A huge lion suddenly appeared, a rag in its mouth, lying dejectedly in front of the windshield. The lion released its grip, using its paws to stomp on the rag, wriggling its furry body back and forth, cleaning the foul-smelling blood from the glass. Its once majestic mane now looked listless. I don't like it here. Song Liang, you think I like this? The armored vehicle rampaged through the road, crushing everything in its path. But the road conditions were terrible. After smashing one car, countless others lay scattered across the road. The armored vehicle pushed the wrecked vehicles forward, but the resistance increased, preventing it from gaining speed and making it impossible to shake off the howling zombies charging at it. Sia-2 had just tested the pollution concentration. 32%, extremely low, the dark matter was almost invisible to the naked eye. He surveyed the area outside and said, "Send the spiritual entities down to clear the road." Only Song Liang's lion and Tao Haohao's brown bear could do this job. The two spiritual entities reluctantly appeared on the street. The zombies seemed unable to see them. The lion bit the metal frame of the vehicle, violently hurling it backward, crushing a group of zombies beneath it. The brown bear used its massive paws to pound on the vehicles obstructing its path, sending some rolling to the roadside and others shattering into pieces. The two spiritual entities quickly cleared a relatively wide path for the armored vehicles. Sia-2 raised his wrist to check the communication equipment. Except for the time stop, everything was functioning normally. "Turn on the camera function on your communication devices first," Sia-2 ordered. The second-generation communication device had many new features compared to the first generation. The screen resembled a watch face, with the camera hidden on the side. It could be worn on the wrist and recorded simply by raising the wrist, without interfering with the sentry's activities. If the footage could be transmitted, it would be extremely helpful to the scientists at the base researching the contaminated area. "Roger." His teammates responded. Yun Zhao, hearing this, lowered her head and fiddled with her communication device. She hesitated for a moment, then chose to obey the order and turn on the camera function. A peregrine falcon flew in the air, surveying the road conditions. The armored vehicle sped through the congested streets, crushing the zombies in its wake and leaving the onrushing horde behind. The chaos of the street flashed past the window. The sentries noticed that the shops along the street were stained with blood and were in disarray, with few items remaining on the shelves, clearly indicating they had been looted. The armored vehicle just turned a corner. And there it was again, a dense swarm of monsters. The roar of the armored vehicle echoed through the street like a death knell, drawing even more zombies from all directions. Their murky eyes gleamed with bloodlust. No wonder it was so congested. Turns out there's a shopping center nearby. Seeing the bustling commercial street, Song Liang couldn't help but sigh. "Duanxi, didn't I just say that?" Qi Ling, however, was somewhat worried. "Wasn't we making a bit too much noise?" Zombies are easily attracted to living people. Ordinary people would walk very quietly. Unlike them, daring to fire in a busy area. Luckily, this armored vehicle is powerful. If it were a regular car, it wouldn't have been able to rush out of that street. "Making a big fuss is good," Tao Haohao, fearless and carefree, chimed in. "It'd be good to kill all these monsters and help the gatekeeper end this fake apocalypse." Yun Zhao's brow twitched slightly. End the fake apocalypse? An imagined apocalypse. What would happen if it ended? The contaminated zone is the gatekeeper's mental realm, and also their obsession. What would happen if we helped the gatekeeper fulfill their obsession? Moreover, since this is an imagined apocalypse, there must be survivors. Could the gatekeeper be a humanoid creature? Could it be one of the survivors? What about the diary? The red-crowned crane's diary was found here. This contaminated area, could it be related to her? Duanxi suddenly stood up and shouted, "Captain! The peregrine falcon has spotted survivors." The sudden news interrupted Yun Zhao's thoughts. Survivors? They only walked one street since they came in. Survivors had appeared on Zero Team's usual route? Sia-2 got up and went to the driver's seat. Through the windshield, he could clearly see several figures standing on a building not far away. A huge banner was thrown down from the window and unfurled. Several people were waving the banner at them. Rabbit, with the best eyesight, immediately saw the letters on the banner. SOS? What does that mean? Qi Ling couldn't help but explain. It's an international distress signal. Their commotion was too loud. Those people must have heard the gunshots and car horns and were calling for help. Chapter 299. Duanxi spoke rapidly. 6 people, 4 women and 2 men, they seemed to be students. "Captain, should we save them?" Song Liang asked. Song Liang could see clearly. The figures were on the 5th floor. A sign hung on the wall outside, reading Hip Hop Street Dance Training School. Sia-2 pondered for a moment, then calmly ordered, "Drive the car over there." He and Yun Zhao had the same thought. The survivors appearing on their inevitable route might be a deliberate arrangement by the gatekeeper. What did the gatekeeper want? To use ordinary survivors against them? Or was there another purpose? But Zero Team needed to actively seek out survivors to obtain the key. A long line of zombies followed behind the armored vehicle. They couldn't linger here. The group used firepower to suppress the approaching horde of zombies. Tao Haohao received the order and shouted from the roof of the vehicle, "Find something to climb to the 2nd floor and jumped directly onto the vehicle. The fifth-floor window was open, and the sound was clearly audible. Hearing this, the students upstairs turned deathly pale. One girl shook her head, crying, "No, we can't get out. There are zombies downstairs." Easier said than done. How are we going to climb down to the second floor? With the curtains? What if they break, and we fall to our deaths? Could you come up and get us? Are you soldiers? Please, please come up and save us. 6 students, around 17 or 18 years old, stood by the window, crying and pleading for help, but refused to step out of the dance studio or try to find any tools to get down from the building. Sia2's eyes flashed coldly. Song Liang, let's go! Was it a deliberate arrangement by the gatekeeper? A test of Team Zero's empathy? Regardless, Sia2 couldn't possibly let his teammates risk entering an unknown, unfamiliar building to rescue a few complete strangers. Song Liang shrugged and restarted the vehicle. Seeing them about to leave, the students' faces turned even paler, and they cried even harder. Don't go! Please! Aren't you soldiers? Aren't soldiers supposed to protect us civilians? Why won't you save us? 6 students shouted hoarsely at the armored vehicle, their voices filled with despair, anger, and resentment piercing the air. The members of Team Zero remained unmoved. Yun Zhao sat quietly inside the vehicle, remaining silent. Survival isn't about begging, it's about relying on yourself. Since the building was full of zombies, they still asked them to go up and rescue people. This showed that these students didn't care about other people's lives at all. The armored vehicle sped away amidst cries and curses. With the Peregrine Falcon scouting the road, the armored vehicle avoided the crowded streets, and quickly left the pursuing zombies far behind. The few stragglers running towards them were no threat. The sentries were able to rest and put away their weapons. Tao Hao Hao, clutching the scorching cannon barrel, plopped down next to an oil drum and shouted into the vehicle, "Captain, which way do we go now?" His carefree attitude showed no sign of being affected by the students. "Head towards the sea, fewer monsters there," Duanxi replied. He said, "This city is too big. I didn't let the Peregrine Falcon fly too far. If there are any normal creatures, they should all be fleeing towards the sea. There couldn't possibly be only those 6 survivors in the entire contaminated area." The map marked an island over there called Peach Blossom Island. Zombies don't drive boats or yachts, islands are natural safe havens. In this fantastical post-apocalyptic world, living beings are most likely to hide there. If they want the key, they can go to the island and take a look. The beach? Rabbit's eyes lit up. She'd never seen the ocean before. It wouldn't be bad to see it in the contaminated area. "Qi Ling, have you been here before?" Rabbit couldn't help but ask. Qi Ling, no. There are many famous tourist attractions along the coast. He never actually been to Rija City. He probably couldn't be of much help. Yun Zhao finally spoke, "But I think there should be a lot of zombies at the beach. We can't get to the island. If the survivors all ran that way, many monsters would definitely be attracted there. Plus, those areas are tourist attractions, places where tourists congregate. There wouldn't be fewer zombies than here. They seem to have no safe place in sight along the way." Sia2, having just finished checking his ammunition consumption, turned and sat down beside her. "So let's not go to the beach yet. Let's go to the marine park not far from there." "Marine park?" his teammates exclaimed in unison. Sia2, clearly having thoroughly studied the map, nodded. "Going ashore isn't necessary for us right now. Let's figure out the rules here first, locate the ammunition supply points, and see if we can get the key in the city. There should be other survivors in the city. None of them possessed a marine spirit. Being trapped on the island by the gatekeeper would be disastrous. Unless, there's a genuine need to go ashore and investigate." Yun Zhao nodded. "I think so too." She understood why Sia2 had chosen the ocean park. Normal fish no longer exist in the outside world. The invasion of dark matter targets all plants and animals on the planet. Marine life has also mutated. They become incredibly ferocious, even filled with deadly poison, making them inedible and unsuitable for farming. Normal fish might still exist in the deep sea, but humans haven't discovered them yet. Their mission here, besides finding clues and eliminating the gatekeepers, also includes searching for supplies. Living creatures from the contaminated area cannot be taken out. Doing so would still result in mutations. However, if they could find some uncontaminated fish samples or related fish genetic data in the aquarium, it would be a worthwhile trip. Duanxi followed orders and had the Peregrine Falcon adjust the route. The armored vehicle headed towards the ocean park. Along the way, zombies were visible everywhere. They dragged their decaying, mangled bodies aimlessly through the streets and alleys, their limbs twisted into bizarre angles, their skin festering and oozing pus, emitting a nauseating stench. Some zombies were reduced to half a head, yet they still instinctively let out chilling howls at the slightest movement. The entire Zero team fitted silencers to their weapons. The armored vehicle drove straight into the aquarium's gate, and the sentries raised their guns, firing at the onrushing zombies one by one, until the last one in sight was gone. Everyone got out of the vehicle. Yun Zhao was the last to get out, and as she looked up, she saw huge lettering hanging in the air. A sun-shaped symbol suddenly appeared in her field of vision. The map read, Sunshine Aquarium. Sunshine, sunlight. The name seemed strangely eerie, conjuring up images of a dark, apocalyptic world. Xie silently stood beside her. Let's go in and take a look. Meanwhile, just as Duanqi was about to rush in, he slammed on the brakes and reported in a low voice, Captain, there are survivors inside. Duanqi's expression turned extremely strange. 4 women and 2 men again. Chapter 300. 6 more survivors? 7 people stood outside the aquarium. The walls of the aquarium entrance had collapsed, shards of glass scattered everywhere, mixed with dried, hardened sea salt, crunching loudly. The peregrine falcon flew inside alone. Duanqi briefly described the situation inside. There are zombies inside, about a few dozen. The 6 people are hiding in a workshop. The location was very well hidden, a workshop behind the glass exhibit of the penguin enclosure. It couldn't be entered from the outside. One had to use the staff entrance. Ordinary people would hardly find it. Tao Hao released his senses, then, as if realizing something, his face turned horrified. Could it be those 6 students again? Duanqi, probably not. Probably? What do you mean? Those 6 people were wearing motorcycle racing armor and helmets, so I couldn't see their faces, Duanqi explained. The armor styles for men and women differed quite a bit. He determined their gender based on their build. As for the helmets, they must have put them on after hearing the sound of their armored vehicles. It has to be said, these 6 are much smarter than those students from before. Look at the thickness of their helmets, zombies couldn't bite them at all. And their armor provides excellent protection, allowing for extremely agile movement. They're clearly seasoned survivors, who know the ropes of survival. But in post-apocalyptic novels, survivors always run to places with plenty of safe supplies. Since they're so adept at survival, why are they hiding in the aquarium? Qi Ling knew more about the zombie apocalypse than anyone else. Since realizing he become a normal person, he become more talkative. Humans usually target supermarkets first, fighting for daily necessities and food. Food is essential for survival. He never seen any protagonist or supporting character in novels run to an aquarium. Probably because it's rich in resources, has plenty of food, and most importantly, no one stealing it. Yun Zhao thought for a moment, then said, the city is full of zombies, nowhere is truly safe. The aquarium's passageways are hidden, and there are locked iron gates everywhere. As long as the staff entrance is closed, no one outside can find them. The map showed. The ocean park is divided into the Sunshine Oceanarium, and the 4 Seasons Flower and Bird Garden. It houses not only marine life, but also various birds and animals. With so many animals, the management usually buys and stores large quantities of food regularly. Fish, shrimp, fruits, and vegetables are likely available. This stockpiled food is edible for humans, and won't spoil even after being stored in cold storage for a long time. Furthermore, the aquarium circulation system and water treatment equipment provide clean water, and to ensure the animal's safety during power outages, it must have an independent power generation system. A closed and safe refuge with water, food, and no one stealing it. It's absolutely perfect. They really are clever, the rabbit said, its tone complex. Even the smartest people are helpless in the face of a dark apocalypse. Only in the zombie apocalypse created by the gatekeepers do they have a chance to survive. Duanqi remained non-committal, turning to Xie, Captain, shall we go straight in? Xie nodded, saying calmly, leave 2 of your spiritual entities to watch the car and keep an eye on the situation outside. The rest of you go in. Brown Bear and King Chameleon remained in the car. Duanqi and the others led the way, Yun Zhao and Qi Ling walked in the middle, and Xie brought up the rear. The moment they stepped into the aquarium, it was as if they had traversed a rift in time, stepping from a devastated, zombie-infested world into a strange and dreamlike dimension. The group at the front involuntarily slowed their pace. Their eyes gleamed with disbelief. Soft, warm light streamed through the enormous glass windows, illuminating the spacious and tranquil hull. The massive aquarium stood silently before them, like transparent dreams. Colorful marine life swam within, seemingly unaffected by the apocalyptic landscape, leisurely moving among the coral reefs and seaweed, living out their own peaceful world. If one ignored the bloodstains and severed limbs on the floor, and the zombies that turned and lunged at them at the sound, it felt like another world altogether. With silenced guns, they took down the zombies almost instantly, one shot to the head. Yuan Zhao stared intently at the colorful fish. So this is what fish look like. They're so beautiful. Even the little bluebird perched on her head was mesmerized, its eyes wide with wonder. So beautiful. Let's take them back. Unfortunately, no living creature could be taken out of the contaminated area. The group slowed their pace. They were like country bumpkins visiting a grand garden, deeply captivated by the extraordinary sight before them. Team Zero didn't seem in a hurry to find the 6 survivors. People inside wouldn't run away. They pressed their faces against the glass, gazing curiously at the various marine creatures. What kind of fish is that? Wow, look at that. It's huge. Seeing their bewildered expressions, Qi Ling didn't dare urge them on, obediently following along. Their mission transformed into a visit to a marine park. A peregrine falcon had somehow wandered into an exhibit hall, curiously perching on the back of a sea turtle, letting the turtle slowly drag it along. A little bluebird, seeing this, flapped its wings, its body becoming transparent as it passed through the glass and entered the sea turtle's enclosure. A fiery red shadow followed closely behind. The 3 spiritual entities began to play around. Except for 2 broken aquariums near the entrance, almost all the equipment and facilities inside were intact, and most of the marine life was still alive. The electrical system was still functioning normally. It seems the apocalypse imagined by the gatekeeper hasn't been happening for long. Xie remained calm and composed. He strolled behind Yuan Zhao, casually swatting away a zombie that was chasing him, and said, 20 minutes for the tour, then back to work. Yes, sir. The team members responded happily, including Yuan Zhao. Inside the Ocean Park staff entrance, 6 survivors wearing helmets, armed with modified knives, huddled behind a tightly closed iron door. The group waited and waited, but the people outside didn't leave. Are they other survivors? With so many zombies outside, how did they get here? Yu Xian, should we go out and check? The young man named Yu Xian's voice came through his helmet. Ignore them. They probably haven't noticed us. They leave when they can't find the supplies. All 6 of them sounded very young. They assumed the people outside had come in to search for supplies. All the food was hidden by the 6 of them. As long as they weren't discovered, they figured the group would leave soon. They were completely unaware. The playful peregrine falcon had somehow wandered back into the passage, and was hopping around the 6 of them. Outside, the Zero team members had finished their tour, and were now searching for marine life samples, collecting all the resources they could take out. Song Liang found a batch of fish eggs and several penguin eggs. Do you think unhatched creatures will mutate if we take them out? Rabbit asked, should we try? I go find a cage. Duan Shi immediately sprang into action. Chapter 301. There weren't many zombies inside the aquarium. Scattered here and there, they were quickly wiped out by Team Zero. The spirits wandered happily through each exhibit hall, finding no other survivors besides the 6 people. All the specimens and data were found and loaded into the vehicle. The vehicle was packed with ammunition boxes and food, leaving very little space. The specimens, fish eggs, and penguin eggs were carefully placed in a specially designed freezer, in the safest spot under the seats. Yuan Zhao had been helping to find the data. The gun hanging at her waist was purely for show. Xie Tu, worried, followed her the whole way. Not far away, the little bluebird's body became transparent, attempting to pass through the glass into the aquarium to play with the fish inside. The fire phoenix followed it the whole time. After moving everything, standing before the enormous glass window, gazing at the colorful ornamental fish in the water, Yuan Zhao asked, Captain, do you think the gatekeeper might be a survivor? Xie Tu peeled a chocolate and handed it to her. Not sure, we have no clue yet. They've been wandering around in hordes of zombies ever since they came in. The aquarium was just the first building Zero team arrived at. Finding the gatekeeper, a creature whose nature is unknown, in a post-apocalyptic city teeming with zombies, is no easy task. Yuan Zhao took the chocolate, ate it in small bites, and said softly, I think if we can't find any clues about the gatekeeper, we could try to end this apocalypse. What do you think? The apocalypse imagined by the gatekeeper is its obsession. A zombie apocalypse. Yuan Zhao wondered what would happen if all the survivors in the city were gathered together to end this apocalypse. Having fulfilled their obsession, would the gatekeeper reveal himself? Xie Tu's eyes flickered, but before he could answer, his teammates packed up and returned to the aquarium. Captain, shall we go to the penguin enclosure now? Duanqi couldn't help but ask, Those 6 people were acting suspiciously, always crouching behind the door, saying they leave once we couldn't find the supplies. Team Zero wasn't short of food for the time being. They only been here a short while, figuring out the situation was paramount. Distracted by their question, Sietu could only say, "Let's go now." Only after obtaining the key could they decide whether to save this illusory apocalypse. Inside the staff passageway, the 6, tired from standing for so long, crouched behind the door, carefully listening to the sounds outside. There was a feeding window in the iron gate, but the view was limited. Only a small section of the corridor outside the penguin exhibit could be seen. They huddled in a circle, whispering amongst themselves, completely unaware that a peregrine falcon was crouching among them, its head tilted, eavesdropping. "I didn't hear the car start, so it seems they haven't left yet. Why did those people come to Ocean Park? The supermarket outside is completely empty of food. We haven't gone out for the past 2 weeks, and you're asking me? How would I know? Could it be those people from Peach Blossom Island? Impossible. The beach is full of monsters, they can't get out now." One girl rolled her eyes at the speaker. Couldn't they just use a yacht to lure the zombies to the other side? With so many people running onto the island, they definitely don't have enough supplies. They have to go back to the city to find food sooner or later. Another girl with a sweet voice chimed in, "Luckily, we didn't go to the island. Going there would have meant either starving to death or having to come back to find supplies." Why bother? The 6 were all university students from Japan. They had known each other before the zombie outbreak and escaped from school together. Who would have thought that the area outside the school was also teeming with zombies? Since their families lived in other cities, and they couldn't go back, they discussed it and decided to find a safe place to hide and wait for rescue. Liao Yuxuan was quick-witted. They passed a motorcycle club, went in, and grabbed several sets of armor and helmets. Thanks to this equipment, the girls survived. There was nowhere safe in the city anymore. Initially, the 6 also considered going to Peach Blossom Island. But when they got there, they found many people running that way. The beach was teeming with zombies, and several yachts were rescuing survivors who had jumped into the sea. They had no choice but to run back urgently. They initially planned to escape to the less populated suburbs, but Shinji pointed to the ocean park and said they could hide there. She had worked part-time there before. She knew the area well, and knew the aquarium had plenty of food. The 6 of them circled the door several times, shaking off the zombies, and rushed in. There were indeed very few monsters inside. They entered through the staff entrance, closed the door, and were perfectly safe, unlikely to be discovered by others. It's important to understand that the most terrifying thing in the apocalypse isn't monsters, but people. Initially, the 4 girls weren't very willing to go to the island. They had read many apocalyptic novels. The island seemed like a secluded haven, but who could guarantee that another form of monster wouldn't be waiting for them there? Now that they had found a safe place with ample food, the 6 of them decided to stay until rescue arrived. Duanqi received the feedback from the peregrine falcon and quickly relayed it verbatim to everyone. Even before reaching the penguin enclosure, Team Zero had already gained a basic understanding of the 6 people inside. The footsteps drew closer. The 6 inside instantly tensed up, and no one spoke. Peregrine Falcon, feeling bored, shook its head and stealthily emerged. Yun Zhao remained in the middle of her teammates. Through the glass, she saw a group of lively penguins. Alive. Some waddled across the ice, others swam happily in the water, their agile movements creating splashes as they leaped ashore. They didn't look hungry. These college students, living here and helping to feed these penguins every day, what do penguins eat? Fish? They're so extravagant, even sharing the fish they find with the animals. Team Zero's footsteps stopped in front of the glass. Sietu looked up, his gaze passing over the penguins, towards the tightly closed iron gate. He nodded in acknowledgement. Tao Hao immediately shouted inside, "Is anyone in there? We're the rescue team." A few minutes passed. No one answered. They were still quite vigilant. Tao Hao dropped the pretense. "Stop hiding, you 6. We know you're in there. Come out now, we're not bad guys." The rabbit asked suspiciously, "Would a bad guy admit he's a bad guy?" Tao Hao, Which side are you standing on? Perhaps hearing the girl's voice, there was finally some movement inside, as if they were urgently discussing whether to come out. "If you don't come out, we come in ourselves." Tao Hao shouted again. They seemed to have already agreed. The feeding window suddenly opened, and a figure wearing a black helmet appeared. Liao Yuxuan was alert. There was a glass enclosure housing the penguins, preventing anyone from entering. By the time they reached the staff entrance, the 6 of them would have enough time to escape. Through the window, Liao Yuxuan immediately saw the 7 people standing in front of the glass. 6 people dressed in black outfits and wielding various weapons, along with a young man wearing a strange cloak. Chapter 302. Apart from the girl and the strange young man in the cloak, the others were dressed in black, form-fitting outfits that accentuated their muscular physiques, revealing both an undeniable explosive power and a cold, disciplined air. "You guys come out first. I have something to ask you." Tao Hao quickly beckoned to him. Liao Yuxuan's expression was tense, his eyes fixed on the guns in their hands. Each person held a different weapon. The burly man who asked the question was even carrying a powerful cannon barrel. With such strict gun control, ordinary people would never have the opportunity to handle a gun. Yet they were proficient in using various weapons. Were they really soldiers? Liao Yuxuan instinctively felt they weren't lying. He also assessed the strength of both sides. It was obvious. He couldn't win in a fight, nor could he outrun them. 10 minutes later, the 6 people emerged from the passage one after another, obediently lining up in front of Team 0. 4 girls stood in the middle, with 2 boys at the beginning and end. Xie2's gaze inadvertently swept over their armor suits, a glaring sun pattern printed on the chest. The edges of the pattern were slightly raised, radiating rays of varying lengths, resembling a clothing brand logo. Xie2's eyes flickered, but he said nothing, nor did he ask them to remove their helmets. The situation was unclear. Team 0 couldn't have too much contact with the natives. It would deepen the assimilation of them by the contaminated zone. Xie2 cut to the chase. "How long has the apocalypse been here?" The girl standing third gasped. "You don't even know that? Such a massive zombie outbreak, and no one knows?" Qi Ling, seeing this, quickly tried to cover for them. "The outbreak time varies from city to city. We just arrived here from elsewhere today." The cool-looking young man in the cloak was surprisingly easy to talk to. Qi Ling's words dispelled their doubts. The girl in 5th place said, "It's been 22 days. It broke out around 6 p.m. 22 days ago. You remember so clearly?" Song Liang was somewhat skeptical. Have all the creatures in the contaminated zone had new memories implanted by the gatekeeper? The girl explained. She has a habit of writing in her diary every day, recording her feelings and events. She was the girl in 3rd place, who had brought them to the ocean park. She was afraid she might die someday, and hoped her companions could take her diary with them, so she could give it to her family later. Upon hearing this, Yuan Zhao's gaze shifted from the sun patterns on their chests. Her head was slightly lowered, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. A diary? The first time a diary had appeared in the contaminated zone. Was it a coincidence? The questioning continued. Xie2, do you know the root cause of the zombie outbreak? No. The 6 shook their heads in unison. Xie2, are there any other survivor groups or safe zones in the city? Liao Yuxuan, there should be, but we don't know where they're hiding. As for safe zones, we only know Peach Blossom Island. Xie2 nodded slightly, then posed a few more questions. Have you discovered any military forces? Or any resistance forces organized by the survivors? Besides zombies, are there any other unknown dangers or mysterious phenomena? The 6 felt like prisoners being interrogated, but dared not show their dissatisfaction, and could only answer patiently. No military forces. There must be other resistance forces, right? When we escaped, we saw other survivors looting the supermarket. As for other unknown dangers, we haven't encountered any. Aren't zombies dangerous enough? After all, they were just students. It was rare to encounter soldiers here, and they also hoped to escape. Xie2's tone was calm. Well, one last question. When he said this, the entire 0 team thought their captain would ask what they wanted to do, or what their plans were. After all, their purpose in searching for survivors was to get the key. Unexpectedly, Xie2 asked, what brand are your armor suits? The entire 0 team, The 6 students who were asked were also taken aback, and subconsciously answered, it's custom-made uniforms from a motorcycle club. It's located at the intersection, outside the university town, very conspicuous. The armor suits belonged to the club, and were only issued to members, not sold to the public. They only knew about it, because they often passed by that place. Xie2's expression remained unchanged. He nodded slightly, then calmly addressed the 6 students. Thank you for your cooperation. This information is very helpful. Now, for your safety, I suggest you remain hidden here. His tone was strictly businesslike. Liao Yuxuan and the others looked surprised. He was leaving after asking questions? A few panicked, urgently asking, Sir, what's the situation outside? Is there a safe evacuation route? Have other cities become like this too? Communications are cut off. We can't make phone calls. Do you know the situation in XX province? My home is there. Qi Ling stood silently at the back, deeply moved by what he saw. He seemed to have felt the same way back then. Now, from God's perspective, he watched these people, unaware of the truth, struggle desperately. He slightly opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but felt that in the face of this cruel apocalyptic truth, all words seemed so pale and powerless. Qi Ling finally understood how everyone felt when they faced him. The 6 people, unaware of the truth, were still anxiously asking questions, afraid they would leave. Can you take us with you? We promise we won't hold you back. The girl named Chen Shi mustered her courage and stepped forward. After Zero Team entered, they didn't ask for supplies or harm them, they simply called them out and asked a few questions. Clearly, all 6 believed Zero Team's claim that they were soldiers. Yun Zhao's attention had been on her. Hearing this, she said, "We're not leaving. We're just going out to check the situation. We'll be back." Hearing her words, the 6 finally quieted down. Zero Team returned to the armored vehicle. As soon as they got in the car, Duanqi eagerly asked, "Why didn't the captain take the key earlier?" Xia didn't answer, but instead asked him, "What do you think their obsession is?" Day 22 of the apocalypse. They were hiding in a safe place, with plenty of food, water, and electricity, and didn't want to enter the island's safe zone. Duanqi realized, leave this city? Or eliminate the zombies outside? The 6 college students weren't locals, they were just here to study. Their obsession definitely had little to do with this city. But this was a contaminated zone they couldn't leave. Team Zero couldn't help them fulfill their obsession and get the key. Tao Hao muttered under his breath, "Then we have to find other survivors?" Finding locals, especially those whose obsession was to help rescue people or get food, would be best. Yeah, but let's confirm one thing first. Xia looked at Qi Ling. In the apocalyptic novels you read, where are the army and government? Chapter 303. Most novels don't mention that. Qi Ling, sitting in the armored vehicle for the first time, remained seated, too afraid to move. He said, if there's an army, it doesn't showcase the protagonist's decisive ruthlessness, their amazing adventures, and their ultimate rise to power, saving the world single-handedly. Then there's no thrill. Qi Ling said truthfully. Rabbit, that's absurd. She have to find some post-apocalyptic novels to read when she gets back. Yun Zhao, after hearing Qi Ling's statement, expressed her opinion. There shouldn't be an army in the city. I think so too. Duanqi couldn't help but chime in. From the sentry's perspective, these zombies were far too weak. If there were an army, this was the coast of the Yellow Sea, where there were frequent exercises and training. The military possessed the most advanced weapons. They could simply send 2 aircraft carriers over and kill them however they wanted. Besides, the gatekeepers couldn't possibly set up a group of zombies and then add an army, having both sides fight it out in the city. What were they trying to do? Are we playing house with mutants? The area around Ocean Park is relatively safe. After being inside for so long, only a few scattered zombies have wandered into the open area. Rabbit, perched on the observation window, used a silent sniper rifle, headshotting them all with single shots. The Zero Team members sat in the car discussing the mission. As usual, Xia said, everyone, first check the time, April 22nd, 3:26 p.m. Yun Zhao didn't ask him where he saw the time. She was already proficient in using the communicator, and quickly set the time. Of the group, only Qi Ling didn't have a communicator. His special constitution prevented him from wearing one. Qi Ling paused for a moment upon hearing the date, then said in a subtle tone, those people just said the zombie outbreak started 22 days ago, which is April 1st. The Zero Team members didn't react much. What happened that day? April Fool's Day. Qi Ling, I think the gatekeeper did it on purpose. Tao Hao shrugged indifferently. We don't celebrate those ridiculous foreign holidays. 200 years into the apocalypse, much of their own civilization has been destroyed. Who has time to care about anything else? Let's get down to business. Xia glanced at them. We obtained the marine life samples and data. Now we must figure out the basic situation. First, send out spiritual entities to find other survivors and locate survivor strongholds within the city. Second, confirm whether the armory's ammunition exists. Zombies may be weak, but their sheer numbers are overwhelming. Until the existence of supply points is confirmed, the dozens of boxes of ammunition they brought in will dwindle with each use. And the armored vehicles are too noisy. The Zero Team can't keep driving recklessly through hordes of zombies. Third, gather information about the surrounding environment and see if there are any advantageous defensive positions. Ocean Park is indeed a good place to settle down. However, Its low-lying terrain makes it difficult to observe the surrounding area, and there are no proper gates on any side, making it easy for zombies to slip in. They came here for a mission. They are destined not to be like other survivors, hiding in information-isolated places like the staff passageway. Roger. Duan, she responded habitually. This contaminated area is too large. With only the peregrine falcon as a spiritual entity, it's unknown how long it would take to explore. But only the peregrine falcon and fire phoenix are capable of reconnaissance. The other spiritual entities cannot go very far. The playful spirits, hearing the summons, were reluctant. Inside were sea turtles, great white sharks, penguins, and many colorful fish. Sia2 forcibly recalled the happily playing fire phoenix, saying expressionlessly, "Go do your work. If you disobey, you stay in the spirit realm from now on." Unable to resist, Fire Phoenix grumbled and flapped its wings, flying south. The peregrine falcon shook its head and flew west. The sea lay to the east. The other spirits wandered around the vicinity, trying to find a safe place to defend themselves. The little bluebird, having a good time, suddenly flew into a car, seemingly bored, and perched on its host's head. Yuan Zhao said to the little bluebird, "Would you like to go see something?" The little bluebird seemed to sense her consciousness and hopped onto her shoulder. "Yuan Zhao, let's go to the university town in the northeast. There's a motorcycle club there." The little bluebird tilted its head. "The sun?" Yuan Zhao turned to look out the window. Their emblem is the sun. It's suspicious, isn't it?" The little bluebird seemed a little displeased. It had never left its physical body. The human and its spiritual entity had been inseparable since birth. But after sensing her consciousness, the little creature still flew out of the armored vehicle. Yuan Zhao pursed her lips, sitting inside the vehicle watching it leave. Although there was a spiritual connection, allowing for constant communication, watching the little bluebird fly away felt like watching a child leave home for the first time, filled with worry and reluctance. The little guy, hopefully he won't cause trouble. The departure of the spiritual entities didn't interrupt their discussion. "We still have no clue about the gatekeeper. What do you think a gatekeeper could be in a city full of zombies?" Tao Hao muttered to himself. Qi Ling said confidently, "It must have read apocalyptic novels or watched zombie movies. Otherwise, how could it know so much? Everything here is so realistic, from the zombies' appearance to the college students hiding inside. It's like a real zombie apocalypse. Without relevant knowledge, it's impossible to make it so realistic." "Is that a humanoid creature?" Rabbit excitedly joined the discussion. "Could it be a zombie or a survivor?" "Survivors are more likely. If it's a zombie, and we shoot it, wouldn't the contaminated area collapse?" Tao Hao said. "As for survivors, we only been here for less than half a day, and we only seen 12 survivors in total." At this point, Duan was a little confused. Why are they all groups of 4 girls and 2 boys? Is there some secret? Just a coincidence, right? The 2 groups are completely different. A group of high school students and a group of college students. Song Liang, street dance and a motorcycle club? They met the original 6 people. The sign outside the 5th floor advertised street dance. The group inside was wearing motorcycle armor. What's the connection? Did you see the sun symbol in the street dance studio? Song Liang asked. Tao Hao frowned. Didn't notice, I don't think I saw it. Everyone else was inside the vehicle, only he, Rabbit, and Qi Ling were on the roof, with a clearer view. Tao Hao turned to Rabbit, she had the best eyesight. Rabbit recalled carefully, I didn't see it either. The huge SOS banner they threw out blocked the walls below, we couldn't see anything. As the armored vehicle turned, the SOS banner was already spread out, blocking the 4th and 3rd floors. Rabbit, but what does it have to do with the sun symbol? I don't know, my gut feeling is off, Song Liang said. The sentry's intuition is always accurate. Could the frequent appearance of the sun motif be related to the Dark Ages? Chapter 304. Yuan Zhao leaned against the observation window, not joining the discussion. Not far away. In the open-air Ocean Park Plaza, the sun symbol seemed to be lifted by an invisible hand, suspended in midair, standing prominently. The first rays of sunrise shone upon it. The first rays? Yuan Zhao felt that the frequent appearance of the sun symbol was no accident. What was hidden behind the symbol? Was the gatekeeper trying to convey some message to them? What exactly did it want to express? Xie was loading ammunition into the automatic firing device when he turned around and saw her leaning against the observation window, her gaze wandering outside. She sometimes had this kind of blank expression when she was thinking. Xie kicked the ammunition box into a corner, bent over, and sat down. It'd be all right. He thought she was worried about the little bluebird. An S-rank spiritual entity, the Azure Phoenix. Within the contaminated zone, ordinary creatures cannot see it, and zombies cannot touch it. Its spiritual threads possess the ability to devour dark matter, and even the gatekeepers would likely dare not approach it. The little bluebird certainly has the right to look down upon all living beings. Yun Xiao nodded slightly upon hearing this. I know. Knowing is one thing, but as this is the little creature's first time acting alone, she couldn't help but feel a little worried. Worried that it might do something reckless. Rizhao University City is located in the northeast of the city. It's less than 2 kilometers away from our lodging location as the crow flies. Along this less than 2 kilometer stretch, swarms of zombies roam, abandoned cars lie scattered along the roadside, and dried blood stains cover the ground and walls. The little bluebird disdains to investigate the situation along the way, and flies directly to the motorcycle club. The club is on the second floor. The large sun logo on the decorative wall at the reception desk is very eye-catching. The little bluebird flew inside, and disdainfully perched on the registration book at the front desk. Several cool motorcycles were parked in the spacious lobby. In the sofa lounge area, cushions were scattered haphazardly, some lying on the floor, smudged with dirt from past footprints. Several unfinished cans of beverages lay on the coffee table, the contents long since dried, leaving rings of brown stains on the bottom, presumably left behind during the hasty evacuation when the disaster struck. There was no one inside, no zombies. The little bluebird darted around aimlessly. The door to the inner workshop was ajar, various wrenches and screwdrivers were haphazardly placed on the tool table, and there were several puddles of dried engine oil on the floor. There was another room inside, filled with brand new armor and all sorts of motorcycle helmets. The little bluebird wandered around for a moment, then flew back to the front desk, its long tail feathers slightly upturned, as if annoyed that it would get them dirty. Nothing malicious, just a blank screen. Knowing the little guy was impatient, Yun Xiao soothed him. Look carefully again, see if there are any clues. The little bluebird flapped its wings twice, tilting its head to look around. Right above its head, next to the sun logo on the decorative wall, was a prominent slogan. It looked down at the register it was standing on. The words written on it seemed familiar. Ah, I don't recognize them. Yun Xiao, The spiritual beings couldn't read at all, and couldn't be taught. Yun Xiao was at a loss. Really no clues? Why don't you check if there are any survivors nearby? There was no response. But through the mental connection, Yun Xiao could sense the little bluebird's approximate location. It seemed to be flying towards the university town. The little guy was initially reluctant to go on a solo mission, but once outside, the novelty wore off, and he discovered he could do whatever he wanted, so he stopped causing trouble. Yun Xiao was relieved. She thought to herself, what trouble could the little bluebird possibly cause in the contaminated zone? Even if it blew it up, it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't forget its mission like the white-faced beast. Around 5 o'clock, the spirits that had been wandering around the area gradually returned. Captain, there are zombies everywhere. There's nowhere safe. Tao Haohao's brown bear was the first to return, its massive body carrying a king chameleon. It roared twice, and even wanted to go into the aquarium to see the fish. There are many hotels around, but none of them have doors. There are zombies both inside and outside, the rabbit added. Finally, Song Liang's lion arrived. Song Liang, it's the same over there. It's not far from the beach, and some zombies are retreating. I estimate the main force will reach the vicinity of Ocean Park by tomorrow at the latest. Contaminated Zone 111 has existed for a long time. Over the years, countless mutants have come and gone. Based on what we've seen so far, a rough estimate puts the number of zombies at least in the millions. Except for the isolated Peach Blossom Island, zombies roam everywhere. Team Zero wants to find a place to hold their ground in the city. It's extremely difficult. Xie remained calm. He pulled a map from the box and said unhurriedly, if there aren't enough resources, then we create them ourselves. Fire Phoenix had gone to the military base and had already relayed the information to him, confirming that the armory was still intact and that a small number of survivors had been found there. Now that they were certain of sufficient ammunition, Team Zero no longer needed to be hesitant. Xie spread out the map, pointing to a location. Above Ocean Park, there's a tourist attraction called Dongyi Town. It's divided into Island A and Island B. Island B is surrounded by water, with only 8 roads leading to it. Once inside, you can destroy all the roads and take Island B as your base. As a tourist town, it's teeming with zombies. With the armory there, Team Zero can go all out, storm the island, clear out the entire town, and use it as their base. Yun Xiao's gaze faltered. He looked up at him, only to find Xie turning his head to look at him discreetly. The two exchanged a knowing glance, then quickly looked away, focusing their attention back on the map. A glint of light flashed in the team member's eyes. Haha, Captain, that's a brilliant idea. I've been wanting to have a good fight with these zombies for ages. Let's take over Island B and show them what we're made of. Perfect. Let's storm the island and establish a safe base right in the city. Establish a safe base? This time, we're not terrorists. We're building infrastructure in the contaminated zone? The Zero team members rubbed their hands together, their eyes gleaming with a fervent fighting spirit. They preferred a more direct approach than searching for the gatekeeper. Once they wiped out all the zombies in the city and found all the survivors, they were sure the gatekeeper would come out. Yuan Zhao was used to her teammates' reckless behavior. She truly hadn't expected Xie to make a decision so quickly. The existence of the armory already indicated that the gatekeeper wanted to end the apocalypse. Its inner obsession was likely related to the impending doom. But there was one thing everyone needed to be aware of. Night is coming. Could things change? The nights in the contaminated zone were eerie. Sometimes normal, sometimes fraught with danger. It's still uncertain what the situation will be like in contaminated zone 111 tonight. Xie nodded, so let's prepare first. Let's determine the route today, and then we move in after tonight. Chapter 305. After discussing their mission, Team Zero drove the armored vehicle directly into the aquarium and closed the glass doors. 3 more spirit entities hadn't returned. They decided to prepare dinner while they waited. Song Liang retrieved their pots and pans from the vehicle and set up a stove in the lobby, while Tao Hao and the others gathered firewood. The food carried in the armored vehicle was enough for 7 people for about half a month. Each of them had a last-ditch supply of compressed biscuits at the bottom of their backpacks for emergency use. In total, the supplies in the vehicle alone could sustain them for quite some time. However, the longer they stayed in the contaminated area, the greater the risk of assimilation. Because Yun Zhao was there, no one was too worried about this. Of course, Qi Ling was the least concerned. He was a mutant, and even after assimilation, he would still be a mutant. Qi Ling saw the busy group outside, and then looked at Yun Zhao, who was watching the spirit entities play in front of the aquarium. Inside the huge glass exhibition hall, the brown bear leaped straight into the water, splashing everywhere. It swam happily, chasing after the fish. Qi Ling walked over, a little embarrassed, and stammered, "Could I take a bag of snacks?" He wanted to see if he could eat other things now that he was a normal human. "Sure, take whatever you want," Yun Zhao replied, then thought for a moment and emphasized, "It's free." "Qi Ling, thank you." The little bluebird still hadn't returned. Through their mental connection, he sensed it was still near the university town. Yun Zhao wasn't sure what it was doing. Spirits were naturally playful. Perhaps it had found something fun. Since there was nothing else to do, Yun Zhao didn't urge it to return. Hearing the commotion outside, the 6 people hiding in the employee passageway cautiously came out to investigate. Seeing them cooking over a fire, Liao Yuxuan breathed a sigh of relief. The exhibition hall isn't safe. Zombies often sneak in. "Cook in the employee passageway," Liao Yuxuan said kindly. "Firewood produces too much smoke. We have an electric cooker. It's more convenient than burning wood." Duanqi returned carrying a pile of chopped wooden table fragments, feigning seriousness, and said, "No need. We can't take what belongs to the people." Liao Yuxuan was deeply moved by this. He had initially been wary. The Zero team had gone out, and the 6 men had hidden the supplies. Now, seeing their disciplined demeanor and refusal to take advantage of civilians, Liao Yuxuan's guard lessened considerably. In the apocalypse, soldiers who uphold such principles are truly rare. "It's not our stuff. We found it in an employee's locker." The aquarium requires night shifts, especially during animal births, when keepers need to be on duty 24/7. The 6 university students found a lot of personal belongings inside, including several packets of instant noodles. Xie, sitting alone in the passenger seat, was drawing up tomorrow's route when he heard this and said, "Song Liang, take the pot inside and cook." "Okay." Song Liang replied and immediately got up with the pot. "It's uncertain if things will change at night, so it's better to be cautious." Xie, holding a map and route map, took Yun Zhao's military coat from the car. He walked up to Yun Zhao, his deep black eyes serious. "Let's go, we spend the night inside." Yun Zhao looked at the playful spirit. The king chameleon floated on the water, drifting with the current. Its round eyes darted about, and its skin shifted and changed, seemingly trying to mimic the vibrant colors of fish. She had been quiet since entering. No one knew what she was thinking. Xie asked casually, "Have you noticed anything?" Yun Zhao didn't disturb the playful spirits, turning to walk alongside him into the passage. "Does the sun pattern count?" Sia2, yes it does. During the Dark Apocalypse, most humans were obsessed with the sun, like his father. And in this contaminated zone, the sun pattern appeared frequently, perhaps hinting at something. Or perhaps, the gatekeeper wanted to convey a message to them? Yuan Zhao was silent for a moment, then spoke. Those survivors are suspicious, especially the girl among them. She even kept a diary. The same proportion of survivors, corresponding to high school and college students. The strangeness was tinged with coincidence. Too many coincidences, and it's no longer a coincidence. Sia2 couldn't distinguish the four girls. Which one are you talking about? Yuan Zhao paused. They were wearing helmets, so her features weren't clear, and she didn't remember which one it was. The girl named Chenxi. Okay, then bring them all tomorrow, and keep them under our watchful eyes. Since they were going to establish a survival base, they definitely needed to take in survivors from the city. Firstly, it would make it easier to get the keys. Secondly, Team Zero could observe them at any time, seeing if the gatekeeper was hiding among them. Yuan Zhao nodded, then voiced her doubts. Also, a city where the army doesn't even exist has a complete armory, as if it was specially prepared for us. The gatekeeper wants to end this apocalypse? Yuan Zhao found it hard to believe. She was unfamiliar with zombie apocalypses. Only after Qi Ling's explanation did she learn that the absence of an army was normal in such times. According to the Zero Team's estimates, this city had at least 2 to 3 million zombies. The ammunition on the armored vehicles was far from enough. When the ammunition ran out, facing the relentless tide of zombies, it would be difficult to kill them all with bare hands. She was now starting to doubt her earlier assessment. Were they following the path set by the gatekeeper? Could it be a trap? Just then, the Fire Phoenix finally returned, flapping its wings. It circled around but didn't see the little bluebird. Without even bothering to greet its main body, it flapped its wings again, and flew off to find the little bluebird. Sia2 also ignored it. Even if it's a trap, we have to try, otherwise it'd be difficult to find the gatekeeper. Whether the gatekeeper was an object or a person. As long as they remained within the contaminated zone, zombies were an obstacle to their search for clues. The staff corridor was dimly lit. Song Liang retrieved the electric cooker and started cooking again. 6 college students quietly ate their food, watching them work from a corner. The 6 of them removed their helmets, revealing youthful faces. A girl named Chenxi, holding a thick, locked diary, rested on her lap, huddled in a corner, writing something. Day 22 of the apocalypse, we encountered 7 soldiers. Sia2's gaze swept over them casually, and he told them calmly, tomorrow we plan to take Dongni Town and establish a survival base. You come with us. The 6 were stunned. Chenxi's hand slipped from her writing, drawing a long line in the diary. There are only 7 of you, and you're going to take Dongni Town? Liao Yuxuan was the first to react. He thought that either he was hearing things, or these soldiers were insane. Do you even know that Dongni Town is a tourist attraction, but the island is teeming with zombies? Chapter 306. So what? Duanqi sat cross-legged on the ground peeling a sausage, saying in a nonchalant tone, according to our observation, the zombies on the beach are heading back. They arrive near the ocean park tomorrow. Follow us, and you have a chance to survive. The 6 people's faces turned deathly pale upon hearing this. One of the girls said urgently, but there really are a lot of zombies in Dongni Town. We're not lying to you, going there is only certain death. Another chimed in, as long as we stay in the staff passage and don't go out, those zombies outside can't get in. The ocean park has many passageways, plenty of food, and no shortage of water. They still felt safer here. Tao Haohao was speechless. Are you planning to stay here forever? Once the outside is swarming with zombies, you won't be able to leave even if you want to, Song Liang said, pouring rice into the electric cooker. Food will eventually run out. What if the water and electricity are cut off? Does any of you know how to fix a generator? Or a water recycling system? The 6 were speechless. Seeing their hesitation, Song Liang softened his tone. Don't worry, our captain made this decision because he has a way to take that island. Only by following us will you survive. The 6 students exchanged glances, still filled with doubt and unease. The Zero Team's identity made them instinctively want to rely on them. But Dongni Town had tens of thousands of zombies. Even if they planned to drive away, the huge commotion would only attract more monsters. How were these soldiers going to clear them out? And what about the remaining supplies? If they went with them, what would happen to the supplies? Liao Yuxuan, his face conflicted, said, Sir, we might need to discuss this. Duanqi, seeing his captain had left again, waved the sausage in his hand. Go. The 6 men got up one after another, leaving the current passage and disappearing into a maze of winding paths. As time passed, darkness gradually fell. The moonlight struggled to pierce the thick clouds, casting a pale, weak glow that illuminated the dried bloodstains on the road. Horrifying dark red patches scattered throughout the streets and alleys. Countless zombies wandered slowly in the moonlight, their figures swaying, yet they moved tirelessly, searching for the scent of living beings. Siatu stood at the entrance of the passage, his eyes slightly narrowed, releasing all his senses. The sounds from all directions constantly reached his ears. After listening for a while, Siatu raised his wrist and activated the pollution concentration test. The numbers on the dashboard were slowly climbing. The percentage gradually rose from an initial 32% to 50%, and it didn't stop. Countless dark substances spread from every corner. Yuan Zhao noticed the dark substances, slightly raised his hand, and countless fluorescent lights flashed, instantly erecting a mental barrier to prevent the dark substances from invading the Sentinel's mental domains. Outside, the zombies that came into contact with the dark substances suddenly stopped moving slowly and clumsily, their bones emitting eerie crackling sounds, and black energy surged beneath their rotting skin. Siatu stared intently at the instrument panel, his eyes turning deep and dangerous, and announced, "The zombies are absorbing dark substances, seemingly undergoing some kind of evolution. The evolution might only begin tonight." Because of the arrival of Team Zero, the Sentinels killed zombies as easily as slicing watermelons, fearlessly charging through the hordes of zombies. Duanqi scoffed, "Is it because the gatekeepers think it looks bad? It's because they're too strong and the monsters too weak. Ordinary zombies really can't pose a threat to Team Zero. In many post-apocalyptic novels, zombies evolve." Qi Ling was a little worried. "Won't this disrupt our plans?" "It's fine. Even if they evolve, they probably won't be as difficult to deal with as mutants. At most, it'd just take a little more effort." Rabbit didn't think much of it. To her, it was all the same. A headshot, no difference. Qi Ling then said, "But evolved zombies can use various superpowers, and novels usually feature a zombie king who can control all the zombies, forming a horde to attack humans." General Yun Zhao, using her coat as a cushion, sat down and asked curiously, "What are superpowers?" Qi Ling explained again. "What about the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, spatial mental power?" The members of Team Zero were stunned. The rabbit sighed. People in the old days had such rich imaginations. "Is fire-based ability as powerful as a fire phoenix?" Duanqi asked eagerly. Qi Ling hesitated. He couldn't see the spiritual entity, nor had he witnessed a fire phoenix wreaking havoc. But in traditional culture, the phoenix symbolizes auspiciousness and rebirth, an extremely sacred and powerful being. "Probably not. I estimate even the highest level fire-based ability user can't compare to a phoenix," Qi Ling replied. Duanqi sounded somewhat disappointed. "I see." Siatu turned back, glancing at him indifferently. "What are you disappointed about?" "Nothing." Duanqi quickly composed himself, pretending nothing had happened. A noise came from the doorway. The little bluebird and the peregrine falcon finally flew back. Following them was the fire phoenix, which had just run off. As soon as the little bluebird returned, it flew straight to Yun Zhao, perched on her shoulder, and immediately began preening its feathers. Yun Zhao reached out and touched it. "What were you doing?" The little bluebird, "There are 2 things in the world you can't look directly at, the sun and the human heart." Yun Zhao, ? The little bluebird proudly raised its head. "I asked someone. It's written in the register." Yun Zhao asked curiously, "Who did you ask? Did you find any survivors?" "Yes." Yun Zhao was somewhat suspicious. Survivors couldn't see spiritual entities. How did it find someone to ask? There was also a sentence, "Only light can dispel darkness," written in the register. No wonder the little bluebird seemed familiar. It had seen this sentence before. Yun Zhao was clearly stunned, forgetting even to ask how it had done it. "Only light can dispel darkness." This sentence was Old Bai's quote. In contaminated Zone 111, a red-crowned crane's diary appeared, and now Old White's quotes have surfaced. They were here. In the Dark Ages, progress was impossible. How did the red-crowned crane and Old White manage to reach the eastern coastal region? Yun Zhao suddenly realized it wasn't the gatekeeper trying to tell them anything, but the red-crowned crane. She left something here. The sun. A sun pattern, related to the end of the Dark Ages? Or did the red-crowned crane and her companions find a way to end the Dark Ages? No. The timeline doesn't match. The red-crowned crane was active in the middle of the Dark Ages, and the Dark Ages ended a century after their departure. Yun Zhao's thoughts raced as she quickly considered her options. If the red-crowned crane discovered important information, Why didn't she directly tell the descendants of Dawn base? Instead, she placed the clues in the contaminated zone. What could the information be? Should she tell her teammates? Yuan Zhao asked Little Bluebird. Any other discoveries? No. Yuan Zhao, how many survivors are there? Little Bluebird, I don't know. Okay. Even if there are survivors, we can't find them now. We should wait until Team Zero takes over Island B of Dongy Town, at least. Yuan Zhao pondered for a moment, then asked Little Bluebird, do you think we should tell Xie too? Chapter 307. The information about Red Crown Crane and Old White appeared here. And contaminated Zone 111 was the mission she chose to come to. Once these fragmented pieces of information were pieced together, with Xie Tu's intellect, he could definitely guess that the owner of the book recording mental guidance was none other than Red Crown Crane. Through these fragmented pieces of information, and the still unclear clues, he had a very high chance of discovering the Dark Guide's affair. No, he would definitely discover it. What would an S-rank Sentinel's reaction be after discovering that she might become a guide's puppet? Would Xie Tu misunderstand that Fire Phoenix's abnormality and her influence on him were caused by her using mental guidance? At that point, would her teammates still trust her? Even if her teammates chose to believe her, this mission carried a recording function. She couldn't guarantee that she wouldn't record something when submitting the mission report. Once the truth is revealed, what will the base's sentinels and leaders think? Once the seeds of suspicion are sown, all the guides will be implicated. People will become wary of the entire guide community, and all sorts of suspicion and distrust will be focused on the guides. If it comes to that, she will become a sinner. Not only will the sentinels see her as an enemy, but the other guides will also hate her. The secret of psychic attraction and the dark guides has been hidden for a century. Why should she bear all of this? Yuan Zhao dares not gamble, dares not take risks. She doesn't want to be exposed, nor does she want to stand against everyone. Let's not talk about it. What do you think? Little Bluebird said indifferently. We investigate ourselves. The next day, just as dawn broke, the entire Zero team emerged from the mission passage, began checking all their equipment, and prepared to depart. Yuan Zhao was unusually silent, looking listless. She clutched her military overcoat and struggled to climb into the vehicle. Xie Tu saw this, reached out to help her, and handed her a piece of strawberry bread. Eat something simple this morning. There are hotels to rest in after we take Dongy Town. Xie Tu had heard her tossing and turning all night, and assumed she hadn't slept well. This was, after all, a place for raising marine life. The passage was very damp, and there were no beds, so she could only use her overcoat as a makeshift resting place. Yuan Zhao didn't explain, thanked him, took the bread, and turned to open the food box in the vehicle, handing breakfast to her teammates one by one. Xie Tu took the breakfast she offered and quietly watched her. Her attitude seemed no different from usual. But the Sentinel's keen senses allowed Xie Tu to detect the turmoil beneath her calm surface. Nothing's happened lately. Everything's normal since she arrived. Is she worried about the mission? Or is she feeling unwell? The 6 college students followed her out, carrying styrofoam boxes filled with seafood from the cold storage. Last night, the 6 had a heated argument. Half of them believed that the aquarium had plenty of food and there was no need to risk going out. Continuing to wait for rescue was the best course of action. The other half believed that while staying here was safe, it was hopeless, a death sentence, and it was better to risk everything with the soldiers. This led to another argument. After a vote, one side compromised, and everyone decided to go to Dongy Town together. The parking lot, not far from the aquarium entrance, was still quite full of cars. The 6 men found a relatively intact tour bus and loaded the frozen seafood, packed in styrofoam boxes, onto it. Xie Tu patiently waited for them until they finished unloading the supplies, just as Team Zero finished breakfast. Tao Hao Hao, go and remove the heavy winch from the back of the vehicle and attach it to the tour bus, Xie Tu instructed. The supplies were also important. Take as much as possible. Tao Hao Hao obeyed the order, ran to the back of the vehicle, removed the hook, and attached it to the bus. Song Liang got into the driver's seat and said to the 6 college students, "You be in our vehicle. Stay on the roof and don't wander around or look around." Only Liao Yuxuan had come out last night, and he hadn't noticed the vehicle parked at the exhibition hall entrance. The 6 men were astonished, their mouths agape, as they saw Team Zero's armored off-road vehicle for the first time. This vehicle is so cool. The chassis is so high, how are we going to get on? Song Liang gestured for Qi Ling to help them up. Of the group, only Qi Ling could directly contact them. Qi Ling, pale-faced, climbed up first, then pulled the others onto the roof one by one. He had only eaten a bag of Yuan Zhao's snacks yesterday, and his stomach had been aching all night. He felt quite unwell. The space upstairs was small, with the rear of the vehicle filled with tightly sealed fuel tanks. The 6 men put on their helmets, and once on top, they obeyed orders, not daring to move, carefully crouching down. The barriers on all 4 sides rose, forming a half-meter-high wall, which also blocked their view of the zombies outside, giving them a considerable sense of security. Everyone boarded the vehicle. Tao Hao and Qi Ling stayed on the 2nd floor. The armored vehicle started, slowly pulling the tour bus behind it towards the exit. The peregrine falcon swayed its head and flapped its wings, taking flight to lead the way. The roar of the armored vehicle attracted the zombies on the street. Countless monsters staggered out from every corner, roaring and baring their fangs as they surged towards the armored vehicle. The sentries quickly noticed that some of the zombies mixed in with the armored vehicle were moving much faster than yesterday, their movements less stiff. Song Liang, driving, ignored the monsters following behind and sped towards their destination, brutally crushing any zombies that rammed into him. Dongy Town wasn't far from the ocean park. A few minutes' drive. The road they were taking required crossing Island A to reach Island B. Liao Yuxuan, crouching on the roof of the car, finally couldn't resist straightening up slightly and looking back. The long, densely packed line of zombies following behind the car instantly sent chills down his spine. He racked his brains, but couldn't figure out how the soldiers were going to lure the zombies off the island. The bridge to the island was getting closer and closer. The armored vehicle rammed through the parked cars and roared onto the bridge. Xie2 tossed Fire Phoenix a bomb. Go out and blow up the bridge. Team Zero needed to conserve ammunition to clear the zombies off the island. With Fire Phoenix's abilities, 1 bomb would be enough. Fire Phoenix stood on the weapon rack, gazing longingly at the little bluebird, somewhat reluctant to work. Xie2, I only say it once. Threatened again, Fire Phoenix angrily flew out the window, instantly transforming. The enormous Fire Phoenix was engulfed in blazing flames, dazzling like a burning sun, its flames dancing in the air as it circled. The people on the roof, except for Tao Hao, couldn't see the spiritual entity. They only felt the surrounding temperature suddenly rise. Then a ball of fire rained down from the sky, striking the bridge behind them, followed by an explosive device inexplicably dropped from the air. A deafening explosion followed. The bridge, along with the zombies behind it, was blasted to pieces. Before the 6 could react, armored vehicles had already driven onto the island, and the sound of bullets rang out. Automatic firing mechanisms activated from all sides of the vehicles, filling the air with deafening gunfire. Liao Yuxuan was stunned by what he saw. He had thought the soldiers would try to lure the zombies off the island before slowly clearing them out, but these 7 had chosen to fight head-on. They have superpowers. Another boy reacted, excitedly standing up and pointing to the destroyed bridge behind them. They are superhumans. Chapter 308. Otherwise, how do you explain where that flame came from? Almost every college student these days has read apocalyptic novels, but none of them mentioned that superhumans were this strong. That flame was huge. The apocalypse had only been going on for less than a month, and such a powerful superhuman had already appeared. No wonder they dared to enter a city teeming with zombies. Liao Yuxuan snapped out of his shock, his heart pounding with excitement. Superhumans have appeared. We're saved. The 6 college students hugged each other, sobbing, each more excited than the last. Tao Hao stood beside them, a cannon barrel slung over his shoulder, firing directly at the horde of zombies ahead. He thought to himself, thankfully Qi Ling had explained what superhumans were yesterday, otherwise he wouldn't have understood what these people were saying. Xie2, sitting in the passenger seat, directed the operation, ordering, circle the island once, destroy all the bridges first, then begin the cleanup. Yes, sir. As for how to get in and out in the future, the priority was to clear the island of zombies and prevent new ones from landing. The spiritual entities appeared one after another, blocking wave after wave of emerging monsters and removing obstacles from the road. Gunfire and artillery fire rang out continuously. Fire Phoenix, carrying explosives, repeated the process, destroying all 8 roads and bridges leading to the island. Instantly, the entire Dongy Town, Island B, became an isolated island. Next came the mass cleanup. The spiritual entities helped unhook the tourist bus behind them, and the armored vehicle's speed increased dramatically, rampaging across the island and sweeping away any zombies that appeared. Dongy Town was a developed tourist town. Island B wasn't very large. After sweeping through the area, the vehicle finally stopped in a relatively spacious spot, waiting for the monsters from all directions to come and deliver their meal. Xie2 and Song Liang also joined the cleanup effort. Boxes of ammunition were opened one by one, and Duanqi stood guard at the automatic firing mechanism, constantly loading ammunition. The dozens of boxes of various types of ammunition they had brought in were being consumed at an extremely rapid pace. While firing, Rabbit whispered to Yun Zhao, if it weren't for the concerns about the town's resources and buildings, the captain could have just had Fire Phoenix clean it up. It would probably have been done in no time. Yun Zhao composed himself and replied, by then, there would only be ruins left, and there would be no point in us taking this place. Fire Phoenix's destructive power was too great. Ordinary monsters would be no match for the sentinels. Yun Zhao had already focused on the current task, helping Duanqi pry open the ammunition boxes one by one, and occasionally handing a few magazines to Xie and Song Liang in the front seat. She got up and moved the empty boxes that were taking up space, neatly stacking them in a corner. An hour later, the howls of the zombies on the island gradually weakened, the ground was covered with zombie remains, and zombies continued to surge towards them from all sides. The pungent stench of corpses made the sentries instinctively hold their breath. 2 more hours passed. As time went on, the number of zombies on the island gradually decreased, and the pace of the battle began to slow down. Looking around, there were zombie corpses everywhere, the armored vehicle completely surrounded by mountains of corpses. Looks like we need to get some survivors in to help with the work. Duanqi glanced at the captain subconsciously. Anyway, I'm not going to clean up those corpses, they stink too much. His teammates nodded vigorously. Nobody wanted this job. They were all enthusiastic about killing zombies, but cleaning them up was a huge hassle. Yun Zhao's eyes flickered slightly as he spoke. Little Bluebird discovered survivors yesterday, near the university town. Peregrine Falcon and Fire Phoenix had also discovered some survivor hideouts. Team Zero still needed to go to the armory to replenish ammunition. The key issue was, now that the bridges were destroyed, how were they going to get out? There are small boats on the water, Xie said. Let's just take a boat out and find another vehicle. Their armored vehicles weren't suitable for transporting ammunition and survivors. The armored vehicles were too packed with cargo. There wasn't enough space. The military base had military vehicles. Using those military trucks was the safest option. Xie, Song Liang drive. Let's check around the hotel area first. Okay. Song Liang restarted the car. Tao Haohao fired a shot at the mountain of corpses, blasting a path through. There were still a few zombies scattered on the island, and some trapped inside the rooms, but this was no longer a major concern. To deter the survivors, it wasn't necessary to wipe them all out at once. The armored vehicle turned left and right, finally stopping in front of a 5-star hotel. The arched bridge leading to the hotel had been completely destroyed. The island had long been developed into a tourist town. A street lined with hotels and goose houses, built along the water, boasted a beautiful environment and very nice interiors. The architecture was mostly Chinese style, with white walls, brick tiles, and flying eaves. The tallest building was only 3 stories high. Xie and Song Liang got out of the car, went inside, and instantly killed all the zombies in the lobby. Only after confirming there were no more monsters around did Xie turn around and let everyone out. 6 college students, each dazed and confused, obeyed orders and slowly climbed down from the roof of the vehicle. After several fierce battles, the vehicle was covered in zombie blood, and they inevitably got some on themselves during the descent. None of the 6 reacted. Xie walked around the lobby and noticed the computer at the front desk was flashing. The power hadn't been cut off. The hotel must have its own independent power generation system. Xie turned to 2 of the girls and said, "See the printer at the front desk? Print out flyers, the more the better. As for the content, tell the survivors that Dongi Town, Island B, is now a safe base." Team Zero didn't have time to rescue everyone individually. Distributing flyers was the most suitable method. Seeing the content, the survivors in the city would find a way to come. One of the girls was Qin Shi, who nodded repeatedly, "Yes, sir, mission accomplished." As for the others, Xie also assigned them tasks. The 2 boys were responsible for cleaning up the zombie corpses in the hotel and dragging them outside to be burned. The other 2 girls were responsible for cleaning the hotel. The Zero team members, having just survived a fierce battle, sat down in the lobby's rest area. Yun Zhao took off her backpack and hugged it to her knees. She slightly raised her hand, and wisps of bluish-green fluorescence began to spread in all directions, trying to detect any possible emotions in her surroundings. Although there were many zombies on the island, there might be safe hiding places. Who knows, there might even be survivors. Xie had already gone to the hotel's kitchen to check the food in the refrigerator. 5-star hotels probably buy ingredients fresh every day. The meat and vegetables in the refrigerator were not plentiful, and had been stored for too long to be edible. However, in the kitchen storage room, they found a lot of sealed rice, canned goods, and other ingredients. There was also a small cold storage room nearby, filled with various pre-cooked and semi-finished dishes. Sietu then went to the hotel supplies room, which contained daily necessities for guest rooms, the restaurant, and other areas. Next door was a beverage storage room, piled high with countless cases of bottled water and various drinks. He searched for a while before finally finding what he was looking for. Sietu returned to the lobby with a bag of hand warmers, walked straight to Yun Zhao, and whispered, "Here." Worried she wouldn't know how to use them, Sietu added, pursing his lips, "If you feel uncomfortable, stick it on your lower abdomen." Everything around was calm, and the mission had been going smoothly so far. Thinking it over, her poor condition must be due to something wrong with her body. To ensure his teammates' survival rate, Sietu regularly read books covering almost every topic. He couldn't remember where he'd seen it, but he heard that women often experience discomfort for a day or two each month, and these hand warmers were supposed to help. Yun Zhao didn't react at first, but then, as if remembering something, her expression became subtle. "You thought I was on my period?" Chapter 309. Sietu was silent for 2 seconds, "Isn't it?" Yun Zhao, Song Liang silently stood up. "It's noon, I go cook." Tao Haohao sensed something was wrong, pulled Duanqi towards the door, thought for a moment, then turned to Qi Ling and said, "Come on, the three of us will go watch the armored vehicle." Rabbit looked left and right, slapped her forehead, grabbed her sniper rifle and followed them. "Then I go drive the tour bus over." Other people's vehicles didn't matter, she had to find something to do. The group hurriedly left, afraid of being thought to lack tact by the captain, and having to double the training time next time. The bodies in the lobby had already been dragged out, and 2 girls were mopping the floor. The 2 at the front desk were printing flyers on A4 paper. Ordinary people's hearing isn't that good. A group of people who were sitting properly suddenly scattered and went out the door. They didn't dare ask what had happened over there, obediently continuing with their work. Yun Zhao stood there stunned for a moment before taking the hand warmer. A wave of emotion washed over her as she softly said, "Thank you." Her fingers gently traced the bag, her heart filled with mixed feelings. Sietu, seeing her expression, knew he had misunderstood. His face remained unchanged as he walked to the sofa opposite him and sat down, but his long, slender fingers unconsciously curled slightly. This perfectly illustrated, "As long as I'm not embarrassed, it's others who are embarrassed." In the air, greenish-blue fluorescent light, like lively sprites, danced freely in the air, scattering in all directions, spreading to other unknown areas. Sietu quickly regained his usual composure. "Are you searching for survivors?" Yun Zhao lowered her head slightly, unzipped her backpack, and put the bag of hand warmers inside. Silence fell again. Yun Zhao didn't mince words, speaking clearly, "You're worried about me." Sietu rubbed his forehead. He was always helpless against her directness. It was tantamount to admitting it. "I'm fine, it's just..." Yun Zhao wasn't good at lying to him, and suddenly stopped mid-sentence. She thought for a while, then carefully said, "I was just thinking about what to do this afternoon." The safe base had been captured. Now their ammunition was almost exhausted, and they would definitely need to go to the military base to transport more ammunition this afternoon. Sietu was also thinking. When they came to Dongyi Town, it was right next to the ocean park, so the journey was short, and everyone didn't feel anything special. But the military base was in the northern suburbs of the city. The armored vehicles couldn't leave for the time being, and navigating through areas teeming with zombies meant the roads were sometimes clear and sometimes congested, requiring frequent vehicle changes along the way. Until they arrived there, they found the military trucks inside and unloaded the ammunition. And one trip might not be enough. The transport process was fraught with hardship and uncertainty. Not only did they have to be constantly vigilant against sudden attacks from hordes of zombies, but they also had to be wary of various roadblocks and traps that might appear on the road, racing against time to complete the ammunition transfer. It's easy to imagine how arduous it would be. "Should I stay here?" Yun Zhao, knowing his concerns, offered to quickly establish a safe base. Splitting up is actually the most efficient way. There was no need for all 7 of them to go out. She and Qi Ling couldn't keep up with the sentry's stamina. The sentries would have to consider their safety, and during the transfer, they would also have to be distracted to protect her. Going there wouldn't be helpful, it would only hinder everyone. There are still some zombies remaining on the island, and perhaps other survivors are hiding there, Yun Zhao analyzed earnestly. "We need to quickly grasp the situation on the island and inventory all usable supplies. We need to leave someone here to make arrangements. At least today, they need to clear out all the hotels and goose houses on this street and centrally store all the supplies. Humans are inherently beasts, only bound by civilization and order. Now that order has collapsed, if all the supplies aren't moved and centrally managed, there's a high chance of trouble as survivors arrive on the island. Team Zero is focused on the mission. They don't have the energy to focus entirely on the survivors. Therefore, it's crucial to sort everything out at the beginning. Sia2 listened to her rational analysis of the pros and cons, and fell silent again. Separating would indeed increase efficiency. But the contaminated zone is unpredictable. 1 second they might be in a safe situation, and the next, danger could suddenly overwhelm them. Even knowing her formidable strength, the gatekeeper couldn't defeat her. The thought of having to temporarily separate. Before Sia2 could even express his opinion, Huafeng impatiently began shouting in his ear. If you're so unwilling, why separate? I don't want to be separated from Qingluan. Can't you go by yourself? I want to stick close to Qingluan. Besides, Yuan Zhao turned to look at the front desk. There, 2 girls in motorcycle armor were still busy, having brought over 2 more boxes of A4 paper from somewhere. The printer was continuously spitting out printed flyers. One was responsible for neatly folding the flyers, while the other girl, named Chen Shi, was bent over operating the computer. We have to test the waters, Yuan Zhao said. Currently, there are still no leads regarding the gatekeeper. The teammates all lean towards the gatekeeper being a survivor. The dark matter cannot affect her. She is not afraid of the natives' mental pollution, making her the most suitable person to contact the survivors. Sia2's eyes darkened, and he finally spoke. Qi Ling and Rabbit stay with you. The 4 of us will go out. As the team leader, he had to adjust the mission arrangements promptly based on the situation. Qi Ling had to stay with her. As a mutant, his body was covered in dark matter. The gatekeeper could control him at any time if she wanted to. Qi Ling was only safe with Yuan Zhao. Yuan Zhao seemed to know his intentions, and said again, the transport route is too dangerous. Fire Phoenix should stay with you. We can handle things here. With Rabbit around, the remaining zombies on the island couldn't harm them. Fire Phoenix, however, objected. I don't want to. I want to go with Azure Phoenix. Go yourself, don't agree to her. The little bluebird, idly perched on Yuan Zhao's head, seemed to have heard Fire Phoenix's words. It raised its head, its eyes filled with confusion as it looked at the human and the spirit opposite it. The little creature couldn't understand why Fire Phoenix disliked its physical form and wanted to follow it. If anyone tried to separate the little bluebird from Yuan Zhao, the little bluebird would kill that person without hesitation. In its worldview, nothing mattered except its physical form. It simply couldn't comprehend Fire Phoenix's thought process. Sia2 was completely unable to think, disturbed by Fire Phoenix's noise. He looked out the window. Occasionally, debris rustled in the wind across the dilapidated street, like a mournful dirge of the apocalypse. After a moment, he turned his head, his gaze lingering on Yuan Zhao's face. Yuan Zhao met his gaze, and went straight to the point. I won't act rashly. More than the situation here, I'm worried about your safety over there. Sia2's eyes flashed with a barely perceptible surprise. He quickly regained his composure. However, his slightly tightened jaw and unconsciously straightened back betrayed the turmoil within him. She was worried about him. Sia2 calmed his inner turmoil, ignoring the tantrum of Huafeng, and said in a slightly hoarse voice, okay. Her seemingly casual concern easily pierced his defenses. Yuan Zhao had already stood up. I go see what Song Liang is making for lunch. Yuan Zhao led the little bluebird to the kitchen. The little bluebird hopped onto her shoulder, raising its head to look at the man sitting motionless on the sofa behind her. She couldn't even act alone. They were too clingy. They? Did she mean Sia2 and Huafeng? Chapter 310. The kitchen had a lot of ready-made meals. Song Liang steamed a large pot of rice, heated up more than 20 bags of pre-made meals, and steamed a pot of meat and some seafood. This lunch was even more lavish than what they ate at the base. The group arrived at the dining room. Duanqi saw the table full of delicious food and slapped his thigh. This stuff is great. It saves time and effort. We can make a lot to take with us. Why don't we see this in the supermarket? Rabbit said. We didn't see it last time. Tao Hao turned to Qi Ling, waiting for him to explain. Qi Ling, holding a basin of meat, hesitated and said, I don't know, my family has a professional chef, and we eat at high-end restaurants when we travel. I never eaten this kind of pre-made food. Isn't this a 5-star hotel? Tao Hao asked, puzzled. It's a high-end restaurant, isn't it? Qi Ling had really stumbled upon the answer. In the 22nd century, food safety remains a top concern for the public. Pre-made meals are convenient and easy, making them a popular choice for many working professionals. Restaurants typically indicate whether a meal is pre-made or freshly cooked, allowing customers to choose. Probably because this is a tourist area, supplies are limited, so they use pre-made meals. Qiling gave a vague answer. Yun Zhao didn't care about any of that. She obediently sat down, chopsticks in hand, waiting for the meal to be served. The dazzling array of dishes made her mouth water. Especially the many seafood dishes, all food Yun Zhao had never eaten before. She was already a little worried. Would she gain a few pounds after leaving the contaminated area? Song Liang, what are you doing? Come and eat. Duanqi impatiently urged, calling towards the kitchen. Song Liang washed his hands and came out of the kitchen. He saw the 6 college students standing at the door looking around and pointed to the kitchen, saying, "There's food in the cold storage. Cook whatever you want." The supplies were found by Team Zero, so they were theirs. While cooking, Song Liang took some seafood from the tour bus as a return gift. The 6 were overjoyed and quickly thanked him. The soldiers not only took them to safety, but were even willing to give them supplies. Liao Yuxuan went into the kitchen first to check. The others quickly followed. They hadn't had a decent meal in days. Qin Shi stayed at the front desk, sorting through the mountain of flyers. After finishing her work, she wrote in her notebook, "Day 23 of the apocalypse. 7 soldiers brought us to safety." After lunch, the entire Team Zero, full and satisfied, slumped in their chairs for a meeting. Xie planned the afternoon's operations. Upon hearing that they would be splitting up, everyone agreed. The team members always trusted their captain's judgment and had absolute faith in his arrangements. It was a tacit understanding that needed no words. After a short rest, they prepared to depart. Xie called over 6 university students and gave them a pep talk, instructing them to help move supplies on the island. Liao Yuxuan and the others, seemingly treating Team Zero as superhumans and bolstered by their military status, had completely changed their attitude, doing almost anything he was told. After arranging for the university students, Xie turned to his own team members. Rabbit, who remained on the island, was very conscientious, raising her hand. "I stay right behind Sister Yun Zhao." Rabbit thought for a moment and added, "Even to the restroom." Xie nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to Yun Zhao, his eyes filled with complex emotions, worry, trust, and a barely perceptible tenderness. He paused, then said, "Be careful, don't stray too far from the rabbit. We'll be back soon." Yun Zhao nodded, "You too." Duanqi couldn't bear to watch, pulling Tao Hao out first. He only dared to complain after leaving the hotel. This contaminated zone is at most 3-star dangerous. It's just a short separation, not a matter of life and death. When did the captain start dawdling like this? Initially, everyone was unfamiliar with Yun Zhao's abilities, which is why they were so worried after discovering she was alone. But now, with Little Bluebird's arrogant attitude, it's the gatekeeper who should be worried, Duanqi said. Little Bluebird could even kill a 5-star gatekeeper. The gatekeeper of contaminated Zone 111 would be instantly killed the moment he showed his face. Tao Hao wholeheartedly agreed. The island only had small boats for tourists to enjoy sightseeing. The boat was a tight fit for 4 grown men, so Tao Hao and Duanqi towed it to the shore behind the hotel and moored it. The 4 men took out the items they didn't need for the time being from their backpacks, filled them with printed A4 leaflets, and each boarded one of the small boats, paddling towards the opposite shore. As the paddles cut through the water, they created not only ripples, but also the anger and agitation of the zombies disturbed underwater. Occasionally, pairs of grayish-white, bloodshot eyes would flash across the murky water, accompanied by low, terrifying gurgling sounds. Xie pulled out the last few magazines from the side of his backpack and fired into the water. His marksmanship was excellent. Dark red blood quickly stained the water's surface. After clearing the monsters from the nearby waterways, the 4 finally reached the shore. He waved to the others watching from the hotel behind him, then nimbly disappeared onto the opposite bank. The roars of zombies echoed. The 6 university students nervously peered around, but could see nothing. "Let's go, let's check the supplies," Yun Zhao said, turning his attention back to the 6 students and signaling them to get to work. The island was a tourist area resembling an ancient town, with uniformly built Chinese-style buildings and no high-rises. The hotel wasn't large either. They were staying in the best 5-star hotel, a typical courtyard house, 3 stories high, with courtyards adjacent to courtyards, and a total of 88 rooms, including deluxe standard rooms, luxury suites, rooms with views, family rooms, and king rooms. Before Xie led the team away, he had cleared all the monsters from the rooms and floors. Yun Zhao instructed Liao Yuxuan to lock the hotel doors, then calmly assigned tasks to everyone. Don't touch anything in the warehouse. First, take the water and food from each room, check every window, and remember to close all doors and windows. The building was low, facing the street on one side and the river on the other. They needed to be wary of zombies climbing up from the water. Okay. The 6 college students were very obedient. Pushing cleaning carts, they split into 2 groups and began checking from the first floor. After closing all the doors and windows, they carried all the water and food from the rooms out and placed them on the carts. Judging from the condition of the water, the tap water was definitely contaminated. They would have to rely on bottled water for the rest of the time. Fortunately, the hotel had plenty of supplies. The warehouse was stocked with a large quantity of bottled water, and the guest rooms were equipped with various beverages for guests. Rabbit was very obedient, clinging to her sniper rifle like a little tail, following Yun Xiao closely. Qi Ling lagged slightly behind, following the 2 girls wherever they went. The 3 ignored the college students and headed towards the hotel's supplies room. Chapter 3:11. The contents were neatly arranged, with boxes of bottled water stacked in one corner. The water boxes were predominantly blue and white, clearly printed with brand logos and production dates. Roughly counting, there were at least several hundred boxes. If it were just a few of them, they could easily last until the mission ended. But everyone shared the same thought. They wanted to collect as many supplies as possible to take out. Besides food, the bedding and other daily necessities on the shelves were also valuable. The rabbit was thinking about the pre-cooked meals they had for lunch. Are there any other places in the city? I really want to take everything out. That way, when they went on missions, their refrigerators could be filled with pre-cooked meals. They could heat up whatever they wanted to eat. How convenient. Before the rabbit could finish speaking, the little bluebird flapped its wings and flew outside. She asked curiously, "What's little bluebird doing?" Yun Xiao, holding a notebook and bending over to count the supplies, remained unfazed. "It was bored, so I sent it out to hand out flyers." The rabbit exclaimed, "Sister Yun Xiao is so clever." Of the 6 spiritual beings, Qingwan was the most suitable for this task. After transforming into a large bluebird, its large wings could flap flyers all over the city. It was much faster than them scattering them street by street. But it seems we don't have enough flyers. The captain and the others took a lot out, and we still need to continue printing this afternoon, the rabbit said. Yun Xiao hummed in agreement. Let's finish distributing today's flyers first. Outside the warehouse, little bluebird flew to the counter, looking around with disdain. Of the mountain of flyers piled on the counter, it only picked up a few before flapping its wings and flying outside. The little guy quickly flew off the island, heading back towards the university town. The information appeared near the university town. There must still be undiscovered clues there. It would be best to try and find the motorcycle club's leader or members. Yun Xiao couldn't leave the island under her teammates' noses, and they were worried about her being alone. This task could only be done by little bluebird. Therefore, Fire Phoenix had to be sent away. With Fire Phoenix around, little bluebird couldn't do anything. The rabbit didn't notice anything amiss, and the 3 of them started working, checking the supplies in the warehouse. The 6 university students from the other side quickly checked all the doors and windows, pushing several carts of water and supplies over. Everything was put into the warehouse. Yun Xiao then had them clean the kitchen, throwing out everything that couldn't be eaten, clearing out the refrigerators and cold storage, and then putting all the seafood from the tour bus inside. To avoid them suspecting anything, Yun Xiao specifically said, "Those supplies are still yours. They be stored inside for now, and you can take them anytime." This deeply moved the 6 college students. Human nature is at its darkest during the apocalypse. When they escaped, they had witnessed people fighting tooth and nail over a few packets of instant noodles, even risking their lives. Liao Yuxuan felt ashamed for having previously doubted the selfless soldiers. Yun Xiao, seeing this, said, let's go check out the other side." The island not only had hotels and a food street, but also supermarkets, fruit stalls, various creative shops, restaurants, and more. All the supplies had to be stored in one place. Qinshi ran to the front desk, took out the keys to the main gate and the warehouse, and handed them to Yun Xiao, saying trustingly, "Sir, you can keep the keys." The others nodded repeatedly. Leaving it with them would likely be untenable. If more survivors came to the island, it was best to entrust it to the soldiers for safekeeping. Chun-Shi was actually a little confused. The warehouse lock wasn't broken, and the soldiers didn't have the key, so how had they opened the warehouse door? Yun Xiao thanked them softly. Seeing this, Qi Ling instinctively reached out and took the key. Living people couldn't have physical contact with the mutants, their bodies were corrosive, and the dark substance on their skin would seep into various parts of their bodies. Ordinary people would almost certainly die upon contact. The sentries weren't much better off. The 9 opened the tightly closed hotel door and went to the next room to move supplies. There were still a few zombies moving around outside. Rabbit slung his sniper rifle over his shoulder, pulled out a silenced pistol, and led the way. He looked heroic and fearless. Inspired by her imposing presence, the students behind her involuntarily straightened their backs, their fear lessening somewhat. In midair, wisps of bluish-green fluorescence still danced. Since landing on the island, the spreading fluorescence had almost completely covered it, yet no emotion was detected. It seemed there were no survivors left on the island. Indeed, with swarms of zombies, even if there were safe places to hide, people needed to eat. Once they ventured out to find food, facing an entire island of zombies, it was almost impossible for an ordinary person to survive. The little bluebird quickly flew to the vicinity of the university town. It skillfully turned into a residential complex and arrived at the window of an apartment on the 22nd floor. In broad daylight, the doors and windows of this apartment were tightly shut, and all the curtains were drawn. Inside, a group of emaciated survivors huddled. Everyone looked listless, huddled together in the living room like frightened birds. They were wary of each other, afraid to get too close or enter the room alone. The little bluebird landed lightly, its nimble little head darting around. A suffocating atmosphere permeated the room, the air thick with the stench of sweat, mildew, and the putrid smell of zombies. Yuan Zhao and the university students were moving things next door when she sensed the little bluebird's approximate location. She suddenly remembered something. "I forgot to ask you yesterday, since the survivors can't see you, how did you get them to read to you?" The little bluebird scoffed, letting out a disdainful sound. It was the smartest phoenix in the world. Naturally, it had its own methods. At that moment, the survivor inside finally spoke. "Who's going to open the curtains? They say ghosts are afraid of sunlight." "I'm not going. It appeared from the balcony window last night, just before dark. That notebook is still on the balcony." Someone cautiously spoke up, "But nothing's happened so far. Has the ghost left?" Little Bluebird stood there, tilting her head. "What's a ghost, Yuan Zhao, eh?" She seemed to suddenly understand what Little Bluebird had done. "Yuan Zhao, did you use your mental energy to control the survivors? Make them read every word in the register? Imagine that. A survivor who considers himself normal suddenly becomes like he's possessed, holding a registration form that appeared out of nowhere and starting to read, on such and such a day, so-and-so registered here. Mechanically and numbly, until the entire register is read. If the others living in the same house saw this, what else could it be but a ghost sighting?" Little Bluebird proudly raised her head, as if admitting, "A bunch of useless people, reading all afternoon, all useless information, only that one sentence was useful. Yuan Zhao, eh?" Voices came from inside again. Yuan Zhao couldn't hear them, but the Little Bluebird heard them clearly. "I can't take it. Let's run. It must be in the room." "How can we run? There are zombies everywhere outside." "Then what do you suggest?" "Going out means death, staying means death too. Either we be killed by the evil spirits, or we be bitten to death by zombies outside. Heaven knows why there's a supernatural resurgence even in this apocalyptic world." The Little Bluebird tilted its head in thought, released the flyer it was holding in its beak, and used its claws to slip it through the crack in the window. With a gentle flap of its wings, an A4 sheet of paper drifted into the living room. The next second, "Ah!" A series of terrified screams echoed from inside. Chapter 312. The Little Bluebird ignored the screaming crowd. It flapped its wings, carrying the remaining flyers, and flew towards the school. Yuan Zhao had sent it out to find clues, preferably the survivors of the motorcycle club. In the Little Bluebird's understanding, survivors were clues, so its purpose was to find survivors in this area. It flapped its wings, and a greenish-blue glow emerged from beneath them, flying towards various closed houses. Day 23 of the zombie outbreak. The streets were teeming with zombies, but in every corner of the city, many people still clung to life, hiding in sturdy buildings, trying to find a glimmer of hope in the apocalypse. The Little Bluebird soared through the city, encountering all sorts of people. It saw a group of people fighting fiercely over a few bags of instant noodles, even risking their lives. It saw someone come out to find food, and in order to survive, deliberately trip the person behind them while running away. Seeing a family run out of food and supplies, they mustered their courage and left their home. The father, protecting his wife and child, ran towards a car parked by the roadside. The Little Bluebird had no interest in its human observation plan. It flew and flew, choosing crowded areas, flapping its wings to blow leaflets in front of them, ignoring the survivors' terrified reactions. It picked up a few leaflets, quickly distributed them all, and then idly went back to check on the motorcycle club. Yuan Zhao and his students were still moving supplies. They pried open the warehouse door of the hotel next door. 3 boys were responsible for pushing carts back and forth to transport and unload goods, while the girls were responsible for loading everything onto the carts. They only moved food and drinking water. Other daily necessities, sheets, blankets, alcohol, and the like were left untouched. A dozen carts were parked at the warehouse entrance, and the boys ran back and forth. For female college students, seeing Rabbit easily lift 5 cases of bottled water, gaped, speechless for a long time. One of them, a round-faced girl named Lu Yingran, couldn't help but ask curiously, "Sister, are you special forces?" Rabbit remained silent, pretending not to hear. Among the Zero team members, her mental barrier was the most vulnerable, easily assimilated by the contaminated area. She avoided interacting with these people during missions, and resisted dealing with the natives. Yuan Zhao, carrying some canned goods to the cart, timely intervened. "She should be younger than you." Rabbit was half a year younger than her, only turning 20 in April. These college students were juniors this year, older than both her and Rabbit. Chen Shi was somewhat surprised. So young to join the army? Yuan Zhao softly hummed in agreement, intentionally trying to build rapport with them, and said, "My family isn't well off, I need to make a living." Upon hearing this, the girls immediately imagined a tragic story. Soldiers protecting their country, unable to return home in the apocalypse, and tasked with protecting civilians, establishing a safe base here. They heard that Rabbit was even younger than them. The short-haired girl's eyes instantly reddened, muttering softly, "It's so tough. Joining the army at such a young age to make a living, it must be so hard." Another girl with pigtails sighed softly, her eyes filled with pity as she looked at Rabbit, saying, "She must have suffered a lot to develop such skills. She must have endured a lot of hardship in the army." Rabbit, The suffering was indeed real. The captain was very strict. He never lowered the standards during training just because she was a girl or young. On the contrary, they focused the most on her training. Chen Shi felt it was inappropriate to discuss someone's private life in public, so she quickly changed the subject. "She's so strong, has she awakened a superpower?" The girls had already noticed. Although both were soldiers, the 2 female soldiers in front of them had a huge difference in physical strength. The sniper with short, shoulder-length hair could easily carry 5 cases of bottled water, while the other struggled to even move some canned goods. Compared to the agile and dashing sniper, she had a pair of bright almond-shaped eyes, her black hair was styled in a bun, and she had a quiet temperament, and did things slowly and methodically, looking nothing like a soldier. Yuan Zhao nodded yes. In Zero Team situation, impersonating a superpowered individual was the most suitable option. Several girls' eyes lit up immediately. "What kind of superpower is that?" Yuan Zhao thought for a moment. "Clairvoyance." The 4 girls, The rabbit, The king chameleon lay on the rabbit's back, its large, round eyes half closed, darting around, observing its surroundings from every angle. Calling it clairvoyance didn't seem wrong. "That's great, I wonder if we can awaken our superpowers," Lu Yingren said with some envy, then suddenly asked, "Your captain has fire-based superpowers, right?" They had all seen it just now, a huge fireball falling from the sky, incredibly powerful, destroying the bridge with a single shot. And that captain? He's really handsome. A handsome and strong soldier, effortlessly leading his team into the zombie-infested island, like a hero straight out of a movie, making Lu Yingran's heart race. The girl's eyes sparkled with admiration for this heroic figure. Yuan Zhao glanced at them, a ripple appearing in her usually calm eyes. For some reason, she disliked discussing Xie Tu with other girls. She also disliked the way they imagined everything about him with those looks. It felt like a treasured possession had been suddenly displayed for all to see and admire. A strange discomfort welled up inside her. Yuan Zhao didn't answer. She gently pursed her lips, skillfully controlling her emotions. "And you guys? Can you tell me how the 6 of you met?" The girls' reverie was interrupted, and they snapped back to reality, recounting the events of the day the apocalypse broke out. They now trusted the soldiers implicitly, recounting almost without reservation how the 6 of them accidentally bumped into each other on the day of the incident and escaped the school together. "That day was terrifying. Zombies suddenly appeared, biting people everywhere. We were studying in the classroom when we heard the commotion outside. We reacted quickly and ran out to get help as soon as the chaos began." Yuan Zhao intentionally steered the conversation towards Chen Shi. Chen Shi and her boyfriend lived outside the school. They happened to be returning to school at the time, and we met them at the school gate. Chen Shi lowered her head slightly, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. Her expression seemed to suggest she was thinking of her missing boyfriend. The girls chatted as they worked. Rabbit deftly moved boxes, listening attentively without interrupting. Qi Ling was unloading goods at the hotel where they were staying. The warehouse was full, so he and two boys cleared out 2 hotel rooms, moved the beds, and continued piling up supplies. Working together is the easiest way to build relationships. The 2 boys, noticing his different attire from the other soldiers, quickly asked him what was wrong after they recognized him. Qi Ling simply explained that he was also a survivor rescued by the soldiers, and then led them back to the neighboring hotel to deliver supplies. The 3 returned to the hotel. Suddenly, they heard a noise from the shore behind the hotel. Qi Ling initially thought it was the captain and his men returning, but instead saw a rabbit take the sniper rifle off his shoulder. Chapter 313. Yun Xiao naturally noticed the rabbit's actions, his brow furrowing slightly. Are there survivors coming? The journey to the military base was long, the roads were blocked by zombies, and they still needed to load ammunition. It wouldn't be quick. When Xie and the others left, each of them carried a thick stack of leaflets, intending to distribute them along the streets to attract more survivors to the military base. If someone saw them, they would definitely try to come. The zombies on the opposite bank had been lured away by Xie and the others, leaving only a few wandering aimlessly nearby. But even such a small number of zombies was enough to give an ordinary person a run for their money. The bridge is completely destroyed. Boss, there are still zombies in the water. How do we get across? Here. There are 2 small boats here, quick. Get on the boats. Yun Xiao sensed the little bluebird's location, stood up, and dusted off his hands. Let's go, let's check those people's identities first. The little bluebird didn't react, it probably wasn't the people it had lured. Rabbit followed Yun Xiao closely. The group emerged from the warehouse, and circled around to the back of the hotel. They immediately saw 6 burly men paddling 2 small boats. Xie had moored on the opposite bank, struggling to swim towards the other side. Zombies were active in the water. Apart from the few frantically paddling, the others held blood-stained watermelon knives, their expressions tense as they stared intently at the water. If the boats capsized, there would be almost no chance of survival. There was nowhere safe in the entire city. Finding the flyer was an accident. It contained a meticulously crafted map, clearly indicating that Island B of Dongi Town had been cleared, and was the only safe base in the city. They had to fight to the death to reach the island, and have a chance of survival. 6 people again? Rabbit was confused. What does 6 represent? The 3 waves of survivors they encountered all had a count of 6. The only difference was that this time, all 6 were male. Yun Xiao, hearing this, was also pondering. This couldn't be a coincidence, the number 6 must have a special meaning. Like the sun symbol, it seemed to be deliberately reminding them of something. Was it a gatekeeper? Or a red-crowned crane? In just a short while, the 6 had paddled to the other side. Ignoring the people standing on the shore, they hurriedly tried to climb ashore. It was impossible to stand steadily on the boat. The boat rocked violently when they jumped, and they couldn't climb ashore even after struggling for a long time. Seeing the zombies approaching in the water, the 6 were frantic. Hey! You 2, come and pull us up! One of the men, a burly man with a buzz cut, ordered Liao Yuxuan and his companion in a menacing tone. They were all muscular, gripping watermelon knives tightly. They looked menacing. Liao Yuxuan instinctively glanced at Yun Xiao. His eyes clearly questioned her. Were they really going to let these men onto the island? The officers hadn't returned yet. Of the 2 female soldiers, only one seemed capable of fighting, the others were just ordinary people, and being women, they couldn't possibly subdue these 6 muscular men. Yun Xiao nodded, pull them up. Liao Yuxuan had no choice. She was in charge on the island now. They had spent 2 days with the soldiers, and had already observed that, except for Commander Xie, the other soldiers obeyed Commander Yun. Although Liao Yuxuan was reluctant, he couldn't disobey her, so he and another boy ran over and pulled the men up. Qi Ling cautiously approached Yun Xiao and Rabbit, whispering, "This is a classic trope in post-apocalyptic novels. Every post-apocalyptic story features a villainous supporting character like this, usually used to highlight the protagonist and deliver a satisfying comeback." Qi Ling was intimately familiar with these tropes. 6 menacing-looking, brute-force-filled guys, the quintessential villainous supporting character. Qi Ling explained the unfolding events to Yun Xiao and Rabbit in detail. Once these 6 people reach the shore, they see the supplies the protagonists are carrying, then discover they're the only people on the island, mostly female college students. They then harbor malicious intentions, wanting to take over the island for themselves. Next, Either the protagonist team will display extraordinary strength that will shock them, or the villains will suffer the consequences of their selfishness and greed in subsequent actions. Or the protagonist will show decisive ruthlessness, throwing these people into the water to feed the zombies. Anyway, the novel tropes are always the same. When the captain and the others return, that'd be the highlight of their comeback, Chi Ling confidently stated. The rabbit was stunned, and couldn't help but ask, why is the spotlight on the captain? Can't it be ours? She's amazing. Killing 6 muscular men is easier than killing zombies. Besides, Sister Yunxiao hasn't even made a move yet. Sister Yunxiao's mental threads would instantly reveal the mutants on the spot. Chi Ling was taken aback by her question, and after thinking for a while he said, it depends on whether it's a male-oriented or female-oriented story of face slapping, but I read more male-oriented ones. Yuan Xiao had already figured it out. Chi Ling was a novel enthusiast. Ever since they rescued him, he'd been fantasizing about being the protagonist, thinking they'd take him to the Research Institute for dissection, something about rebirth and revenge. He was directly bringing the 111 contaminated zone into a post-apocalyptic novel plot. The 6 men had already been pulled ashore by Liao Yuxuan. The 6 burly men plopped down on the bank, panting. 2 of them lingered on the girls, their eyes unabashedly filled with ill intent. Chi Ling instinctively stepped in front of Yun Zhao and Rabbit, blocking their view. Chi Ling inwardly grumbled. Was this his moment to shine as a hero rescuing a damsel in distress? Such scenes were common in male-oriented novels. The burly men, unconcerned about their obstructed view, continued to scan the graceful figures of the other female college students. One of the bald men swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing, and deliberately nudged his companion with his elbow. The two exchanged a low, sinister chuckle. The 4 female college students recoiled in fright. Rabbit was furious. She poked Chi Ling with the barrel of her gun. Give me your special gloves. These people were like blind men. She was carrying such a big gun, and they still dared to provoke her. We have to beat them until they cry. Upon hearing this, Chi Ling silently offered her gloves. Next came Rabbit's solo performance. Rabbit put on the special gloves, her eyes flashing with anger, and strode steadily towards the 6 burly men. First, she kicked all their watermelon knives into the water. Before the 6 men could react, Rabbit's fist had already landed. With a single punch, she accurately struck the burly man in the abdomen. The force was so great that the man flew backward and crashed heavily to the ground with a painful groan. Seeing this, the other burly men realized that this girl was no pushover, and their faces showed alarm. They quickly stood up, wanting to surround Rabbit. Would Rabbit give them that chance? She moved again, weaving between the burly men, using both fists and feet, each strike precise and powerful. Instantly, cries of pain rose and fell from the shore. Chi Ling, seeing this scene, felt somewhat annoyed. His moment of glory was gone. He turned to Yun Zhao, his face serious, and said, "This is definitely a female-oriented novel." Yun Zhao ignored him, silently watching the 6 people groaning on the ground. Chi Ling's words seemed to have given her an idea. What did 6 represent? Chapter 314. A moment later. 6 burly men, their faces bruised and swollen, lay on the ground groaning. The rabbit kicked one of them, pursing her lips. Get up, I have some questions for you. Her kick was so forceful that the bald man screamed again. The college students, startled, stood up straight. No one had expected the soldier with awakened superpowers to be so ferocious, easily taking on 6 men single-handedly. Yun Xiao, watching the zombies attracted by the noise on the opposite bank, roared and charged towards them. The monsters didn't care whether it was a road or a river ahead, they jumped into the river like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. The number of zombies in the water was increasing, making it difficult to transport ammunition later. Let's go inside first, Yun Xiao urged the others to leave. The rabbit glanced at the 6 men still lying on the ground and warned, get up and follow me. Anyone who's a step behind will be kicked into the water to join the zombies. Hearing this, the 6 burly men, enduring the pain, quickly got up and obediently followed. The arrogance they had displayed upon reaching the shore was gone. Yun Xiao didn't return to her hotel, but instead led all the men to the lobby of the hotel next door. She took a registration book from the front desk and handed it to Chi Ling, asking him to register the 6 men. Other survivors might arrive on the island later, so it was necessary to establish rules to prevent trouble later. Chi Ling seemed quite familiar with the process. He sat down in the rest area and asked businesslike, "What are your names? How old are you? Where are you from? What did you do for a living before? How did you get here?" Under the rabbit's watchful gaze, the 6 burly men looked at each other, hesitating for a long time. The man with the buzz cut, who was leading the group, spoke with a mixture of fear and obsequiousness. "Sir, my name is Zhao Ming. I'm 32 years old, from XX province. I came to this tourist city looking for work. After the apocalypse broke out, I've been hiding in this city. I was really out of food, so I found a flyer on the street, and that's why I thought of coming here." As she spoke, she secretly glanced at the rabbit. "My name is Li Chong, 28 years old, from XX province. I fled here with a few brothers." "Zhao Yong, from XX province." The bald, burly man finally spoke, his voice muffled. "Dong Hui, from XX province, used to be a construction worker, came here looking for work. We all met on the construction site." Qi Ling, while registering the information, thought to herself, all 6 of them are from out of town. How could it be such a coincidence? And saying they're looking for work clearly means they were unemployed before the apocalypse. Yun Zhao looked at the bald, burly man with surprise. Her expression was unreadable as she lowered her head and began to think. Qi Ling finished registering the information, looked up at Yun Zhao, and asked what the next steps were. The rabbit spoke first. "Let them go outside to deal with the zombie corpses. We provide 3 meals a day and accommodation. These men are untrustworthy. They can't touch the supplies. It just so happens that the entire island's corpses need to be dealt with." Yun Zhao nodded upon hearing this. "I follow Rabbit's arrangements." The island reeked, and the corpses definitely needed to be dealt with as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, the 6 burly men's faces instantly showed reluctance. But they were no match for the woman, not to mention she had a gun. Looking at it another way, since food and safe accommodations were provided, they could only console themselves that facing corpses was better than facing living zombies. The little bluebird flew to the club again and found people inside. The outer door was locked, so the little bluebird flew straight through it, flapping its wings and searching for people. In the motorcycle modification workshop, it found a group of survivors covered in blood. These people seemed to have just survived a fierce battle. They hadn't bothered to clean themselves up and were all exhausted, resting in the closed room. No more flyers. Yun Zhao was still busy in the warehouse, laboriously loading things onto carts. Fine beads of sweat glistened on her forehead in the dim light, and even her breathing became heavy. She heard the little bluebird's voice through the mental link and asked softly, panting, "Have you found any more survivors?" The little creature flew into the modification room, stood on a high shelf, and looked down at the survivors lying on the ground. "Found them." The little bluebird tilted its head, thinking, I got it." Its palm-sized body flew out again, and snatched the flyers that had been handed out to others. That person was still discussing the credibility of the safe base with their companions, when they watched helplessly as the flyer in their hand inexplicably flew into the air and disappeared into the distance. The group of people were so frightened by this scene that their legs trembled. The little bluebird ignored them, returned with a flyer in its mouth, and threw it into the motorcycle modification room. A crumpled A4 sheet of paper drifted down from the roof, changing direction several times before finally landing on a tall, thin young man resting against a shelf. Startled awake, he opened his eyes to see the unexpected object on him and croaked, "What's this?" The young man's voice alerted his companions. They cautiously gathered around. "Jingyao, what's wrong?" The young man named Jingyao held up the suddenly appearing leaflet with a strange expression. "A safe base?" One of them, disregarding how the leaflet had gotten there, rushed over. "There's a safe base in the city? Could it be set up by the military? Those people from Peach Blossom Island are awful. They took all the yachts and boats, leaving no one else a chance to survive. Never mind that for now, let's discuss whether we should go to the safe base. Dongyi Town, Island B, isn't far from us, only 2 kilometers away. Is it credible? Who manages the safe base?" Jingyao didn't join the discussion, instead tilting his head back and looking around. A pure white ceiling hung overhead, and shelves for tools lined all 4 sides. They had carefully checked everything before entering, making sure all doors and windows were tightly closed. It was a sealed room. He racked his brains, but couldn't figure out where this flyer came from. Day 23 of the apocalypse. Huge commotion echoed through the city from time to time. Abandoned cars lay scattered across the road, their bodies riddled with bullet holes and scratches from zombies. Monster figures were everywhere, dragging their mangled bodies, reeking of a nauseating stench. Fire Phoenix and Peregrine Falcon scattered flyers everywhere. On this day, many survivors, having learned of the existence of the safe base, were filled with a renewed will to survive and prepared to break out. Crossing the zombie-infested streets to reach the safe base was no easy task. Some more cautious individuals chose to observe for a few more days. Others, believing it impossible to reach it safely, simply gave up. Suddenly, a huge explosion rang out again in the distance. Hearing the noise, the survivors assumed it was another gas explosion in an uninhabited house, or the sound of someone leaving their gas on during the zombie outbreak. The explosions had been frequent these past few days, and everyone had grown accustomed to them. Until the sound of bullets whizzing through the air echoed across the city. Those hiding in nearby houses sensed something was wrong and rushed to their windows, peeking out. They saw two fully loaded military trucks, one after the other, rushing into the street. Chapter 315. Hearing the commotion, the zombies roaming the streets turned sharply and charged at the military truck, howling. Compared to the early stages of the outbreak, some of the zombies were noticeably faster and more agile. The survivors upstairs had never seen anyone so reckless, attempting to break through the zombie-infested streets. The commotion attracted a dense swarm of zombies. The people in the truck are probably doomed. Some shook their heads in regret. Others stared greedily at the supplies on the truck. The green canvas canopy concealed the items, but the outlines of several crates were vaguely visible, almost filling the entire truck bed. There must be food on it. But the next second, the temperature in the surrounding air suddenly rose, and the green belts on both sides withered rapidly. A massive flame descended from the sky, striking the howling zombies charging forward. With a single blow, dozens of zombies in front were reduced to charred remains. Those who witnessed this scene were shocked, then realized what was happening. Superpowered individuals. The people in the truck are superpowered individuals. Good heavens. Finally, superpowered individuals have appeared. Will they also awaken their powers? The survivors were filled with excitement, fantasizing about becoming the protagonists of the apocalypse. The clever ones had already realized that was a military truck. The people inside might be rescue personnel. People opened the windows, shouting for help, or hurriedly packed their belongings, trying to quietly follow the military truck away. The island's safe base. Yuan Zhao and his 9 companions spent the entire afternoon moving supplies from all the nearby hotels to their 5-star hotel. The moment the last 2 vehicles were pushed in, everyone collapsed to the ground, lying down to rest in the corridor. The warehouse was already overflowing with supplies, with only one narrow passageway for people to access them. The remaining supplies were all piled up in the guest rooms on the first floor. Yuan Zhao looked at the overflowing goods, too exhausted to speak. Her arms felt like lead, each movement requiring tremendous effort. Her back was soaked with sweat, the sticky clothes clinging uncomfortably to her skin. She tilted her head back slightly, leaning against the wall, her eyes closed, trying to alleviate her utter exhaustion. Rabbit stood there, seemingly unaffected, clutching her sniper rifle. Her king, Chameleon, had left some time earlier, now lying outside supervising the burly men at work. Why aren't the captain and the others back yet? It's almost dark, Rabbit muttered. Yuan Zhao glanced at the time on her communicator. 6:05. Her teammates had been gone for almost 6 hours. Looking at the map, this coastal city wasn't very large. In the old days, it would have been considered a 3rd or 4th tier city. The streets were teeming with zombies, and the round trip would take at least 5 or 6 hours. It should be soon, Yuan Zhao said, propping himself up and calling to Rabbit and Qi Ling, let's go, get the boat across. It'd be easier to transport ammunition later. As for the college students, they probably hadn't done much heavy work in their lives, and their stamina wasn't much better than Yuan Zhao's. They were all lying on the ground, exhausted and almost asleep. Yuan Zhao didn't wake them. The 3 of them went around to the back of the hotel. Rabbit found some rope, tied it to one end of the boat, and used a bamboo pole to propel the boat to the other side. The river was wide, but Rabbit was strong. With a strong push, the small boat drifted steadily to the other side. The town of Donnie is divided into 4 parts. Island B, where they were located, wasn't large, consisting of 2 main roads and several smaller paths. If you explored carefully, you could roughly see the entire island in half an hour. To prevent any survivors from being unable to reach the island, the 3 walked along the riverbank, gradually pushing some boats to the other side. Not far away, 6 burly men, wearing gloves and masks from who knows where, were dragging stinking corpses and burning them. They couldn't fight back, and leaving was impossible. They had no choice but to obey and work. Seeing that they were relatively obedient, Yuan Zhao ignored them. The 3 returned to the shore behind the hotel, squatted in a corner to rest, and waited for their teammates to return. Around 7 o'clock. The sun gradually disappeared below the horizon, the sky a hazy gray. The little bluebird returned first, fluttering its wings and landing on Yuan Zhao's head, then began preening its feathers again. It preens 800 times a day. Before Yuan Zhao could ask it anything, movement finally came from the other side. She stood up, tiptoed, and looked towards the opposite bank, but could only hear sounds. She couldn't see anything. "It's the captain and the others." Rabbit waved happily. Two military vehicles quickly came into view, speeding towards them. Many survivors stood on the roofs of the vehicles, followed by several private cars. The commotion attracted many zombies along the way. A brown bear and a lion, each the size of a small mountain, blocked the rear, preventing the zombies behind from closing in. But to ordinary people, all they could see were zombies behind them, poised to pounce, howling, but unable to move an inch, as if blocked by an invisible wall. What kind of superpower is this? I don't know. The young man sitting on top of the truck stared wide-eyed, his face filled with astonishment, craning his neck to see what was happening behind him. Several private cars behind him passed smoothly through the densely packed zombie-infested road. A middle-aged woman beside him, clutching a tattered backpack tightly, looked flustered yet relieved. So superpowered people are this powerful. Who do you think they are? Why are they establishing a safe base in the city? With this ability, they could easily escape anywhere and survive. Why bother taking in survivors? People need to eat, drink, and relieve themselves. With productivity stagnating, who knows how long the city's supplies will last? Whoever it is, with this ability, following them might give us a better chance of survival, a stubble-faced middle-aged man muttered. Suddenly, the military truck behind them drifted, blocking the street, its long body completely obstructing the road. "Get out of the car! Run to the shore!" Tao Hao shouted at the survivors behind him, gun in hand. The survivors snapped out of their daze, and instinctively obeyed, frantically getting out of the car and running towards the shore. Only upon reaching it did they realize that the bridge had been completely destroyed. "Oh my God, how do we get across? There's a boat! Get on the boat! There are so many zombies in the water, I'm scared. Please, someone take me across." "If you're scared, then stay here." The few people at the front quickly boarded the boat. Seeing this, Rabbit and Chi-Ling quickly pulled the rope, and in just a few breaths, the boat was towed to the other side. Chi-Ling reached out and pulled the person up. The others on the shore jumped onto the boat. Rabbit, wearing Chi-Ling's special gloves that protected against dark matter, pulled the boat and the people together. Yun Zhao turned and ran to the window, urging the university students inside to come out and help. Gunfire erupted incessantly from the opposite bank, deafeningly loud. Her teammates stood firmly on the roof of a military truck, unleashing wave after wave of relentless fire on the swarming zombies below. Two large trucks, laden with ammunition and thousands of boxes of various types of bullets, provided a continuous supply of firepower. With supplies secured, Team Zero would now begin the cleansing of the entire city of zombies. Until the Gatekeeper's obsessive quest for the apocalypse came to an end. Chapter 316. The huge commotion on the other side attracted a steady stream of zombies. Tao Hao and his group were having a blast, and even after all the survivors had made it ashore, they were reluctant to stop. "This contaminated zone is so easy, it should only be 3 stars, right?" Tao Hao exclaimed. The calculation team made another mistake this time. Duanxi agreed. Once the zombie apocalypse is over and the Gatekeeper's obsession is fulfilled, this contaminated zone will probably collapse automatically. The previous contaminated zone, number 249. The Gatekeeper's obsession had long since dissipated, but because it was a merged contaminated zone, it couldn't collapse on its own. But Zone 111 was an independent contaminated zone. According to Team Zero's plan, after fulfilling the obsession, the Gatekeeper's wish would be achieved, and the contaminated zone would naturally cease to exist. Xie Tu wasn't as optimistic as his teammates. He didn't respond, nor did he dampen the team's enthusiasm. He only glanced at them indifferently. "Stop talking nonsense, go back and rest." The sky gradually darkened, and the surrounding light dimmed. Thousands of boxes of heavy ammunition, carried slowly by 4 people in this small boat, would likely take all night. Besides, the night seemed rather eerie. Dark matter was fueling the evolution of zombies, making nighttime operations unwise. They had no choice but to leave the truck on the opposite bank for the night. "Yes, sir." The 3 men stuffed some magazines into the truck, slung their backpacks over their shoulders, jumped out of the truck, and boarded the boat to the island. Only Liao Yuxuan and his classmate were on the shore, there to provide backup. To prevent any more survivors from arriving later, the 2 boys clumsily tried to push the boat to the other side with bamboo poles. But they failed several times. The boat rocked and spun in the water, occasionally bumping into zombies in the water. The once clear water had become murky, foul-smelling blood mixing with it to form horrifying dark red streaks. The water contained not only living zombies, but also the corpses of those killed. Song Liang beckoned, gesturing for a pole. He casually pushed the bamboo pole, and the small boat drifted steadily to the opposite bank with just the right amount of force. Song Liang only pushed 2 boats across. He instructed 2 boys to carefully tie up the remaining boats. There was no one else on the shore. Yun Zhao led dozens of survivors back to the hotel to settle in. Rabbit and Qi Ling naturally followed her closely. No one stayed on the shore to wait for them. The group, returning from their arduous transport of ammunition, had mixed feelings. Xia Tu, carrying a canvas bag, was the last to come ashore. Don't just stand there, go back to the hotel and check the situation. Duanqi cautiously glanced at the captain, whose expression remained unchanged. His side was empty. Fire Phoenix had just returned when she ditched them, and rushed off to find Little Bluebird. The group walked along the somewhat chilly shore, their pace quickening unconsciously, as they hurried towards the hotel. Yun Zhao led the group to the hotel next door to settle in. She was present for everyone's registration, carefully questioning everyone's identity information, and keeping an eye out for any other small groups of 6. A total of 66 survivors had come to the island. Men, women, young, and old were all present. There was a family of 3, the youngest child appearing to be only 6 or 7 years old, timidly following behind his parents. There were also solitary young people, their faces bearing the weariness and wariness left by surviving the apocalypse, silently standing aside waiting to register. In their world, the apocalypse had only been going on for less than a month. Before this, they were all law-abiding ordinary people. For those accustomed to peace, taking up arms to kill zombies was not something everyone could quickly adapt to or do. Most people ultimately have a moral bottom line. The extinguishing of humanity can happen in an instant or until death. Qi Ling sat at the front desk, handling registration. Yun Zhao retrieved the hotel room keys. After each household registered, Qin Shi and Lu Yingran distributed room keys to the survivors, grouped by family. Those with relatives were assigned standard rooms or family suites. Those alone were assigned double rooms. There were currently plenty of rooms on the island. Strangers staying together could easily lead to conflicts or cliques. Team Zero didn't have the energy to manage that. Those who received their room keys breathed a sigh of relief, thanked the staff, and dragged their wearied bodies to their rooms. Sister Yun Zhao, what's the dinner arrangement? Rabbit asked, watching the departing figures. Yun Zhao picked up the registration book and checked it carefully. Leave them alone tonight. Only provide 2 bottles of mineral water to each room. Also, remind everyone not to use tap water. This task was left to the university students. Only 2 bottles of water? Qi Ling couldn't help but ask. How can those people not cause trouble? He had been paying attention. Some people hadn't brought much food. They had taken all the food and drink from the rooms. Survivors entering would find nothing but a few personal belongings. Yun Zhao, however, said, it's good that they're causing trouble. That helped us quickly identify the troublemakers among them. They knew nothing about the temperaments of these people who had come to the island. Zero Team established the safe base for 2 reasons: to find the gatekeeper and to end this apocalypse. If no one survived in the entire city, ending the apocalypse would be meaningless, not in line with the gatekeeper's obsession. But humans are always insatiable. They're given high-class treatment from the start, with plenty of good food and drink. Who knows how much trouble they cause later? Let them endure this grievance for now, so we can see who can truly remain calm and consider the bigger picture, and who's just thinking of themselves, throwing tantrums, and acting like spoiled brats at the slightest inconvenience. Qi Ling didn't say anything upon hearing this. Several college students received their tasks, ran to the warehouse next door to get bottled water, and went from room to inform the others. Yun Zhao stopped Liao Yuxuan, who was about to leave, tell the 6 men outside who were handling the corpses to come over and get their room cards to rest. Give each of them a pack of instant noodles and 2 bottles of mineral water. Those who did the work naturally received different treatment than others. After being beaten by Rabbit, the 6 burly men were much more obedient and worked diligently all afternoon. Rabbit had already promised to provide food and lodging, so naturally, they had to be given food. Liao Yuxuan quickly agreed. The people in the lobby soon dispersed, leaving only the 3 at the front desk. Xia Tu had been there for some time. He sat quietly in the lounge area, watching her busy figure, patiently waiting for her to finish. Fire Phoenix stood at the front desk, eagerly nuzzling closer to the little bluebird. It hadn't seen the little bluebird all afternoon. The little bluebird lay on the front desk, unresponsive to the Fire Phoenix's approach. Yun Zhao had Qi Ling take all the remaining room keys. After tidying up, the 3 of them headed towards the lounge area. Captain, where are Duanqi and the others? Rabbit couldn't help but ask. Xia Tu immediately stood up. Song Liang is making dinner. He told them to stay over there and help. Upon hearing this, Rabbit quickly called to Qi Ling, "Quick, let's go back and find something to eat. I'm starving." After an afternoon of physical labor, Rabbit was already ravenous, her mouth watering at the thought of the sumptuous lunch. Qi Ling, being very understanding, grabbed a bunch of room keys and followed Rabbit back to their hotel next door. Yun Zhao and Xia Tu lagged a few steps behind, walking side by side on the ancient cobblestone street of the small town. The light reflecting from the main hall cast varied shadows on the old buildings on either side. It was very dark outside. The city in the distance was shrouded in darkness. Gone were the usual bustling traffic and noise, only a deathly silence remained. Occasionally, a few low growls of zombies drifted through the night air, seemingly from nowhere. "Watch your step," Xia Tu said, reaching out to take her hand. "The cobblestones are uneven, and the blood hasn't been washed off. Don't slip." It was said that contact with zombie blood would cause mutations. He wondered what effect this rule had on outsiders. Chapter 317. Xia Tu paused, then asked, "Are you tired?" Yun Zhao answered truthfully, "A little. I did a lot of physical labor this afternoon. My shoulders are so sore, I have no strength. The girls and I cleaned 5 large warehouses. Those boxes of mineral water bottles were so heavy." Yun Zhao slowly recounted the afternoon's events. She didn't even hide the fact that little Bluebird had gone out, only saying the little guy had gone out to play. Survivors should be arriving tomorrow. It was impossible to hide it, so she might as well tell him directly. Xia Tu listened attentively, raising his hand to massage her aching shoulders. "Take a bath tonight before bed. The next few days will probably be quite tough. After these 2 days, we take care of the rest. Guides are naturally weak, and their constitution can't be changed overnight. Physical labor isn't suitable for her." Yun Zhao nodded slightly, then returned to business. "Let's go pick up those 6 high school students from the dance studio tomorrow. I have a feeling that all the 6-person teams that have appeared aren't coincidental. They already encountered 3. Xia Tu looked up at her. "Have you found any clues?" Yun Zhao lowered her eyelids. "Perhaps, but we don't have enough information yet to be sure." Xia Tu didn't ask further. Many details couldn't be revealed, lest the gatekeepers find out. So far, everything has been calm. Team Zero seems to have truly entered a zombie apocalypse world, witnessing a cataclysmic disaster. In the darkness, dark matter silently emerged, slowly sliding down the contours of the eaves, without a fixed form, sometimes gathering into clumps, like mist in an abyss. In an instant, it transformed into fine, thread-like shadows, entwining every inch of space. The remaining zombies trapped in the houses on the island, affected by the dark matter, began to tremble violently from their previously sluggish and decaying bodies. It was as if they had been injected with an evil power. Their withered muscles swelled and twisted at a visible speed, veins bulging like earthworms beneath their skin, and their previously cloudy eyes instantly turned blood red, flashing with a mad and greedy light, staring intently at the movements outside. It was as if they were reminding Team Zero. This was a bizarre contaminated zone. They were merely bystanders to all the disaster. Yun Zhao slightly raised her hand, and wisps of bluish-green fluorescence began to frantically devour all the surrounding dark matter with extreme ferocity. Initially, the light of her spiritual threads, like the faint glow of fireflies, spread like stars. Usually, they appeared in a relatively gentle state. But now, they were no longer simple energy fluctuations. They seemed to possess their own will, flashing with a more dazzling light. Her spiritual power had indeed increased. But that didn't stop her physical abilities from remaining weak. Xia Tu observed this, his eyes flashing slightly. Besides the 7 members of Team Zero, 6 other university students were staying at the 5-star hotel where Team Zero was staying. Those 6 were relatively well-behaved and could help with some chores. Xia Tu didn't ask them to move out. After dinner that evening, everyone settled into their rooms. Most of the guest rooms on the first floor had already been used to store supplies, while the second floor was reserved for the 6 university students. The entire Team Zero moved into the guest rooms on the 3rd floor. Yun Zhao and Rabbit shared a room, while the others each had their own room. All the rooms were connected, with the 2 girls' room in the middle. Qi Ling was on the left, and Xia Tu was on the right. The room's huge floor-to-ceiling windows faced the riverbank behind the hotel, offering a clear view of 2 military trucks parked across the opposite bank. Below, zombies roamed aimlessly. The pervasive darkness was invisible to ordinary people, but a faint sense of evolution could be felt among the zombies. The survivors in the neighboring hotel, witnessing the scene, were too terrified to turn on the lights. All the curtains were drawn, and they were completely silent. They were only given 2 bottles of mineral water, yet no one complained. As newcomers, they were likely observing the others, while those others were also trying to ascertain their identities and temperaments. No one wanted to be the first to act. Having finally reached a relatively safe place, being driven off the island would be a greater loss. Duan Shi retrieved brand new bedding from the warehouse and distributed it to each room. Tao Haohao and Song Liang helped boil water and carried it upstairs. Seeing their captain there, Rabbit turned and went up to the balcony to scout the surrounding area for danger. The island is surrounded by water on all sides, with a relatively wide riverbed. To allow tourists to enjoy the view, the entire street of the hotel is built along the water, with a long river flowing behind it. The Rabbit has excellent eyesight. Even with the faint light emanating from the hotel, it can clearly see the movements in the water. The zombies submerged in the water are half submerged, occasionally surfacing and splashing around. Their skin is abnormally pale in the water, almost transparent, revealing the dense blue veins and rotting muscle beneath. Sometimes, a zombie's hand will suddenly reach out of the water, grab a floating branch or seaweed, then slide back down limply, leaving ripples in its wake, as if announcing its presence and threat. Even more terrifying, as dark matter invades its body, the zombie will twitch without warning. Dark matter is driving their evolution. The Rabbit came down from the terrace and saw Yun Zhao standing on the corridor. It immediately asked, "Shouldn't we set up a defense line on the shore next? The water level is low now, and the zombies in the water can't climb up yet. But there's a low-lying boat dock to the north, which caters to tourists. The terrain there is low, so if the zombies swim there, they can easily climb onto the island. There are already several zombies wandering around to the north." Yun Zhao stood at the doorway but didn't go in. Hearing this, she nodded definitely. There's still a lot to do tomorrow. Every beginning is difficult. Fortunately, there are survivors on the island now, otherwise, with just a few of them, they don't know how long they would have to work. Survivors need to work to get enough to eat. The Rabbit curiously walked over, about to ask Yun Zhao why she was staying outside, but before it even entered, it heard noises coming from inside. The Rabbit peeked into their room. The hotel room had been unoccupied for almost a month, and a thin layer of dust had settled inside. Their room had been cleaned sometime earlier. Inside, the team leader, his back to her, stood tall by the bed, holding a duvet cover, making the bed for Yun Zhao. Rabbit, The doors to the neighboring rooms were all open. The teammates were all cleaning their accommodations. They didn't know how long they would be staying in this contaminated area, so they couldn't let themselves suffer, naturally wanting to make sure they were comfortable enough to sleep in. The dust was so thick, no wonder Yun Zhao was standing outside the door. Qi Ling brought over several vacuum cleaners, and taught everyone how to use them. He wasn't very good at using them either, just following the instructions. Yun Zhao saw this and joined in, taking a vacuum cleaner. The room had carpet, which couldn't be swept clean, so they cleaned it again with the vacuum cleaner. Xie Tu had already gone into the bathroom, and was cleaning the bathtub. She was exhausted after a long day, and needed a bath. The two of them, one with a vacuum cleaner mopping the floor, the other cleaning the bathroom. Seeing this, the Rabbit ran downstairs to the storage room to get some food and piled it in everyone's rooms, so it wouldn't be too lazy to run around if it got hungry at night. Chapter 318. After cleaning her own room with the vacuum cleaner, Yun Zhao went to Xie Tu's room next door to continue cleaning. Xie Tu glanced at her, then followed her, and the two entered the room together. Upon entering, Xie Tu took the vacuum cleaner from her hand. "Sit down and rest, I do it." She was so tired that even lifting her arm was difficult. Seeing everyone busy but stubbornly refusing to rest, Xie Tu didn't want her to overwork herself. Yun Zhao was used to being taken care of by him, so she let go of his hand and sat down on the sofa to rest. Xie Tu turned and went into the bathroom to change the water. His room was a double room, and the bathroom door and glass were different from theirs. It was frosted glass, very transparent. As soon as he entered, his figure was faintly visible behind the semi-transparent frosted glass, adding a touch of mystery and allure. Yun Zhao wondered what he would look like taking a shower in there. Xie Tu exercised regularly. His physique was the kind that looked slim in clothes, but muscular underneath. She remembered the last time she stayed at his house. He emerged from the bathroom wearing only a thin short-sleeved shirt. His firm muscles were faintly visible beneath his slightly damp skin, water droplets slowly sliding down his lines. They possessed a unique allure. Xie Tu quickly brought out a basin of water, a white towel draped over it for wiping the furniture. Seeing her sitting on the sofa, lost in thought, she couldn't tell if she was daydreaming or thinking about her mission. Xie Tu was used to housework. He quickly cleaned the room, leaving only the bed unmade. He approached, reaching out to help her up. Let's go back and take a bath first, then get some rest. The water in the shower was likely drawn from a nearby river. The river is now polluted, and Song Liang boils the bathwater himself. If it gets cold, he has to run downstairs to boil it again. Yuan Zhao couldn't see what she wanted to see, so she just said oh, and obediently got up and left. After a flurry of activity, the teammates said goodnight to each other, and went to their rooms to wash up and rest. Duanqi was on night duty tonight. After all, they were in a polluted area, and danger was everywhere. Someone had to stay awake at night to deal with any emergencies that might arise. Duanqi moved the small round table and single sofa from his room to the corridor, made himself a pot of tea, and sat comfortably. He called out to the other 5 rooms, anyone who can't sleep can come out and chat with me. The only response was the sound of 5 doors closing. Yuan Zhao let Rabbit wash first. She was slow and didn't want to disturb Rabbit's rest. After Rabbit came out, she went into the bathroom. The room where the 2 girls lived was a standard room. The bathroom had a normal partition wall, so once the door was closed, nothing could be seen from the outside. The little bluebird reappeared. It raised its head and looked around, as if checking to see if the fire phoenix was watching. Don't worry, the captain knows what he's doing. He won't release the fire phoenix now, Yuan Zhao said to admittedly, as he took off his combat uniform. What did you find during the day? The little bluebird. Lots of clues. Yuan Zhao understood its thought process. Clues meant survivors. It meant it had found many survivors. Yuan Zhao, have you found anything else at the motorcycle club? The little bluebird. Yes, 6 clues. 6 survivors? 6 again? The little bluebird didn't see them yesterday. It must have only arrived in that area today. There was no food or water inside, yet that group of people ran in. Someone must know the area well, and know there are no zombies there. Among the 6 people, there must be a member of the club. Yuan Zhao, if they come to the island tomorrow, point them out to me if you see them. Little bluebird, okay. The night passed peacefully. The sky gradually turned a pale white, and the sun slowly rose above the horizon. Duanqi yawned and got up, pushing open Song Liang's door. Old Song, I'm hungry, get up and cook. A pillow was thrown at him. Get out. These words, coming from Song Liang, had no power whatsoever. Duanqi caught the pillow, barged into the room, and pulled off the covers. Song Liang propped himself up and kicked him, the movement swift and powerful, carrying the annoyance of being woken up. Duanqi reacted extremely quickly, his body twisting nimbly to easily dodge, and then, in a flash, he jumped onto Song Liang's bed. Damn it! Have you no shame? Get down here. How about some seafood porridge for breakfast? Put your head down. Get out. Chaos erupted next door. The commotion woke all the sentries. None of them could sleep. Only Yuan Zhao remained soundly asleep, wrapped in her blanket. Rabbit glanced at the time. It was only 7 o'clock. She quietly got up and peeked out through a corner of the curtain. The 2 military trucks were still parked safely on the opposite bank, disgusting zombies scurrying around. Rabbit released all her senses. Downstairs was quiet. The 6 college students were still asleep. There were some sounds of movement coming from the hotel next door. Day 24 of the apocalypse. The survivors had finally been able to sleep soundly last night. Only a few were up at this hour. In the corridor, Song Liang, his hair a mess, dragged Duanqi downstairs, saying irritably, if you're so capable, don't sleep tonight, or I show you what I'm made of. Duanqi didn't care. One day without sleep is no big deal. Just then, the door next door opened. Xie too, woken up by their noise, appeared in the doorway with a cold face. Duanqi immediately shut up, pulling Song Liang along and running faster than anyone else, until they reached the kitchen on the first floor. He finally spoke. The captain looked so unsatisfied. Does he think we're in the way? Duanqi quickly added, so what? Rabbit can sleep alone. Anyway, as long as Yuan Zhao sets up a barrier, we won't hear anything. Song Liang kicked him away, saying irritably, shut up. Do you think the captain is as irresponsible as you? Don't forget this is a contaminated area. Duanqi shrugged, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. It's been a long time since I had such an easy mission. Like they come on vacation. They had good food and drink, decent lodging, and the monsters were weak. 1 bullet was enough to take them down. Song Liang didn't bother to elaborate. The teammates always maintained an optimistic attitude, which was a good thing. But the gatekeeper hadn't attacked them yet, like the calm before the storm. The smoother things went, the more uneasy they felt. It was like a Damocles sword hanging over their heads. They still needed to find the gatekeeper as soon as possible. Yun Zhao was woken up by the rabbit. After getting ready, they opened the door and saw Fire Phoenix squatting outside. The little guy was very clingy. Xie wouldn't let it into the room, so it had been squatting at the door guarding it. Seeing Yun Zhao come out, Fire Phoenix was very excited, circling around her. The little bluebird perched on Yun Zhao's shoulder, glancing at it. Seemingly getting used to its clinginess, it hadn't been grumbling or cornering Fire Phoenix lately. Yun Zhao called to a phone to come downstairs to the restaurant. The teammates were already there. Song Liang and Duan Shi were busy inside, while Qi Ling and Tao Haohao sat at the table waiting for dinner. Tao Haohao saw them come in and waved, "Come sit down, we're having seafood porridge this morning." Yun Zhao looked around. Xie sat alone by the window, checking the survivor registration book from last night. He didn't see the 6 college students. They probably knew they were in the restaurant, but were too embarrassed to come over. Once everyone was there, Xie put away the registration book and tossed it to Qi Ling. "Let's have a meeting after dinner to discuss today's operation." Chapter 319. The ammunition in the 2 large trucks on the other side needs to be moved to the island, Xie said. Secondly, we need to build a suspension bridge for entry and exit, clear out the remaining zombies on the island, construct a barrier wall at the small port on the north side to prevent zombies from landing, and also loot all the supplies on the island. Yesterday, Yun Zhao and the university students worked all afternoon, only clearing supplies from one street of hotels. The island's food street, convenience stores, department stores, etc., all remained untouched. This was also the reason why not clear all the zombies at once previously. The presence of zombies on the island has forced the survivors, who landed yesterday, to remain in the safe hotel. Furthermore, the deterrent effect of their superhuman abilities makes people hesitant to act rashly. It's been calm since last night. But we don't have the materials, Duanqi said. Building the suspension bridge and barrier wall requires building materials, like wood and cement, which are completely absent on the island. The suspension bridge definitely needs to be built. The water is dangerous now. Those small sightseeing boats could easily capsize if a zombie grabs them underwater. An ordinary person falling into the water is almost certainly going to die. Xie nodded and began making arrangements. Duanqi and I will go out to find materials and pick up those 6 high school students. Song Liang and Tao Haohao will organize the survivors to clear the island of zombies and transport ammunition. First, find some obstacles to block the small harbor to the north. Then, assign some people to dispose of the corpses. Burn what can be burned, and for what can't be burned, find a way to transport it to the neighboring island by boat. Dongi Town consists of 4 islands. The rest of the island is overrun with zombies. In short, the inhabited island cannot be left with those stinking corpses. Xie paused for a moment. Yun Zhao, Rabbit, Qi Ling, take those 6 college students and continue moving supplies. Of the 3 groups, moving supplies was actually the safest and easiest job. With proper logistics, they could focus on the large-scale cleansing of the city's zombies without any worries. Xie added, we can find some survivors to do the heavy work. If you want to eat well, you naturally have to put in the effort. Choose what you can do, don't force yourself. Conserve your energy to deal with any potential dangers. Okay. Rabbit understood perfectly. The captain was speaking to Yun Zhao. Yun Zhao nodded in agreement. After breakfast, everyone got to work. Xie arranged everything, checked it over, and then, along with Duanqi, took all the remaining flyers from the day before yesterday. They boarded a boat and set off to find building materials for the suspension bridge and walls. With the Peregrine Falcon in charge of reconnaissance, they only needed to find a construction site and haul the materials back. Duanqi, having not slept all night, remained energetic. Upon reaching the other side, the 2 figures quickly disappeared from sight, one after the other. Yun Zhao, holding the registration book, waited for the university students to finish breakfast before leading them to the warehouse to retrieve several bags of rice and some frozen vegetables. To get people to work, they naturally needed to be well fed. Tao Haohao and Song Liang went first to notify everyone to assemble in the lobby. When Yun Zhao and the university students arrived with several carts of supplies, the 66 survivors stood neatly in the lobby, all obediently waiting. Yun Zhao looked at the identity information in the registration book and handed it to Song Liang. The sentry was probably more accurate at judging people than she was. Song Liang understood her meaning. His sharp gaze swept over all the survivors, selecting 5 who seemed physically weak. 4 women and 1 man. 2 middle-aged women, 2 students around 15 or 16 years old, and a man with mobility issues. Song Liang told them, "You be cooking for today. Rice and vegetables are here, The food is unlimited. Everyone's faces lit up with surprise, and they began to whisper amongst themselves. Some secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They hadn't carried much food with them, and hadn't slept well the night before, fearing they'd run out of food after bringing it to the island. Now that they heard food was provided, they didn't even have time to cheer. Then Song Liang changed his tone, however. Only those who work will get food. Those willing to work, step forward now. Almost without hesitation, everyone stepped forward. Song Liang saw a 6 or 7-year-old girl being pushed forward by her parents. He paused, but ultimately said nothing. As originally planned, the 61 men were divided into 3 teams. One team followed him to clear the island of zombies and dispose of their corpses. Another team followed Tao Hao to pull boats, transport ammunition, and find obstacles to block the small harbor to the north. The rest followed Yun Zhao to inventory the island's supplies. Those responsible for clearing the zombies immediately objected. A burly man, with a full beard, stepped forward first. He grumbled, "Sir, why are we the ones clearing the zombies? This job is dirty, tiring, and extremely dangerous. One wrong move, and we'd be bitten and dead. Can't we get a different job?" Several people around him chimed in, "Yeah, clearing out zombies is practically suicide. We finally found a place to stay in this apocalypse. We don't want to lose our lives like this." Song Liang didn't even lift an eyelid. "With me here, the zombies won't bite you." The remaining zombies on the island, apart from those that climbed ashore yesterday from the north, were almost all trapped inside buildings or in small spaces. One bullet would be enough to take them out. The main purpose of bringing these people was to clear out the corpses. Those things looked too disgusting, and Song Liang didn't want to touch them. But Song Liang didn't explain this to them, only saying, "Those who don't want to go don't have to. Just stay at the hotel and rest. No pressure." Those who quit naturally wouldn't be assigned to other groups. That wouldn't be fair to the others doing the dirty and dangerous work. It's either work or quit. Those who don't work won't be provided with meals. Some people, carrying ample food and fearing the zombies, clearly didn't believe he could protect everyone alone. After much deliberation, they gritted their teeth and chose to withdraw. Tao Hao, seeing this, turned to Rabbit and Yun Zhao and whispered, "Old Song's doing well, putting on a respectable act. He's got the captain's vibe." Yun Zhao subconsciously glanced up at Tao Hao. Doesn't this mean Xie Tu always puts on a respectable act, so his teammates all know he's good at pretending? The teams had already been divided. 7 people chose to withdraw, leaving 54 people to work. Song Liang's group had the fewest people, while Tao Hao's group had the most. Yun Zhao's group consisted almost entirely of those rejected by the other 2 groups, including the 6 or 7-year-old girl. Too young to carry ammunition, and unable to fight the zombies, the little girl and her mother were ultimately assigned to Yun Zhao's group. 0 team could easily provide food for such a young child for free. But Song Liang ultimately let the little girl participate. The rabbit was a bit confused. Why did old Song let a child do the work? Yun Zhao shook her head and didn't speak. Team 0 hadn't discussed any of the discovered clues yet. There was an all-seeing gatekeeper lurking in the shadows. Until the gatekeeper's identity was definitively known, revealing any clues would only alert them. She lowered her eyelids, clutching the registration book Song Liang had handed her, her fingertips turning white from the slight pressure. On the registration book was the little girl's information, Ren Xian, 6.5 years old. Xian refers to dawn, the time when the sun is about to rise. Has Song Liang discovered this too? Chapter 320. But one thing doesn't make sense. This little girl named Ren Xian came with her parents. There were only 3 of them. Chen Shi and Dong Hui were both members of the 6-person group. She refers to sunlight, and Hui also refers to sunlight. One of the members of the 6-person group should be related to the information indicated by the sun pattern, but so far, they have only found the sun pattern on Chen Shi. Then what does the little girl represent? At dawn, the sun is about to rise. Does it mean the end of the dark apocalypse? Are the gatekeepers, or red-crowned cranes, using these survivors to convey information to outsiders? Yun Zhao's eyelashes trembled slightly. She suddenly thought of herself. Zhao means light. If this is indeed a clue, then her name could also represent the sun pattern. A 6 or 7-year-old girl. The image of little Yun Zhao somehow surfaced in her mind. When her uncles found her, she forgot everything, but she remembered her name alone. Coincidence? The gatekeeper couldn't possibly know her, and the red-crowned crane couldn't possibly know what would happen 100 years later. Thinking about it another way, could the gatekeeper be one of them? If we interpret it as a group of 6, then there are 6 people representing the sun symbol? Sister Yun Zhao, where do we start clearing? Rabbit, having finished organizing the group, ran back to ask, interrupting her thoughts. Yun Zhao had no choice but to suppress her thoughts. Let's follow Song Liang. Wherever they clear, we start moving supplies. Their group had more girls and children, it would be safer to follow behind them. Yun Zhao thought, then couldn't help but look at Chen Shi and the little girl named Ren Xian. Both children seemed perfectly normal. One was busy running around with her classmate, while the other timidly hid behind her mother. At 6.5 years old, they were indeed too young. Many adults felt sorry for them, and wanted to persuade the mother to speak to the administrators to see if the child could rest at the hotel. The child's father was assigned to move ammunition. The mother was worried about leaving her child alone and refused to plead with Team Zero, preferring to let the child go out with her. Yun Zhao saw all this but ultimately said nothing. He led everyone, following Song Liang's group, out of the hotel to clear supplies from the island. Meanwhile, survivors throughout the city who had received the flyers were also beginning to move, all targeting Island B in Dongyi Town. The group of survivors who thought they had encountered a ghost ran faster than anyone else. Although they didn't know why the ghost had given them such a flyer, it was clear that no one wanted to stay in that room any longer. They quickly packed their things, grabbed their equipment, and planned to walk to the safe base. The car was making too much noise, and wrecked vehicles were everywhere blocking the road, making it impossible for private cars to get through. They had no choice but to walk. Fortunately, it was only 2 kilometers, and taking shortcuts would be even shorter. Crossing the zombie-infested streets was extremely dangerous, but at least it gave people hope. Motorcycle Club. The tall, thin young man named Jing Yao was also packing his things, preparing to set off. The group of 6 changed into protective motorcycle armor, put on helmets, shouldered the food they had scavenged, and then opened the club's door. Inside the university town, a group of students was also preparing to break out. The survivors who received the flyers still couldn't figure out where they came from. Song Liang, leading about 10 survivors, began clearing the area from the street opposite the hotel. A damp, salty breeze carried a nauseating stench. The 10 men following him were all tall and armed. The bald, burly man named Dong Hui was among them. The other 6 were separated. Dong Hui was extremely dissatisfied. It was supposed to be a safe base, yet there were still zombies on the island. Besides, they were all survivors from the same escape island. Why should they have to do the most dangerous work? Just because they were strong? It wasn't fair at all. The other 9 seemed to think the same way. They followed Song Liang, walking slower and slower. Each had their own agenda. Most of them chose to follow because they wanted to see firsthand how people with superpowers use their abilities. If they could get close enough to learn the secrets to awakening superpowers, that would be ideal. Song Liang walked alone at the front, seemingly oblivious to their thoughts, leading the group purposefully into a creative goods store. The zombie, which was trapped under the bookshelf yesterday, had already struggled to its feet today. Smelling the scent of living people, the zombie roared and pounced. Its speed and reaction time were even faster than yesterday. Song Liang didn't move, but mimicked Yun Zhao's gesture, slightly raising his hand. The lion spirit roared and pounced. The group stood tensely at the entrance of the cultural and creative store, only to see the zombie seemingly knocked to the ground by thin air, unable to get up. Then, the zombie seemed to be subjected to an invisible pressure, its limbs flailing futilely in the air, as if an unseen force was tearing it apart from within. With a dull crack sound, the zombie's body instantly went limp, spitting out foul blood, and became completely still. What kind of superpower is this? It's so strong. I don't know. Ordinary people can't see spiritual entities. According to their understanding, this must be a superpower. The lion shook its head, its face full of reluctance. So filthy, don't make me do this work again. Song Liang sighed and directed Dong Hui and another burly man, drag the corpse to the street corner, we burn it together later. He could actually do the zombie cleanup himself, but someone still needed to handle the corpses. If he didn't intimidate these people, how would they work properly? Yes, sir. Dong Hui, having been called upon, resigned himself to his fate. He and the other burly man put on gloves and masks and entered the shop. As soon as they approached, a pungent stench of decay hit them, and the burly man couldn't help but gag, instinctively taking a step back. Dong Hui fared no better. Having some experience cleaning up corpses from yesterday, he kicked the burly man, and the two, suppressing their nausea, bent down, grabbed the zombie's clothes, and dragged the body out of the shop. The others quickly made way. As they dragged it, the tattoo on Dong Hui's left arm became faintly visible. It was a sun pattern outlined by flames. Song Liang noticed this, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, but he quickly regained his composure. Dong Hui, oblivious, obeyed orders and dragged the body to the intersection. Handling a corpse wasn't life-threatening, disgusting as it was better than facing a living zombie. Song Yang didn't wait for the two and continued leading his men forward. Next door was a seafood specialty store, selling fresh seafood, frozen seafood, dried goods, and seafood seasonings and sauces. The store was stained with blood, slightly messy, and filled with a pungent smell of the sea and blood, making one wrinkle their nose. Yuan Zhao and his men were already inside, unloading goods. Qi Ling helped bring over several trailers, and the people who came along endured the unpleasant smell, carefully selecting and loading edible items onto the trailers. The shop wasn't large, so they didn't need many people. Yuan Zhao led her men to search for supplies next door. Dong Hui and the burly men dragged the corpse past. Everyone backed away in fear, turning their heads away, unable to bear looking at the body. Yuan Zhao didn't want to look either. She was about to turn away when she inadvertently caught a glimpse of the sun tattoo on Dong Hui's left arm. Chapter 321. Yuan Zhao paused slightly. People were afraid of being scratched or bitten by zombies, so they were all wearing thick long sleeves and trousers, which is why she hadn't seen them yesterday. Yuan Zhao turned and looked at the little girl closely following her mother in the shop next door. While the adults were carrying heavy goods, the little girl helped by carrying some light bags of seafood, running and throwing them into the cart. Where was she? Where was the little girl's sun pattern? Yuan Zhao looked away and went into the shop next door to work. She was also carrying some light items, throwing them onto the cart, which the university students were responsible for pushing to their hotel for storage. Supplies were being moved back and forth. Over at Tao Hao's place. Only 2 nights had passed, and the zombies had become much stronger. The zombies underwater were full of vitality, constantly thrashing about in the water when they smelled living people. Trying to cross to the other side by boat seemed to have become a very dangerous thing. The 20-odd people who had come to help unload the ammunition stood on the bank, too afraid to board the boat. How come these things don't drown? Tao Hao muttered, slung his grenade launcher over his shoulder, and pulled out a silenced rifle, firing a burst into the water. His marksmanship was extremely accurate, almost 1 shot per zombie, quickly killing the nearby zombies in the water. Blood quickly spread in the water, staining the entire river surface. The water was flowing, leading to the sea. Tao Hao remembered that this was a contaminated area, otherwise, the entire ocean would be polluted, which would be heartbreaking. After a while, there was no more movement in the water. Tao Hao tied ropes to both ends of the boat, and quickly called for people to board. Half of you stay here and pull the boat, the rest of you come with me. After 2 days of clearing, the number of zombies on the opposite bank was not large. Hearing the commotion, most of the survivors jumped into the water, leaving only a few lingering around the truck. After a moment's hesitation, a few of the braver survivors stepped forward and followed him to the other side by boat. Tao Hao's brown bear appeared, circling the truck to prevent any sudden zombie attacks. Staying on the other side felt unsafe. The 7 or 8 who had followed climbed into the military truck and quickly began unloading. The ammunition boxes were extremely heavy, requiring 2 people to lift them onto the trolley they had brought. Then, the trolley and its contents were placed on the small boat, and the people on the other side pulled the rope, quickly gliding the boat to the other side. The men then tied the rope to the trolley, and together lifted it from the boat onto the shore, transporting it back to the lobby of the 5-star hotel for storage. This was all physically demanding work. It was hard to tell whether dealing with the corpses or handling the bodies was more strenuous. Tao Hao, unusually lazy, sat on top of the truck, gun in hand, protecting everyone. They didn't work for long. A sudden commotion nearby startled everyone in the truck. The brown bear ran over to investigate. Tao Hao, gun at the ready, stood up and said nonchalantly, "It's nothing, just some survivors coming over." The group of people turned pale. Nothing? Someone coming over and causing a commotion meant they must have brought a large number of zombies. This is nothing? The group of survivors quickly turned onto the opposite street, coming into the view of the people in the truck. Seeing people here, the survivors who had run over were clearly stunned for a moment. Then their faces lit up with joy as they frantically ran towards them. "Help! Run! There are so many zombies behind us!" The newcomers were Jing Yao and his group of 6, along with a group who had encountered the ghost. The 2 groups met on their way here and, realizing they were heading the same way, decided to travel together. But there were too many of them. The scent of living people attracted a horde of zombies. Neither group had ventured out for the past 2 days, and only now did they realize the zombies seemed stronger. Their faces paled, and they fled for their lives. The noise of their running attracted even more monsters. Fortunately, the journey wasn't long, and there were few zombies in the nearby streets. They made it here safely. Tao Hao Hao, standing on the roof of the truck, immediately spotted Jing Yao and his 6 companions. They wore helmets identical to the group of college students and familiar armor. The Sun logo on their chests was very conspicuous. Tao Hao Hao didn't bother thinking. He'd leave the professional work to the professionals. His job was to kill the zombies. Tao Hao Hao waved to the approaching group, signaling them to hide behind the truck. When the group rushed over, he shouldered his weapon and started fighting. He was all alone. His teammates weren't around. He was going to have a killing spree today. Bullets rained down like a storm. The zombies' heads exploded, black blood gushing out. One corpse after another fell onto the street, while the monsters behind them, driven by instinct, continued forward, surging relentlessly. Tao Hao Hao was in the middle of a killing frenzy when he noticed a group of people around him standing still, nervously watching their surroundings. He was a little annoyed. "What are you standing there for? Get to work. I kill mine, you guys carry yours. It's not like we're in conflict." The group exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with terror and shock. "What the hell? Dude, those are zombies. The zombies are almost upon us, and they're still going to keep working?" Their only line of defense was the gun in Tao Hao Hao's hand. If a zombie suddenly got close while they were working, they wouldn't even have time to run onto the boat. Tao Hao Hao's gun was running out of bullets. While he bent down to reload, everyone was so terrified they forgot to breathe. But then a miraculous scene unfolded. The group of zombies was suddenly thrown to the ground by an invisible force. A huge brown bear slammed its paw down, denting the skull of one of the zombies. From an ordinary person's perspective, Tao Hao Hao hadn't moved, yet the zombies fell one after another. The survivors looked at each other, their eyes filled with disbelief. Especially Jing Yao and the others who had just arrived, they had no idea what was happening. Tao Hao Hao finished reloading and looked at them with great displeasure. "Get to work. How many times do I have to tell you?" Oh, okay, sir." The group no longer had any complaints. In fact, they suddenly became proactive and enthusiastic. The newly arrived survivors were completely bewildered, having no idea what was going on, and were forced to join the team carrying ammunition boxes. Sia2 and Duanxi returned once, parked the 2 truckloads of building materials next to the truck, cleared away the zombies that had followed, and left again. 2 truckloads of materials were far from enough to build a dam and suspension bridge. They had to make another trip. The 3 groups worked until noon. The kitchen staff announced it was lunchtime. Everyone was exhausted and could finally rest for a while. The people on the other side gradually returned to the hotel by boat. The newly arrived survivors obediently followed behind them, too tired to even speak. Who would have thought that arriving so early with high hopes would result in being forced to do manual labor all morning before even landing on the island? Yuan Zhao and his group were the first to return. Song Liang really didn't want to cook, so he specifically told his teammates that he would eat lunch at the communal pot next door. With no objections, the group went straight to the lobby lounge of the adjacent hotel to wait for the remaining teammates to return. Jing Yao and the others followed the crowd inside. The little bluebird that had been perched on Yuan Zhao's head suddenly sat up, its eyes fixed intently on the 6 people clad in armor. "Ah, it's them." Chapter 322. Yuan Zhao followed the little bluebird's gaze. The 6 men had already removed their helmets, their foreheads covered in sweat, carrying their belongings, and were standing in the lobby surveying the hotel's interior. Having survived the apocalypse, they were stunned to see so many living people gathered together. The 6 men looked dazed, standing at the entrance for a long time without moving. Yuan Zhao lowered his gaze and called to Qi Ling, "Go register the newcomers. Remember to ask for more details. A little questioning would clarify things." Qi Ling responded and called the 6 men to follow him to the front desk. Their gazes turned towards them, and upon seeing the group of people in combat uniforms, they were clearly taken aback, but quickly realized that this group must be the people managing the security base. Jing Yao called his companions to follow Qi Ling to the front desk to register. Just as the group arrived at the front desk, Sia2 and Duanxi returned. Behind the 2, a large group of survivors entered, about 20 people in total, including the 6 high school students from the dance studio. The 6 high school students had red eyes, having experienced despair and in hope, they seemed much more docile. Sia2 looked over and walked towards them. Duanxi shrugged and led the group to the front desk to register and get room keys. Qi Ling was now in charge of this. Since entering, Qi Ling had become noticeably more cheerful, carrying a small black bag containing a registration book, a storeroom key, and room keys. He was diligently checking everyone's identification information. Not only this hotel, but also the room keys and keys from several empty hotels next door were all on him. Let's go to the restaurant for lunch, Sia2 said as he walked over. Everyone had worked all morning and was starving. Upon hearing this, they all stood up and hurried to get their food. The restaurant was already quite full. Upon seeing Team Zero enter, those who were talking subconsciously lowered their voices. The teammates didn't react much, finding a corner to sit down. The cook quickly notified the kitchen, which diligently brought them food. Song Liang looked around and reported on the morning's progress. The zombies on the island had been cleared. The low-lying area to the north had been temporarily blocked off with obstacles, awaiting the return of building materials to construct a dam and seal it off. The corpses might take a day or two to clean up. Burning them was too troublesome, requiring finding fuel, and even then, the burning wasn't thorough, and the smell was extremely strong. According to Song Liang, once the suspension bridge was repaired, the corpses would be transported outside to a designated place for centralized disposal. Sia2 nodded. Anywhere is fine, just can't stay on the island. The sentry's senses couldn't stand the smell. He felt like he was constantly smelling corpses even while sleeping. Tao Hao's progress is a bit slow. The ammunition boxes are too heavy. It takes 2 ordinary people to lift them. And because there's no road, only sightseeing boats, they haven't even finished moving 1 truckload by the end of the morning. Sia2, let's try to get the suspension bridge up this afternoon, so we can drive directly onto the island. He looked at Yun Zhao. Yun Zhao thought for a moment. We're also quite slow here. We just finished looting 2 streets this morning, and this afternoon we plan to go to the supermarket and department store. Sia2 slowly said, no need to rush. After lunch, go back to the hotel for a nap and rest. We work on the supplies slowly. He and Duanqi wouldn't go out again this afternoon. Looting these supplies is for their own benefit. They might even be able to bring them out of the contaminated area. Once everything on the island is sorted out, Team Zero might have to go to the military base to move all the remaining ammunition. The food arrived. Several bandits picked up their chopsticks, huffed and puffed at their rice, devouring it in a flash. Tao Hao finished his bowl of rice in a few bites, then picked up a bowl of rice from the table for more. Yun Zhao ate slowly and couldn't keep up with them, so Sia2 pulled out a plate and placed it in front of her, adding vegetables to it. Otherwise, by the time she reached for her chopsticks, all the vegetables would be gone. No one waited for Qiling, who could only eat meat. The communal meal had no meat, and there were hardly any vegetables either. The rice was plentiful. He couldn't eat with the others. Song Liang planned to heat up some canned meat for him when they got back. By the time Qiling finished registering dozens of people and distributing room cards, everyone had just finished eating. 2 large bowls of rice were completely devoured by the 6 people, leaving the kitchen staff wide-eyed with astonishment. Are superhumans able to eat this much? Qiling thought, holding the registration book, about to say something. Sia2 said, let's talk about it back at our hotel. Tao Hao, tell the survivors to rest. We reassign work at 2 p.m. Ordinary people can't match their stamina. After a morning of heavy work, they need rest. Now that the building materials have been brought back, the afternoon will mainly be fortification. First, build the suspension bridge, then erect a wall on the north side to block low-lying areas and prevent zombies from the water from climbing onto the island. If I remember correctly, Dong Hui and the others are construction workers. Okay. Tao Hao ran to inform them. Upon learning they could rest until 2 p.m., the people who had finished eating hurried back to their rooms for a short rest. The restaurant was almost empty in an instant. Team Zero and the others left, returning to their hotel next door. Qiling handed the registration book to Yun Zhao. Yun Zhao took it and flipped to the identity information of the 6 survivors. Li Ziyuan, Zhang Xiufeng, Wang Dali. Yun Zhao immediately spotted Jing Yao's name. It read, Jing Yao, retired soldier, works as a mechanic at a motorcycle club. Yao can also mean the son. He's still with the motorcycle club. Yun Zhao then flipped to the information of the 6 high school students, 4 girls and 2 boys, one of whom was named Zhou Yang. Including the little girl named Ren Xian, 5 have appeared on the island so far. 6? Is there one more? Sia2, seeing her deep in thought, didn't disturb her and turned to arrange the afternoon's tasks. This afternoon, we split into 3 groups, build the bridge, construct the dike, and scavenge for supplies. Sia2 said, by tomorrow at the latest, we must get everything on the island sorted out and clean up the entire city as soon as possible. This mission had gone a little too smoothly, but he vaguely felt something was amiss. The gatekeepers hadn't attacked any outsiders yet, which didn't fit the character of the contaminated zone. As for the zombies that intensified at night, CA2 automatically ignored them. As it stands, even the enhanced zombies are no match for them, utterly helpless against the Sentinels. Only when the zombies reach the combat strength of the Sentinel mutants can they pose a threat to Team Zero. But at the rate of evolution over the past 2 nights, it will take a long time to reach that level. By then, Team Zero might have already completed their mission. Song Liang, more composed, looked at the captain and asked the question he was most concerned about: "Where's the key? We've been here for 3 days, and we still haven't gotten it." Before Xie2 could speak, Duanqi said smugly, "We got it. This morning, when they went to pick up the high school students, they encountered a trapped survivor. The key appeared the moment they rescued him." "What was that survivor's name again?" "Oh, he said his name was Yujie. There were too many people in the restaurant earlier, so he and the captain hadn't mentioned it." Chapter 323. Song Liang breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. "It's good that we got the key. At least it proves this isn't a 5-star contaminated zone. If the mission fails, Team Zero can choose to retreat immediately. With a way out, they can carry out missions without hesitation and proceed with confidence." Xie2 remained silent. He touched the special device box at his waist. The bronze key lay quietly inside. Xie2's gaze deepened. They couldn't find the key for the past few days, but on the 3rd day, it appeared without warning. Just like these survivors. It felt like it was specially prepared for Team Zero. Yuan Zhao, having overheard their conversation, had already turned to the register for the survivor named Yujie. The handwriting was different from the others. It shouldn't be Qi Ling's. Yujie, comic artist, 28 years old, socially awkward recluse, parents divorced and remarried, no one cared for him. He hadn't left his house since the apocalypse broke out, trapped for over 20 days, until Team Zero rescued him today. As she looked at him, she couldn't help but find him suspicious. Qi Ling grumbled, "This guy stammers, and won't say a word, but give him a pen, and he'd fill up the register." Someone trapped for too long is filled with the urge to confide. He practically write down his entire lineage. Yuan Zhao didn't say anything, just nodded. Song Liang had already gotten up to heat up some canned meat for Qi Ling. The others returned to their rooms for a nap. Duanqi, in particular, ran off quickly and locked his door, afraid Song Liang would come up later to retaliate for the morning's incident. 1:50 p.m. After resting, everyone went out to organize the survivors to start working. 6 college students on the 2nd floor received a notification and came out of their rooms. Qinshi tucked her diary under her pillow and followed her classmates outside to assemble. They were to continue moving supplies to the town's supermarket and department store. In just 2 days, the number of survivors on the island had approached 100. On the streets near the hotel, groups of living people could be seen as soon as one stepped outside. The area finally had a bit of life again. Humans are, after all, social animals. The panic and loneliness of the apocalypse were temporarily dispelled, and communication among them became more frequent. With a group of powerful superhumans leading the way, no one dared to cause trouble. Even the most rebellious Dong Hui and his group were behaving themselves. The newcomers were quickly divided into groups. Jing Yao and his group, being veterans, were assigned to build the suspension bridge. They only learned from the islanders that the group in black combat uniforms were also soldiers, and that they had all awakened superhuman abilities. Recalling what they had seen that morning. So that was superhuman ability. His companions were equally excited, all hoping to awaken their own superpowers. Meanwhile, Dong Hui and his 6 companions split into 2 groups. They were all construction workers, specializing in building fortifications and suspension bridges. Fortifications were relatively straightforward, but suspension bridges presented challenges such as load-bearing capacity. They also had to consider the bridge's deflection. Otherwise, if the bridge was only slowly rising after the zombies had already stormed the island, it would be pointless. Xie2 had summoned them. Upon hearing that they would begin work that afternoon, the group was stunned. No engineers to measure, no professional team to produce blueprints. Just start working? They were only construction workers. They weren't designers, nor superhumans. The island didn't even have a single piece of heavy machinery. How could these soldiers be so reckless? Xie2 said calmly. Ensure vehicles can pass safely. Short-term use is the priority. The survivors were thinking about long-term stability. The Zero team, however, knew that there was no such thing as long-term stability in the contaminated zone. Once the mission was over, everything would be gone. The so-called infrastructure construction was merely a temporary solution, fulfilling the gatekeeper's obsession. From a god's eye view and an observer's perspective, this was a tragedy destined to be unsolvable. Dong Hui and the others were puzzled, but the soldier's aura was too intimidating. They were even afraid to ask questions, and could only obediently do as they were told. Repair it. We do it for as long as we can. If the bridge collapses, it won't be his problem. He's not going to leave the island anyway. The group quickly moved to their assigned areas to work according to the plan. After assigning tasks, Xie walked up to Yun Zhao. I oversee things over there this afternoon. We have enough manpower, let them handle the heavy work, and make sure they conserve their energy. Yun Zhao nodded. Okay, I know. She Rabbit, Qi Ling, and the others led the way to the supermarket and department store. Fire Phoenix didn't even glance at Xie, hopping happily behind Yun Zhao and following along. The zombies on the island had been cleared, but zombie corpses were everywhere, lying across the road. The timid ones followed behind the crowd, too afraid to even look down. Ren Xian held her mother's hand, walking in the middle of the crowd. After getting to know the people around her, she wasn't as afraid as she had been in the morning. With her parents by her side, she was lucky. Ren Xian raised her head and asked, Mom, I worked hard this morning. After I finish this afternoon's work, can I get a carton of strawberry milk? Yun Zhao heard this, and turned to look at her, with a complicated expression. At 6.5, she was already quite sensible. Ren Xian knew this older sister was in charge. Ignoring her mother's gesture of covering her mouth, she whispered, Sister, I want some milk. Mom always buys it for me. Can you reward me with a bottle? The child's mother was very cautious and quickly waved her hand, saying, No need for rewards. Children say the darndest things, don't take it to heart. Yun Zhao was silent for 2 seconds, then said, It's all right. Strawberry milk was really delicious, sweet and sour, a taste children loved. She liked it very much too. Unfortunately, she didn't have a mother to buy it for her. The only one who remembered to bring her strawberry milk was Xie. His military backpack always contained some of her favorite snacks and strawberry milk. In the afternoon, the island was bustling with activity, with busy figures everywhere. People pushed all sorts of carts, transporting supplies, and building materials back and forth. Almost all the able-bodied men went to the other end of the suspension bridge. Dong Hui and several colleagues finished building the base, and were responsible for installing the bridge's fixed structure. Without heavy machinery, the sentries helped lift cables and chains too heavy for ordinary people to move, and installed the hydraulic system for raising and lowering the suspension bridge. Jingyao, seeing this group of strawmen, was speechless. Could awakening superpowers really grant such terrifying physical strength? The 6 of them followed instructions, squatting on the riverbank to construct a bridge deck, splicing and welding together various steel plates. In just one afternoon, the bridge was already taking shape. The riverbed was only a few meters wide. Disregarding the water flow and long-term stability, building the suspension bridge wasn't too difficult. The 4 truckloads of materials they had brought back were sufficient. Seeing that it was getting dark, they were only a little short. Xie ordered them to work overtime to finish the remaining work, and everyone involved received extra rations, like instant noodles. Hearing about the extra food, everyone was energized, without a single complaint. The construction speed was nothing short of an infrastructure miracle. The sky completely darkened. A dense, dark substance began to permeate the surroundings, countless intertwined black threads surging and churning as if alive. Unfortunately, ordinary people couldn't see them. Xie turned to look at the tall, thin young man named Jingyao. He was still wearing his motorcycle armor, the sun logo on his chest particularly conspicuous. Chapter 324. Day 25 of the zombie outbreak. The suspension bridge, after multiple adjustments, can now rise and fall smoothly. As for its load-bearing capacity, there are no immediate issues. To extend the bridge's lifespan, large military trucks are not being driven onto the island. Instead, carts are being used for transport across the bridge, significantly improving efficiency. Xie didn't have all the ammunition transported onto the island, leaving half a truckload on the opposite bank. Song Liang and his men continued processing the corpses on the island, hauling them all off the island in the remaining trailers, transporting them to an open area in the city, dousing them with gasoline, and burning them. Day 26 of the zombie outbreak. The defensive wall on the north side has been constructed. Recently, the water level hasn't risen. As long as the small boat mooring points on the north side are sealed off, the zombies will be temporarily unable to climb onto the island. In just a few days, the island, once teeming with zombies, has been completely transformed. There are no more zombies or corpses on the island. It has truly become a safe base within the city. Survivors who found the leaflets have been arriving in the past 2 days. Large numbers of zombies have re-entered the city from the beach, and the survivors are gradually discovering that the zombies are evolving, making the situation increasingly dire. Going it alone is no longer viable for survival. Only by finding an organization and banding together can they have a chance to survive. Meanwhile, Team Zero has officially planned to clear the city of millions of zombies. After finishing their work that evening, everyone gathered in a suite on the 3rd floor of the hotel for a meeting. "The sooner we finish, the sooner we get out," Tao Hao Hao muttered, sprawled on the sofa. Duanxi, sitting casually opposite him, disagreed. "It's better to go out later. Isn't the base short of food? Should we delay for a few more days and ransack the entire city? Although this is also an apocalypse, it has only been less than a month since it began. Those scattered survivors had scavenged limited supplies, perhaps only the tip of the iceberg of the city's resources. They hadn't checked the large supermarket warehouses, the port, or even Peach Blossom Island. Furthermore, the military base had several warehouses of ammunition. These were all supplies. If they could get everything out, this trip would probably be worth more than contaminated Zone 88. Duanxi thought it was increasingly feasible. Let Qi-Ling haul the supplies out first, making dozens of trips back and forth. Qi-Ling had no objections. He naturally hoped to get as many points as possible from this mission. Ideally, he could pay off all his debts at once. If there were any left over, that would be even better, so he wouldn't have to eat in debt. Hearing this, Song Liang looked at the captain. "Captain, how should we test this?" He was referring to getting Qi-Ling out of the contaminated zone without a key. Qi-Ling should be able to leave directly. The problem was that if he went out and then came back in, he might end up alone. A mutant covered in dark matter, once alone, is easily controlled by the gatekeeper, unless Yun Xiao is with him. But Yun Xiao isn't a mutant, and can't freely enter and exit the contaminated zone. He can only come with a key. Besides, wouldn't it be even more worrying if the two of them were alone? "We talk about it at the last minute," Xia said, not going into details, staring at the map thoughtfully. "Try to take as many supplies out as possible this time. The experiment definitely needs to be done. No matter what, Qi-Ling has to try to get out of the contaminated zone on his own. Supplies are also necessary. The base is short of food. The supplies from this contaminated zone alone could probably feed most of the base. Xia, as for how to transport them out, look for more keys and see if we can get them out in batches." "Okay." The teammates responded. Yun Xiao didn't participate in the discussion. She nestled on the opposite single sofa, scribbling and drawing with paper and pen. Rabbit went over to watch for a while, but couldn't understand what she was drawing at all. The stiff lines looked completely random, like a child's random scribbles. Anyone who looked at them would be confused. Rabbit silently turned around and sat down to listen to the captain explain the action plan. Since they were going to clean up the entire city, they would naturally start from the surrounding areas, with Island B as the center, gradually expanding outwards. Yun Xiao listened to Xia voice while drawing. She was trying to connect the 5 people according to their ages. Ren Xian, Zhou Yang, Chun Shi, Jingyao, Dong Hui. Ren Xian might correspond to her. At 6.5 years old, it matched the age she was when she left contaminated Zone 6. Zhao represents light. She couldn't remember anything before she was 6. What was the meaning of her name, her parents' expectations, or something more profound? Could the sun pattern refer to her birth, the appearance of the sun? One question remains. How did the gatekeeper know these things? Did the gatekeeper possess prophetic abilities? Yun Xiao couldn't figure it out, so she continued to ponder. Zhou Yang, that 16 or 17-year-old high school student, she felt he must correspond to a member of the Red Crown Crane team. The diary only mentioned Big Knife and Old Bai. But the Red Crown Crane had mentioned Big Knife and the others, and the word they indicated that besides Big Knife and Old Bai, she had other friends. However, in the few pages of the diary that were legible, these people's names didn't appear. Could Chen Shi, carrying a diary with her, be referring to the Red Crown Crane? The Red Crown Cranes had been here before. Was the gatekeeper trying to inform her of this by controlling these mutants? Yes, to inform her, not the entire Zero team. The Red Crown Cranes didn't eliminate the gatekeeper, allowing it to relay the message to future generations. The timeline of the contaminated zone is frozen at a certain point, possibly remaining unchanged for centuries. Information can be perfectly preserved. But what kind of secret would be kept from humanity, not told to one's descendants, but instead relayed through a gatekeeper? The truth about the disaster? Is someone monitoring from the outside? Only the eerie contaminated zone can shield against surveillance? Where is the person representing the sun? Yun Xiao was lost in thought, not even hearing her teammates finished discussing tomorrow's operation. The team members yawned and went back to rest. Sia2 turned around and saw her lost in thought again. She had worked with the survivors these past few days, and their relationships had grown considerably. A few bottles of strawberry milk had won over the little girl, who now called her sister all the time. She was the same. They had even become so familiar that she addressed her by her first name. Such behavior is actually very dangerous. Humans are emotional beings after all. If they become too deeply entangled with these mutants, they are prone to developing feelings, which can backfire, leading to gradual assimilation into the contaminated zone. The other members of Team Zero didn't talk to the survivors at all. Especially Rabbit. She ignored anyone who greeted her. Everyone thought Rabbit was aloof. Gradually, no one dared to provoke her. If they needed anything, they would go to Yun Zhao and Qi Ling. Sia2 got up and walked towards her, unfastening a special device containing a key from his waist and fastening it to her waist. Take the key. That way, even if something happened later, she could retrieve it and escape the contaminated zone in time. Yun Zhao came to her senses. The key was already on her. She stared at the extra key on her waist, paused, and looked up, asking, "Captain, do you think the key is useful?" "Of course it's useful." Sia2 didn't understand why she would say that. Yun Zhao paused, then said, "If a smart gatekeeper doesn't want outsiders to leave, wouldn't they give them a fake key?" Sia2's gaze deepened. "Why do you think that?" "I don't know," Yun Zhao said. "I just feel like everything's going too smoothly." Zombies posed absolutely no threat to Team Zero. Up to this day, all the evolving zombies had only achieved joint flexibility, the ability to run and jump. Other than that, they were still weaklings made of flesh and blood. A single bullet could blow their heads off. Team Zero was practically navigating this contaminated zone with ease. All their operations were proceeding smoothly, and they even had ample ammunition to clear the city of zombies. Sia2 ruffled her hair. "Don't think about it, get some rest." They shared the same thought. But Team Zero couldn't just do nothing. Chapter 325. Day 27 of the Zombie Apocalypse. The 5th day since Team Zero arrived, the cleanup operation has begun. When Yun Zhao and Rabbit came downstairs, their teammates were in the lobby stuffing ammunition into their backpacks. The ammunition brought to the island hadn't been stored elsewhere. They simply piled it all up in the lobby. Faced with overwhelming force, no survivor dared to touch their belongings. Tao Hao, a heavy weapons specialist, bent over and took out all the unused items from his backpack, trying to load as much ammunition as possible. Each person also carried more than one firearm. Sia2 stood alone a short distance away, waving to her as he saw her come down. When she reached him, Sia2 said, "Today, we start the cleanup from the neighboring C and D islands. Not everyone needs to go, you and Rabbit will stay on the island." "Okay." Yun Zhao nodded. The other two separate islands were located to the left and right of the docking point, separated only by a riverbed. Having been delayed for several days, Team Zero was fully prepared, determined to wipe out all the zombies in the city and end this apocalypse for the gatekeeper. The teammates were ready to depart. Yun Zhao and Rabbit went out with them. The little bluebird glanced at the fire phoenix circling around it. "Go get to work." The fire phoenix happily agreed. Usually, Sia2 would grumble and complain when ordering it to do things, but it was delighted with the little bluebird's command. Qi Ling wasn't there. He got up and went to the hotel next door. As a mutant, he wasn't afraid of contact with those people. Sia2 sent him over to see if he could get another key from the crowd. Although the island was safe now, the zombies were constantly evolving. The survivors, worried that zombies would eventually climb onto the island via the water, were discussing with Qi Ling on the first floor about continuing to build fortifications. Just then, they saw officers carrying weapons passing by the hotel entrance. "Where are they going?" "I don't know, looks like they're leaving the island." Jingyao looked up and asked, "Qi Ling, what are the officers' plans? Perhaps we can help." He was a veteran, after all, and knew how to use firearms. But so far, the officers in charge had no intention of distributing weapons and ammunition to the civilians. Qi Ling hesitated for a while, then finally said truthfully, "We plan to clear the zombies from the two neighboring islands today, so we don't need everyone's help for now." No matter how well-intentioned the survivors were, wanting to work together to build a safe base, they were ultimately mutants and could turn against them at any time. The captain couldn't distribute weapons and ammunition to them, nor could he let them participate in Zero Team's operations. "I see, then we really can't be of much help." The other survivors didn't seem to mind. "The officers are all superhumans. We only cause trouble if we go. When will we awaken our powers? The zombies are evolving. What will we do if this continues?" We don't know, let's leave it to fate. Don't worry, with the officers here, we're safe for now. Let's try to build some fortifications on the shore first, otherwise, when the water rises, the zombies will definitely be able to climb up. Jing Yao looked at the group of worried yet optimistic strangers and sighed. The physical difference between superhumans and ordinary people is too great, they probably wouldn't be of much help if they went. Yun Zhao followed them to the small harbor to the north. The lower-lying mooring area was already sealed off by a 3-meter-high, arch wall, about 10 meters long, which conveniently blocked the view. Tao Hao dragged over 2 small boats tied with hemp ropes. The sentries, carrying heavy backpacks, took a running start and easily scaled the wall. The fire phoenix had already taken to the air. Flames erupted from its body, igniting a raging inferno. It quickly completed its transformation, and the enormous phoenix flew towards the island to begin its first large-scale cleanup. With millions of zombies in the entire city, it was unknown how long it would take to clear them using only small, incremental teams. Xie had decided in a meeting last night to abandon scattered small amounts of supplies and adopt a large-scale, coordinated attack to clear the city center as soon as possible. His teammates had already scaled the high wall. Xie turned and looked towards the shore. He said nothing, only glanced at Yun Zhao, then turned and nimbly vaulted over the high wall, leaping onto the small boat and paddling towards the opposite island. The high wall blocked their view. Yun Zhao couldn't see her teammates boarding the boat. She stood on the shore for a while, watching a phoenix engulfed in flames swooping down in the distance, the howls of zombies faintly echoing in the distance. Soon after, thick smoke billowed from the opposite island. Looks like things will go smoothly. Yun Zhao remembered something. They haven't had breakfast, have they? Rabbit, Yun Zhao's focus is always different. Don't worry about them, they won't starve themselves even if others are hungry. Rabbit had already seen Duan, she's stuffing food into his bag, and even secretly taking a can of yellow peaches. Yun Zhao said, that's true, then let's go back first. With the fire phoenix around, the 4 of them should be back by noon. 6 people went out, but only 2 girls returned. Ren Xian was playing in the lobby. She was the only child on the island, without any companions. Now that the island was safe, her mother finally felt relieved and allowed her to move around and play in a small area. Ren Xian saw Yun Zhao and happily ran out to greet her. Sister Yun Zhao, is there any work to do today? Children's work was easy, moving things was more like a group game for her, and she could even exchange it for strawberry milk. But it was already this late, and her mother and the other adults were still in the hotel. Yun Zhao pondered, there might be some later. Can you rest first this morning? They definitely needed to continue finding things for the survivors to do. Idleness could easily lead to trouble, and it wouldn't be fair to those who arrived on the island first. Survivors couldn't carry weapons, but they could help scavenge for supplies throughout the city. Whether it was fortifications on the shore or transporting supplies off the island later, it was best to arrange things for them as soon as possible. Ren Xian's little face showed some disappointment. Okay. The rabbit felt a pang of sadness, but deliberately kept a cold expression. Ren Xian was a little afraid of her, glanced at her timidly, then turned and ran back to the hotel. Sister Yun Zhao, I'm going back now. Rabbit only whispered after she was gone. Sister Yun Zhao, you should avoid contact with them. If she developed feelings for them, only to watch helplessly as they turned into monsters and pounced on her, how painful would that be? If it were a sentinel, their mental state would definitely be in turmoil. Yun Zhao didn't answer immediately, but instead pulled Rabbit back to their hotel. She understood all this, but the clues lay with these people. Without contact, she couldn't understand what the gatekeeper was trying to convey. The survivors in this contaminated zone were too normal. Logically, the more normal the creatures appearing in the contaminated zone, the stronger the gatekeeper's abilities. It could even implant a false memory into all the survivors, manipulating them to survive according to the rules of a zombie apocalypse. The more normal, the more abnormal. Yun Zhao glanced at the key at her waist, a sealed device the size of a cigarette pack, its outer material so soft that it was almost imperceptible unless specifically examined. Did Xie hand her the key out because he feared she might suffer a backlash? Yun Zhao was still pondering where the last person representing the sun was. Peach Blossom Island? Chapter 326. Not long after, 2 islands on the opposite shore were engulfed in flames. Thick smoke billowed and surged like inky clouds, reaching the sky and obscuring the daylight. The roars of zombies were deafening. Such a commotion naturally caught the attention of the survivors next door. A group of people ran to the rooftop terrace to look in that direction. Yun Zhao and Rabbit also went up to the rooftop. A phoenix engulfed in flame circled overhead, occasionally swooping down, its burning wings creating waves of heat. The fire spread rapidly, quickly expanding from one corner of the island to the entire island. Buildings teetered on the brink of collapse amidst the inferno. The sounds of discussion drifted from the opposite terrace. The officers actually resorted to fire? What if there are survivors on the island? Probably not. At this close range, if there were survivors, they would have called for help by now. I'm just worried someone might be trapped inside. Why are they clearing out the two neighboring islands? Are they expanding the safe base? The safe base had been established for 3 days. Survivors had been arriving gradually over those 3 days, but so far only a little over 120 survivors had escaped to the island, not even enough to fill a single hotel. There was absolutely no need for expansion. They couldn't understand the significance of Zero Team's actions. The two hotels were adjacent, their terraces separated only by a small alley. Their discussion could be heard not only by Rabbit, but also by Yun Zhao. It's to end this cannibalistic world. Yun Zhao looked at them, and suddenly spoke. As long as all the monsters are eliminated, the apocalypse will end. Hearing Yun Zhao's words, everyone turned around, their eyes filled with doubt, and a touch of sudden realization. End the apocalypse. Yun Zhao tilted her head slightly, her gaze piercing through the layers of smoke. For the future of humanity, for rebuilding homes from the ruins, some things must be done. The people who had been discussing so enthusiastically just moments before fell into an eerie silence. Rabbit, clutching her ever-present sniper rifle, scanned the survivors with wary eyes. Sister Yun Zhao was referring to monsters, not zombies. She was implying something, telling these people that it wasn't just the zombie apocalypse that needed to be eliminated. But it's so strange. Usually, whenever crucial information is mentioned, the mutants controlled by the gatekeepers lag. Even in a 5-star contaminated zone, like Zone 235, there have been instances of mutants becoming mechanically repetitive. Why haven't the people in this contaminated zone experienced any problems? All the survivors felt so real to her. A boy named Zhou Yang wore baggy jeans, and a baseball cap pulled low over his head. His eyes were somewhat dazed, and he suddenly spoke, "Will it all end if we kill all the monsters?" The 6 high school students had a weak presence on the island. Perhaps because they had been abandoned by Team Zero once, they never approached anyone from Team Zero after arriving on the island, and rarely spoke. Most of the time, they hid behind a crowd, silently working. "Don't you know?" Yun Zhao looked at him calmly. Zhou Yang shook his head, "I don't know." Yun Zhao nodded slightly, looking at the billowing smoke in the distance. "Then you don't." The rabbit didn't understand what the two were talking about at all. "What do you mean, won't you know? The mutants outside couldn't be completely eradicated because the strange contaminated zone sheltered these monsters. As long as the contaminated zone exists, the problem can't be resolved. But here, isn't it enough to simply end the gatekeeper's obsession?" Qi Ling stood among the crowd next door, unusually silent. Since entering, Qi Ling had become much more cheerful. Here, he could be a normal person, allowing him to occasionally forget that he was also one of the monsters. He and these survivors were the ones truly human. Let's go down first. The captain and the others will probably be back soon." Yun Zhao seemed to sense something, and turned to call to Qi Ling, "Come back and rest for a while." Qi Ling snapped out of his thoughts, and nodded hesitantly, "Okay." With Fire Phoenix's brutal cleanup method, the 2 small islands would be cleared quickly, and the spread to the outside world might begin this afternoon. A city of 5,000 square kilometers is simply too vast. Millions of zombies, who knows how long it will take? Yun Zhao was afraid that if it took too long, the 2 S-class teams outside would become impatient and come in. Fu Heng would definitely have that in mind. As for Jiang Mu's team, Team Zero had saved them once. If they came in under the guise of rescuing Team Zero, wouldn't that even things out? At least externally, Jiang Mu's team would save face. See, being rescued by Team Zero last time was just an accident. This time they need our rescue too. Jiang Mu might actually make it sound like that. Yun Zhao had always felt something was off about this contaminated zone. You can't put all your eggs in one basket. If something happens to the 3 S-level teams, the 4 major bases will have nowhere to turn. Thinking of this, Yun Zhao felt a sudden urge to test the key on his waist. Wouldn't it be the same to go out and come back in? But if he opened the door, a riot would break out in the contaminated zone. Maybe after it calmed down, it would be back to normal. So all their hard work these past few days was for nothing? Yun Zhao sighed, pulling a handful of milk candies from her bag and handing them to Rabbit. "Have some candy. It's too bitter. She needs something sweet to balance it out." Rabbit was delighted with Yun Zhao's occasional treats. "White rabbit milk candy, my favorite." The two went down the stairs. Although the hotel had an elevator, no one used it. The enclosed space of an elevator would be very troublesome if someone got trapped inside. Normally, both Team 0 and the 6 university students living on the second floor used the stairs. Upon reaching the second floor, the two encountered Liao Yuxuan and his group standing in the corridor, seemingly preparing to go downstairs. Seeing them, the university students greeted them familiarly. "Yuan Zhao, our brother Song and the others coming back for lunch? We're planning to go downstairs to cook," one of the girls asked. Rabbit, who had just happily received the white rabbit milk candies, instinctively put on a cold face upon seeing them, giving off a keep-away vibe. Fortunately, everyone was used to it, and didn't mind. Yuan Zhao nodded and replied, "We'll be back." Liao Yuxuan said, "Then let's cook lunch. We can make some seafood hot pot, and steam 3 pots of rice." These days, the university students helped manage logistics, and were staying at the same hotel as Team 0. They were all close in age, so there was no awkwardness, and they got along exceptionally well. Team 0 didn't like haphazardly cooked meals with little food. After working so hard on missions, the Sentinels didn't want to skimp on their food. So, Song Liang usually cooked alone and ate here afterward. Seeing this, the university students also started cooking at the hotel with Team 0. They brought a lot of seafood from the aquarium, so their supplies were plentiful. Occasionally, when they were busy, they would help Team 0 cook. Knowing that ability users have big appetites, they usually steamed 3 pots of rice, and prepared plenty of seafood and pre-made dishes. Yuan Zhao didn't stand on ceremony. Okay. The seafood was incredibly delicious. You couldn't find anything like it in the outside world. She looked around and noticed there were only 5 people. One was missing. She couldn't help but ask, "Where's Qinxi?" Chapter 327. "She's still resting in her room," Liao Yuxuan said. "We didn't need that many people to cook, so we didn't call her. With a superhuman at the hotel, it's very safe." Everyone's been exhausted these past few days, and it's rare to have half a day off. They only just came out of their rooms now. One of the girls pouted. She's probably worried about her boyfriend again. Boyfriend? Yuan Zhao realized that they seemed to have mentioned before that Qinxi had a boyfriend, but they were separated after the apocalypse. Who is Red-Crowned Crane's boyfriend? Base Chieftain is her descendant. Since she has descendants, she must have a partner. But the base doesn't seem to have any records of her partner. Moreover, the base chief's surname is Shin, and all her descendants take their mother's surname? She had previously thought that if Baiyu hadn't discovered anything, she might be able to find an excuse to visit base chief Shin. But after finding the clue to number 111 and old Bai's handwriting, she abandoned the idea. "It's almost 11 o'clock, Yuan Zhao, we go downstairs to cook." Liao Yuxuan said goodbye and went down the stairs with his companions, bypassing them. After they left, Rabbit's expression immediately changed, and she happily unwrapped a milk candy and popped it into her mouth. "Sister Yuan Zhao, should we go downstairs and wait too?" Yuan Zhao glanced at the closed door on one side of the corridor, thought for a moment, and said, "No rush, let's try knocking." Rabbit hesitated. "Should we go find that Qinxi?" Yuan Zhao led her towards the corridor. "Yes, let's ask her where she and her boyfriend got separated, and we help her find him." If Qinxi corresponds to Red-Crowned Crane, she felt it was necessary for them to meet the so-called boyfriend. Could a Red-Crowned Crane's mate be a sentinel? Are there sentinels in this contaminated area? So far, Team 0 hasn't even spotted a single low-level sentinel mutant. Yuan Zhao quickly arrived at Qinxi's room and knocked on the door. The rabbit looked conflicted. She couldn't stop her, and could only dutifully follow Sister Yuan Zhao. Footsteps sounded inside. The door opened quickly. Qinxi was still holding the doorknob, and paused when she saw the two of them. "Yuan Zhao, what brings you here? Is there work to assign?" She had thought another survivor had arrived on the island. "No, I just came to see you." Yuan Zhao said directly, "I heard your classmate talking about your boyfriend. Where did you get separated? Maybe we can help you find him." Upon learning the purpose of the visit, Qinxi's eyes instantly dimmed. She gently shook her head. "We got separated on the day of the zombie outbreak. The situation was chaotic then, the zombies suddenly attacked, and we were separated. Afterwards, I met Liao Yuxuan and his group, and we were trapped near the school. He's practiced martial arts since he was young and is very skilled, but he hasn't come back to find me. He should." Qinxi choked up, unable to continue. The implication was that her boyfriend might have met with misfortune. Yuan Zhao was silent for a moment, then asked, "What's his name? Do you have a photo?" "Yes." Qinxi hurriedly went back into the room and reached under her pillow to check her phone. The hotel always had electricity, and each room was equipped with a charging cable. Except for the lack of signal, the phone worked normally. Yuan Zhao turned to signal to Rabbit, and the two of them stepped into her room together. The hotel rooms were all the same. The 6 college students, probably afraid of being alone, stayed in 3 rooms on the second floor. Qianxi and another girl were also sharing a standard room with 2 beds. Her bed was by the window, and the bed was a little messy, as if she had been resting there before they arrived. Yuan Zhao saw her pull a rectangular phone out from under her pillow, and also saw the thick, locked diary. Qianxi opened her phone, scrolled through the photo album, and showed it to Yuan Zhao and Rabbit. His name is Gu Ruiqing, a senior at our school. The boy in the photo was tall and handsome, with striking eyebrows and bright eyes that seemed to hold the stars. His face had a sunny smile, radiating youthful energy. Yuan Zhao looked at it carefully, then showed it to Rabbit, and finally to Little Bluebird. Little Bluebird perched on her shoulder, tilting its head to look at the person in the photo. It had been wandering around the university town for the past 2 days, and had seen all the surviving little creatures nearby that could be detected by its spiritual threads. Ah, never seen him before. Yuan Zhao looked at the stranger in her hand, thought for a moment, and said, "Could I borrow your phone for a moment? I want my teammates to see it. If they run into him when they go out, maybe they can bring him back." Qianxi quickly agreed. The phone password is. Although she had long since given up hope, seeing Yuan Zhao offer to help find him, a faint flame still ignited deep within her. Yuan Zhao took her phone and left with Rabbit. Before leaving, her gaze involuntarily fell on the diary on the bed. The thick notebook was tucked under the pillow, a corner peeking out from where she had been searching for her phone. It wasn't right to snoop on someone's privacy, but for the sake of the mission, she felt it necessary to look at the diary's contents. The two left the second floor and went downstairs to wait for their teammates to return. The raging fire on the opposite bank burned all morning. Around 11:30 a.m., the fire phoenix returned first, shrunk, and rushed into the hotel to find Yuan Zhao, circling the little bluebird incessantly, begging for praise. The little bluebird gave it a disdainful slap and burrowed into Yuan Zhao's backpack. Yuan Zhao, Rabbit, and Qi Ling were sitting in the lobby lounge area on the first floor. Qi Ling was teaching them how to use a mobile phone. The old-fashioned mobile phone was more complex than their communicators. Swiping caused various changes, and tapping different icons revealed different functions. There were also tons of entertainment options. Qianxi's phone was packed with various icons. But because there was no internet or signal, most of them were unusable. At first, the 3 of them were looking through messages and searching for clues on their phones. Half an hour later, they somehow went off topic. "This app works. There's a single-player version of Candy Crush," Qi Ling said, tapping an icon and showing Rabbit how to play. Yuan Zhao didn't stop them, and sat down curiously to learn. By swapping 2 adjacent elements, you can eliminate them by connecting elements of the same color in a line. Qi Ling demonstrated. The Rabbit quickly got the hang of it, and tried playing according to Qi Ling's instructions. The 3 sat together, each taking turns playing 2 levels, so engrossed in their game that they didn't even notice Ye2 and the others coming in. Duanxi bent down and leaned closer. "What are you guys doing?" Yuan Zhao replied, "Playing Candy Crush." Song Liang, "What's Candy Crush?" Yuan Zhao, "A game." Tao Haohao complained, "We're working ourselves to the bone killing zombies, and you guys are playing games in the hotel." Yuan Zhao also felt a little embarrassed, and after thinking for a while, said, "How about I borrow it for a bit later?" Tao Haohao sat down without thinking. "Sure, how do you play this?" Xie2 walked over and stood next to Yuan Zhao, raised his eyelids, and said to everyone, 1 hour for rest and lunch. This afternoon, we head south to establish a defensive line. We must clear the entire area today. Yuan Zhao remembered the important matter, and gestured for Qi Ling to give her her phone. She opened the phone's photo album and handed it to her teammates, but subconsciously looked at Duanxi. "Have you guys seen this person before? Or does he look familiar?" Chapter 328. The photos in the phone's album were passed around one by one. "Don't know him. Who is this?" Duanxi glanced at the photos casually, saying nonchalantly, "He's quite handsome. How could we possibly know someone like that?" Noticing the 6 college students nearby, Tao Haohao quickly corrected himself. "How could we possibly know anyone here?" Xie2 took the phone and carefully examined the person in the photo. "What's this person's identity?" Yuan Zhao truthfully replied, "Qianxi's boyfriend, named Gu Ruiqing." "A survivor?" "Yes." Xie2 handed the phone back to him. "Have Peregrine look for him this afternoon." She wouldn't ask this without a reason. There must be other discoveries. Yuan Zhao nodded. "Then let's go out together after dinner, and call a few more survivors." The other side had been cleared. They would definitely leave the island this afternoon, and while they were at it, they could collect all the nearby supplies. The survivors could help them carry them. Okay, let's eat and chat. Sia2 gestured for everyone to go to the restaurant. The university students had prepared a seafood hot pot. As soon as they stepped into the restaurant, the rising steam carrying a delicious aroma wafted towards them. On the table were prepared king crab, turbot, prawns, razor clams. The students' cooking skills were mediocre. Luckily, there were ready-made seasoning packets. They just needed to pour them into the pot and mix the broth. Liao Yuxuan brought out the heated pre-cooked dishes and called out to them, time to eat. Tao Haohao and Duanxi quickly ran to wash their hands. Sia2 lagged behind, following 2 steps behind. Having killed zombies all morning, they were covered in the stench of decay. Others might not have noticed, but for the sentinels, with their heightened senses, it was unbearable. After washing their hands, the group returned and sat down to eat. Qi Ling, munching on some cooked meat, hesitated, seeing how much they enjoyed it, and asked, "Does seafood count as meat?" He wanted to try some too. Song Liang pushed a plate of prawns towards him. "Try it, and you see." Qi Ling shook his head abruptly. "Forget it." He only eaten a bag of snacks from Yuanzhao that day, and his stomach had been aching all night. He was still shaken. Sia2 slowly peeled some shrimp and put them in Yuanzhao's bowl, saying, "This afternoon, we be scavenging for supplies and clearing out the zombies simultaneously. We go later and select a group of strong survivors to come with us." Tao Haohao glanced at the college students. They were already seated and eating. The large restaurant only had 2 tables occupied, far apart. Tao Haohao whispered, "With those survivors around, it'd be difficult for Fire Phoenix to exert its full strength. Fire Phoenix often doesn't distinguish between friend and foe." This morning, they set fire to the island, and several fireballs hurtled towards their location. The survivors don't have the agility of sentries. If they were hit by the Fire Phoenix, they'd be instantly killed. Sia2, the Fire Phoenix won't be with us this afternoon, it act alone. Yuan Zhao, engrossed in eating shrimp, looked up at this. "Should we send it to the beach?" Sia2 put a freshly peeled shrimp into her bowl, then took another and continued peeling. "Yes. There are hordes of zombies along the coast. There are no supplies there, and facing a large horde of zombies in an open area, it's perfect for a fire attack." Fire Phoenix, eh? The little creature stood on the chair behind Yuan Zhao, hearing its true form clearly explain its plans. Song Liang had finished eating. He put down his chopsticks and took out a map. The coastline of this contaminated area is about 200 kilometers long. "Captain, are you planning to clear the shore and lure the survivors from Peach Blossom Island into the city? This would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Sia2 nodded slightly, his hands still peeling shrimp. "That's right. Peach Blossom Island is resource poor. We have to find a new way out sooner or later. Once we clear the coastline, those people will naturally come out. Team Zero not only needs to eliminate all the zombies in the city, but also collect enough supplies to take out. The strength of just 7 people is far from enough. The longer they delay, the more dangerous it becomes. Only 4 nights have passed, and the zombies' speed and agility have already evolved to the level of athletes. At this rate of evolution, the zombies will only get stronger." Song Liang stood up. "Then I go and select some people." Yuan Zhao put down his chopsticks. "I go with you." He also went to arrange the afternoon's work. Besides the survivors who went out to scavenge for supplies, the others who remained on the island would begin building defensive lines on all 4 sides that afternoon to prevent zombies from landing. They also needed to go out and bring back some building materials. Sia2 watched her departing figure, then popped the freshly peeled shrimp into his mouth before starting his own meal. Yuan Zhao and Song Liang went next door. About 100 people were eating in the restaurant. Those who hadn't gone out in the morning weren't in a hurry to leave after eating, chatting in small groups. The 2 informed the survivors of the afternoon's arrangements. Upon hearing that they were going to leave the island to search for supplies, the previously noisy restaurant suddenly fell silent. For a moment, not a single person uttered a sound. Outside were zombies. Everyone had barely escaped from a dangerous place to get here, and now they had to actively go out and face those terrifying zombies. Jing Yao looked around and noticed that the people around him were avoiding eye contact, each one wishing they could crawl under the table to hide. Dong Hui and the others also looked reluctant. The 6 men were strong and had worked in manual labor before the disaster, giving them more strength and patience than the other survivors. If they were to be called out by name, their names would most likely be on the list. "I should have gone back to my room after dinner," Jing Yao sighed helplessly. "What am I doing here?" He was a veteran, after all. Searching for supplies was indeed the right thing to do. Now that their productive capacity was gone, over 100 people couldn't just sit around eating away. He was about to stand up and respond. But then Song Liang slowly said, "Everyone who goes out to scavenge for supplies is allowed to bring their own backpacks. The food in the backpacks doesn't need to be handed in upon return. To get people to work willingly, they needed to be given benefits." A backpack couldn't hold much, and there were supplies from the entire city waiting for them outside. Team Zero wouldn't be stingy with supplies. As soon as Song Liang spoke, those who had been resisting instantly became hesitant. Jing Yao and his companion stood up first. "We go." Yun Zhao glanced at him at the opportune moment. The young man was still wearing his motorcycle armor, his eyes resolute, his posture straight, making him stand out in the crowd. These past 2 days, because they were in different groups, Yun Zhao had rarely spoken to them. He hadn't found an opportunity to interact with these men yet. Jing Yao was a mechanic at the motorcycle club. Could those 2 ambiguous sentences in the register be his doing? "We go too." Several more people gritted their teeth and stood up, one of them being Ren Xian's father. He had a wife and children, and he wasn't sure if these superhumans would continue to provide them with food after the work on the island was finished. He needed to plan for the future and stock up on food now. Besides, going out with the superhumans should guarantee safety, much better than acting alone later. Chapter 329. Soon, nearly 20 people stood up, indicating their willingness to go out. The initial resistance stemmed from the unfair distribution of work. Everyone was provided with 3 meals a day, so why should they have to risk their lives? But now, hearing that they could bring backpacks and didn't have to hand over their supplies, people began to step forward one after another. Yun Zhao looked at Dong Hui. The bald, burly man clearly didn't want to go out. He remained seated at the table, his eyes gleaming with ill intent as he eyed those who had stood up, seemingly plotting something mischievous. This man had been beaten up by a rabbit on his first day on the island and had behaved himself all day. Later, when he saw Xie and the others return, realizing they were all powerful individuals with special abilities, he immediately followed orders and worked diligently. However, he remained rude and abusive towards others. A typical bully who preys on the weak. Yun Zhao was puzzled. Why would someone representing the sun have such a personality? There are 2 things in the world that cannot be looked at directly: the sun and the human heart. She suddenly remembered this sentence written in her notebook. In the apocalypse, the complexities of human nature are magnified infinitely. Order has vanished. People like Dong Hui, relying on brute force, verbally abuse the weak, but instantly become cowardly when faced with a truly strong opponent, yet their inherent greed and selfishness remain. What is the gatekeeper trying to convey by using such a person? Song Liang had already organized the manpower. "Let's go, Yun Zhao. The afternoon's tasks are even more important. They can't afford to delay any longer." Yun Zhao nodded, pointing to Dong Hui who was sitting. "You come along too. It'd be easier to observe if they act together." Dong Hui instinctively froze, blurting out, "Why should I?" Yun Zhao, "Because you're strong and powerful." Dong Hui, Song Liang looked over in surprise, seemingly realizing something, and gestured to Dong Hui, "You have to go, whether you like it or not. With you, there are exactly 30 of us. Get ready quickly. We're leaving in 5 minutes." The others had already run into rooms or shops outside to find backpacks to carry supplies. The town had shops selling various travel bags. Since they weren't food items, the bags were still unopened and hanging in the shops. Those without bags rushed out in a panic. Dong Hui was furious but helpless. He didn't dare argue with the superhumans and stormed out to get a backpack. 5 minutes later, the island's suspension bridge lowered, and everyone, fully equipped, walked out of the safe base. The entire Zero team carried bulging military backpacks and carried firearms, followed closely by 30 strong men carrying knives and empty backpacks. With the comings and goings over the past few days, the zombies on the other side had long been cleared away. A few scattered zombies wandered nearby, only to be shot in the head by a rabbit the moment they smelled living people and turned around. Yun Zhao walked in the middle of the group, Xie carrying a black tote bag ahead of her. The fire phoenix fluttered its wings and flew over, talking to the little bluebird. "I'm going to the beach. Do you want to go play there?" "Let's go together." The little bluebird scoffed and turned its head away, ignoring the fire phoenix. It actually wanted to abandon its fragile body. What a despicable creature. Seeing that the little bluebird was ignoring it, the fire phoenix, not knowing what it had done to anger the little bluebird, was full of questions and circled around, unwilling to leave. Xie slightly raised his eyelids. "Get back to work." The fire phoenix immediately began cursing. It circled the little bluebird twice more, unable to resist its host, and finally flew reluctantly towards the sea. Song Liang and Duanqi walked at the front of the group, casually shooting down a few scattered zombies along the road. The peregrine falcon had already flown to the intersection to monitor zombie activity. The group turned and headed south. Walking on the silent street, bloodstains and remains were everywhere, and the trash cans along the street had been overturned, with garbage scattered everywhere. A gust of wind blew by. It rustled up the fallen leaves and scraps of paper, creating a sound that, along with the subtle movements of the zombies, sounded particularly jarring in the quiet street. Duanqi raised his gun and killed a few zombies, then suddenly stopped. "Captain, there are a lot of zombies over there. Should we set up a defensive line here?" Xie looked up and surveyed the scene. They were nearing the intersection, and a large swarm of monsters could be clearly seen wandering aimlessly ahead. "Okay, drag some wrecked cars over." Tao Hao received the order, lowered his gun, pulled out gloves, put them on, grabbed a nearby car, and dragged it towards the middle of the road. The sentries were strong. Dragging these small cars was effortless. 2 men lifted it, making almost no sound. The defensive line formed by various wrecked cars blocked the entire road, and it was completed in a short time. The sentries tacitly removed their silencers. Since they were clearing out monsters, the more noise the better, ideally attracting all the nearby monsters and eliminating them all at once. The survivors following behind nervously looked around, silently retreating, trying to find cover. Only Jingyao and his 5 companions remained standing. Jingyao pondered for a moment, then stepped forward and asked Xie, "Could you give us a gun?" As a veteran, he and his comrades all knew how to use guns, and they helped in any way they could. Xie turned and gave him a meaningful look, then said nothing. He opened the black tote bag he was carrying and tossed each of them a rifle. He hadn't given them weapons before, fearing these mutants might mutate at any time and point their guns at them. But today, Yun Xiao was by his side. She could control these mutants at any time. Since they offered to help, Xie naturally wouldn't refuse. "Thank you." Feeling safer with their guns, the 6 quickly went behind the car and set up their weapons. Everyone was ready. Tao Hao leaped onto the roof of the car, hoisted the grenade launcher, aimed at the distant zombies, and fired a shot. As Tao Hao fired his shot, a deafening roar echoed through the silent, dilapidated street. Zombies near the blast center were blasted to pieces, limbs flying everywhere. The others, clinging tightly to the car, used its cover to quickly open fire. The commotion alerted all the nearby zombies. Instinctively, all the zombies turned, twisting their mangled bodies, and charged frantically towards the group's location, howling. Jingyao and the others also quickly pulled the triggers. Yun Xiao, standing behind Xie, was astonished by the incredible speed of the zombies. She had spent the past few days on the island organizing supplies, and hadn't encountered these disgusting monsters directly. In just a few days, the zombies, which had previously walked unsteadily and shakily, had become incredibly fast. They were all agile, even faster than living people. An ordinary person encountering these zombies now would have almost no chance of survival. Tao Hao quickly adjusted his stance and fired a second grenade. The survivors behind them had clearly seen the zombies' current speed, and they were all pale with fear, gripping their knives tightly, too afraid to move. Xie glanced at the crowd out of the corner of his eye, and spoke through the hail of bullets. "Duanqi, have Peregrine Falcon go find someone near the university town. Find that so-called boyfriend of Qinshi." Chapter 330. With Tao Hao's 2 shots, it was like stirring up a hornet's nest. In an instant, the seemingly scattered zombie horde surged forth like a black torrent from the ground, continuously converging. Looking around, at the end of the street, in the alleys on both sides, behind the ruins, everywhere were teeming with zombie figures, densely packed, with no end in sight. The number was beyond imagination. The survivors behind were terrified by the scene before them. Dong Hui cursed inwardly while looking for an opportunity to escape. Moving supplies didn't require this kind of stunt. These superhumans, relying on their abilities, acted recklessly. A dozen wrecked cars and a few guns, trying to stop so many zombies? They were practically playing with their lives. The survivors had no choice but to grip their knives tightly, nervously looking around, fearing a zombie might leap from behind. And indeed, one did. From the alleyways on either side, zombies, attracted by the commotion, howled and pounced. Their speed was so great that no one had time to react. Seeing this, Dong Hui panicked even more. His feet unconsciously moved backward, placing himself behind several men. His eyes darted around, searching for the best escape route. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a zombie crashed heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Rabbit put away his sniper rifle, gave a cool whistle, and ignored the survivors, continuing to aim at the zombies that appeared from behind. With each gunshot, the approaching zombies fell one after another. Lion and Brown Bear blocked the two alleyway entrances, roaring as they charged forward. Behind them lay a wide riverbed, with very few zombies emerging from either side, the front lines. Duanji leaned against the back of the car, repeatedly pulling the trigger, following his captain's orders to send the little guy to work. Everyone, including the spirit beings, had seen that photo. The little guy would definitely recognize it once they met. The peregrine falcon flapped its wings, ignoring the battlefield behind it, and flew happily towards the university town. It seemed happy to be able to go out and play on its own. Duanji sighed, switched to his heavy weapon, and began firing incessantly. The sentry's marksmanship was extremely accurate, every shot a kill. The 6 men hiding behind the car were now fully in combat mode. Jing Yao's every trigger pull was accompanied by a low shout. He felt as if he had returned to the days when he fought alongside his former comrades, and a surge of excitement welled up within him. His companions were the same, sweat rolled down their foreheads, soaking their collars, but they had no time to care, their eyes fixed intently on the approaching horde of zombies. Their rifles fired continuously, the barrels slightly hot, but they dared not stop for a moment. Tao Hao was busy on the roof of the car, loading shells and firing again. The streets were filled with smoke so thick you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. The pungent smell suffocating, he could only rely on his hearing to determine his location. Xie pulled Yun Zhao to a corner, a cunning position, a blind spot behind 3 cars, with a flower bed in the green belt right behind them. His eyes were sharp, observing the situation, throwing 1 or 2 bombs towards areas where zombies were concentrated. He maintained control of the situation amidst the chaos. Mixed with the aftershocks of exploding shells, gunfire and screams mingled together. In contrast, Yun Zhao was the most relaxed person present. She touched the gun at her waist and asked Little Bluebird, "Should I go help?" The little bluebird raised its head and gave her a look. "Kill them all?" Hearing this, Yun Zhao silently lowered her hand. Never mind. With her marksmanship, she might actually be able to kill a few people. Yun Zhao stood behind Xie, with Rabbit holding a sniper rifle very close to her. The smoke on the street grew thicker, the pungent smell causing people to cough and blurring their vision. Yun Zhao pondered for a moment, then slightly raised her hand. A bluish-green color seemed to emanate, spreading towards the nearby shops. This street was close to the tourist attractions, and the shops in the middle section almost all sold various local specialties. Green tea, dried shrimp, various dried seafood, etc. Before Team Zero arrived on the island, this place was almost teeming with zombies, and all the supplies remained untouched. Now, the zombies in the shops had long been eliminated, and it was very safe inside. The ones in front should kill the zombies, and the rest should move supplies nearby. Let's start from here, and take as many supplies as possible out. Yun Zhao reached out, and tugged at Xie backpack strap. Xie's gaze was cold and stern. He fired his gun while occasionally providing support to the front lines. Several explosives were fired, but the monster still couldn't break through the makeshift defenses. She felt a pull from behind. Xie turned around, seemingly understanding her meaning, his eyes sweeping over the survivors huddled together behind him. A group of large men stood huddled together, surrounded by the sounds of zombies, too afraid to move. The strong and robust Dong Hui was huddled at the very back of the group. "Don't just stand there. Don't forget why you came here," Xie said. "The sniper will provide cover. Try to collect as much supplies as possible nearby." Upon hearing this, some of the men seemed to snap out of their daze, and began to move laboriously towards their target, ducking into the nearby shops. Others, however, were gripped by fear and remained rooted to the spot, too afraid to move. There were 30 of them, but only one sniper. The lion, having cleared the zombies from the alley, strolled out, tossing its head, its fluffy mane flying with the movement. The spiritual entity, following orders, pushed a relatively intact electric tricycle to the shop entrance. From an ordinary person's perspective, all they saw was the tricycle, overturned at the entrance, suddenly flipping over, its wheels slowly turning, finally stopping in front of them. It was as if gesturing for them to quickly load the goods. The first dozen or so people to rush into the shop had already opened their backpacks, and were quickly stuffing them with various kinds of food. The rest of them, as if waking from a dream, realized they had come out precisely for that backpack full of free supplies. Dong Hui called to his companions, and taking advantage of the chaos, they crouched down and entered a shop to load the goods. Hiding inside the shop was safer than standing on the open street. He planned to stay inside until the group of superhumans had wiped out all the zombies. Yuan Zhao's attention was fixed on Dong Hui. Seeing him haphazardly stuffing food into his backpack, and then, unlike the others, who started loading supplies onto the vehicle, he turned his back to the people outside, and secretly pulled several enormous black plastic bags from his pants pocket, continuing to stuff them with food. His eyes darted around, seemingly looking for a place to temporarily hide the supplies that couldn't be taken to the island. The other survivors nearby noticed his actions, hesitated only for a moment, and immediately followed suit, searching for bags, trying to sneak some food away. The streets were filled with the sounds of gunfire, interspersed with occasional explosions. The smoke from the explosions filled the entire street, and the survivors thought the people outside couldn't see what they were doing. Rabbit, seeing this, was so angry he wanted to shoot them all dead. Chapter 331. Smoke filled the air. Yuan Zhao's vision was obstructed, and he couldn't see the others' actions. But judging from the rabbit's reaction, the others who discovered it must have followed suit. People have an unconscious tendency to conform. When they see others doing something, they will imitate it. Dong Hui led the way in stealing supplies, and the others, seeing this, were psychologically influenced and followed suit. In short, one rotten apple spoils the whole barrel. Xia Tu, with a cold face, didn't stop them. The streets were chaotic right now, and the team members were fighting desperately at the front. They couldn't spare any hands to deal with this group. This person can't be allowed to live. Xia Tu turned around and threw the 2 bombs in his hand, accurately tossing them into the charging horde of zombies. Instantly, the explosion was deafening. Flames and smoke instantly engulfed the zombies, and the powerful shockwave made the surrounding air tremble. Debris flew everywhere, and a pungent, burnt smell filled the air. Yuan Zhao instinctively covered his mouth and nose, then looked up at the question, should we kill him? Dong Hui represented the sun symbol. What would happen if he were killed? Yuan Zhao even had other thoughts. Do you think this contaminated zone could be made up of 6 people with sun symbols? Children, high school students, college students, thugs, veterans. Representing different groups struggling in the apocalypse. If that's the case, it'd be simpler for us. Xia Tu pulled the trigger, firing at the rapidly emerging zombies. As long as we kill these 6, we don't even need to kill all the zombies in the city, and the zombie apocalypse will end. The gatekeeper used them as a blueprint to construct the zombie apocalypse depicted in the scene. However, the zombie apocalypse ending with the killing of them doesn't mean the contaminated zone will collapse, Xia Tu said. With the shattering of consciousness, new consciousness may be generated. Just like the consciousness within the Sentinel's mental domain, representing fragments of past memories, it will regenerate after being disrupted. That's why Little Bluebird dared to cause such rampage during its mental intervention. The smoke grew thicker. Yuan Zhao could no longer see Dong Hui with the naked eye. You still haven't answered me. Are you going to kill him? The survivors on the island had initially worked together quite well. To build the safe base, everyone worked diligently, doing almost everything given the order. During the time they were organizing supplies on the island, no one hoarded food. This united team was now fractured because of Dong Hui. Humans have selfish desires. Dong Hui's existence amplified the evil side of human nature. If not handled properly, this malignant tumor would continue to erode the cohesion of the safe base. Xia Tu, I want to kill him, but I can't kill him yet. Given Xia Tu's personality, someone like this should have died long ago. But there's still one person representing the sun symbol who hasn't been found. Killing him could very well introduce unpredictable changes to the zombie apocalypse that's only half cleared. For women and 2 men? Now there are 2 women and 3 men. The last one, barring any unforeseen circumstances, should also be male. The gatekeeper's hints were too obvious. What does the reverse gender signify? The people inside the shop are moving hurriedly. Some are probably seeing this for the first time, their eyes are panicked, and they frantically stuff food into bags. They cautiously observe their surroundings from time to time, muttering to themselves, afraid of being discovered. Soon, the backpacks were full, and the food in the bags had found a safe place to be stored. The group finally began loading their belongings onto the electric tricycle. The vehicle wasn't large. It was probably used by a shop for loading and unloading goods. The brown bear and the lion dragged 2 more vehicles over to load supplies, then, ignoring the rest of the group, ran to the front lines to help. The little bluebird tilted its head, thought for a moment, then flapped its wings and flew into the shop. It quickly found all the supplies the survivors had hidden. The little bluebird stared at the dozens of large bags it had found, letting out a mocking laugh, eager to see them all. Yuan Zhao understood what the little creature meant. The little bluebird loved a good show. It wanted to see the people's reaction when they discovered their hidden supplies were gone. "Alright, let's give them a little surprise then," Yun Zhao said softly. The hidden supplies weren't much. Giving them to them wouldn't be a big deal. But this behavior was unacceptable. Once this bad precedent was set, a series of problems would follow. Afterwards, a city's worth of supplies awaited them. Seeing Dong Hui so easily hide the supplies, everyone secretly thought, if he can do it, so can I. Once this thought spread, it was like a virus, eroding the trust and cohesion within the safe base. The sound of artillery fire continued in the distance. Tao Haohao stood motionless on the roof of the vehicle, blasting grenades one after another, scattering the limbs of zombies rushing towards the crossroads. The muzzle of the cannon he was carrying was slightly hot, and the ammunition in his backpack was rapidly dwindling. Tao Haohao, seemingly out of nowhere, pulled a mask from his bag and put it on, muttering, "Damn, it stinks." Duan Shi, taking a moment to change his magazine, said, "Almost there, almost there. Let's kill a few more hours before going back for dinner." The sentry's combat prowess was astonishing. Facing thousands of zombies, they showed no fear. Each soldier was an extremely accurate marksman, all getting headshots with a single shot. Against hordes of zombies, they simply unleashed a single, brutal shell. The captain, positioned in a corner, would occasionally add a bomb or two. No matter how powerful the zombies evolved, they were still, for now, flesh and blood. Half a day passed. They still couldn't break through the defensive line formed by the abandoned vehicles. The ground was already covered with countless corpses. The car lying across the road was engulfed in flames, and cracks appeared in the ground from the constant bombardment. Yun Zhao turned his gaze to the other side. Jing Yao and the other 6 men, their faces flushed, lay prone behind the car. He was already drenched in sweat, his palms soaked, yet he still gripped his gun firmly. His hands never stopped moving, desperately firing to keep the zombies at bay. Dong Hui and Jing Yao. The difference between them seemed too great. Greenish-blue fluorescent light danced, inconspicuous amidst the smoke. A few days ago, survivors had been arriving one after another. But since today, not a single survivor has appeared. Yun Zhao only understood the reason after coming out. For ordinary people, the zombies had become too strong. They could no longer cross this path to reach the safe base. "Captain! Look at that zombie." Rabbit, perched on the roof of a car by the roadside behind him, suddenly pointed ahead and exclaimed. In the distance, a zombie unlike any other was approaching at an astonishing speed. Its figure flickered in and out of existence in the dim smoke, each step leaving faint after-images of lightning. Its speed and movements were clearly different from other zombies. The rabbit didn't kill it immediately, asking, "Is this the superpower Qi Ling was talking about?" Qi Ling, also firing from behind a car, couldn't help but peek out. The intersection ahead was chaotic, bombs and grenades were billowing smoke, and abandoned vehicles were ablaze. Without the sentry's line of sight, he couldn't see anything at all. Xie stood to the side, squinting, intently observing the zombie that maintained its high speed amidst the chaos. The current emanating from its body was weak, but it was definitely electricity. In just a few breaths, it had crossed the intersection and was approaching the defensive line. Chapter 332. 2 spiritual entities intercepted the special zombie. Everyone tacitly refrained from attacking, instead observing its every move. This zombie's appearance differed from the blood-soaked zombies of the others. Its limbs were relatively intact, its skin was bluish-black, and its mouth was slightly open, revealing a set of sharp teeth, some of which still bore traces of blood. Yun Zhao made her move at this moment. This unusual zombie was closer to a mutated species, except it lacked the black slime and black aura surrounding it. It didn't look so disgusting. The little bluebird glanced at it lazily, showing no reaction. The surrounding bluish-green fluorescence, following Yun Zhao's movements, rapidly converged into a galaxy, heading towards the zombie. The moment the spiritual thread entered her body, a chaotic and disordered dark emotion surged forth. The resulting violent power seemed intent on tearing everything apart. It reminded her of the 2 mutated sentinels she had treated before. The gatekeeper is a truly contradictory entity. On one hand, it wants to convey information, yet on the other hand, it wants to keep them trapped in the contaminated zone forever, as if unable to suppress its instinctive malice. Yun Zhao turned to Xie and asked, "Could it be a sentinel mutant?" "It feels very similar." Xie hummed in agreement, his gaze towards the monster deepening. "The gatekeeper is using slow evolution to mislead us. It's alright for now, but we need to speed up the cleanup. Currently, this so-called evolution is still within the sentinel's capabilities. The weak electric current cannot harm the sentinels for the time being. As long as the zombies haven't shed their flesh and blood, bullets remain deadly weapons. But at the current rate of evolution, the longer it drags on, the stronger the zombies become, making the subsequent cleanup increasingly difficult. Yun Zhao seemed thoughtful. Xie Tu had already raised his hand and shot it dead. The battle continued until nightfall. Fewer and fewer zombies were charging, but there were still scattered monsters, attracted by the noise, surging in from relatively distant places. Sometimes, a chaotic array of evolved zombies appeared. Barely speaking, only the lightning-type zombie and the wind-type zombie behind it could reach the speed of a level 2 mutant. Thanks to the Sentinel's superhuman senses, the rabbit released the King Chameleon, easily detecting the wind-type zombie's movement. She set up her sniper rifle, tilted her head, aimed, and shot it dead across the smoke-filled intersection. The supplies behind them filled truck after truck. These trucks were found on the spot in the nearby streets. It didn't matter if they couldn't be driven. The streets were closed to the suspension bridge. As long as they could carry supplies, they could be hauled back. As dusk settled, a group of middle-aged men huddled inside a shop. They heard the noise outside subside, the gunfire, no longer frequent but intermittent. Each carrying a bulging backpack, they gradually gathered on the street. A group of over 20 men stood at the back, exchanging glances and hesitant glances. Finally, one of them couldn't help but step forward, mustering his courage to speak. "It's getting dark, officers. Shouldn't we go back?" The man who spoke lowered his head guiltily. Seemingly sensing something was amiss, he couldn't help but try to explain. "The supplies are all packed. It's too late. The zombies will evolve at night. It's dangerous for us to stay here." Xie Tu, head bowed, casually changed his magazine. Hearing this, he glanced up at them with a half-smile. "That's right." Xie Tu turned and called to his team, "Fall back." "Roger." A few zombies were still darting out in the distance. The entire Zero team ignored them, holstering their guns and jumping out of the cars. Qi Ling even kindly told Jingyao and the others, "Let's go." The group hadn't even had time to breathe a sigh of relief. Several zombies rushed to the defensive line, ramming the pile of wrecked cars with a loud crash. Xie Tu bent down to pick up the black tote bag on the ground, gesturing for Jingyao and the others to return their guns. The 6 veterans, drenched in sweat and looking completely exhausted, leaned against the back of the car. Seeing the zombies charging, they reflexively raised their guns again. "Don't worry about it. We leave in 5 minutes." Xie Tu turned to the crowd and said calmly, "The supplies will be transported by the 24 of you. You have 5 minutes to leave. If the supplies are lost, you pay with your lives." A chilling silence fell over the crowd. Someone reacted first, turning and rushing to find a drivable supply truck. These supply trucks were randomly chosen from the street. The keys were almost all in the ignition. Some were still drivable, others were too damaged to start. If they chose a damaged truck, towing it would definitely outrun the zombies. The group quickly grabbed the drivable trucks. Most people secretly hid the supplies. Faced with the instinctive guilt of the Zero team members, not a single person asked why they only had 5 minutes, nor did anyone doubt the truthfulness of Xie Tu's words. The superhumans killed zombies so easily. If they dared to abandon the supplies, guns might really be pointed at them. Dong Hui was a beat slower, cursing under his breath, and quickly called his companions forward, roughly shoving aside the 2 in front of him, and plopping down on the electric tricycle truck. The 2 men whose car had been stolen dared not speak out in anger, nor did they have time to argue with them. They hurried off to find other supply vehicles. The scene quickly became chaotic. Duanxi nudged Song Liang. "See? I told you the captain was petty and vengeful." They had plenty of time to retreat, yet they insisted on leaving a few zombies to scare people. Song Liang glared at Duanxi speechlessly. Since they knew the captain was vengeful, they still dared to openly scoff at him. They haven't learned their lesson after being punished so many times. Xie Tu glanced at Duanxi but didn't say anything. He picked up his black bag and said to Yun Zhao, "Let's go." 5 minutes had passed. There was no need to stay and wait for these people. Yun Zhao was whispering to the little bluebird when he heard this and jogged to catch up with him. The little bluebird flapped its wings and flew towards the lion, intercepting the zombies behind them. It disdainfully stomped on the lion's head. "You're dirty. Lion, eh? Little bluebird, let's go find the bags. It's going to throw away all the supplies those people hid." The brown bear and the king chameleon didn't leave either. The spirits gathered together, whispering and plotting their mischief. The Zero team members left first. Jingyao and the others, recovering, quickly followed. The survivors still pushing the cart, seeing that the superhumans were actually disregarding everything and planning to leave first, were terrified and pushed the cart forward with all their might. Yun Zhao glanced at them indifferently, then looked up and asked the man beside him, "How's Fire Phoenix doing?" Dongi Town isn't far from the sea, about a kilometer as the crow flies. But coastal cities have very long coastlines. Fire Phoenix's primary destination is the beach opposite Peach Blossom Island, about 7 kilometers away. Standing here, with buildings blocking the view, Fire Phoenix's massive figure is completely invisible. Xie led her away from the zombie corpses on the ground and said, "Everything is going well." Chapter 333. The Fire Phoenix was forced to leave the little bluebird again, clearly throwing a tantrum. Upon arriving at the beach, zombies densely covered every inch of sand. The Fire Phoenix, seemingly venting its anger, relentlessly swooped down to attack, wiping out large swarms of zombies with each strike. It seemed eager to complete its mission and return as soon as possible. Xie was too lazy to communicate with it. He was content with simply cleaning up. Yun Xiao couldn't help but say, "Why don't you treat it a little better?" The way S-rank sentinels and spiritual beings interacted was always strange. Some were spoiled rotten, others were utterly disdainful. Xie glanced at the supply trucks ahead, paused, and said, "I try." He remembered the little bluebird, also a phoenix, who clung to Yun Xiao, always putting her first. It had its own perch and swing, a pile of toys, and its own playroom. And the Fire Phoenix's first toy since its birth was a red ball Yun Xiao bought for it. It loved it dearly, and would even bring it home to play with at night. Xie had never bought it anything. The Fire Phoenix followed him into various dangerous, polluted areas, and soon after awakening, it became covered in dark matter, constantly overwhelmed by violent emotions. Before meeting Yun Xiao, its mind was always in a daze. Perhaps he could try to be kinder to it. At this moment, the Fire Phoenix was on its way back, and through the mental connection, it sensed the original consciousness. The little guy immediately pushed its luck. "Will you be kind to me? Then you can't separate me from Qingwan. I want to follow Qingwan every day, and I don't want to come back at night. You can do the work yourself. Why can't a guide have 2 spiritual bodies? That way I won't have to ask your permission for everything, and I can follow her all the time. I want to live in her spiritual realm." Xie rubbed his temples. "Shut up. Fire Phoenix's feathers are standing on end. You said you'd be good to me. Why aren't you wearing red clothes, a red hat?" Xie said expressionlessly, "Not any better." The group returned to the safe base. It was completely dark. Those pushing the supply carts back collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, after crossing the suspension bridge. Zombies were chasing them. They had practically risked their lives. In contrast, those driving the vehicles were clearly much more relaxed. Dong Hui and the others had already slipped back to their rooms with bulging backpacks. Jing Yao and the others, having helped kill zombies, hadn't gone to collect supplies. Yun Xiao decided to let them go directly to the vehicle. The 6 hesitated for a moment, thanked him, got up, took some food from the vehicle, and returned to their rooms to rest. The Zero team dragged the supplies back to their hotel, and temporarily stored them in their first-floor guest rooms. After dark, the entire city was shrouded in thick darkness, a deathly abyss. Only 2 hotels on the island emitted faint lights, like flickering hopes in the darkness. In the distance, the occasional movements and sounds of zombies could be heard. Everyone had long since grown accustomed to it. After finishing their meal, the spirit entities returned together. Fire Phoenix and Peregrine Falcon were among them. The little bluebird flew straight towards Yun Xiao, in a good mood after its misdeeds, unusually giving Fire Phoenix a friendly look. "Throw it all away." The spirit entities retrieved all the hidden supplies, and threw them where the survivors couldn't find them. The little bluebird, eager for chaos, couldn't wait to see their reaction upon discovering the supplies were missing. Yun Xiao also wanted to see, and casually praised it a couple of times. The little bluebird arrogantly raised its head, accepting her praise. Meanwhile, the Peregrine Falcon was also communicating with Duanxi. The Zero team members, as usual, gathered in the suite on the 3rd floor. Duanxi said, the Peregrine Falcon searched the entire area, but didn't find Shenxi's boyfriend, though he did find quite a few survivors. For ordinary people, the zombies now are far too powerful. They can no longer leave their hiding place to reach the safe base. Especially near the university town, where the population is dense, and the number of zombies is extremely high. Luckily Jing Yao and the other group arrived early. If they had arrived a day later, they probably wouldn't have been able to reach this place safely. Xie nodded. "At our speed, we should be able to clear that area by the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow, after the Peregrine Falcon has scouted the route, we expand the search area." Duanxi agreed. Everyone began to review today's operation. Song Liang sat cross-legged on the sofa, spreading out a map. "The cleanup is a bit slow. We worked all afternoon, and only cleared the zombies from one intersection. We have 11 truckloads of supplies. We still need to figure out how to get them out. Our biggest worry right now is that at our pace, we don't know when we'll be able to clear all the zombies from the city. Song Liang said, the gatekeeper hasn't shown up yet. Every day that passes, the zombies get stronger. If the last ones become zombie kings, we probably won't be able to handle it alone. Qi Ling imagined that scene. Hundreds of thousands of zombies remaining in the city, each a zombie king, each with superpowers. In the battle, lightning, fire, water, ice, all sorts of superpowers would be intertwined. Would it just be a post-apocalyptic fantasy? Qi Ling, The gatekeeper probably doesn't have that kind of power. Qi Ling couldn't help but explain again, in typical post-apocalyptic novels, those with superpowers possess crystal cores, and various crystal cores can help those with superpowers enhance their abilities. In the afternoon, the sounds of gunfire were incessant, smoke filled the air, and the scene was utterly chaotic. Qi Ling's vision was completely obscured by the zombies emanating superpowers, and he didn't hear the sentry's discussions. He only learned about the mutated zombies upon returning. Qi Ling couldn't help but say, have you guys dug open the zombies' brains to look? The crystal core is usually inside the brain. The sentries, That's disgusting. Tao Hao shouted, who would dig into a monster's brain for no reason. It's not like we're perverts. Duanqi felt a chill. Do you even understand human anatomy? Do you know what's inside the brain? Cerebral cortex, white matter, cerebrospinal fluid, brain matter. Digging into a zombie's brain to find the crystal core? You think it's as simple as opening a sea urchin? It's completely unethical. Qi Ling, I don't know, that's how it's written in novels. Yuan Xiao silently said, people in the old days really had heavy tastes. The rabbit nodded frantically. The topic had unsurprisingly veered off course again. Xie Tu, as always, remained calm and said, find those mutated zombie corpses tomorrow, dig them up, and we know. Duanqi was the first to react, I won't do it. Me neither. Tao Hao shook his head vigorously, thought for a second, and immediately added, the brown bear won't do it either. The rabbit weakly raised its hand, Captain, I can't either. Yuan Xiao remained silent. She was just a guide with no strength to even kill a chicken, and this job was definitely not hers to do. Song Liang hesitated, wanting to speak but stopping himself. Qi Ling pulled his cloak hood down, trying to minimize his presence. When reading the novel, he thought digging for crystal cores was quite easy, even somewhat satisfying. But actually doing it himself, the thought of breaking open a head, seeing a rotting corpse with wide, unseeing eyes, and brains spilling out, sent chills down his spine. Xie Tu paused for a moment, let the survivors dig, that guy named Dong Hui. It's too lenient to just let him drive the car back after he led the way in hiding supplies. The entire Zero team breathed a sigh of relief. The topic returned, and the group began discussing their route for tomorrow's operation. Chapter 334. Xie Tu divided the city into several areas. Based on the distribution of zombies and the terrain, he formulated corresponding cleanup plans. Prioritized clearing densely populated areas, conduct a general sweep, and then do a detailed cleanup at the end. Xie Tu also informed them of the situation at the beach. The coastline is very long. Fire Phoenix only cleared less than 5 kilometers today. It will continue tomorrow, trying to lure the retreating zombies back to the beach. Zombies are active everywhere. It's possible that by tomorrow, the cleared areas will be overrun with zombies again. It's estimated that it will take several more days to eliminate most of the zombies on the beach. Yuan Xiao couldn't help but ask, did you check Peach Blossom Island? She suspected the last survivor was on Peach Blossom Island. Xie Tu, yes, Fire Phoenix glanced at it from the air, there are indeed many survivors on the island. Fire Phoenix's zombie clearing operation was quite noisy. The people on the island had already noticed, and almost all of them came out to watch from the shore. But Fire Phoenix was too busy venting its anger. When asked how many people there were, it only said, I don't know, there are many. Once the zombies on the shore are cleared, the people on the island will come out on their own, Song Liang echoed. Yuan Xiao turned and nudged the little bluebird. Why don't you go hand out some flyers to them tomorrow? It's safe there, but there aren't many supplies, they won't last long. Knowing there's a safe base, those people might come over once they leave the island. The little bluebird tilted its head, thought for a moment, and agreed. It had never seen the sea and wanted to go play. The Fire Phoenix, having learned it would have to work alone tomorrow, was already making a fuss with Xie Tu. Now, hearing the little bluebird was going too, it immediately changed its tune and flew to the little bluebird's side. Let's go together. The little bluebird haughtily raised its head, ignoring it. The streets on the other side had been cleared. Xie turned his head, continuing to make arrangements while looking at the map. Tomorrow we can drive armored vehicles and military trucks out. Several densely populated areas in the surrounding area will be subjected to large-scale bombing. Afterwards, a safe passage to the military base will be established. We should strive to clear out, search for survivors, and gather supplies simultaneously. They had to be fast. Before the zombies evolved to more powerful forms, most of the monsters had to be eliminated. Xie continued, also, we won't participate in the subsequent defensive fortifications on the island. The survivors will have to figure out the materials for the subsequent renovations themselves. Team Zero wasn't here to do infrastructure construction. Taking in survivors was just one part of completing their mission. This matter was directly entrusted to the 6 college students. Yes. The members of Team Zero responded. It was getting late. After the meeting, everyone got up and went back to their rooms to rest. Tonight was Xie turn to keep watch. The third-floor corridor was carpeted with thick carpet. Outside Ling and Duanqi's room, there was a round table and a single sofa. A small seat reserved for night watch personnel. Yun Xiao was pulled back to her room by Rabbit. Seeing the empty round table outside, she turned to Xie and said, "Go to the warehouse and get some food, and boil some water to make some tea, otherwise it'd be very boring tonight." She and Ling weren't on night watch. Neither of them possessed the sentry's 5 senses. Even if there was something happening outside, they might not be able to detect it in time. Although Yun Xiao wasn't participating, she knew that night watch was a very boring task. After nightfall, sitting in the very quiet corridor, unable to sleep, yet needing to remain vigilant at all times, she endured until dawn. Xie, still talking with Song Liang in the suite, smiled slightly upon hearing this and turned back to reply okay. Rabbit, eager to return to her room, pulled Yun Xiao into their room. The hotel environment was truly nice. The rooms were very spacious, had independent power supply, and were fully equipped with daily necessities. The 2 beds in the room were messy and unmade. The bedding, which had been lifted in the morning, was still untouched on the beds. A pile of snacks lay scattered on the table, empty water bottles were carelessly placed, and the trash can was full of snack wrappers. The room appeared quite cluttered. In contrast, the rooms of the several grown men next door were much tidier. Rabbit, who had been cared for by her older brother since childhood, and only learned to live independently after his death, had better self-care abilities than Yun Xiao. But she didn't have any obsessive-compulsive tendencies or germophobia. She could tolerate even the mess. Rabbit eagerly pulled out her phone as soon as she entered the room, and sat on the sofa by the window. "Sister Yun Xiao, you go wash up first, I play some games." She'd been holding Chen-Chi's phone. There were charging facilities in the guest room. The people in the wasteland world had few entertainment facilities. Only public officials owned communication devices and used the internet. To prevent people from becoming addicted to games, the base didn't offer any games or entertainment online. Rabbit was new to this. She swiped her finger across the screen, tapped the match 3 icon, and muttered, "This game is really interesting. I never played it before." "Yeah, remember not to play too late." Yun Xiao changed into slippers and went over to throw the empty water bottle on the table into the trash can. The little bluebird had been chattering incessantly since she came in. "Ah, it's too messy, let him come in and clean up." Yun Xiao cleaned the table, fed the rabbit some food, then bent down to pick up the trash bag, explaining, "The team leader can't enter the girls' room. We were at a rush this morning, and didn't have time to clean." She had just opened her eyes to hear the call to assemble. There was no time to tidy up. The little bluebird tilted its head, seemingly incredulous. "You? Tidy up?" Yun Xiao poked it. "I can do simple things. Throwing out the trash and making the bed isn't difficult." She didn't have many life skills, but laying the bedding directly on the bed was easy. That's what she always did at home. The little bluebird seemed a little dissatisfied. "You need someone to take care of you." Yun Xiao didn't say anything, cleaned the table, put on a new trash bag, and then went to the bathroom to wash up. The hotel water was already contaminated. Showering every day was a luxury. Yun Xiao simply tidied up, washed her face, brushed her teeth, and came out of the bathroom to call to the person engrossed in playing games. "Ayu, you have to go to sleep after half an hour of playing." After all, this was a contaminated area. Tomorrow, Team Zero needs to speed up the cleanup. The sentries will be very busy, so we need to ensure they get enough rest. "Okay," Rabbit replied. Yun Xiao thought for a moment. The captain might get bored on night watch. Let him play with his phone later. Having something to pass the time is better than just sitting around doing nothing. Rabbit, of course, had no objections. Half an hour later, Rabbit reluctantly handed the phone to Yun Xiao. Yuan Xiao, feeling drowsy, got up, took the phone, and opened the door. The corridor was dimly lit. A man in a black combat uniform sat facing the window, gazing out. His figure appeared somewhat hazy in the dim light. A steaming teacup sat on the round table beside him, a city map spread out on it, and paper and pen resting on top of the map. It seemed he planned to use his night watch to organize the clues he had gathered so far. Yuan Zhao felt his concern was somewhat unnecessary. How could he be bored? He could spend an entire night just guessing who the gatekeeper was. Xia Tu turned to look at him. He clearly heard her talking to the rabbit, got up, took the phone, and ruffled her hair. Go to sleep early. You have to get up very early tomorrow. Chapter 335. Since setting up camp here, Team Zero hasn't arranged for any survivors to patrol. At night, the entire island is utterly silent. Outside the window, darkness permeates the air, and the faint roars of zombies can be heard. Yuan Zhao was indeed a little sleepy. Xia Tu had clearly been observing the evolution of the zombies outside. Today, there have already been mutant zombies. Tomorrow, there will only be more monsters of that strength. Even though she was sleepy, Yuan Zhao still forced her eyes open and asked, "Do you know how to play Candy Crush? Do you want me to teach you?" Xia Tu chuckled, reached out and pressed her shoulder, turning her around and pushing her back to the doorway. "No need, I know how to play. Go to sleep." Yuan Zhao was pushed forward and could only reply okay. But deep down, she thought he definitely didn't know how to play. He was just trying to save face as the team leader. Xia Tu, unaware of her thoughts, let go of her hand and let her go inside to rest. After watching her go in, he closed the door for them. The distant horizon was faintly visible through the hazy mist. The coastal city was shrouded in an unusual silence and desolation at dawn, obscuring its usual bustle and clamor. Armored off-road vehicles sped across the suspension bridge. Their tires kicked up clouds of dust, followed closely by two military trucks, their roars echoing through the empty city, shattering the morning tranquility. Zombies that had wandered to the vicinity of the opposite shore the previous night were attracted by the roar of the vehicles, and appeared from all directions, frantically chasing the convoy. These zombies were no longer the slow-moving monsters of memory, blindly waving their arms. Catalyzed by dark matter, almost all of them had unleashed the speed of a human runner. Muscles twisted and bulged beneath rotting skin, their legs stomping powerfully on the ground as they ran, occasionally emitting chilling screams. Even more terrifying was the increasing number of special zombies appearing. They hadn't been outside long when they encountered a zombie emitting a piercing howl, its sonic waves cutting through the air like blades. The sentries in the vehicle felt a sharp pain in their eardrums. Rabbit rubbed her ears, extended her gun through the observation window, and accurately shot the zombie dead. She turned to Qiling. "What kind of superpower is this? A sonic attack?" "Qiling, probably." "Rabbit, didn't you know?" Qiling felt a little aggrieved. "I just read apocalyptic novels." Yuan Zhao didn't seem to care. She seemed thoughtful. "Is it targeting sentries?" "Possibly." Xia Tu, sitting in the passenger seat, gestured, "Stop the car." Duan was driving today. There were only a few of them in the car. Song Liang and Tao Haohao were responsible for driving the military truck in the back. Upon hearing this, Duan slowed down, waved a hand to signal the cars behind him, and then braked. Xia Tu sent a message to the Peregrine Falcon. The men who led the hiding of supplies yesterday should go and dig out the brains of the zombie the rabbit had just killed to see if there were any crystal cores. Probably because they had witnessed Zero Team's true strength yesterday and tasted success. 30 strong men followed without hesitation this morning. Each of them still carried a backpack. Before coming out, they planned to repeat the process and gather even more supplies this morning. Now, hearing that they had to get out of the car to dig for crystal cores, Dong Hui, whose name was called, instinctively felt dissatisfied. "Why me?" Tao Haohao didn't bother arguing with him, tossed him a hammer, and, borrowing Yuan Zhao's words from yesterday, said, "Because you're strong? Hurry up, don't waste our time." A ruthless aura emanated from Dong Hui, as if it might erupt at any moment. These superhumans were clearly stronger than him, capable of easily killing even superhuman zombies, yet they specifically ordered him, an ordinary person, to get out of the car. He wanted to explode in fury, but dared not actually provoke them. He could only grit his teeth, take the hammer, and get out of the car. When reading post-apocalyptic novels, everyone thought decapitating a zombie was easy. But now, looking at the monster's corpse lying on the ground, its face twisted and grotesque, blood pooling around it, its murky eyes wide open, and bits of flesh and dark red blood still clinging to its mouth, Dong Hui felt a chill run down his spine and remained motionless for a long time. He was afraid that if he struck with the hammer, the zombie would suddenly leap up and bite him. Tao Hao was getting impatient. I give you 3 minutes. If you don't move, we're driving off. Dong Hui cursed inwardly, and had no choice but to swing the hammer and smash it down hard on the corpse's head. It seemed they wanted to vent all their frustrations on the lifeless zombie. With a swing of the hammer, brains splattered, and the zombie's head was quickly smashed flat, a stench filling the air. Dong Hui, suppressing his nausea, searched the corpse. After a moment, he said gruffly, nothing. Tao Hao casually scoffed, then get in the truck, go dig up those we killed yesterday and check again. The back of the military truck was packed with people. Most of the survivors only learned of the mutated zombie's appearance at this point. Some swallowed nervously, some huddled together clutching their backpacks, and others were indignant. This world is so unfair. Mutated zombies have appeared. Why haven't they awakened any superpowers? Tao Hao didn't care what they were thinking. In his eyes, these mutants, who could sleep and eat and looked more like normal people than actual humans, were far more terrifying than zombies. Duanqi restarted the car ahead, and Tao Hao followed. Only a few zombies remained in the cleared section of the road. They had almost all wandered over at night. Their numbers weren't large, and Xia Tu, sitting in the passenger seat, dealt with them one by one. The car quickly arrived at the street that had been cleared yesterday. The horrific scene from yesterday was still visible on the street. The defensive line formed by abandoned vehicles was still there, with shell casings and corpses scattered everywhere, and charred marks remaining in all directions. The little bluebird and the fire phoenix hadn't left yet, and seeing the familiar scene before them, they fluttered their wings. The little bluebird was gloating, looking like it wanted to see a good show. Yuan Zhao gave it a heads up beforehand, lest it be disappointed later. They wouldn't dare look at the hidden supplies in front of us. The implication was that they might not see the reaction of those people discovering the supplies were missing. The little guy wouldn't leave, eager to see what the commotion was like. Upon hearing this, he was clearly displeased, wishing he could drag these people to where they hid their things and force them to look. Yuan Zhao reassured him, but it's alright, even if they don't find out today, they will in a few days. She pulled out a few flyers from her backpack. Go play. Didn't you want to see the sea? If they notice, I call you back. Actually, both the human and the spiritual entity had seen what the sea looked like in Fu Heng's spiritual realm. But Fu Heng's realm didn't have beaches or buildings, only endless seawater. This polluted area, however, preserved scenes from the old era, with various tourist attractions and beaches of different scenery. Yuan Zhao also wanted to see what the seaside looked like in the old days. The little bluebird reluctantly accepted her explanation. The little guy tilted his head, stared at the flyers, gave them a disdainful look, and then suddenly raised his noble head. The fire phoenix, understanding the situation, immediately trotted forward and carried the leaflet for the little bluebird. The little bluebird was satisfied and flapped its wings to fly to the armored vehicle, with the fire phoenix quickly following. The two phoenixes flew towards the sea. The armored vehicle had already stopped, and the sentries had killed the wandering zombies nearby, quickly finding the corpses of the mutated zombies from yesterday. Tao Hao yelled at Dong Hui, hurry up, get out of the vehicle and keep digging. Dong Hui, hearing that he was being asked to do the work again, instantly flew into a rage. Chapter 336. There were clearly 30 people in the car, yet he was only ordered to smash the disgusting zombie's head. Dong Hui gripped the hammer tightly, his anger burning. He outwardly dared not lash out, but inwardly, he was cursing furiously. Since landing on the island, the survivor staying at the same hotel, seeing his burly figure and bulging muscles, preferred to avoid trouble and dared not confront him. He was used to being arrogant. But there was a group of superhumans on the island who constantly checked him. Even if Dong Hui was dissatisfied, he dared not resist. He jumped out of the car and stopped a few steps away from the zombie. Dong Hui glanced back at the people in the car, a sinister glint in his eyes, then turned and swung the hammer violently at the zombie's head. One blow, two blows, each one filled with brutal force. The zombie's head was smashed to pieces, brains splattering out. Duanqi saw everything clearly and remarked, this guy's really ruthless. He didn't even blink at the sight of the corpses scattered on the ground. Humans fear creatures that resemble themselves. Whether zombies or mutants, their torsos retain human forms, which instinctively evoke fear. This person showed no fear whatsoever. His resistance and dissatisfaction stemmed solely from the Sentinel's superior attitude in ordering him to do his work. Yuan Zhao, sitting inside the vehicle, couldn't see what was happening behind her. Hearing Duanqi's comment, she wasn't curious. She had absolutely no interest in digging out zombie heads. She didn't want to witness such a disgusting scene. The rabbit squatted by the observation window, Her king, the chameleon, had already run out and was perched on the truck behind, supervising Dong Hui as he dug out the crystal cores. With King Chameleon's eyesight, as long as the zombie had a crystal core in its brain, Dong Hui would have no reason to hide it. Not long after, Tao Hao Hao called from behind, "No crystal core." Rabbit also said, "Indeed, no." Xie nodded. "Let's go." It could be a matter of probability, or there might not even be any crystal core at all. The pile of abandoned vehicles ahead was moved aside by the spirits, and the armored vehicle restarted. The roar of the car suddenly rang out in the silent, desolate city, and zombies immediately appeared around. "Captain, I go upstairs." Rabbit greeted him, opened the sunroof, and nimbly climbed onto the roof to the second floor. The narrow visibility inside the vehicle was a disadvantage for snipers, making it difficult to find the mutated zombies. Xie hummed in agreement, bent down, and stepped from the passenger seat into the back of the vehicle, opening a wooden crate on one side. Inside, it was filled with bombs. Xie pried open the boxes one by one, revealing a uniform array of mass-destructive munitions, leaving Qi Ling stunned. Yun Zhao stood with his back to him, looking out the observation window. The commotion from yesterday had attracted almost all the zombies from the nearby streets. The armored off-road vehicle slowly advanced, with only a dozen or so scattered zombies on the road. Gunshots rang out from the roof of the vehicle. The zombie charging ahead had a bloody hole in its forehead, its running body crashing heavily to the ground, mercilessly crushed by the speeding armored vehicle. Two military trucks quickly followed behind. The armored vehicle was the first to cross the intersection and turn right. After traveling 2 more blocks, the roars of monsters gradually began to rise and fall. The noise grew louder and clearer. Ahead, a dark mass of zombies, drawn by the sound, surged towards the armored vehicle like a surging black tide. These monsters ran like normal humans, their murky eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Xie calmly gave the order, "Duanxi, activate the front-mounted automatic firing mechanism and charge straight in." "Roger that." Rabbit stood on the roof, his expression grave, gripping his sniper rifle tightly, quickly aiming at the stronger mutated zombie in the horde. A gunshot rang out. The bullet, whistling sharply, flew out and accurately struck the head of a massive mutated zombie. The zombie's enormous body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. But this was only the beginning. More zombies trampled over the corpses of their comrades, continuing their frenzied advance. At the same time, the automatic firing mechanism on the roof activated, bullets clattering towards the horde ahead. The dense gunfire poured out like a torrential downpour, tearing through the air. Duanxi steered the armored vehicle steadily with both hands, slamming on the accelerator and charging towards the horde of zombies. The front of the vehicle slammed into a zombie, producing a dull thud. The monster's body was sent flying high into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. "This vehicle is really good," Duanxi remarked. No one in the back seat responded. The talkative Tao Hao Hao and the more composed Song Liang followed in the truck, while Rabbit, who usually argued with him, went to the roof. The remaining 3 in the vehicle, Xie, Yun Zhao, and Qi Ling, were all quiet. Duanxi, feeling awkward, quietly became the driver. Team Zero had initially planned a push and clear strategy, using Dongyu Town as a base to gradually expand in all directions. First, they dealt with several densely populated areas nearby. These included the surrounding commercial street, the seafood market, and the university town just 2 kilometers from the town. The rear, Tao Hao Hao and Song Liang followed closely behind in a military truck. Song Liang was transporting a batch of Type 63 light rocket launchers in the middle. Tao Hao Hao was responsible for the rear, with the 30 strong men in his truck. With armored vehicles leading the way, the automatic firing systems created a dense barrage of gunfire and a great deal of noise. At the alleyways on both sides of the road, countless dark figures appeared. Soon, a long line of zombies followed behind the military truck. Military trucks are designed for rapid deployment and supply transport on the battlefield. They don't have traditional doors. Instead, they have open cargo beds for quick loading and unloading of heavy equipment or personnel. The 30 men in the back could only watch helplessly as hundreds of rotting, stinking undead chased after the vehicle at a normal running speed. The road ahead was unpredictable, the car's speed fluctuating wildly, and the fastest-moving dozens of zombies were closing in. The terror was beyond their expectations. Dozens of grown men were terrified, their legs trembling. Recovering, those on the outer edge desperately tried to push their way in. "Get out of the way! Don't block the way!" Dong Hui rudely shoved aside the people next to him, squeezing into the innermost part of the vehicle, closest to the driver's seat. Jing Yan naturally noticed Dong Hui's actions. He sighed, then squeezed in and knocked on the back of the passenger compartment behind the driver's seat. Can we have weapons? Tao Hao Hao, gripping the steering wheel, said nonchalantly, Don't worry, we can hold them off. Those zombies can't get up. A brown bear crouched outside the passenger compartment, its massive body almost completely blocking the space. But these people couldn't see anything. Jing Yao, refused, could only helplessly return to his seat. He could sense that these superhumans were wary of him. Why? How could ordinary people like them be a match for superhumans? At this point, can't we all work together to overcome this difficulty? Chapter 337. A massive explosion erupted ahead. The earth trembled instantly, corpses scattered, and a large crater appeared in the swarm of zombies. The armored vehicle sped relentlessly, quickly reaching the intersection outside the seafood market. Attracted by the commotion, the monsters swarmed in from every direction. Everyone in the vehicle could clearly see the rotting faces, mutilated limbs, and mouths twisted by hunger and madness, closing the distance to them at an alarming rate. This horrific scene made the group of middle-aged men in the back tremble. Many regretted it. They had already obtained a whole backpack full of food yesterday. They shouldn't have been greedy and followed along today. Those superhumans always acted recklessly. They always liked to put themselves in dangerous situations, engaging in head-on firefights with the zombies. As if only in this way could they truly enjoy the slaughter. Just collecting supplies, is it really necessary? The rabbit, perched on the roof, was responsible for dealing with the mutated zombies hiding inside, its trigger-pulling motion almost non-stop. Every night, the number of mutated zombies in the city increased. The screeching of tires was deafening. Duanqi whistled and executed a beautiful drift. Xie had somehow already climbed onto the roof, grabbed the explosives from the box at his feet, and precisely threw them into the horde of zombies. Another explosion rang out. He turned and leaped down, cleanly landing on the hood of the military truck behind him. Song Liang, below, understood, rammed the truck's hood against the winch hook at the rear of the armored vehicle, immediately opened the door, grabbed the edge of the driver's side window, and climbed into the back of the truck. Rows of brand-new Type 63 light rocket launchers were neatly arranged inside. These lightweight towed rocket launchers looked somewhat rudimentary, but they possessed formidable firepower and immense destructive power, capable of firing 12 rounds at once, equivalent to a howitzer battalion. They were portable heavy weapons they had found at the military base. Song Liang picked one up and tossed it into the air. Xie, standing on the roof of the vehicle, caught it steadily with one hand. The tacit understanding between teammates needed no further explanation. Xie skillfully operated the rocket launcher, adjusting the mount and randomly selecting a direction to ignite it. A series of sharp whistling sounds pierced the sky as 12 rockets, trailing long plumes of flame, hurtled towards the area densest with zombies, like a swarm of angry fire serpents. In an instant, the rockets exploded with a deafening roar amidst the horde of zombies. Mushroom clouds rose into the air. The powerful explosion shook the ground. The zombies at the epicenter didn't even have time to scream before being reduced to dust by the intense heat and impact. Zombies on the edge of the explosion were thrown several meters away by the shockwave. After one round of firing, Xie reloaded the rockets. Song Liang, carrying another rocket launcher, climbed onto the roof of the vehicle, set up the mount, and aimed at the zombies chasing after the truck. The flesh and blood monsters were utterly powerless against heavy weaponry. Tao Hao Hao has a point, Song Liang said. This kind of apocalyptic existence is illogical. 22nd century technology is already very advanced. Zombies can't even withstand rocket launchers, let alone more powerful missiles and atomic bombs. Xie lit the fuse again, preparing for the next round of firing. This time, he aimed at the front of the armored vehicle. He answered Song Liang's question, existence is its own justification. Everything has its reason or basis for existence. This existence is not accidental. The dark apocalypse and the zombie apocalypse are essentially no different. In the universe, not everything possesses logic and rationality. Anything that follows this trajectory of development is justified. Song Liang ignited the rocket launcher and nodded upon hearing this. The captain is right. If the zombie apocalypse is irrational, then the dark apocalypse is even more irrational. Instead of dwelling on this, it's better to finish the mission and get out of there as soon as possible. The armored vehicle's front-mounted launcher continued firing relentlessly. Duanqi had stopped the vehicle ahead, precisely at the open area of the intersection. With the second rocket launcher fired, a huge explosion erupted, sending waves of heat through the air. The firepower was even fiercer than yesterday. Dense bullets rained down on the zombie horde, carving bloody paths through them. Tao Hao Hao grabbed a survivor who could drive, grabbed his grenade launcher, and climbed onto the hood of the vehicle as well. The cleanup operation, though brutal, was extremely efficient. Yun Zhao sat listlessly in the car. The armored vehicle was safe. She was unaffected inside. All she could hear were gunshots and explosions. The continuous suppressive fire made it difficult for the zombies to get close. Across from her, Qiling picked up a rifle and kept pulling the trigger, killing zombies. She was the most idle person there. The guide's role was similar to that of an accompanying medic. Her duties were more about monitoring the sentinel's mental state, occasionally releasing a barrier to shield the highly sensed sentinels from some deafening explosions, rather than directly participating in the battle. Yun Zhao was a little bored, so she casually opened a bag of potato chips in the car. Outside, artillery fire raged, the scene was bloody, and she sat in her car eating snacks. The deafening commotion alerted not only the zombies, but also the other survivors trapped inside, since discovering the zombies had grown stronger. The sea breeze carried intermittent wails. Those who heard the gunfire rushed to the windows, trying to pinpoint the source of the noise and confirm what was happening. "Is it the army?" the woman asked urgently. She saw the mushroom cloud rising in the distance, squatted down, and buried her face in her hands, weeping. "The country has sent people to rescue us." Survivors elsewhere were in the same boat. With strict gun control, they couldn't imagine anyone else possessing such firepower but the army. Some cheered, some prayed, some wept, hoping someone would rescue them from this land of despair. A peregrine falcon landed in front of them, raising its head to examine each person carefully. Realizing it wasn't the man in the photograph, it hopped and flapped its wings, flying away. Its mission was to find people and, incidentally, confirm the distribution of zombies. The little guy was very diligent and obedient, never shirking its assigned tasks, and always completing them conscientiously. Of course, occasionally it couldn't control its nature. The peregrine falcon had already searched all the nearby areas where survivors might be, but finding no one, it turned and flew towards the sea. The commotion at the seaside was no less intense than the continuous artillery fire within the city. A gentle sea breeze carried a slightly salty scent. From a distance, the coastline resembled a winding silver ribbon, inlaid between the azure sea and the golden sand. The once picturesque golden beach now presented a chilling scene. The winding coastline was densely covered with the figures of zombies. The beautiful scenery of the seaside, and the terrifying sight of zombies intertwined. In the distance, a giant phoenix circled in the sky. 2 phoenixes had just returned from Peach Blossom Island after distributing flyers. The phoenix, eager to impress the little bluebird, excitedly swooped down into the monster horde after transforming. However, it used too much force and ended up plunging headfirst into the sand. Chapter 338. The little bluebird was still only the size of a palm. It hopped down from the tree, stepped onto the sand, and raised its head, letting out a mocking laugh. The sand had a very peculiar texture. Curious, the little bluebird wasn't in a hurry to return to Yun Zhao's side, and played in the sand alone under the tree. With the fire phoenix as the center, the temperature of the surrounding sand rose rapidly. The fire phoenix emerged from the sand, its wingspan reaching several meters. It swept across the sand, clearing a large clearing in an instant. The zombies couldn't see the spiritual entities, and the monsters wandering nearby were ignited by the fire phoenix's scorching flames, quickly collapsing without a sound. The zombies in the distance continued to wander aimlessly. A raging fire broke out on the beach. 2 spiritual entities, one playing in the sand, the other working. A peregrine falcon that flew over quickly spotted them, and happily joined the little bluebird. On the opposite side of the beach, on the boundless sea, a small island nestled between the horizon and the sky. Its edges, constantly eroded by the waves, revealed strangely shaped reefs. The island itself was lush and verdant, layers of varying shades of green cascading down towards the distant beach. At this moment, the shore was filled with survivors, their expressions blank as they stared at the commotion on the beach. The distance was too great to see clearly. They could only vaguely make out thick smoke rising from the land, and the dark mass of heads lying on the beach, one after another. Someone brought out binoculars, eager to see what was happening. Still, they couldn't see anything. The flames seemed to appear out of nowhere, carrying a destructive force that instantly engulfed the large swarm of zombies on the beach. The zombies were rapidly melted by the intense heat, their skin blistered, cracked, and their muscle tissue sizzled in the flames before they collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Even from this distance, the nauseating stench of burning flesh seemed to waft through the air. "What on earth is going on?" someone in the crowd asked, their face full of confusion. The anomaly began yesterday afternoon. Suddenly, a commotion arose on the opposite shore, flames descended from the sky, as if some supernatural force was at work. The islanders were gripped by fear, completely clueless about what was happening. Could it be the army? Has the government finally come to our rescue? But the army's weapon shouldn't be this magical. Didn't the team leader find those leaflets? Should we send a yacht ashore to check? Oh right. What about those leaflets? What leaflets? Most people, unaware of the situation, crowded around at the question. Regardless of what force was at work on the opposite shore, it seemed the flames were clearing out the zombies. This was good news for the survivors on Peach Blossom Island. The island's supplies were running low. With the zombies gone from the beach, they could finally return to the city to search for more. The survivors in the city, hearing the commotion, reacted quickly, grabbing bed sheets, writing SOS messages, and hanging them outside their windows. In an instant, the bustling city overrun by zombies was quietly awakened by glimmers of hope. Amidst the previously deathly silence of the high-rise buildings, sheets of white fabric fluttered in the wind. Someone had written help in large red ink on a bed sheet, echoing the SOS. The rabbit, perched on the car roof, could see it clearly. In the distance, several bed sheets were now fluttering by the windows of a residential building. Do mutants also yearn for salvation? The rabbit thought of the mutants' obsession with existence. Did the gatekeeper of this contaminated zone categorize these mutants based on their obsession? Have all the mutants with the will to survive become survivors? But Team Zero can't save them. She disliked this inevitable, tragic, and unsolvable ending. Team Zero's cleanup operation continued. The street intersection had long since become a battlefield. Smoke filled the air, cars parked on the roadside were ablaze, and the ground was littered with tattered corpses. The number of living zombies was dwindling. 3 vehicles slowly advanced, stopping in front of a small chain supermarket. Tao Hao jumped out first, went inside, looked around, and came out to call to the survivors. Hurry up and get out and move supplies. Zombie figures were still moving in the distance. Jing Yao gritted his teeth and called to his companions to jump out of the car first, rushing into the supermarket. They were also carrying black backpacks today. No matter what, people need to eat, and they needed to store food. The first few to rush into the supermarket reached the instant noodle shelf, opened their backpacks, and began sweeping food from the shelves into their backpacks. Those still hesitating in the car, seeing this, disregarded the danger and rushed in after them. Most of what they had looted yesterday was seafood, not enough to eat. Instant noodles and similar supplies were what they needed to collect first. A group of people appeared and began looting. Tao Hao ignored them. He stood at the supermarket entrance with his weapon, ready to provide fire support at any time. He turned and said to those inside, "After you're done loading, find the warehouse and load the stuff there onto the truck first." The huge explosion had attracted almost all the zombies within a 10-mile radius. Xia Tu, carrying a rocket launcher, turned and jumped back onto the armored vehicle. Meanwhile, Song Liang returned to the driver's seat, started the vehicle, and went to pick up the survivors. A massive lion, majestic and imposing, ran ahead of the vehicles, clearing the way. At noon, everyone ate only 2 bags of bread, finishing their lunch while fighting zombies. The cleanup continued until evening. The 2 military trucks behind were almost completely loaded with supplies. The rescued survivors, men, women, and children, all wore expressions of joy at surviving the ordeal. Like the 30 strong men, they all crouched on the roofs of the trucks. Seeing that it was getting late, Xia Tu ordered a retreat. His teammates boarded the trucks one by one. Xia Tu jumped into the truck through the sunroof and immediately saw Yun Zhao sitting by the window. She was leaning against the weapon rack, head down, playing a match 3 game. Her long eyelashes were lowered. She was so engrossed in the game that she didn't even notice him enter. Xia Tu casually hung his weapon on the rack, walked over, and sat down next to her. Tired? Duan Qi, who had just opened the driver's door, almost revolted upon hearing this. What a double standard. If it were him, the captain would definitely walk out expressionlessly and say, "Having fun? If it's fun, run another 2 miles when we get back." Not tired. Yun Zhao didn't look up. "I didn't do anything, you guys are the ones who worked hard." Rabbit had just returned to the car and said, "Sister Yun Zhao, why do you say that? You already set up a barrier. How can you say you didn't do anything? With you here, we dare to use our abilities recklessly." Rabbit said while looking for something to eat. "I'm starving." Xia Tu hummed in agreement with Rabbit. He pulled a map from his backpack, spread it out on his lap, and circled the area he had cleaned that day. Yun Zhao put away her phone, moved closer to him, and looked down at the map. On the vast city map, the territory that Team Zero had cleared so far was only the size of a fingernail. Chapter 339. At this rate, it would take at least a month to clean up the entire city. A month? After only 7 days, Yun Zhao already felt that everyone seemed to be adapting more and more to life here. The teammates discussed how to kill zombies and find supplies every day, adapting to the rhythm of the contaminated zone. Perhaps even Rabbit herself didn't realize that she no longer wore a cold expression when she saw the survivors. Occasionally, someone would greet her, and although Rabbit wouldn't speak, she would subconsciously nod in response. The surrounding environment was subtly changing everyone. Yun Zhao looked up and asked Xie, "Is there a faster way to clean up?" She didn't believe Xie hadn't noticed at all. "Yes." Xie turned around, the two of them very close, and he said in a low voice, "Use missiles to indiscriminately bomb the entire city." Besides ammunition reserves, the military base also had other heavy weapons. But before that, they had to consider the supplies in the city and collect as much as possible to take out. Yun Zhao was relieved upon hearing this. Through their mental connection, she urged the little bluebird to return quickly. The 3 vehicles returned along the same route. The self-built suspension bridge wasn't very sturdy, and fearing the fully loaded military trucks would collapse it, the vehicles stopped on the other side. All the survivors got out of the vehicles to help move the supplies. Especially those who had just been rescued. Seeing so much food filled them with a sense of security, and they all worked extremely hard, afraid they wouldn't get their share. Song Liang and Duanxi organized the people to move the supplies. Qi Ling jogged back to her room to get her hotel room key and registration book to register the newcomers. 3 tasks ran parallel. The zombies had to be eliminated, supplies had to be collected, and the gatekeeper had to be found. Tao Haohao asked as soon as he entered the hotel lobby, "I'm starving. What are we having for dinner?" She was standing at the lobby entrance, searching expectantly for Yun Zhao and Rabbit in the crowd. She replied, "Shall we steamed rice and cooked a seafood stew? We can eat as soon as you get back." For the past few days, 6 college students had been in charge of logistics, managing the survivors on the island. The Zero Team's 3 meals a day had gradually been handed over to them. This saved everyone a lot of trouble. Tao Haohao thanked them and slipped into the kitchen to find something to eat. Yun Zhao went next door, watching Qi Ling register the people. Unfortunately, among the more than 50 people rescued this time, there was no 6th person. These people all looked normal. From appearance alone, it was impossible to tell whether the gatekeeper was among them. Xie accompanied her until Qi Ling finished registering, and then the group returned to their hotel from next door. Before even entering, Yun Zhao spotted Chun Shi waiting at the door. Chen Shi also saw them, and waved to Yun Zhao. "Rabbit, she's not here to ask for the phone, is she? She hasn't had enough fun yet. A boyfriend is more important than a phone." Qi Ling said, "I think she's asking if they found anyone." The survivors were busy building fortifications. Team Zero had been clearing the streets on the opposite bank yesterday, so Chen Shi assumed they hadn't searched yet and hadn't asked. But today, with so many survivors on the island, she was probably getting impatient. Yun Zhao glanced around behind her. They probably haven't found anyone yet. Duanxi knew best that the Peregrine Falcon was in charge of the search. Since Duanxi hadn't told them, it meant they hadn't found the person yet. Yun Zhao then told Chen Shi the truth. "I'm sorry, we haven't found him yet, but don't be disappointed, we continue to help you look." Upon hearing this, a barely perceptible hint of disappointment flashed in Chen Shi's eyes. She nodded slightly, forcing a knowing smile. "Thank you, Yun Zhao, and everyone else. I'm just a little worried. If there's any new information, please let me know." Yun Zhao readily agreed. Chen Shi unconsciously clasped her hands together, rubbing them slightly. "You guys go eat first, I go help out." As she turned, her steps were slightly heavy. Perhaps she already had the answer in her heart. The person disappeared near the university town. If they weren't found there, the chances of survival were slim. Seeing Chen Shi walk away, Yun Zhao reached out and tugged at Xie arm. Xie leaned down and listened as she whispered in his ear, "Shall we take a look at her diary now?" The university students were all next door. The second floor was empty. The supplies in the 2 large military trucks couldn't be unloaded in a short time. Team Zero had to go out again during the day, so now was the best opportunity. Xie nodded, pulled her upstairs, and said to Qi Ling and Rabbit behind him, "You guys eat first, don't wait for us." Qi Ling and Rabbit said okay, and turned right into the dining room. The hallway was very quiet, a stark contrast to the hustle and bustle outside. Yun Zhao led Xie to the door of Chen Shi's room. She took out the hotel master key card she had gotten from Qi Ling from the side of her backpack. "You wait here, I go in myself." Yun Zhao paused, then added, "You can't go into the girl's room. Okay. Sia2, seeing she was prepared, stood quietly, releasing his senses to check for any danger in the room. Beep. The door opened, and Yunjiao pushed it open and went inside. The room was dimly lit, as the lights weren't on. She walked familiarly to Qinqi's bedside, picked up 2 pillows, and immediately noticed the thick, locked diary. Yunjiao picked up the diary, and quickly left the room. She pulled Sia2's arm, and led him outside. Sia2 glanced down, then obediently followed her. The two randomly found an unoccupied guest room on the 2nd floor, and went inside. Yunjiao inserted a master card into the slot on the wall, and the room's lights instantly turned on. How do I unlock this diary? Yunjiao, without even taking in the room's layout, held up the diary and looked up at him, asking. She was clearly doing something wrong. Yet she showed no sign of nervousness, remaining completely composed. Sia2 reluctantly took the diary. Let me see. He carefully examined the small lock, his eyes focused intently. Yunjiao pulled him inside. Sit down and do it. This was a large room. But strangely, it was different from their room upstairs. The bed was round, placed in the center of the room, covered with soft silk bedding, and adorned with 2 heart-shaped cushions. The room's lighting wasn't as bright as upstairs. Soft light streamed from the crystal chandelier on the ceiling, creating a hazy atmosphere. Most absurdly, the bathtub was actually in the room, and the shower glass was even more transparent than Sia2's room, almost completely clear. Yunjiao observed for a moment, then said doubtfully, this owner really doesn't know how to do business. Would anyone stay here with rooms like this? Sia2's hand, which was unlocking the door, instantly stopped. He had noticed the room numbers when she pulled him in. If he remembered correctly, the various room types were clearly displayed in the lobby. And these rooms on the 2nd floor were clearly labeled in black and white, couples rooms. Chapter 340. Yunjiao sat down on the bed, and noticed it was different from the other beds. She lifted the covers and touched it, surprised to find it seemed to be filled with water. How can water be used as a bed? Yunjiao was astonished. It was even more luxurious than her princess bed. She had been staying there for several days, and she had assumed all hotel beds were the same, but who knew there was something like this? Yunjiao instantly had the idea of changing rooms. She wanted to experience it. Sia2 saw through her thoughts, his voice lowering, wait a few more days, come down and stay when I'm on night duty. He wasn't comfortable leaving her alone. Yunjiao leaned back, her gaze fixed on the bathtub by the window, and again surprised everyone, are you going to stay with me? Sia2, He sighed helplessly, focusing his attention on the diary. This thing had to be returned. It couldn't be broken open by force. Fortunately, the lock was very simple. Sia2 took out tools from his backpack, inserted a sharp corner of a wire into the keyhole, and gently turned it. A click was heard. Get up and take a look, Sia2 said. Yunjiao, upon hearing this, focused her attention on the clues, patted the bed beside her, and gestured for him to sit down. Sia2 walked over, handed her the diary, and sat down on the edge of the bed. The bed was indeed filled with water. Sitting on the bed, she could clearly feel the softness of the water. Yunjiao sat up straight, and began to examine the diary. The diary began after the apocalypse. The opening handwriting was very messy, indicating that Qinqi's emotions at the time were far from calm. April 1st. The zombie outbreak occurred without warning, and the streets instantly descended into chaos. The scene was like a terrifying scene from a movie, yet incredibly real. Fear gripped my heart instantly. I ran for my life, and in the chaos, I lost him. I called his name, but only the howls of zombies and screams of people answered me. I had never been so terrified. In my panic, I bumped into Liao Yuxuan and his friends, who were escaping from the school. They had originally intended to escape to seek help, but found the outside world even more devastating than the campus. The first day's diary entry was long, 4 or 5 pages long. It detailed the escape of the 6 people, and how they finally arrived at Ocean Park. The handwriting at the end was blurred by tears. I shouldn't have argued with him. If he hadn't been worried about me, and hadn't followed me, things might not have happened. Yunjiao glanced at Sia2, made sure he had finished reading, and then turned the page. April 2nd. Communication is cut off. My classmates are all trying to contact their families, but I remain indifferent. The reason we argued is ridiculous. Yesterday morning, my parents called again, asking me for money. My younger brother has 2 months until the college entrance exam and is insisting on having a computer to study with, asking me to find a way to buy him a laptop. Did they ever consider that I'm just a student, scrimping and saving, working part-time to pay my tuition and living expenses, barely able to afford fruit once a month, If it weren't for them, how could he and I have ended up leaving in a huff? Yun Xiao paused. Indeed, she didn't find any photos of her and her family on Qinxi's phone. Her relationship with her family seemed strained. We started searching for supplies and water inside. There was plenty of food, a whole warehouse of seafood, vegetables, and fruits. Liao Yuxuan suggested hiding the food to prevent it from being discovered by later arrivals. For the next 10 days or so, all 6 of us worked inside. Qinxi's entries were mostly about her boyfriend, with occasional mentions of zombies outside, almost always glossed over. She never mentioned her family. Yun Zhao sensed something was amiss and asked Xie Tu. I remember her companion saying she kept a diary in case something happened to her, hoping her companion could deliver it to her family. If her initial intention was to let her family know about her experiences, then the diary should at least mention something, or write down what she wanted to say to them. But there was nothing. Xie Tu pondered for a moment. Perhaps she thought that even if something happened to her, her family wouldn't be overly saddened by her disappearance. The diary, perhaps, was just evidence of her existence. Yun Zhao didn't quite understand. She was silent for a few seconds before saying, would any parents not love their child? Like her parents, abandoning her in the contaminated zone. Since her parents were strong, they were capable of protecting her. She shouldn't have been in such a dangerous contaminated zone. Besides being abandoned, she couldn't think of any other possibility. Xie Tu noticed her unusual mood and turned to look into her eyes. There are indeed some parents in this world whose behavior is hard to understand, but perhaps the truth isn't what you imagine. At 6 years old, she had clearly already awakened her abilities. This was an extremely shocking thing. You must understand that a child's small body cannot bear such vast and powerful mental energy. A child's boundless imagination cannot possibly construct a complete mental realm. Premature awakening exceeds the body's capacity, and could very well lead to mental overload, ultimately resulting in death. Xie Tu was more inclined to believe that the contaminated area suppressed her mental power. Her parents were forced to make that decision so that she could grow up safely. Is that so? Yun Zhao's attitude towards the matter was negative. Yes. Xie Tu paused, a hint of reminiscence in his eyes. My parents died when I was very young. At that time, I felt like my whole world had collapsed. This was the first time Xie Tu had spoken about his background. Yun Zhao's attention was indeed diverted by him, and she stared at him blankly. And then what? How did you survive on your own? In this cannibalistic world, without adult protection, how could a child like him survive alone? Xie Tu ruffled her hair and slowly said, the large base takes extra care of the children of martyrs, and my father was an A-level sentinel. High-ranking sentinels were rare in those days, and their benefits were quite good. He left me a large amount of points. Yun Zhao, no wonder you're so rich. Xie Tu remained calm. Most of it I earned myself. His interruption inexplicably dispelled the emotions that had just surfaced in Yun Zhao's heart. She turned her head back to her diary. Important matters come first. Qinxi's family of origin favored sons over daughters, and she harbored resentment but was powerless to escape it. Her boyfriend was probably the only person who appeared when she was most helpless, the only one who offered her warmth. But because of her parents' relationship, she and her boyfriend had a conflict, indirectly leading to their separation. Qinxi harbored resentment towards her parents. Currently, it doesn't seem to have much to do with their mission. Yun Zhao continued flipping through the pages, directly to April 22nd. Day 22 of the apocalypse. We encountered 7 soldiers. I find them strange, we all want to escape, yet they chose to come here. A long line was drawn across the diary. Their arrival seems to foreshadow something. Chapter 341. April 23rd, the 23rd day of the apocalypse. 7 soldiers led us to safety. On the way here, we noticed that the zombies seemed stronger. This change started after these people arrived. Will there be mutated zombies later? Liao Yuxuan and Lai Fei said they were superhumans. Do superhumans look like this? If they really are superhumans, could they please save my boyfriend? I wanted to ask, but they seemed to have something very important to do. They were suspicious, but Liao Yuxuan thought it was okay, so I had no choice but to believe them, to trust my companions. April 24th. We followed 2 female soldiers to the island to organize supplies. Yun Zhao was very nice. She didn't look like a soldier at all, more like a girl next door. But we were all a little afraid of her. It was a natural physiological reaction. I don't understand. She's clearly a nice person, so why are we afraid of her? On the other hand, that female sniper called Rabbit, even though she always has a cold face, everyone still can't help but greet her. I feel like I've forgotten something. Yun Zhao stopped again at this point, asking in confusion, "Am I scary?" If she hadn't seen the diary, she would have always thought those people preferred dealing with her. But now, thinking about it, the 6 college students rarely sought her out unless absolutely necessary. If they needed anything, they probably went to Qi Ling. Most of the time, it was she who initiated conversations with them for clues. Xie Tu was also pondering this question. Why are mutants afraid of guides? Yuan Xiao complained, and I even asked Duan Shi to help her find a boyfriend. After grumbling, she turned the page. The following days were filled with entries about trivial matters on the island. Everyone was very busy, and Qin Shi's diary entries grew shorter and shorter. The next day, there were only a few sentences. The last page of the diary ended last night. The Day Zero team officially began its cleanup. The soldiers left the safe base to search for supplies again. Actually, the island supplies were enough for 100 of us to last a very long time. I don't understand why they were in such a hurry to leave, especially since the fortifications hadn't even started being built yet. However, Yuan Zhao said he would help me find people, which made me very happy and grateful. The sound of artillery fire from the opposite shore never stopped all day. It seems they haven't gone too far. Of course, there are zombies everywhere outside. The search for people will probably have to wait a few more days. Everyone returned in the evening. Jing Yao and the others said that mutated zombies had appeared. Sure enough, post-apocalyptic novels are all documentaries, otherwise how could they be so similar to the descriptions in the novels? The diary ends here. Reading through the entire diary, it felt very much like the rambling thoughts of a female college student, recording what she saw and thought. It looked like a perfectly normal diary. Yuan Xiao closed the diary and asked, "Did you figure anything out?" Xie Tu stared at her intently. "What about you?" "I think Chen Shi isn't a mutant from Zone 111, but rather someone who broke in later." Yuan Xiao said, "Her obsession is probably with her boyfriend." Yuan Xiao continued, explaining her reasoning. Her classmates don't seem to know her boyfriend's name, and Little Bluebird went to the area near the university, and Peregrine Falcon also spent 2 days there, but they couldn't find her so-called boyfriend at all. There's no possibility she's turned into a zombie. Because this is a contaminated zone, not a true zombie apocalypse. If zombies are classified into different forms of mutants, then Qin Shi, as one of their kind, shouldn't exhibit such a strong attachment to a particular human. Unless this attachment stems from her memories and emotions before she became a mutant. Considering all this, there's only one explanation. The real location where she and her boyfriend were separated wasn't within contaminated Zone 111 at all. What's written in the diary might be true. She was born into a family that favored sons over daughters, and had a boyfriend who loved her very much. They argued and separated when the apocalypse broke out. But influenced by the gatekeeper, her memories became fragmented. The photos in her phone's album are pitifully few, and most are related to her boyfriend. Yuan Zhao thought of the red-crowned crane again. To the gatekeeper, the red-crowned crane was indeed an outsider. I was wrong from the beginning. The sun pattern is just a message the gatekeeper wanted to convey. Among the 5 people acting as a medium, the possibility of the gatekeeper hiding among them is very small. Perhaps the problem isn't so profound. Could the sun symbol simply represent its literal meaning? 6 people, outsiders, they are the 6th group. The outsiders are represented by the sun symbol. Some of them brought light, but the gatekeeper didn't know which of the 6 was involved, so he simply marked them all with the sun symbol as a clue for those who came later. Yuan Zhao tends to believe that the 6 individuals with the specific symbol are all dark guides. Although dark guides possess terrifying power and unpredictable personalities, they are like ordinary people, wanting to end the darkness and let the sun shine on the earth again. Because no one wants to live in darkness forever. Xie Tu, unaware of her thoughts, reached for her diary, flipped through it, and said, "The mutant's self-awareness still exists. She finds our appearance suspicious, even experiencing psychological fear. This fear stems from Yuan Zhao. It's likely because the guide's spiritual threads are naturally resistant to dark matter. This subconsciously instills fear in everyone. Xie Tu, one thing we deduced correctly is that the gatekeeper likely constructed the zombie apocalypse based on these 6 people. The child, the student, the retired soldier, Dong Hui who looks like cannon fodder villains, and the 6th person, who hasn't appeared yet." Qin Shi's diary ends with, "Apocalyptic novels are all documentaries, otherwise how could they be so similar to the descriptions in novels?" This indicates she's read a novel of the same type as this zombie apocalypse. At least it provides some clues. Yuan Zhao, you mean the gatekeeper might be from a novel? Unlikely, just a prototype for the world building. Xie Tu, but it's still a discovery, we can look into it later. Yuan Zhao pursed her lips, remaining silent. C2 stood up, pulling her up from the waterbed as well. Let's go, are you hungry? We discuss it in the meeting after we eat. Those college students could come up at any time. It's better to return the diary first. Downstairs at the hotel restaurant, the Zero team members, having finished their meal, sat around the table, none of them leaving. Everyone's eyes kept glancing towards the stairwell. How much longer are the captain and Yun Zhao going to be busy? Duanqi leaned casually against his chair, pointing to the food he had specially left out. The food's all cold. Rabbit slapped him. Can't you talk properly? Duanqi seemed to sense something, nimbly dodging with a tilt of his head, and provocatively said, "Hey, missed." Rabbit immediately wanted to stand up and punch him. Song Liang was somewhat speechless. He glanced at the group of college students eating and lowered his voice, saying, "The captain and Yun Zhao are going to do serious business." Duanqi was puzzled. Of course I know. Chapter 342. Xie and Yun Zhao appeared at the restaurant entrance. Duanqi immediately changed his demeanor, stood up, picked up the cold food, and prepared to slip away. "I take it to the kitchen to heat it up." Xie glanced at him, and he ran even faster. The two walked over and sat down. The huge restaurant only had 2 tables occupied each day. Everyone seemed to have fixed territories. Team 0 sat at the table by the window on the right side of the entrance, while the university students sat at the far end of the restaurant, separated by dozens of tables. They were there now. Everyone was hungry after a busy day, and they were all wolfing down their food. Chen Shi was among them. Qi Ling stared at them for a long time, then suddenly leaned over. Completely puzzled, he asked Yun Zhao, why can they eat other things? They were all the same species. He, however, could only eat meat. Eating anything else felt like food poisoning, making him feel unwell all over. Qi Ling pondered this for many days, but still couldn't figure it out. Huh? Yun Zhao was already starving, and she was stopped by his question as soon as she picked up her chopsticks. She hadn't thought about this question. Qi Ling had always been special. He was different from the other mutants. Yun Zhao replied, I don't know. Qi Ling, At this moment, the 3 spirits, having had their fun, finally returned. The little bluebird and the fire phoenix flew straight towards the dining table, while the peregrine falcon bobbed its head, looking around, before suddenly turning and disappearing into the kitchen. The little bluebird landed on Yun Zhao's shoulder. Yun Zhao poked it. Was it fun? Yes, it was fun. The little bluebird shook its feathers. The sea is beautiful, you should go see it too. Yun Zhao thought for a moment. Okay, after we cleared out most of the zombies, we go see the sea together. Before the contaminated area collapsed, she had 2 things to do: sleep on the waterbed downstairs and look at the sea. After the routine meeting that evening, discussing the cleanup plan for the next day, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Early the next morning, Team 0 drove their armored vehicles off the island again. 2 military trucks were given to Jingya's 2 companions to drive. Seeing that those who went out brought back a backpack full of supplies every day, the others on the island finally couldn't sit still anymore, including some who had just arrived the day before, and they all volunteered to leave the island. Tao Haohao accepted everyone and took them all out to work. The 3 vehicles advanced towards the densely populated areas around the entire safe base. Fire Phoenix was too destructive. It continued its solo mission, clearing over 200 kilometers of coastline and the nearby zombies on its own. What wasn't the case today was that Fire Phoenix successfully abducted Little Bluebird. Little Bluebird loved the seaside, sunshine, sand, blue sky, and azure sea. Everything was beautiful except for the disgusting monsters. It also wanted to play in the sand. Yun Zhao instructed, go on, remember to come back early. This delighted Huafeng. Xie grabbed the handle and boarded the vehicle, glancing up to see his rebellious son leading the little bluebird towards the sea. He showed no reaction. With the little bluebird around, Huafeng would only work even harder. The vehicle crossed the suspension bridge and continued towards the designated location. The city streets remained desolate. Less than 2 blocks east, the streets cleared yesterday were once again teeming with scattered zombies. With each passing night, the zombies grew stronger. Today, the number of mutated zombies was even greater. The rabbit, perched on the roof, cleared away the lone zombies. The vehicle continued forward until it reached the vicinity of the university town. From a distance, distress signs could be seen hanging in various places on the upper floors. The survivors here had probably heard the commotion yesterday and were following suit, hanging up bedsheets. The next 2 days, Team 0 continued their cleanup work, advancing layer by layer, rescuing survivors while scavenging supplies from the city. Back at the safe base that evening, The usually energetic sentries were all listless. I feel like throwing up at the sight of zombies. My sense of smell is almost gone. I still smell the stench of corpses after coming back. If Yun Zhao hadn't blocked some of my senses, the constant explosions all day would have blown my skull off. Everyone entered, complaining as they found a place to lie down. Tao Hao had just lain down when he realized something was amiss. He sat bolt upright, yelling, "At this rate, the first mission of the new year isn't going to take months, is it?" Duanqi hugged a cushion and plopped down on the carpet. "What can we do? The base is short of food. We're moving so slowly to make sure we have the supplies. Otherwise, they could just head straight to the military base and bombard the city with missiles. That would save time and effort." Rabbit, sucking on a lollipop given to her by Sister Yun Zhao, said, "Actually, we've been pretty fast. In just a few days, we advanced 50 kilometers to the west. The safe base is extremely close to the sea. The ocean is only a kilometer to the east. The hordes of zombies along the northern and southern coastlines have all been handed over to Fire Phoenix. Based on a rectangle with one side of 50 kilometers and the other side of 1 kilometer, not counting the zombies Fire Phoenix killed, Team Zero has cleared an area of approximately 50 square kilometers." The rabbit, calculating, suddenly became strange, its eyes somewhat blank. 50 square kilometers. But this city covers a vast area of 5,000 square kilometers. They only cleared 1%. Xie and Song Liang were standing alone by the door, discussing something. "Let's not talk about anything else for now," Yun Zhao said, nestled on the single sofa, scribbling away. She stopped writing and looked up. "The supplies are almost overflowing. Shouldn't we try to get some out first?" Today, Team Zero discovered a grain wholesale market. It was full of grains and cereals. The stock was so large that 2 military trucks couldn't possibly carry it all. There was nowhere to store it after bringing it back, so nothing had been touched yet. The supplies collected on the island, and in the past few days, were almost filling the entire first floor of the hotel. If they didn't gradually move some out first, the 7 of them wouldn't be able to protect so many supplies after the contaminated area collapsed. Xie put down the communicator, turned around, and walked over. "Have Qi Ling try sending out a batch first." This was something he'd been wanting to experiment with since they came in. Team Zero had only obtained 1 key so far. Using the key was risky. They might not be able to hold out for an hour during the riot. "Should I go out with Qi Ling?" Yun Zhao turned to look at Xie. Xie shook his head. "No need." Yun Zhao was a little surprised. She tapped her pen. "But if that's the case, how will Qi Ling get back in after he goes out?" There was no better way than for her to go with him. Qi Ling was also concerned about this. He needed to earn points to pay off his debts. If he went out, he might not get the reward for killing the gatekeeper. But if he went out and then came back in, the gatekeeper might actually attack him if he was alone. He didn't want to end up as a mutated zombie, neither human nor ghost. That would be worse than being a mutant. Forgot about those 2 teams outside? Xie leaned back on the sofa and chuckled softly. They've probably already finished their mission and come out. Jiang Mu knows, but Fu Heng definitely can't wait any longer. We can have Qi Ling come in with Fu Heng's team then. Fu Heng's team consists of 1 S-rank sentinel and 4 high-ranking sentinels. Controlling Qi Ling would be a piece of cake. The supplies here would take the 7 members of Team Zero a long time to move. It's better to have Fu Heng come in and help. Captain's idea is great. Hearing about the help, Tao Hao immediately perked up. They have several ocean spirits, and the water curing can be a huge help. 1 Fire Phoenix can clear things faster than all of them combined. Adding an S-rank sentinel spirit will save a lot of time. Yun Zhao was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Xie to proactively invite Fu Heng's team in. She nodded slightly. Then, one last question. How could Qi Ling, all alone, manage to get so many supplies out? Chapter 343. I was just discussing this with Song Liang. Xie handed her the map. One of the 4 edges of contaminated Zone 111 faces the sea. Huafeng has already checked. There are medium-sized container ships at the port. We have Qi Ling drive the ship out directly. There are so many zombies there that no one dares to go. A medium-sized container ship has a carrying capacity of approximately 100,000 tons, and can carry about 10,000 20-foot containers. There's a batch of readily available supplies at the port. Adding the grain wholesale market that hasn't been moved yet, and everything they collected over the past few days, it should be more than enough to hold everything. Qi Ling was a little dumbfounded. But I can't drive a ship. So much stuff, and he's going to drive it out by himself? Some of the mutants in this contaminated zone already have superpowers. Why can't the gatekeeper give him spatial abilities? Tao Hao casually replied, It's okay if you can't drive. You can just learn. Anyway, someone will meet you when you get out of the contaminated zone. There are reinforcements from 3 bases outside. Dawn Base is definitely monitoring the area around the contaminated zone closely. The sentries will immediately detect any movement outside. Many sentries at Dawn Base can drive boats. Once outside, hand the boat over to them, they can navigate around the contaminated zone and stop at any beach. Sia2 agreed, learning to drive shouldn't be difficult. While we're loading cargo, these next couple of days, you can figure it out yourself. Just being able to start the boat and get out of the contaminated zone is enough. Qi Ling, how am I supposed to figure it out? The captain's expectations are too high. That's a large ship specifically for transporting containers. He's never even touched one. How could he possibly drive it? Yun Zhao, holding a large map and checking the port's location, peeked out and said, "Good luck." The little bluebird glanced sideways at Qi Ling, letting out a mocking laugh. Qi Ling, Song Liang timely intervened. Fire Phoenix has cleared dozens of kilometers of beach. The people from Peach Blossom Island will probably come ashore tomorrow. Ask them then. A group of people who could escape the city in various boats. Perhaps someone among them knew how to operate a large vessel. Qi Ling forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. Really? He felt uneasy about sailing alone. What if he couldn't get out? What if he got lost at sea and couldn't find his way back? Yun Xiao comforted him. We take you to the edge of the contaminated area until we see you out. Until then, we won't leave you alone. Hearing this, Qi Ling felt somewhat reassured. One last question. Qi Ling was a little worried. What if Fu Qian's team doesn't want to come in? Yun Xiao said quietly, just tell her this is a 5-star contaminated zone. She'd probably rush in even faster than you. Qi Ling, okay, I'm fine with that. Routine debriefing meeting. Planning tomorrow's operation route. At the port, Fire Phoenix has already cleared it out today. There are a few zombies in the container area, but that's nothing to worry about. Sia2 put away the map. Yun Zhao returned and said to her, the people from Peach Blossom Island will probably come tomorrow. You, Rabbit, and Qi Ling will stay here this morning. The rest of us need to go to the military base again. Since they need to move supplies onto the ship, and weapons are also a resource point, those 2 military trucks won't be enough. We need to go back to restock. Yun Zhao obediently replied, okay. The next day. Day 31 of the zombie outbreak, day 9 of Zero Team's arrival. 7 o'clock in the morning. Sia2 led Duanxi, Song Liang, and Tao Hao to the military base. They didn't drive. They planned to drive 4 military trucks back. Some survivors were already gathered in the lobby, waiting. Seeing the 4 lower the drawbridge and walk out, they were all confused, not knowing what was going on. Qi Ling had to go and inform them, take a day off today. Most people breathed a sigh of relief. Although supplies were important, they had already collected enough food in the past few days. Following the superhumans, the encounters along the way were too exciting and dangerous. Often, they would be chased by a group of mutated zombies if they weren't careful. Their hearts couldn't take it. The high-intensity physical labor also left some who lacked exercise feeling weak, but they still had to get up and gather. Upon learning that they could rest today, everyone quickly dispersed. Without a word or a greeting, Donghui turned and slipped back to his room to sleep. He had enough supplies now. Asking him to help build fortifications was out of the question. He'd rather sleep all day than waste that time. Of course, some people weren't so keen. Most of these were survivors, who had been rescued just yesterday. Their food supplies were long gone, and they arrived at the safe base penniless. Last night, a kind person had told them they could go out with the base's leader to find food. The superhumans would protect everyone, they only needed to carry supplies, and they wouldn't have to hand over the food in their backpacks. It was said that just one trip out would provide enough supplies for half a month. Who wouldn't be tempted? Now that they learned they weren't going out, someone in the crowd cursed their bad luck. I spent all night mentally preparing myself, barely slept, and now I'm off? Yeah, why didn't you tell us sooner? Why did you have to wait until we got up this morning? What are we going to do now? I didn't eat anything all day yesterday, I was starving, I was really hoping to go out and get some food today. They were newcomers. These people hadn't even figured out the situation on the island, only daring to huddle together and whisper. They didn't let Qi Ling hear them. After thinking for a moment, someone walked up to Qi Ling with a good temper and asked, young man, are you still going out tomorrow? Qi Ling, yes. The captain said they needed to move the airport and the grain wholesale market. These survivors were readily available labor. They would definitely need their help with the moving. Hearing this, the man felt relieved. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, so what should we do today? Qi Ling tried to keep a straight face. You can go and build fortifications. As long as you work, you can eat for free at the restaurant. The coastal wall on the island had been under construction for the past few days. The northern section was more than halfway done. Zero Team's rule was that to eat for free, you had to work. Qi Ling told him to go directly to Liao Yuxuan to sign up. The man thanked her and left. The 6 college students were busy distributing today's ingredients to the kitchen and notifying the survivors to collect their daily bottled water at the front desk. Many people surrounded the front desk, haggling over prices, trying to get an extra bottle of water. Chen Shi and several other girls were surrounded, until Jing Yao couldn't stand it and stepped in to help. Qi Ling stood in the lobby for a moment, then silently turned and returned to his hotel, telling Yun Zhao and Rabbit what had happened next door. As the number of survivors on the island increased, management became increasingly difficult. Especially since they were out all day, only returning at night to rest, they completely neglected logistical matters. The 6 college students were gradually finding it harder to control the crowd. Once the people from Peach Blossom Island arrive, with even more people, the situation will likely become even more chaotic, Qi Ling worried. Won't they cause trouble for us from behind? Before Yun Zhao could answer, Rabbit stood up, grabbed her sniper rifle, and quickly moved to the window. The King Chameleon climbed up to the roof through the window and peered out. A moment later, Rabbit turned and said, "Speak of the devil, and he appears. The people from Peach Blossom Island are here." Chapter 344. On the opposite bank, a group of figures could be vaguely seen. Roughly 20 people. Almost all were fully armed, middle-aged men. They all wore helmets, carried weapons, and cautiously approached the Dongyi town. "Why are there only so many people?" Rabbit frowned. "Didn't they say there were many survivors over there?" Yun Zhao walked over and looked towards the opposite bank, but unfortunately, her eyesight wasn't good enough to see clearly. She could only vaguely make out 2 heads peeking out. It's an advanced team. They need to confirm everything is safe before everyone leaves the island. Fire Phoenix had already cleared away the zombies along the way to lure them out. The group was getting closer and closer. Yun Zhao saw them too. She called to Rabbit and Qi Ling, let's go check out the suspension bridge." The 3 of them left the hotel and walked around the street to the suspension bridge. The suspension bridge was built on the east side, directly in the direction the group had come from. Yun Zhao stood on the bridge pier, watching a group of people approach. "Lower the drawbridge and let them in." "Okay." Qi Ling turned and crouched down, using a key to open the iron box inside the pier. He pressed the hydraulic device, and the makeshift drawbridge began to slowly descend. The bridge's appearance was unsightly. It was covered in welded patches, pieces of material pieced together haphazardly, looking as if it would collapse at the slightest movement. The group of people had naturally seen the 3 of them long ago. Seeing the suddenly lowered drawbridge, they stood there dumbfounded. 1 month had passed since the apocalypse. The people in this safe base showed absolutely no suspicion, not even asking about their origins, and so easily lowered the drawbridge. Weren't they afraid of letting wolves into their home? How have these naive and innocent people managed to survive this long? Someone whispered. The sentry had sharp hearing. The rabbit heard this and turned to Qi Ling, asking, "Do we look like naive and innocent people?" She thought these mutants were all mentally unstable. Every time they first met, they seemed blind, unable to see the sniper rifle in her hand. "No, they just have bad eyesight," Qi Ling echoed the rabbit's words. Yun Zhao looked at the people on the opposite bank and said calmly, "Aren't you coming over?" The people on the opposite bank looked at each other, hesitated for a moment, and finally stepped onto the suspension bridge. Their purpose in coming out was to understand the authenticity of the safe base, and what had happened in the city. This small team of 20 people were the unlucky ones, who were chosen by lottery to be the first to leave the island. Supplies on Peach Blossom Island were scarce, and the survivors had long since scattered, forming small groups to divide the resources. As food dwindled, the conflicts between the various groups intensified. But at this moment, a strange phenomenon occurred on the beach on the opposite bank. On the beach, raging fires would inexplicably ignite every day, and wave after wave of zombies would fall without warning. Until yesterday, not a single monster could be seen in sight on the opposite shore. Considering the flyers that had appeared on the island, hope ignited in everyone's hearts. They speculated whether rescue had arrived. But no one wanted to be the first to risk returning to the city. Finally, several groups sat down together and calmly discussed the matter, deciding that everyone would participate in a lottery. Those chosen would act as the vanguard, entering the city to scout out the situation and confirm the existence of the safe base mentioned on the flyers. These 20 people were chosen, and despite their reluctance, they had no choice but to accept their fate and sail their yacht back to the city beach. The zombies are evolving. Ordinary people facing mutated zombies have a near certain death rate. Upon entering the city, everyone was on high alert. However, from landing to here, they hadn't encountered a single zombie. Seeing everyone land on the island, Qi-Ling pressed a button to retract the drawbridge and led them towards the hotel. "Follow us to register first." The 20 people followed, looking dazed. The group walked along the quaint town streets. The cobblestone path had been cleaned, but upon closer inspection, traces of blood could still be clearly seen in the cracks. People passed by frequently. People were already used to the survivors who had landed on the island. They would glance at them at most, and then continue with their own business. Yun Zhao and his 2 companions walked ahead, leading them to the front desk of the hotel next door to register. "Fill out your identity information." Qi-Ling, with practiced ease, placed the registration book and pen aside. "Name, home address, previous employer, you need to fill in all of that. Also, does any of you know how to operate a large ship?" Several people shook their heads. "Large ships are different from yachts, we don't." Qi-Ling was somewhat disappointed, but quickly perked up and continued, "Besides you, how many other people are there on Peach Blossom Island?" The group looked horrified. "How did you know?" They hadn't said a word so far, yet they knew they were from Peach Blossom Island. "Otherwise, who do you think killed all the zombies along the way?" Qi-Ling rolled her eyes at them, trying to intimidate them with a nonchalant tone. "It was superhumans. Our safety base's leadership team are all superhumans." Hearing this, a commotion arose in the crowd. The flames were indeed eerie, as were the leaflets that appeared out of nowhere on the island. If they were superhumans, then everything would make sense. Only superhumans could fight off mutated zombies and establish a safe base in the city. The 20 people looked excited and obediently filled out the registration forms as required. Yun Zhao stood by and watched until all 20 had registered. Then she took the notebook and flipped through it one by one. No, there was still no 6th person. The group had already surrounded Qi-Ling, asking him all sorts of questions. "Are you the island's administrators? If we join the safe base, will we be given supplies? We're strong, we can do anything, just give us food. By the way, Peach Blossom Island has a total of 422 people. We're just here to check the situation first." Although many questions and anxieties remained, the thought of starting a new life in a relatively safe place. A glimmer of hope appeared in their eyes. Yun Zhao silently observed everything. She placed the registration book back at the front desk, took 2 mints from her pocket, and handed one to Rabbit. Just as she turned around, she saw Zhou Yang emerge from the stairwell. The boy was still wearing his baseball cap, his clothes somewhat dusty from days of work. Zhou Yang looked up and saw Yun Zhao, instinctively taking 2 steps back, almost bumping into Jingyao, who was coming down behind him. I'm going out to work," Zhou Yang said, jogging out of the hotel. Rabbit was puzzled. "Why is he running?" Yun Zhao said quietly, "He's afraid of me." Of the 7 members of Team Zero, Yun Zhao and Qi-Ling were the easiest to talk to. She looked gentle and weak, quiet and obedient. If understood by normal standards, she should be the easiest to approach and communicate with. But apart from the little girl named Ren Xian, most of the mutants were afraid of her. Yun Zhao initially thought this fear stemmed from dread of the superhumans. It was normal for survivors to feel awe towards her, given their protection and food reliance. It wasn't until she read Chen Shi's diary that she understood. The mutants were afraid of the Dark Guide? Chapter 345. Jingyao stood at the top of the stairs, glanced at Zhou Yang who had run out, and walked towards Yun Zhao and Rabbit. Having followed them out for so long, he had discovered that this guy, who didn't even know how to handle a gun, held a very high position within the superhuman team. "I came to ask what your plans are," Jingyao said, his gaze falling on Yun Zhao. "Initially, I thought Captain Xie was worried about food shortages at the base, which is why he risked going out to search for supplies. But after observing them for so many days, Jingyao realized that wasn't the case at all. Every day, the superhumans only went to the downtown area, deliberately heading to crowded places, wherever there were many zombies. Scavenge for supplies had become a secondary consideration. Jingyao didn't understand why they were doing this. In a metropolis with millions of people, only a few thousand had survived. They couldn't possibly eat all that food. He thought about it, and decided to ask Yun Zhao. Yun Zhao stared at him intently for a moment, then told him, "We plan to wipe out all the zombies, and rebuild our homes." Hearing this, Jingyao's eyes widened in shock. "Just the 7 of you? Wipe out all the zombies? That's millions of monsters. Even if they kill non-stop every day, when will they ever finish?" Under his gaze, Yuan Zhao slowly nodded. I'm not joking, that's exactly what we plan to do. Is it difficult? It's even harder in a dark apocalypse. Our ancestors persevered. What are a mere million zombies? The rabbit nodded in agreement. Jingyao, upon receiving the answer, suddenly fell silent, his gaze towards her, and the rabbit filled with complex emotions. In this apocalypse where human nature is treacherous and self-preservation is the norm, those with the ability did not back down, but chose to step forward, shouldering the heavy responsibility of eliminating the zombies and rebuilding their homes. As a veteran, he admired such people. What can we do to help? Yuan Zhao thought for a moment. There's a lot to do. Let the captain arrange it when he gets back. Sure, feel free to ask. Jingyao nodded, saying meaningfully, clearing the zombies is important, but rear management can't be neglected. Those college students haven't entered society, they lack leadership skills, and can't control the many survivors. As the island became more stable, the survivors began to make other demands. For example, the water problem. The nearby water was all polluted. After so many days on the island, no one had showered, and as time passed, some people couldn't bear it anymore. Yesterday's haggling over a bottle of mineral water was an example. For female college students were surrounded by a group of people demanding mineral water, they were no match for the group of adult men surrounding and arguing with them. Jingyao stepped in to resolve the situation. But continuing like this isn't a solution. The superhumans aren't on the island during the day, and the hotel next door is full of supplies. Human nature can't withstand the test. If someone really has malicious intentions, the 6 college students can't do anything. Yuan Zhao's eyes flickered. She thought of Dong Hui. I understand, thank you for reminding me. Noon. When Xie Tu and the other 3 returned in their military truck, Yuan Zhao recounted her conversation with Jingyao. She also informed everyone about Peach Blossom Island. There are over 400 survivors in total. Little Bluebird is playing on the beach. I sent it to tell the others to come over. Yuan Zhao said, by the time they arrive, the population of the safe base will be close to 1,000. Management will definitely be a problem. Team Zero hadn't prioritized management because the survivors were, after all, mutants who could stab them in the back at any moment. If all their efforts yielded unsatisfactory results, it would be better not to invest any effort in it at all in the first place. But Jingyao's words did make sense. If trouble broke out in the rear, it would disrupt their mission progress. Xie Tu pulled her towards the restaurant, saying as they walked, we can't spare the manpower for now. We add more management personnel after the first batch of supplies is transported out. The managers must be a group of strong men capable of suppressing the survivors. But that's not possible now. All the able-bodied men have to go out with them to unload supplies and fill the transport ship as quickly as possible. Yuan Zhao chimed in, that works too. Tao Hao, following behind, was talking to Rabbit. He was more concerned about other things. Could the gatekeeper be inside? Rabbit casually handed Tao Hao the registration book. Sister Yuan Zhao checks the identification information every day and hasn't found anything unusual so far, except for the 5 people with the sun symbol. Team Zero didn't understand the gatekeeper's thinking. The gatekeeper wasn't attacking them, and even provided them with weapons and equipment, as if inviting Team Zero to play a game of make-believe. Xie Tu, we discussed this later. Finding the gatekeeper meant they had to eliminate it, otherwise, once it escaped, finding it again would be incredibly difficult. But now was clearly not the time, their supplies hadn't been moved out yet. Yuan Zhao was pulled forward by Xie Tuesday. She glanced back and noticed that most of the 4 military trucks were empty. Did you take the equipment to the port? Yuan Zhao asked. Yes, the military base is very close to the port. We kept some ammunition and shipped the rest out, he said, pulling 2 novels from his backpack and handing them to Yuan Zhao. I went into a bookstore on the way here. Duanqi has some more in his bag. You can look through them to see if there's a similar world. This was the most suitable task for Yuan Zhao. While they were killing zombies, she could stay inside the armored vehicle and read some books to pass the time. Yuan Zhao reached out and took the books, her face turning to shock as she read the titles. One of the books was titled, The Apocalypse Arrives, I Become the Zombie King's Little Wife. Yuan Zhao gasped, dating a zombie? Zombies are so terrifying, reeking of decay and rotting flesh. Who could bring themselves to eat them? Did people from the old days have to be so morbidly horrified? Duanqi squeezed in, smugly saying, I had the captain get this one. It's different from other post-apocalyptic novels, it might hold some clues. I have over a dozen more in my bag, including some male-oriented ones. I can read one a day, guaranteeing a different one each day. Rabbit was itching to read too. Duanqi noticed and quietly slipped one to Rabbit, then pulled out Naval Exposition and Navigation Handbook from his backpack and handed them to Qi Ling. You should read these too, learn to sail. Qi Ling, why are his books different? Rabbit was delighted, secretly hiding the novels in her backpack with her back to the captain. After lunch, Team Zero hurried out to clear out the zombies. Knowing the main force from Peach Blossom Island would arrive in the afternoon, Yun Zhao, Rabbit, and Qi Ling decided to remain at the safe base. Around 2 o'clock. Sure enough, a large group of people arrived from the opposite bank, startling the islanders, who thought zombies had arrived. They all rushed over to check. The little bluebird, worried, flew back at this moment. Yun Zhao patted it, her gaze sweeping over the people. The group seemed frightened. They ran very fast, crowding onto the suspension bridge before it was fully lowered. Yun Zhao poked the little bluebird. You did this? She had been prepared when she sent the little bluebird to inform them, so she wasn't surprised at all. The little bluebird perched proudly on her shoulder. No, it was Fire Phoenix who set the fire. Yun Zhao, you said Fire Phoenix to set fire to scare them? Seeing the fireball coming towards them, it would be strange if these people didn't run away. The little bluebird fell silent. Qi Ling called Jingyao and the others out to help maintain order and led them to register. Whether the sixth person was among them would be known after registration. Chapter 346. With so many people, the hotel lobby became noisy. Dong Hui was awakened by the noise and came out of his room with a gloomy face. The door slammed shut. Dong Hui went to the lobby, about to lash out, when he caught a glimpse of the rabbit who had beaten him up standing in the doorway. He suppressed his anger, giving the group of newcomers a hostile look, then glared at them fiercely before leaving through the main door. Who's that guy? So arrogant. The speaker was a burly man named Ding Hongfang, a minor leader from Peach Blossom Island. After hearing the stories from the first few who arrived on the island, he spat at Dong Hui's departing figure. So he's just like us, not a superhuman. What's with the arrogance? The lobby was filled with chatter. Yun Zhao was at the front desk and didn't see the scene. Her attention was focused on the registration book, watching everyone line up to register. These people already knew that the island's leader was a powerful superhuman, so no one dared to act rashly. Following Yun Zhao's instructions, they lined up and registered one by one. Yun Zhao carefully examined each person, one by one, until the elderly man wearing glasses stepped forward. He had a refined air, half-white hair, and his forehead was covered with deep and shallow wrinkles. His eyes held a hint of weariness from years of life. He stepped forward and wrote in the registration book, Chao Wenxiu, 59 years old, biological researcher, residing at. Yun Zhao's gaze lingered on him, and she suddenly asked, Professor Chao, you do biological research? Chao Wenxiu was taken aback, seemingly not expecting her to speak to him. He replied gently yes. Yun Zhao then asked, do you know anything about zombies? Chao Wenxiu gave a bitter laugh. Many people have asked me this question. I'm sorry, I really don't know. Yun Zhao noticed that his registration form listed him as being from XX province, not a local. Chao Wenxiu naturally noticed her gaze and proactively said, my wife passed away a few days ago. My child, being sensible, signed me up for a tour group so I could travel more. Who would have thought that this journey would be one from which he could never return? Qi Ling was touched by the old man's words and lowered his head deeply. He was the same. The world changed. The sun and moon rose and fell, and when he looked back, 200 years had passed. Home had become a distant place he could never return to. The rabbit sighed and gently patted him through his clothes. Everyone has their own story. It is countless stories that make up this world. After registering and receiving his room key, Chao Wenxiu stared at the room number and suddenly froze. Not this hotel? Were the people from Peach Blossom Island separated? Yun Zhao explained for Qi Ling, this place is full. You're at the one next door. They were indeed separated. Managing them was already difficult enough. Having hundreds of acquaintances living together in one place would only make things worse. Chao Wenxiu nodded, saying little, thanked them, and left with his remaining belongings. Perhaps because of his relevant expertise, the leaders of the various small groups on Peach Blossom Island treated him with great courtesy. They gave him supplies first. They had all been hoping the government would come to rescue these talented individuals, and that this professor could take them with him. After settling everyone in, the three returned to their hotel. Sister Yun Zhao, isn't that Professor? Rabbit started to say, then noticed Liao Yuxuan and the others in the lobby. He and another companion had just come out of the storeroom. Several cases of bottled water were on the food cart. That was the initial rule. newcomers to the island were only given 2 bottles of water. Since Team Zero was always outside, they were given the keys to 2 of the supply depots for safekeeping. Liao Yuxuan saw them too, but was busy at the moment. He glanced up, greeted them, and hurriedly pushed his cart to the next room. The 2 carts quickly disappeared through the doorway. After they left, Yun Zhao nodded and said, "Yes, all 6 of them have appeared. A child, a high school student, a college student, a petty thug, a veteran, a professor. Different ages, different backgrounds." Yun Zhao felt Xie Tu was right. The gatekeepers must have modeled this zombie apocalypse on these 6 individuals. The possibility that they were the gatekeepers was extremely low. Qi Ling was a bit confused. It was his first mission, and he only had a vague understanding of these things. He turned to ask, should we house them separately? That way, we could observe them more closely. Yun Zhao shook his head. We can't let them stay here for now. The place is full of supplies. If Dong Hui moves in, something bad will likely happen. 6 college students couldn't control him, let alone children and the elderly. Team Zero couldn't stay on the island to supervise them. Let's get the first batch of supplies out first, then we can deal with these things, Yun Zhao said. The supplies are very important. We can probably exchange them for a lot of points. Upon hearing points, Qi Ling immediately perked up. I go check out the books Duan she brought back and figure out how to operate the transport ship. At least after this trip, he could get a lot of points. Qi Ling had only one goal, to pay off all his debts. Yun Zhao also said, let's go to the suite on the 3rd floor. I can look through those 2 novels. That evening, Xie Tu and his 3 companions returned in 4 military trucks. Instead of driving in, they parked on the opposite bank. The 4 didn't go straight back to the hotel, but instead circled the safe base. As the number of survivors increased, the town gradually became lively. As dusk fell, people returning from work in the north, along with newcomers, wandered around, exploring the town's architecture. As a tourist destination, Dongyi Town on the island had an academy, a jade shop, and 3 museums. Now that it was safe, people simply came out in groups to explore the surroundings. People could be seen chatting everywhere. The atmosphere was bustling, somewhat reminiscent of the pre-apocalyptic world. The 4 walked along the stone path, each dressed in sharp black combat uniforms, carrying guns, exuding an imposing aura. Those who had just arrived from Peach Blossom Island were seeing these superhumans for the first time. Even the usually most arrogant group was extremely reserved. Unsure of the superhuman's temperament, no one dared to approach them, instinctively making way for them. Xie Tu's face remained expressionless. After circling the north side, he returned to the next room and informed those going out the next day to gather in the lobby at 7 a.m. The people in the lobby nodded in agreement and helped notify the others. What are we having for dinner tonight? Not seafood again, is it? Tao Hao muttered. It tasted pretty good at first, but eating this every day, even the best food loses its appeal. Eat, eat, eat. All you ever think about is food, Song Liang retorted. It's good enough that we have food. If you complain now, you won't be able to get any after we get out. Xie Tu ignored them. Back at the hotel, they ate dinner, held a meeting, and arranged tomorrow's tasks. Yun Zhao remained in her suite on the 3rd floor. She was curled up on the single sofa, her expression conflicted as she read The Apocalypse Arrives, I Become the Zombie King's Little Wife. She had only read less than a third of it all afternoon, and was almost at her breaking point. Yun Zhao was utterly bewildered. How can a human fall in love with a zombie? What's the difference between that and falling in love with a mutant? One was covered in rotting flesh, the other in black slime. What kind of morbidly perverse human could do something like this? Chapter 347. Yun Zhao couldn't concentrate on reading a single line, just thinking about that scene. But to find clues, she had to force herself to flip through the pages. Look here, Yun Zhao said, pointing to the book. The female lead was terrified at first, screaming at the sight of zombies, but then she was saved by the zombie king, and suddenly she fell for him. And here, she continued, the description of the zombie king's appearance is full of flowery praise, describing him as incredibly handsome. How can a zombie be handsome? Even the most handsome person, turned into a zombie covered in rotten flesh, feeding on humans, would be unbearable to look at. Besides, without eating humans, it can't replenish its energy and couldn't become the zombie king. A human who dares to get close to a zombie will definitely not survive a day. Rabbit, Sister Yun Zhao, you've been complaining all afternoon. Qi Ling quietly said, you can't use your brain when reading novels. Focusing too much on logic and moral standards isn't suitable for feel-good novels. Yun Zhao's expression was conflicted. Feel good? But the female lead ran away twice, and each time she was caught, she was locked up and forced into sexual acts. Footsteps came from outside the door. Rabbit quickly changed the subject. The captain and the others are back. A moment later, Xie2 indeed pushed the door open and came in. Yuan Zhao saw that the female lead was injured, and the zombie king was actually licking her wounds with his tongue to heal her. The female lead was still blushing, completely forgetting that she might be zombified. Yuan Zhao calmly closed the book and handed The Apocalypse Arrives, I Become the Zombie King's Little Darling Wife, to Xie2, who was walking towards her. This one is for you. She should be glad that the world set by the gatekeeper wasn't like this. Xie2 took the book from her and pulled her up from the sofa. Are you hungry? Let's go downstairs for dinner. We're having grilled fish tonight. After dinner, a meeting was held. After discussing tomorrow's tasks, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. The next day, Team Zero led the 100 survivors who had signed up to go out with them out of the safe base. Among them were many residents of Peach Blossom Island who had arrived the day before. They had made 2 trips to the military base yesterday, bringing back 8 military trucks, adding to the 2 already loaded, for a total of 10 trucks transporting supplies. Xie2 randomly selected 10 survivors who could drive trucks. Armored vehicles led the way, guiding the convoy towards the grain wholesale market. The roar of the cars echoed through the silent, dilapidated streets. The startled zombies pursued relentlessly like mad dogs. They seemed to have gained some intelligence, beginning to know how to surround and flank, deliberately attacking from the sides. Rabbit, Song Liang, and Duanqi each crouched on the roofs of several vehicles, sniping at the zombies they encountered along the way. The approaching zombies, their knees slightly bent, leaped 3 or 4 meters high, pouncing directly on the people in the vehicles. Some zombies even unleashed various supernatural abilities, with fist-sized flames appearing to ambush passing convoys. The people crouching inside the military trucks were terrified, sweating profusely, and dared not utter a sound. Especially the survivors from Peach Blossom Island. Only now did they realize how lucky they had been yesterday. They secretly rejoiced at their good fortune in not encountering zombies yesterday. They were completely unaware that it was the fire phoenix circling in the air that had safely escorted them to the base. Bang, bang, bang. Several gunshots rang out. The zombies' bodies slammed heavily onto the ground with dull thuds. For the sentries, as long as they could get a headshot, these monsters were still within control. Their evolution speed is too fast. The rabbit aimed at the fleeting shadows in the distance, pulled the trigger again, and with the sound of the sniper rifle, the shadows fell one after another. At this rate, we can no longer easily run into the city center. The captain and his team made 2 trips yesterday. The transport routes have all been cleared, and the road to the grain wholesale market was cleared the day before yesterday. The only zombies appearing are a small number wandering from other places. As for the city center, there are probably quite a few of these mutated zombies. Going there now will definitely not be as easy as before. Let's just bomb from a distance, Yuan Zhao said, deliberately avoiding thinking about the cool and powerful zombie kings described in novels. Have the spirit entities drop the bombs, and Fire Phoenix will fly over and ignite them. The clearing work on the eastern coastline is nearing completion, and should be finished today. Fire Phoenix alone has killed countless zombies. With little Bluebird by her side, Fire Phoenix doesn't feel tired at all, and goes to work happily every day. Xie2 nodded. Yes, we might not be able to take everything out. We have to abandon some supplies. With just their small group, it would take forever to move all the supplies for the entire city. The longer they delay, the stronger the zombies become. As the team leader, Xie2 had to consider his teammates' safety and make the necessary sacrifices. The convoy quickly arrived at the grain wholesale market. The sentries got out of the vehicles first and began clearing the market. Yuan Zhao and Qi Ling stayed in the vehicle. One was engrossed in studying naval history, while the other idly flipped through a novel. Yuan Zhao returned the Zombie King Romance Apocalypse novel to Xie2. The one she was currently reading was a ruthless, female-centric story with no romantic partner. She stopped frowning and complaining, and quietly turned the pages. The world building was somewhat similar. But the map wasn't, and why did the protagonist only encounter villains? From blood-sucking foster parents to the switched heiresses, the biased older brother and biological parents, to the disgusting landlord and the various characters encountered after the apocalypse. In short, there wasn't a single good person. I don't think this is the right book, Yuan Zhao said. Dong Hui does seem like one of those characters, but the other survivors don't match up, and none of the survivors have awakened superpowers like the zombies. Qi Ling, frowning as she memorized navigation instructions, said, if superpowers appear, Both humans and zombies must have them, so there's a conflict. Could it be that the gatekeeper is just borrowing the world building? Yuan Zhao thought for a moment. Possibly. I keep checking. At that moment, Duanqi ran out alone, got into the driver's seat, and signaled the cars behind to drive into the market. The truck stopped in front of rows of warehouses. Xie had already broken the locks, opening all the warehouses to reveal countless sacks of grain inside. Move them quickly. Xie turned and stared at them. No one is allowed to touch these things now. Everyone involved will be given 10 kilograms of rice each when we get back. How could anyone work carrying dozens of kilograms of supplies? The survivors had no choice but to obediently agree and get out of the trucks to begin unloading the supplies. Dong Hui glanced at the superhuman standing guard outside the gate, whispered a call to his companions, and walked away. He deliberately chose a warehouse in a blind spot. It seemed he planned to use the same trick again, hiding another batch of supplies. Dong Hui was completely unaware that a peregrine falcon was hopping and skipping along behind him. Everyone was engrossed in their work, carrying sack after sack of grain onto the trucks. To load more, several people were also standing on the trucks, organizing the grain. The rice, weighing between 5 and 50 kilograms, was packaged into sealed bags. People carried it back and forth, trip after trip. After an unknown amount of time, a commotion suddenly arose from the crowd. Ding Hongfang, with a half smile, pointed at Dong Hui and shouted, "Come quick! Someone is embezzling grain here." Chapter 348. Ding Hongfang had long disliked the arrogant and domineering Dong Hui. He was, after all, a minor leader on Peach Blossom Island. It was one thing to obey the superhumans after arriving, but who was this Dong Hui, daring to give him attitude? Dong Hui's face turned pale, then red. He hadn't expected his little tricks to be exposed so quickly, especially in front of so many people. He glared angrily at Ding Hongfang. "Don't make false accusations." Ding Hongfang wasn't about to let it go. He stepped forward, pointed at the bags of grain Dong Hui had hidden behind the warehouse, and sneered, still being stubborn. "What's this? Do you think everyone's blind?" The surrounding survivors stopped what they were doing, their gazes shifting between Dong Hui and Ding Hongfang. Some people on Peach Blossom Island naturally sided with Ding Hongfang. A few harbored some resentment. Why make such a fuss? It would have been better if everyone had hidden some. These were all supplies. The apocalypse was far from over, food was dwindling, and communal meals couldn't compare to the security of having your own supplies. The Zero team members were well aware of Dong Hui's actions and exchanged glances. Had Dong Hui met his match? The two men on the other end of the line were arguing fiercely when Dong Hui, enraged, punched Ding Hongfang, who had stepped forward. Ding Hongfang wasn't one to back down either. Seeing Dong Hui dare to attack, he immediately retaliated. The two men began to fight. Xie remained silent, tapping the car body with his gun to signal them to stop. "Get back to work." Jing Yao and the others stepped in and separated them. Dong Hui scrambled to his feet, and seeing that the ability users weren't pursuing the matter, he gave Ding Hongfang a smug look. Ding Hongfang, furious, dared not act rashly in front of Xie and the others, angrily turning around and going into the warehouse to continue moving grain. The commotion outside naturally attracted Yuan Zhao's attention. She watched quietly through the observation window. The rotten apples of the safe base couldn't be killed, but if left unchecked, who knew what unforeseen events might occur? 10 trucks were quickly loaded with grain. The survivors could only climb onto the roofs of the trucks to get back. Ding Hongfang glared fiercely at Dong Hui before following familiar people onto one of the trucks. Everyone boarded. The armored vehicle turned around and drove away from the market first. As soon as Xie got on, Yuan Zhao said, "We don't need more people to work now, but we should keep an eye on Dong Hui, otherwise I have a feeling he caused some trouble." Ren Xian was with her parents and under guardianship. Zhou Yang and Chen Shi were with their classmates, and Professor Chao seemed to be well behaved. Jing Yao was with them every day. He was a sensible person and could be of some help. Only Dong Hui was like a ticking time bomb, impossible to kill. It was better to keep him under surveillance, temporarily restricting his movements until Team Zero completed their mission. Xie bent down to pick up a bottle of water and nodded. "That's what I was planning too." Today's events provided a ready-made excuse. Even if they captured him, no one would dare say anything. Yuan Zhao felt relieved upon hearing this. The armored vehicle led the way, guiding the convoy forward. The section of road they had just cleared that morning was now being attacked again by several incredibly fast zombies, howling as they launched a surprise attack on the convoy. The 10 truck drivers dared not lag behind, staying close behind the armored vehicle. The group had initially thought that once they obtained the food, they would immediately return to the safe base, but as they drove, they realized they were on the wrong route. This is the road to the sea. Jing Yao turned to Duanqi, who was standing at the front of the vehicle, and asked, "Where are we going?" Duanqi glanced at him and vaguely replied, "You know when we get there." The port entrance was blocked by rows of iron railings. Yesterday, Xie had specifically placed these iron railings firmly in front of the port gate to prevent zombie attacks, forming a roadblock. Although the mutated zombies were powerful, there were no living people in the port. As long as the roadblocks were in place, they wouldn't wander in without reason. After all, clearing out zombies every time they transported goods was a very troublesome task. The two spiritual entities, a lion and a brown bear, appeared, removed the railings, and the convoy entered without hindrance. The true face of the port gradually unfolded before their eyes. Yun Xiao got up and looked outside. Outside the car window, a long concrete platform stretched towards the sea, with neatly arranged containers on both sides, towering cranes reaching into the clouds, and warehouses densely distributed all around. At the port, a massive container ship lay silently on the rippling blue sea, its silhouette against the blue sky and white clouds creating a magnificent scene. Yun Xiao murmured, "Only one ship." Xie gaze also lingered on the shore, his eyes deepening. Yes, besides this transport ship, there are no other vessels docked here. Another place that seemed specifically prepared for Team Zero. Weapons, supplies, even the ship to transport them, everything was designed for Team Zero. The gatekeeper, did he want them to take everything out of here? My God. A transport ship? So the rice is going to be loaded onto the ship. The superhuman is going to lead us away from here to a safe place? The crowd at the back finally realized their destination was the port, and everyone became incredibly excited. Yachts and smaller boats couldn't navigate long distances, but this medium-sized transport ship could. There were no zombies at sea. As long as they escaped the zombie-infested city, they would be safe. Everyone wanted to escape this cannibalistic city. Song Liang sighed, not wanting to dampen the survivors' enthusiasm, and ordered the convoy to continue. 10 military trucks parked side by side closest to the transport vehicles. The thought of leaving energized everyone, and without being asked, they disembarked and began unloading. Even Dong Hui couldn't help but carry 2 bags of rice onto the ship. Only Jing Yao's expression was complicated. He had already learned from Yun Xiao that Zero Team's mission was to defend the city and end the zombie apocalypse, so there was no way they could leave. Then what was the ship for? Jing Yao hesitated, turning to look towards the armored vehicles. Like a modified armored SUV, resembling a steel behemoth, the rear door opened, and Yun Xiao and Qi Ling climbed down the ladder. Qi Ling was responsible for taking the supplies out alone. He needed to go to the ship to see the actual equipment and learn how to operate it. As for Yun Xiao, she wanted to see the sea. There were no golden beaches, no seashell-strewn reefs, only a sturdy platform made of reinforced concrete. Waves surged in one after another, crashing against the shore with a dull, powerful sound. Looking out, the horizon met the sky, forming a blurred line, boundless, seemingly no different from what she had seen in Fu Qian's spiritual realm. Yun Xiao's heart remained calm. The different terrain did not change the fact that the contaminated area existed. Xie glanced at Jing Yao, who was sighing deeply, and walked towards her, his gaze turning to the huge container ship. Want to go up to the ship? Okay. The two climbed the gangway onto the deck. Chapter 349. Upon entering the ship's interior, a narrow, dimly lit corridor came into view, the lights on the walls flickering. It created a sense of oppression and gloom. On both sides of the corridor were rows of tightly closed cabins, their doors ajar, the cabins empty, like a ghost ship. Yun Xiao and Xie continued forward, arriving at the cargo storage area. The vast, empty space was punctuated by neatly stacked ammunition boxes and various weapon crates loaded onto the ship yesterday, occupying only a very small portion of the area. In the distance, the sea and sky merged into one. It was impossible to tell where the sky ended and the sea began. Everything seemed so vast, so free. Captain, how far is the edge of the contaminated zone from here? Yun Xiao couldn't see, so he turned to Xie and asked. Xie's eyes flickered slightly. I had Fire Phoenix fly over to check. The transport ship will take about 20 minutes to sail. It was quite a distance. Yun Xiao, then how do we get Qi Ling? There was only one ship in the port. We can only use yachts, Xie said. After the people from Peach Blossom Island came out, the yachts were all moored on that beach. We can just bring 2 over. He wasn't comfortable leaving Qi Ling alone. Mutants can freely enter and exit contaminated areas, but Qi Ling is, After all, an anomaly. Team Zero must personally watch him leave safely to ensure nothing goes wrong. Okay. Yuan Zhao stood on the deck for a while, then pulled Xie. Let's go to the bow, and see if Qi Ling can operate the wheelhouse. The unloading crew worked efficiently, and 100 or so people quickly loaded all the rice from the trucks onto the boat. Yuan Zhao, Qi Ling, and Duanqi stayed on the boat. The three of them stayed in the wheelhouse, studying how to operate the boat together. The remaining sentries led the survivors back to the grain wholesale market, continuing their hauling. Except for Song Yang driving the armored vehicle, the rest of the sentries stood on the roofs, killing any mutated zombies that attacked. It took them a whole day to empty the grain wholesale market. Xie then pried open all the warehouses at the port, selecting useful supplies. The Peregrine Falcon even discovered a warehouse containing fuel. The sentries helped load the supplies into containers and onto the ship. The containers could be stacked, utilizing the space to carry more supplies. By nightfall, the ship was less than a tenth full. As they left, Xie kept his promise, giving each person a 10-pound bag of rice before the convoy returned to the safe base. Back at the base, they didn't rest. Tao Haohao instructed people to load the supplies stored at the hotel onto the trucks, so they could be transported directly to the port the next morning. The survivors, thinking they were being prepared to leave, ran back to their rooms, put down their masks, and continued helping with the unloading without complaint. Jingyao, caught up in the crowd and completely disoriented, didn't even notice when Yuan Zhao went inside. He never got a chance to ask Yuan Zhao. Jingyao felt like he'd forgotten something very important, and he desperately wanted to find someone to clarify it. After unloading the goods, Jingyao pondered for a moment, then walked towards the other end of the alley. He remembered seeing several people with supernatural abilities go to the museum, seemingly wanting to move some artifacts. He arrived at the entrance of the Folk Culture Museum. Sure enough, he saw Xie and Tao Haohao there. Tao Haohao was carrying 2 large boxes, containing the items he obtained from the museum. Jingyao looked at Xie and asked directly, "Why did you put the supplies on the ship? Didn't you say you were going to stay and end this cannibalistic world?" "Ending the apocalypse and moving supplies aren't mutually exclusive," Xie said calmly. "We won't leave." Jingyao's words were stuck in his throat. Xie clearly didn't want to say more. The answer lay with the gatekeeper. The mutants' memories were distorted, and the clues they provided were only what the gatekeeper wanted Zero Team to know. Just as the two were about to leave, they heard Jingyao speak again. "Since you're not leaving, why not tell everyone?" Giving them hope for nothing. Xie stopped and turned back. The young man's gaze was resolute. He showed no fear in his presence, only a persistent desire for answers. "I will tell everyone, but not today, not now," Xie said calmly. "Believe me, you don't want to know the truth." With that, he turned and left, Tao Haohao following with the box, leaving Jingyao standing there, stunned. Xie told Tao Haohao to go back first. He went to the hotel next door to deal with Dong Hui. But they found the man wasn't in his room or at the hotel. He had just finished work, hadn't eaten, and hadn't returned to his room. Where could he have gone? Just then, Duanqi ran over and whispered gleefully, "Captain, they secretly gone to check on the food they hid earlier." Of the nearly 1,000 people on the island, only the 100 or so who had gone out had received 10 kilograms of rice. These strongmen spent all their time going out to move goods. Storing the supplies in the room wasn't safe. Dong Hui wasn't well liked and didn't trust anyone. He planned to find a new place to hide all the supplies after he left, and also retrieve the batch of seafood he had hidden earlier. The area within dozens of miles had already been cleared. Even at night, a distance of a few hundred meters wouldn't be a problem. But he was still unaware that everything he had hidden had been taken by the spirit entities. The Peregrine Falcon happily followed to watch the spectacle. Xie remembered the little bluebird. That little fellow had always wanted to see him make a fool of himself, so he used a mental connection to have Fire Phoenix bring the little bluebird back. As the cleanup began, Fire Phoenix had already run to the other side of the coastline. The route was full of scenic spots and attractions, and the little bluebird found something fun every day, returning very late. Yuan Zhao never urged him. Without the little bluebird returning, Fire Phoenix naturally wouldn't return either, working several extra hours each day, and the cleanup speed visibly increased. Xie and Duanqi returned to their hotel, planning to eat before going to deal with the people. Yuan Zhao and Qi Ling sat together, still discussing how to operate the transport ship. Yuan Zhao, also reading, explained, "The radar and autopilot won't start. You can only operate it with the rudder. After starting the engine and warming it up, you just need to learn how to accelerate, decelerate, turn, and stop." Qi Ling, sounds simple. But the sea wasn't calm. there were too many uncertainties. Yun Zhao genuinely thought it was quite simple. Just 20 minutes. You only need to drive for 20 minutes, and reinforcements will meet you when you get out. Don't worry, we follow you in the yacht until you get out. A medium-sized transport ship can carry 100,000 tons. It might take several days to fully load the ship. Team Zero still needed to continue clearing zombies, and heading to various shopping malls and supermarkets to take out as much food as possible. Just like Xie had said, she also felt that the gatekeeper didn't seem to have any ill intentions. The fact that they hadn't attacked them yet, and had deliberately left a giant transport ship behind, seemed to suggest they hoped they would get the supplies out. Yun Zhao began to think about a question. Could the gatekeeper be one of the red-crowned cranes? If so, why did it become the gatekeeper? Chapter 350. The next day, when they went out, they didn't see Dong Hui again. A small number of people who knew the truth knew he had been imprisoned by the superhumans for hoarding supplies. Those who didn't know didn't care at all. Dong Hui wasn't popular, most people disliked him, but they preferred to avoid conflict. Without him, things seemed more relaxed, and the group became more harmonious. But Jingyao was much quieter than usual. He didn't say a word when he got into the car. The car quickly arrived at a new supply point. In the days that followed, Team Zero led the survivors to hospitals, shopping malls, supermarkets, and other places, making over a dozen trips a day to transport supplies, rescuing dozens more survivors along the way. Adding the hotel storage and what was available at the port, after several days, they finally filled a ship to the brim. Darkness fell. The dark matter in the contaminated zone became denser, its concentration rising sharply. Even from a distance, the faint sounds of zombies could be heard. The zombies are now so powerful that even Team Zero dares not recklessly charge into the city center. But the cleanup work hasn't stopped. These past few days, while Team Zero has been moving supplies, the psychic entities haven't been idle either, dragging boxes of explosives to areas teeming with zombies every day. The zombies can't see the psychic entities, so they move with ease in the city center. A brown bear picked up 2 powerful bombs and stuffed them into the arms of a mutated zombie. A peregrine falcon, with 2 landmines hooked in its talons, darted into the dense horde of zombies, placed the mines on the ground, and then happily flew into the air. A massive explosion unleashed waves of heat. Smoke and flames instantly engulfed a large area, limbs of blasted zombies flying everywhere, and severed bodies littered the ground. The already dilapidated streets became even more appalling. Ah, disgusting monsters. The little bluebird raised its head, finding it amusing yet stubbornly refusing to admit it. Fire Phoenix was on a solo mission again, and the little bluebird had run off with the peregrine falcons and the others. It was very unhappy, and vented all its anger on the zombies in the city. Several days passed. The spiritual being's cleanup speed was no slower than the sentinels. By evening, the little bluebird returned, still feeling unsatisfied. For the spiritual beings, Zone 111 was more like a giant playground. Here, there weren't many rules, they could do whatever they wanted. The little bluebird flew to Yun Zhao's shoulder and began preening its feathers. Yun Zhao, holding a half-read novel, stood at the entrance of the restaurant in the adjacent hotel. It was lunchtime. Inside the hotel's large restaurant, 7 or 8 people sat around a table, filled with survivors. Meals consisted mainly of rice, with simple side dishes, 1 or 2 hot dishes accompanied by kimchi, pickled vegetables, etc. Team Zero didn't forget about the rear. They selected some strong, able-bodied men to serve as group leaders, responsible for managing the survivors and patrolling the island for safety. Logistical supplies management remained the responsibility of the 6 university students. Yun Zhao stood at the door, peering inside. Jingyao had returned with Team Zero and had just sat down with his bowl. Not far from him, 6.5-year-old Ren Xian, nestled close to her mother, waved happily upon seeing her father return. Professor Chow was also at that table. He seemed to enjoy children, chatting and laughing with the child's mother. Zhou Yang and his classmates sat in a corner inside, across the noisy crowd. Only the back of his head was visible from behind the doorway. Yun Zhao's eyes searched, as if looking for something. Finally, her gaze settled on a certain spot. Sister Yun Zhao, the captain wants us to go back quickly. Rabbit tugged at her backpack strap. We need to discuss sending Qi Ling out tomorrow after dinner. Yun Zhao nodded in agreement. The two passed through the lobby. Chen Shi and her classmates were still at the front desk checking the supplies distributed that day. Dong Hui was being held in an empty warehouse at the back of the hotel, and they were responsible for delivering his meals daily. Yun Zhao didn't disturb their work and returned to the hotel for dinner. The suite on the third floor had become the Zero team's regular meeting place. After everyone came in, they each went to their usual seats. Yuan Zhao nestled into her personal single sofa and began to doodle in her notebook again. She had already filled many pages. The lines on each page were stiff, obscure, and abstract. No one but her could understand them. Xie walked in with a bottle of strawberry milk, placed it on the armrest of her sofa, and sat down beside her. He said to Qi Ling, "The yacht has been towed to the port. We take you out tomorrow morning. After handing over the items to the reinforcements, contact Fu Qian's team immediately." Xie added, "Come back in an hour. Duan will send out peregrine falcons to patrol the city and provide support at any time." Going out to sea at night wasn't a wise choice. They could only wait until tomorrow morning to act. But they couldn't delay any longer. They'd been in there too long. They had to end this apocalypse as soon as possible and fulfill the gatekeeper's obsession. Qi Ling carefully noted it down. "Yes, Captain." He'd been spending time on the ship recently, familiarizing himself with all the operations. They already successfully started the engine today. It only took 20 minutes to get out, and his teammates were following behind. After familiarizing herself with the ship's controls, Qi Ling wasn't as nervous as before. Xie made further arrangements for tomorrow's operation. The map showed they had advanced over 300 kilometers, with the eastern coastal area now a safe zone. The next target was the city center. If Fu Qian's team could successfully enter, both teams should be able to easily clear it out. After the meeting, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Yuan Zhao put her notebook in her backpack and got up to leave. Xie called her back. His eyes were dark, and he said in a low voice, "I'm on night duty tonight." Yuan Zhao understood immediately. Xie remembered her mentioning wanting to sleep on the waterbed downstairs. Everyone had been busy these past few days, and she didn't want to trouble Rabbit with the move, so she hadn't mentioned it. It was kind of him to remember. Yuan Zhao jogged towards him. Seeing she seemed to have something to say, Xie leaned down. She whispered in his ear, "I go back to my room to wash my hair first, then I come find you later." Xie nodded, pointing to the milk on the table. "No rush, drink the milk first." Rabbit hadn't left, standing at the door waiting for her. Hearing their conversation, Rabbit wanted to cover her ears. What did this mean? The captain was on night duty. Why was Yuan Zhao going out to find him? It was late at night. The moon was dark, and the wind was high. A lone man and a lone woman, where were they planning to go? But Rabbit didn't dare ask in front of the captain. She followed Yuan Zhao back to her room. The rabbit finally couldn't help but ask, "Sister Yuan Zhao, where are you planning to go with the captain tonight?" Yuan Zhao lowered her head, unpacked her milk straw, and truthfully replied, "Downstairs to sleep." The rabbit, She knew the captain wasn't up to any good. This is a contaminated area. The rabbit said indignantly, "How could the captain do this?" Yuan Zhao chimed in, "Yes, he probably thinks if we don't go tonight, we won't have another chance. Whether Qi Ling can safely leave tomorrow, whether Fu Heng's team can successfully enter, these are all questions." Yuan Zhao had a premonition that her leisurely monster hunting days were probably coming to an end. Xie wanted to fulfill her wish, which was why he chose tonight.